Chapter 1. The Beast Tamer World, Dual Talents, Star Dragon Empire, Sioux City, Chuanning No. 1 High School. In the center of the playground, four glowing magic circles stood, as groups of youthful boys and girls lined up in an orderly fashion to enter them. Today marks the annual Talent Awakening Day for Beast Tamers in the Empire. Class 7, Awakening completed. Class 8, you may take the stage. The teacher in charge of the awakening flipped to the next page of the roster. Instantly, a mixture of excitement and nervousness appeared on the faces of the 20 or so students from Class 8. After all, Class 8 is the ordinary Beast Tamer class at Chuanning No. 1 High School. Whether they could awaken a unique talent with the help of the Awakening Magic Circle would largely determine the limits of their achievements as common Beast Tamers throughout their lives. Today, I must become a talented Beast Tamer. Lin Han, with his sword-like brows and bright eyes, clenched his fists as he gazed at the nearby Awakening Magic Circle. After 16 years in this world, I have finally awaited this day. Indeed, Lin Han is a transmigrator. He was originally a person from Blue Star who unexpectedly passed away while binge-watching dramas late at night. When he awoke, he found himself in a parallel world. Thousands of years ago, when dimensional rifts appeared, countless ferocious beasts descended, nearly leading to the extinction of humanity. At the crucial moment, the ancestors of humanity discovered the awakening divine stone and, through repeated contact, gained talents, thus ushering in the era of beast tamers, allowing humanity to survive and establish a powerful civilization. In this world, beast tamers acquire vast amounts of experience through various means such as conquering dungeons, clearing secret realms, exploring forbidden lands, hunting monsters, and participating in wars to level up, learn skills, and become stronger. To become a beast tamer, one must connect with the awakening divine stone upon reaching the age of 16 to awaken their unique talent. The emergence of every talented beast tamer not only draws the attention of prestigious beast tamer academies, but also attracts special recruitment from various powerful factions. A glorious future awaits. Lin Han had been eagerly anticipating this talent awakening. High school third year class 8, Lin Han. Upon hearing his name called, Lin Han stepped confidently into the awakening magic circle. At the center of the circle, a colorful stone lay. However, the stone, though appearing real, felt ethereal when Lin Han touched it. Is this the awakening stone? The awakening divine stone is the supreme artifact of the entire empire. Currently, aside from the Empire's higher-ups, no one knows its location. Every year on the Day of Awakening, the Star Dragon Empire projects the power of the Divine Stone using technology across high schools, allowing millions of newly adult individuals to awaken their talents. Let the talent awakening begin. As Lin Han regained his focus, he sat cross-legged before the awakening Divine Stone, closed his eyes, and began to absorb its energy. He could see streams of colorful energy continuously separating from the awakening stone and flowing into his body. Boom! Lin Han could distinctly feel the surges of energy from the awakening stone rampaging through him like wild horses. Ding! Host has accumulated sufficient energy. Unlimited doubling system has been activated. A clear and melodious voice rang out. A golden finger? Lin Han felt a surge of joy. As a longtime fan of web novels, he was no stranger to systems and quickly began to check the system information. Unlimited doubling system. As long as one keeps investing, everything from talent, beasts, skills, items, to basic attributes can be doubled. As long as the money is right, nothing cannot be doubled. This system is truly straightforward and brutal. After comprehending the system's functions, Lin Han couldn't help but exclaim, "Ding! Newbie gift package has been received. Does the host wish to accept?" "Yes." "Ding! Congratulations. Host has received 100 points of doubling energy." At that very moment when the system activated, you have awakened the rank talent Rock Body. Unknown energy detected infiltrating. Your rank talent has fused with the unknown energy, advancing to strength talent Steel Body. Within the awakening magic circle, several mechanical sounds resonated. What? The talent has advanced? Before Lin Han could react, you have awakened the strength talent Eye of Insight. Unknown energy detected infiltrating. Your strength talent has fused with the unknown energy, advancing to mythical talent, Eye of Creation. Dual talents? Lin Han was left bewildered. What is happening? He had actually awakened dual talents, and both had advanced. Moreover, what is this mythical talent? He had heard of strength talents, but mythical talent was completely unfamiliar to him. What are you dawdling for? If you're done awakening, come out quickly. Outside the magic circle, the teacher in charge of the awakening spoke impatiently. He had seen many students like Lin Han, who, having failed to awaken a talent, wished to linger near the awakening stone for a final glimmer of hope. At that moment, Lin Han, still in shock, mechanically exited the magic circle. Outside the awakening magic circle, a scanning machine awaited to detect the talents of the beast tamers. The detection closely followed the awakening, creating a remarkably complete process. On the stage of the playground, in addition to the homeroom teachers from various classes and the principal of the high school, representatives from various prestigious academies of the empire were present, along with officials from the military and the Beast Tamer Association. Once a promising candidate was identified, they would promptly extend an olive branch. High School 3rd Year Class 8, Lin Han Nun, the teacher responsible for the awakening ceremony, impatiently didn't even glance at the detection instrument and instinctively began to announce Lin Han's situation. However, before he could finish, from a magic circle on the left, a chilling aura suddenly swept across the surroundings. High School Experimental Class, Meng Ziyao, a rank Ice Talent. The awakening teacher's eyes widened, promptly announcing the result. Oh my, a rank talent? Wow, it's been over a decade since Chuan Ning produced an rank talent, right? I recall the last rank talent was a support type, which can't compare to this ice talent. Meng Ziyao truly deserves her reputation as the genius girl who has long dominated the school's rankings. Instantly, the entire playground erupted with excitement. Ziyao has awakened too, and it's an rank talent. Lin Han looked into the distance. There he saw a young girl stepping out of the awakening magic circle. She was stunningly beautiful, with a tall figure, long legs, delicate brows, and a charming face adorned in a red short-skirt school uniform, resembling a figure from a painting, possessing an enchanting grace. Unexpectedly, we have truly fulfilled our vow to become beast tamers together on the day of awakening. I must share this wonderful news with her. With this thought, Lin Han couldn't help but smile. His joy stemmed from the fact that Meng Ziyao was his girlfriend, with whom he had been in love for 3 years. Though Meng Ziyao was breathtakingly beautiful, her family background was quite humble. Her father was a gambler, burdening the family with debts. If it weren't for Lin Han, she would have struggled to afford tuition over these 3 years. Meng, I hope you will consider joining our Qing Sheng Beast Tamer Academy. Meng, if you join the Qinglong Academy, we will provide you with the most perfect training plan. Simultaneously, representatives from various powerful factions rushed to Meng Ziyao. In the Star Dragon Empire, the talents of beast tamers are classified from weakest to strongest, spanning 7 levels: F, E, D, C, B, A, and S. A rank talent is undoubtedly considered rare. Meng, if you are willing to join Baitian, we will assign you a diamond-level beast tamer as a mentor and provide you with a golden-level beast cub. Baitian Academy is one of the highest beast tamer institutions in the Star Dragon Empire, and its representative, an elderly man, pushed his way to Meng Ziyao, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, the faces of other representatives changed dramatically as they inwardly cursed the old fox. The ranks of beast tamers are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, throne, supreme throne, and immortal throne. Every 10 levels constitute a rank. Moreover, elevation in rank must rely on the awakening stone. For a student who has just become a talented beast tamer to possess a diamond-level mentor and receive a golden-level beast cub, it can be said that Baidian Academy was truly investing heavily. I will join Baidian. Meng Ziyao decisively chose to join Baitian Academy, leaving the other representatives in shock, unable to believe how readily she agreed. Very well, come with me to sign the enrollment agreement. The elderly man from Baitian Academy smiled warmly. Not so fast. I have one more matter to attend to. Meng Ziyao waved her hand. Surprisingly, she headed towards the awakening magic circle of Class 8, her eyes fixated on Lin Han. Soon, she arrived beside Lin Han. Xiao, congratulations on becoming a talented beast tamer. As Lin Han carefully examined the enchanting figure before him, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Today, Meng Xiao was simply dazzling. Her fair skin and delicate features were accentuated by the red school uniform, making her look even more radiant. Her slender waist and long legs captured the attention of countless students. The more Lin Han looked, the happier he became. After all, she was his girlfriend, utterly perfect. Xiao, I have some good news to share with you. Lin Han wished to share with Meng Xiao that he had also awakened his talent. However, Lin Han, I have news to share with you too. Meng Xiao waved her hand, interrupting Lin Han's forthcoming words. Upon hearing this, Lin Han felt a sudden surge of anxiety within him. Could it be that Xiao was about to officially declare something to him? Though they had been together for 3 years, they had rarely flaunted their affection in front of others. Lin Han, let's break up. Meng Xiao's clear voice rang in Lin Han's ears, and his expression instantly turned to one of shock. Chapter 2. You have been banned by the Academy Alliance. WHWHY? Have you forgotten the promises we once made? Lin Han said incredulously. Once, they had lain on the school playground, gazing at the starry sky, pledging to become talented beast masters together. And now, Meng Xiao was actually telling him she wanted to break up. He could hardly believe it was her speaking these words. Lin Han, do you understand? I possess an A-grade talent that has not been seen in our school for over a decade, a height you could never attain in your lifetime. The gap between us is no longer trivial. If you continue to stay with me, you will never keep pace with my progress. I do not wish to see you being labeled as my burden, facing humiliation. My decision to break up is, in fact, for your own good. As Meng Xiao spoke, her face was filled with concern, as if she was unwilling to see Lin Han suffer any indignity in the future. However, if one looked closely, they would notice a trace of pity for the weak in her eyes as she gazed at Lin Han. Is that all? Lin Han was bewildered. A gap? She had just awakened in A-grade talent and was already claiming a disparity between them? He recalled that it was she who had pursued him with fervor in the past. Why had she not mentioned any disparity when she lacked funds for meals? Is that truly all there is to it? Do not forget, over the past 3 years, my contributions to your family were far from insignificant. Can such things truly be erased by a mere claim of disparity? Lin Han furrowed his brow. He felt a nagging suspicion that Meng Xiao's desire to break up with him was far more complex than it appeared. Lin Han, why are you so stubborn? Yes, you have helped me, but you must understand, being my first love is already ample compensation. And how can I express this so you can comprehend? I possess an A-grade talent, one that is exceedingly rare in the history of our school. With my talent and beauty, I am destined to be adored and pursued by countless admirers. A suitable partner for me must be an extraordinary individual. But you, aside from your comparatively affluent background, you are merely an ordinary person, utterly unworthy of me. Can you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? We are no longer from the same world. You are merely a stumbling block. Meng Xiao seemed exasperated by Lin Han's persistence. She no longer wished to conceal her true feelings. She would never entrust her life to an ordinary person. Ha! You have finally spoken your true thoughts. Lin Han felt as though he was seeing Meng Xiao for the first time. The woman he had supported tirelessly for 3 years turned out to be a cold-hearted opportunist, ready to cast him aside as soon as she became a beast master with a promising future. If only you had been honest with me from the beginning, Lin Han, and admitted that you saw me as someone of no utility, instead of pretending to care. You truly believe yourself to be beyond reach now. I consent to the breakup. I hope you find an extraordinary partner in the future, just as you desire. Lin Han took a deep breath, calming himself. Having said that, he turned to leave. At that moment, every second spent in the same space as Meng Xiao made him feel nauseous. He was eager to escape the school. He could hardly wait for the awakening teacher to announce his situation. I've already found someone. A hint of mockery crept into Meng Xiao's smile. In an instant, what did you say? Lin Han's body froze abruptly. Indeed, You worthless fool. You will forever remain trapped in your own world. Let me be frank, I have been with someone else for a week. Meng Zio's expression turned indifferent, as though she were discussing something mundane. But those words, boom, they struck Lin Han like a bolt from the blue. His mind thundered, leaving him dizzy. A week ago? Wasn't that when you went on a trip to the capital? Who? Tell me, who is he? A surge of blood rushed to Lin Han's head, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His name is Zhou Tong, a person you will never catch up to. Meng Ziao looked at Lin Han with pity as she spoke. What? Zhou Tong, the renowned Zhou? He is the greatest genius in Sioux City. He awakened his great talent in high school and went directly to North Sky Academy. Zhou Tong comes from a wealthy family, possesses formidable strength, and an unlimited future. He surpasses you in every regard. No wonder Meng Ziao chose to leave you. On the playground, whispers erupted like a chorus. All eyes were focused on Lin Han and Meng Ziao, and some students could not help but grin, as if witnessing a captivating drama unfold. Now I understand. I get it. The reason you didn't break up with me earlier was that if you failed to awaken your talent today, you would have continued to stay with me, right? Having pieced together the sequence of events, Lin Han gradually regained his composure. It was evident Meng Ziao was a woman who thrived on opportunism. The reason she had not chosen to end their relationship before her awakening was that she had prepared 2 escape routes. At that moment, he looked at Meng Ziao with eyes devoid of any affection, replaced only by boundless disgust. Zhou Tong? Just an scrayed beast master. Compared to him, Lin Han was not even worth considering. I only hope you do not regret the decision you made today. At this moment, Lin Han felt a flicker of relief that he had not immediately revealed to Meng Ziao that he had awakened a dual mythical grade talent. To see a woman's true colors at such a moment was a revelation Lin Han found somewhat gratifying. Regret? Haha, what right do you, a mere insignificant person, have to make me regret? I have awakened in a great talent and will enter North Sky Academy, and my fiancé Zhou Tong possesses an great talent, the Fire Raven Descendant. Only after meeting him did I realize I had never encountered a worthy partner before you, a worthless fool, pale in comparison. From now on, I, Meng Ziao, will be a branch too high for you, Lin Han, to ever reach. Meng Ziao spoke coldly. Had it not been for her visit to North Sky Academy in the capital a week ago, where she encountered Zhou Tong and witnessed what true genius looked like, she might have wasted her entire life with Lin Han. She would never regret it. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. That lofty branch is indeed better suited to Zhou Tong's bird. I congratulate you too. The North Sky couple a match made in heaven. Lin Han replied with a cold smile. At these words, Meng Zio's expression turned extremely grim. Simultaneously, the representative of North Sky Academy, who had been watching the scene unfold with amusement, also changed his expression dramatically upon hearing Lin Han's words. In his view, Lin Han's insult was not only directed at the student, but also at North Sky itself. North Sky Academy was the premier beast master institution of the Star Dragon Empire, and such humiliation could not be tolerated. Kid, shut your mouth. The North Sky Academy representative glared at Lin Han, his voice icy. Normal discussions are acceptable, but do not resort to insults. Lin Han shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "The mouth is on my face, what business is it of yours? I'm not joining your North Sky Academy, so why should I care whom I insult? When Meng Ziao was insulting me earlier, why did you not intervene? You merely shield her, because she is your student. What? Is everything the North Sky does above reproach? Do you think your academy is so esteemed that even a hemorrhoid can be treated like a perfume?" The North Sky Academy representative, already advanced in years, was nearly driven to apoplexy by Lin Han's barrage of insults. With a darkened expression, he stated, "Young man, do not be so overly passionate. Is being passionate not the very essence of youth? North Sky is a member of the Academy Alliance, even if you awaken a talent. If you continue to insult North Sky, I can still unite with the Academy Alliance to ban you." The Academy Alliance? Lin Han grinned. Can your North Sky Academy represent the entire Academy Alliance? It seems you North Sky folks have quite the inflated sense of self-importance. Come, go ahead and ban me. If you do not, I swear I was born of your lineage. The North Sky Academy elder was infuriated to the point of nearly losing his mind. He had spent decades in recruitment. I have never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to themselves in such a manner. Nor could I have anticipated that someone would dare to disregard the ban imposed by Baitian Academy. Very well, very well. So, you are stubborn, are you? The elder from Baitian, filled with indignation, raised his hand high and addressed the surroundings. To the heads of the other academies within the Alliance, heed my words. Baitian Academy is willing to forego the admission rights for all students possessing a grade talents or above in exchange for the authority to silence this student. As he spoke, he pointed directly at Lin Han. Upon hearing this, the representatives from the other academies inwardly cursed, recognizing the elder as a cunning fox who had truly honed his craft. It had been over a decade since any grade talent had emerged from their institution. The sole exception had been appropriated by Baitian. What was the point of such a statement if it bore no weight? Phoenix Academy consents. Ice Dragon Academy consents. Darkscale Academy consents. However, they all chose to support the elder, and not a single voice rose in defense of Lin Han. After all, this student named Lin Han was rather audacious for opposing Baitian, a confrontation that seemed hardly worth the trouble. With the Academy Alliance united in purpose, their agreement signified that from this moment forth, irrespective of the talents Lin Han might awaken, no academy would extend an offer of admission to him. Observing this scene, Lin Han scoffed. To entrust the responsibility of admissions to such short-sighted individuals only serves to underscore that your academy is hardly commendable. Such an academy alliance is one I would gladly forego. Chapter 3. Is S-Class talent really that rare? At that moment, a voice rang out. Good lad, not afraid of power. You're a fine example. If it were me, I would have gone up and slapped that woman a few times already. Upon hearing these words, the head of Baitian Academy immediately furrowed his brows, a surge of anger welling up inside him, ready to vent at the speaker. However, a glance at who it was caused him to cower. The one speaking was actually the head of the military academy. The military academy is subordinate to the military and not a member of the Academy Alliance. Even Baitian has no right to dictate to them. Generally speaking, beast tamers who awaken talents are reluctant to enter the Imperial Military Academy for a very simple reason. The military life is tough. Extremely tough. Militarized training, militarized management, and ironclad rules. Moreover, there are frequent missions. And in severe cases, students may even lose their lives. Since the military academy is not part of the Academy Alliance, it has become a target for other academies during each recruitment cycle. Whenever a promising student shows interest in the military academy, other academies inevitably offer enticing conditions to lure them away. This has resulted in the quality of students entering the military academy being relatively low at the outset, relying solely on the academy's militarized training to transform ordinary students into capable and outstanding ones. Now, the reason the military head has stepped forward to support Lin Han is primarily that Lin Han's temperament suits him well. Lin Han, you have been blacklisted. Although the old man from Baitian Academy lacked the courage to confront the head of the military academy, he did have the audacity to put on a show in front of Lin Han. With a smug smile on his face, he felt a sense of superiority. The pride of Baitian would not allow anyone to challenge it. Dare to provoke Baitian? They would be crushed. Little did he know. Lin Han paid no heed to the old man's words, instead scoffing as he said, "Blacklist me? What a joke. Let me tell you, the ones being blacklisted are you. I, Lin Han, have blacklisted your Academy Alliance." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in laughter. This kid must be out of his mind. Who gave you such confidence? Blacklist our Academy Alliance? This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. I can't stop laughing. At this moment, Meng Xiao looked at Lin Han with cold eyes, her smile growing increasingly evident. Even if he awakened a talent, Lin Han was destined to achieve nothing. No, he was a waste. How could he awaken any talent? Thus, Meng Xiao stepped forward and sneered. Lin Han, you are a complete waste. Even if you awaken a talent, it will be of low caliber, destined to remain an ordinary person. I will always keep you under my foot. And you will forever linger in obscurity, living a meager existence. At that moment, Lin Han was on the verge of laughing to tears. Holding his stomach, he chuckled. Low talent. Who told you my talent is low? Meng Xiao looked at Lin Han with disdain. Still being stubborn, Awakening teacher, please reveal Lin Han's awakening status. A waste like him must face reality to shut his mouth, upon hearing Meng Ziyao's words. The awakening teacher finally remembered the task at hand. Lin Han's talent had yet to be announced. However, when the awakening teacher glanced down at the monkey, her expression froze. She rubbed her eyes, thinking she was seeing things. Then confirmed again, her heart racing to S-Class. S-Class talent. Iron Body, Class 8, Senior 3, Lin Han. S-Class talent. Iron Body, silence, a deathly silence. Yet this silence lasted for less than 10 seconds. The next moment, the entire square erupted like water poured into hot oil, instantly boiling over. Everyone was in a frenzy. S-Class. It's actually S-Class. The only super high talent in the whole school appeared in an ordinary class student. They couldn't have misheard. At this moment, the heads of various academy alliances were dumbfounded. Their eyes wide open, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Just moments ago, they had blacklisted him, and he turned out to be S-Class talent. The old man's face from Baitian Academy turned a sickly green. Rage flooding his features. What on earth have I done? To give up on an S-Class talent for an A-Class student? How could I be so righteous? If the Academy finds out, what will the consequences be? Meng Ziyao was equally shocked, her mouth agape, that S-Class. How could a waste like Lin Han awaken S-Class talent? He is just an ordinary student from a regular class. There must be a mistake, Meng Ziyao. In a fit of hysteria, grabbed the awakening teacher, saying, "Teacher, please take a good look. He is Lin Han. He cannot possibly possess S-Class talent. Look again." Lin Han, seeing her reaction, couldn't help but show a hint of disdainful amusement. This woman truly is insufferable. Fine, if you can't handle the blow, I'll give you an even heavier one. With that thought, Lin Han said solemnly, "I do not merely possess S-Class talent. Right, awakening teacher?" Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to the awakening teacher. Could it be that there really was a mistake? The awakening teacher swallowed hard, nervously saying, I haven't finished speaking that I in addition to S-Class talent. Iron Body. Lin Han also possesses another talent, a suspected S-Class talent. I have insight. Silence. Once again, everyone fell into silence. What the hell did they just hear? An ordinary class student actually awakened dual talents? No. To be precise, it was dual S-Class talents. No, this is impossible. At that moment, the old man from Baitian Academy had turned from green to white. What exactly did I miss? I missed a once-in-a-century genius. Blacklist me. To hell with that. At this moment, the heads of the other academies looked at the head of Baitian Academy with eyes that seemed to shoot fire. If it weren't for you, old man, how could we have missed such a stunning talent? If it were just a missed opportunity, it would be one thing, for according to the Academy Alliance's rules, high-level talents can be rotated among the various academies. But alas, we've also offended him. Although they weren't the ones who initiated it. If Lin Han were to refuse their academy's invitation and hold a grudge against them, the consequences would undoubtedly lead to severe punishment from their respective higher-ups. Jointly blacklisting a dual S-Class talent. Damn. Was the head of Baitian Academy's mind filled with rubbish? If possible, the heads of the other academies wished they could pounce on the old man from Baitian Academy and tear him to shreds. What are we going to do now? The head of Baitian Academy finally couldn't hold on any longer, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Lin Han, uninterested in observing the old man's state, turned to Meng Ziyao, chuckling lightly. I remember you mentioning that your new boyfriend is also S-Class, right? TSK, is S-Class talent really that rare? Meng Ziyao's face turned pale, her lower lip nearly bleeding from biting it. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she hurriedly approached the head of Baitian Academy, saying, Teacher, don't be anxious. Lin Han's other talent is merely suspected. It doesn't necessarily mean he truly has dual S-Class talents. Just as her words fell, the old man suddenly sat up straight, raising his hand to slap Meng Ziyao across the face. Smack. The sound of the slap was incredibly loud. Meng Ziyao was stunned. Covering her face with tears in her eyes, the old man glared at her, speaking rapidly. How dare you still speak? Even if it's only suspected, he still possesses dual talents. Not to mention one is S-Class Iron Body. What are the greatest concerns for beast tamers? It's melee combat. With Iron Body, his future is limitless. It's this female student who has brought herself to this situation. Slap. Another few resounding slaps followed. Then, the old man from Baitian Academy yanked at Meng Ziyao's hair. forcing her to kneel before Lin Han, while he himself also knelt down with a thud. "Lin, my student, I'm sorry, I was wrong." The old man from Baitian Academy slapped himself across the face and continued, "Please forgive me. I was blind, I was shameless. Please forgive me. Come to Baitian Academy." Lin Han looked coldly at the two of them, sneering, "Don't say that. You're not wrong. Your Baitian Academy is so excellent. I, a mere Duel S-class talent, am unworthy of your attention." As soon as his words fell, the heads of the surrounding academies immediately reacted, flocking to Lin Han, saying, "Lin Han, you're mistaken. It's they from Baitian who are unworthy of you. We were wrong earlier. Come to our Ice Dragon Academy. All tuition fees are waived, independent apartments, training resources, and you can choose any beast you desire. Or come to our Dark Lin Academy. Besides those conditions, I can arrange for a special diamond tutor for one-on-one professional guidance. What is this? Come to our academy, and I'll have the principal personally mentor you. By the way, it's just a woman, right? Our academy has plenty of beautiful girls, as long as you come to our academy. Feel free to choose, pick as many as you want, no strings attached." Lin Han scoffed, curling his lip, coldly saying, "No, I'm just a waste of a Duel A talent. I can't afford to join your academy alliance." At that moment, the principal of Yizhong has just recovered from his astonishment. How could it be that their school has produced a genius of double A caliber? Such a phenomenon is unparalleled throughout the entire Xinglong Empire. This year, their school is bound to secure the top position in the provincial evaluations, bringing immense honor to the institution. That IT is essential to allow Lin Han the opportunity to choose his academy wisely. Thus, the principal of Yizhong hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what is the matter with all of you? Crowding around here like this has deprived our student Lin Han of air. Can't you see he can hardly breathe?" Chapter 4. The terrifying power of doubling investment. Please disperse, disperse. Those responsible for the various academies, their faces filled with dejection, reluctantly stepped back. Once Lin Han was pulled from the throng by the principal. He inquired, "Principal, after the awakening of my talent, will I be able to select my beast at the incubation center tomorrow?" The principal responded promptly, "Indeed. I will inform the incubation center of the good news. Once you arrive there, you may choose at your leisure." Furthermore, he pulled out a vial of beast enhancement potion from his pocket, smoothing out the wrinkles on his face with a smile, and said, "Lin Han, this potion will enhance your compatibility with beast. IT has been crafted by a skilled alchemist and should assist you in forming a contract with your beast more easily." Lin Han nodded. Accepting the potion, without a backward glance, he departed, neglecting to acknowledge Meng Xiao, who was kneeling on the square, disheveled and silent. Lin Han's residence is situated in an ordinary neighborhood in Sioux City at this moment. Upon returning home, he lay on his bed and checked his status panel. Host. Lin Han age, 16 level, 0 strength, 60 agility, 40 spirit, 120 constitution, 70 beasts, none talent. Iron body, S grade. Eye of the Heavenly Path, mythical grade, assets, 2.2 million investment points, 0 doubling energy. 0 Lin Han was not particularly surprised by the 2.2 million listed in his asset panel. His parents had vanished when he was 10, leaving him only a card that received over 300,000 each year that he rarely utilized the funds, viewing them as compensation for their abandonment. Moreover, since discovering his investment system, this money had transformed into a means to rapidly enhance his strength. Thus, Lin Han had chosen to retain it. Next, Lin Han contemplated how best to allocate the over 2 million he possessed. The iron body talent was sufficient for the time being, so he need not invest in it just yet. The talent's ability to fortify his body to a level comparable to steel was adequate given his current low level. Instead, he decided that it would be more prudent to invest in establishing a beast space. Ultimately, Lin Han resolved to dedicate his funds to opening a beast space after the awakening of his talent. A beast master can create a space to house, train, and provide rest for their beasts. The strength of this space directly influences the growth rate of the beasts, and the prowess of a beast master is intimately connected with their beasts. Therefore, doubling the beast space was the most fitting option for Lin Han at present. Seated on the ground, Lin Han closed his eyes, and with the 2 talents as his foundation, he began to attempt the creation of a beast space within himself. The process went remarkably smoothly. After a mere 10 minutes, Lin Han successfully established a beast space within himself. My space seems to differ from what is described in the books. Lin Han opened the beast space and discovered that it was circular and pitch black, spanning approximately 100 square meters, and oh wonder, it is said that the higher one's talent, the greater the potential. Just with the beast space, those with high talent surpass ordinary individuals by dozens or even hundreds of times. Lin Han couldn't help but exclaim. To think that some beast masters with F-grade talent only managed to create a beast space the size of a household refrigerator. System, how do I double the beast space? Calming his thoughts, Lin Han prepared to initiate the expansion of the beast space. Ding. The host can exchange every 100,000 in funds for 10 investment points. Investment points can be converted into doubling energy at a 1:1 ratio. The energy required for the first doubling is 30 points. Would you like to immediately convert your funds into investment points and exchange them for doubling energy to commence the doubling? Yes, ding. All funds have been converted into investment points. First doubling completed, with an energy input of 30 points. Congratulations, host. The beast space has successfully doubled, and a dedicated enhancement has been established. Enhancement. Lin Han's heart leaped with joy as he hurried to check what the enhancement entailed. Exclusive Enhancement 1. Rapid Growth. While within the beast space, beasts receive a 5-fold increase in growth rate. Seeing this enhancement, Lin Han was ecstatic. My goodness! This rapid growth is utterly insane. A 5-fold growth rate means that 1 day in here is equivalent to 5 days for others. And 1 year translates to 5 years. With such a foundation for training, my beasts will undoubtedly start far ahead. While others are still crawling, Lin Han will already be cruising in a supercar. Ding. The energy required for the second doubling is 60 points. Does the host wish to continue investing? Absolutely. Let us keep doubling without pause. Lin Han exclaimed extravagantly. Upon discovering the exclusive enhancements following the first doubling of the beast space, he felt as though he could treat energy like currency. Ding. Energy has been invested at 60 points, and the beast space has doubled successfully. Congratulations to the host for establishing another exclusive enhancement. Energy has been invested at 120 points, and the beast space has doubled successfully. Congratulations to the host for establishing yet another exclusive enhancement. Ding. The host lacks sufficient energy for the third doubling. Should the host wish to continue, please accumulate assets quickly to exchange for investment points and convert them into doubling energy. After hastily expending most of his investment points, the system came to an automatic halt at this moment. When Lin Han looked back at the beast space, he was astonished to find it had transformed dramatically. The current area of the space was roughly 800 square meters, approximately equivalent to a large villa. Most importantly, the enhancements were as follows. Enhancement 2. Elimination of negative states. When beasts return to the beast space, all negative states are erased, and injuries are rapidly healed. Enhancement 3. Temporary increase in quality. Beasts within the beast space temporarily receive an elevation in quality. Looking at the two newly acquired exclusive enhancements, Lin Han couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto his face. The enhancement that eliminates negative states is nothing short of miraculous. For other beast masters, dealing with conditions such as freezing, burning, dizziness, curses, sleep, and poisoning has always been a challenging endeavor. Some beasts even require specialized medical attention after suffering negative effects. Yet for Lin Han, all he needed to do was return the beast to the space, and it would be as good as new. However, Lin Han felt that his first two enhancements paled in comparison to the third, a temporary increase in quality. This is simply extraordinary. It is well known that the greatest disparity between beasts lies in their quality talent. A bronze-grade beast, despite the efforts of a beast master, struggles to learn silver-grade skills. Yet a beast within his space can temporarily elevate its quality, meaning a bronze-grade beast is effectively equivalent to a silver-grade beast within the space. It can swiftly learn numerous silver-grade skills, which implies that his beasts can employ higher-tier skills ahead of time. A supreme-grade beast could even directly utilize various divine skills. What a delightful prospect. It took Lin Han a considerable amount of time to calm his racing heart. Ding, congratulations, host. The system mall has been opened. A friendly reminder. During the novice period, there are exclusive promotional offers for purchased items. At this moment, Lin Han noticed a mall option appearing on the left side of his attribute panel. He opened the mall interface, and upon glancing at it, he could hardly contain his drool. Novice half-price promotion, blood-sucking insect divine hatchling. Mythical quality, 5 billion investment points. World Destruction Flame skill book, Divine Forbidden spell, 3 billion investment points. Leviathan's armor, Divine grade equipment, 1 billion investment points. Trident of the Sea God, Divine grade artifact, 1 billion investment points. Dark Magic Dragon Hatchling, Supreme quality, 2.5 billion investment points. Eternal Thunder Calamity skill book, Holy Forbidden spell, 1.5 billion investment points. Revival Stone, Holy Grade Artifact, 1 billion investment points. Sword of Saintly Feather, Holy Grade Equipment, 500 million investment points. Thorny Armor Beast Equipment, Golden Grade, 500 investment points. Flight Technique skill book, Silver Grade, 80 investment points. Lion's Roar Beast skill book, Silver Grade, 70 investment points. Rain Arrow Technique skill book, Silver Grade, 60 investment points. Fire Wand Bronze Equipment, 20 investment points. Stinky Bomb Bronze Equipment, 16 investment points. Beast Compatibility Potion Bronze Grade, 15 investment points. Ice Wolf Hatchling Bronze Quality, 10 investment points. Beast Induction Pill Bronze Grade, 3 investment points. To AT this moment, the dazzling array of goods in the mall left Lin Han utterly mesmerized. The items within the marketplace are not only crucial for beast masters, encompassing equipment, items, skill books, and juvenile beasts, but also include potions and gear for the beasts themselves. It is truly a treasure trove, where one can find anything imaginable. However, all these items require premium points for purchase, and the source of these points is the Star Dragon coins. Hence, I must continually pursue wealth in order to fully utilize my system. Lin Han calculated that he currently had only 10 premium points left, which were just enough to purchase a bronze-quality juvenile beast. Nevertheless, Lin Han did not rush into action. The Star Dragon Empire has a regulation that stipulates every successful beast master who awakens their talent is entitled to contract a beast for free at the Empire's Beast Hatching Center. Thus, Lin Han decided to visit the Beast Hatching Center first thing tomorrow morning. Who knows, he might just encounter a beast of sufficiently high quality. That way, he could save some money to exchange for double energy. After all, 1 point of energy is equivalent to 10,000 Star Dragon coins. Chapter 5. My comrade from the second high school, Shui Wu Shuang. Adhering to the principle of saving wherever possible, Lin Han collapsed onto his bed in silence. Awaiting the dawn of the next day, after a brief wash-up, he followed the navigation to the Beast Hatching Center. Upon arrival, an imposing atmosphere enveloped him. The Beast Hatching Center is one of the few public welfare institutions in the Star Dragon Empire. Although Lin Han had known of this place for years, he had never visited it due to his lack of awakening. Seeing it for the first time today, it was indeed grand and magnificent. The entire center is dominated by a golden hue, exuding a regal, courtly elegance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a random quest. Contract a beast. Successfully contract 1 beast. Reward 100 premium points. Lin Han, who was just walking towards the Beast Hatching Center, suddenly froze. 100 premium points? What does that even mean? That is equivalent to 1 million Star Dragon coins. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han accepted the quest. Indeed, his system had a knack for triggering hidden random tasks in unexpected places. Though he had contemplated this possibility before, he never imagined the rewards would be so bountiful. This was a staggering sum of premium points worth 1 million Star Dragon coins. The system truly was generous. With this, he could enhance his strength even further. Filled with exuberance, Lin Han proceeded into the Beast Hatching Hall. Upon entering the hall, he noticed it was teeming with people. Nearly all the high school students in the vicinity had gathered here. This was quite normal. In recent days, various high schools had commenced awakening ceremonies to assist students in awakening their talents. Thus, the crowd at the Beast Hatching Hall was to be expected. The Beast Hatching Center provides a free beast to talented students, serving as a benefit from the Empire to high schoolers. Of course, the quality of the beasts available for selection depends on the students' talents and luck. In reality, many highly talented students have been specially recruited to the Beast Academy, so most students who came here to select their beasts were of ordinary talent. To be honest, Lin Han, after falling out with the Academy Alliance, had no desire to associate with them. Otherwise, with his double S-level talent, he wouldn't have needed to contract a beast here like an ordinary student. Many regarded Lin Han's stubbornness as rather obstinate. After all, possessing double S-level talent and still choosing to contract a beast at the center was seen as a waste of his potential. If he contracted a low-level beast, it would only be his own fault. Lindsay. Before Lin Han could take his next step, a voice suddenly shattered his momentary reverie. Recognizing the rough yet familiar tone, he turned to see a hefty figure approaching. "Fat Cat, what brings you here to contract a beast too?" Lin Han smiled slightly. The fat cat, grinning broadly, waddled over. His real name was Shui Wushuang, a childhood friend of Lin Han. However, they were in different schools, with him attending the second high school, which resulted in fewer opportunities to meet. Due to his chubby stature and fondness for cats, Lin Han had affectionately nicknamed him Fat Cat. Of course, Shui Wushuang had no objections to this moniker. In fact, he cherished it dearly. "Lindsay, I heard about your glorious deeds yesterday. The awakening of Double S talent has taken the Sioux City Forum by storm. Everyone praises you as a once-in-a-century genius. The future of Sioux City now rests upon your shoulders." Fat Cat laughed heartily, his eyes devoid of jealousy, only brimming with joy for Lin Han. Lin Han had few friends growing up, with only Fat Cat consistently by his side. Their friendship was unbreakable, but he had once fantasized that Meng Xiao might be the only one in his life. But their relationship had taken a turn for the worse, and with her recent indifference, Lin Han finally saw reality clearly. However, he still had a confidant like Fat Cat, and he believed that even if the whole world turned against him, Fat Cat would remain steadfast by his side. "Hey, with my talent, Double S is nothing to boast about." Lin Han chuckled. "Oh, look who's being modest." "You really have grown humble," Fat Cat remarked with a grin. "By the way, I've already heard about that Meng Xiao situation. Don't dwell on it too much that I've seen through her. She is not worth your time. This incident should have made it clear to you." Hearing this, Lin Han forced a smile. How did this kind of news spread to the second high school? But then again, students might not be fervent about their studies, yet they were certainly passionate about juicy gossip. The speed at which this scandal spread was indeed reasonable, especially given the dramatic circumstances. A scumbag girl dumps her boyfriend only to find out he has Double S talent, leading to an embarrassing face slap. If this topic hadn't spread, it would have been a problem. However, Lin Han sighed deeply, realizing that the entire Sioux City now knew he had been cuckolded. He could only conclude that Meng Xiao's public disgrace was perhaps even more humiliating. With this thought, Lin Han felt a slight sense of equilibrium. His friend had never regarded this matter seriously. After all, she was merely a woman. Clearing his thoughts, Lin Han let out a bitter smile. "Well said," Fat Cat encouraged, patting Lin Han's shoulder. "When I have some time in a few days, what is Meng Xiao to us? I'll take you to see the world." The Heaven on Earth is a well-known entertainment venue in the Star Dragon Empire. With branches in Sioux City, only the affluent can gain entry. "Let us go pick a beast, Lin Zi." Before Lin Han could respond, Fat Cat threw an arm around his shoulder and led him forward. "Fat Cat, I haven't had the chance to ask you. What talent did you awaken?" Lin Han inquired with a smile, shaking his head to belevel talent, Frenzy. "What do you think, ISNT cool? Although I can't compare to your Double S level. I definitely won TB dragging you down," Fat Cat said proudly. "Frenzy," Lin Han nodded. "Although Frenzy is a B-level profession, it is certainly among the top tier of B-level professions, arguably half a step into A level." Despite Fat Cat's carefree demeanor, he was undeniably a genius at the second high school. After all, there were not many who awakened B-level professions throughout Sioux City. So, how about it? Am I impressive or what? Compared to me, you still have a ways to go. Lin Han replied without reservation, and the two continued their banter as they arrived at the registration area. The registration room had no staff. Only various machines, a self-service registration. How advanced? Hurry up, or we might not even get a spot in line. They began registering their identities. Over the years, the process for contracting beasts at the hatching center had been streamlined by the Empire, making it very clear-cut. After completing the first step of registration, they could queue up to select a beast egg and hatch their own beast. Confirm. Fat Cat clicked the final step. In the next moment, the large screen outside displayed Fat Cat's detailed information, indicating successful registration. However, as soon as this information appeared, it sparked a flurry of discussions among many students present. A B-level talent is already considered high-level. In this world of beasts, a higher talent signifies greater potential for growth. Understanding the process, Lin Han followed suit and clicked through. Prior to this, the Academy had already inputted their personal information by placing their identity cards on the reader. It would automatically register them. This was also to prevent cheating or identity theft among students. Name: Lin Han School. Ningchuan number 1 High School S-Class Talent. Iron Body S-Class Talent. I have insight. Oh my. Has there been a glitch in the system? Someone slapped me quickly. I think I just witnessed a dual S-class talent. Hurry, I'm a bit dazed that I seem to have seen it too. This can't possibly be true. I refuse to believe it. Why should anyone possess dual S-class talents? As soon as Lin Han's information appeared on the large screen, the students in the entire incubation center were taken aback. Chapter 6. If you are called a VIP, then you are indeed a VIP. Goodness, is there something wrong with the system? How could anyone in this world possess dual S-class talents? I must admit, it does seem a bit outrageous. An A-class talent is already extraordinary, let alone dual S-class talents. How many S-class talents could possibly exist in the entire Star Dragon Empire? Is there anyone in charge who can clarify what is happening? How could the system possibly malfunction? Is there such a remarkable individual in our city, Sue? At that moment, the office of the Beast Incubation Center was already in chaos, filled with clamorous voices. Honestly, many of the staff here have worked for years and have never encountered information about dual S-class talents. What is all the commotion about? What is going on? At the back of the Beast Incubation Center's workspace, a sturdy man furrowed his brow and inquired. He was Manager Tung, responsible for the entire operation of the Incubation Center. Manager Tung, it seems our system has malfunctioned. A student with dual S-class talent just appeared outside. One staff member exclaimed. What, malfunction? Our Beast Incubation Center has the most advanced system in the Empire. It cannot possibly malfunction. Manager Tung, in a huff, approached the workstation, flipping through Lin Han's information as he spoke. Wait a moment, Lin Han? Upon seeing Lin Han's information, Manager Tung's previously composed demeanor suddenly became agitated. Lin Han has just registered successfully. He is a new student. I remember now. The principal of Ningchuan No. 1 High School seemed to have come to me yesterday, mentioning that they had a remarkably gifted student named Lin Han who was to contract a beast. Goodness, you old fool. Why didn't you inform me that Lin Han's talent was so extraordinary? Had I known, I would have driven over to pick him up this morning. Such a genius is destined to make a name for himself in the Empire. I must befriend him. Manager Tung hurriedly checked his attire, scanning the area before determining a direction and rushing off. Meanwhile, Lin Han and Fat Cat remained stunned in place. Lin, isn't the reaction a bit too overwhelming? It seems like everyone in the Beast Incubation Center is discussing you. That I didn't expect such a strong reaction from this crowd, Lin Han admitted, feeling bewildered that in an instant, he had become the focal point of the entire scene. If we leave the registration room now, won't it cause some trouble? Let us keep a low profile. Before Lin Han could finish his sentence, a throng of gazes suddenly locked onto their direction. Lin, have we been discovered? Don't ask. We've definitely been discovered. At that moment, Lin Han envisioned a crowd surrounding him, blocking any escape, and he had no idea how long it would take to contract a beast. This was the last scenario he wished to encounter. What should we do? Fat Cat was equally taken aback by the situation. Just as the two were at a loss, a group of security personnel surged forth. Positioning themselves in front of the pair, everyone, make sure to protect student Lin Han. Do not let anyone interfere with his beast contracting. Manager Ting stood firmly beside Lin Han, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Student Lin Han, I am Tung Jibua, the manager of the Beast Incubation Center. From here, you shall follow me to the VIP passage. I will ensure you successfully complete your beast incubation. But I'm not a VIP here. Lin Han momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Tung Jibua, taken aback by this response, thought to himself, does this new student's thought process seem a bit off? Can't he see that I'm trying to extend a special privilege? But such dilemmas were no match for his seasoned experience. Manager Ting quickly replied, it's inconsequential. If I say you are a VIP, then you are indeed a VIP. Leave these troubles to me. This won't cause you any trouble, will it? Lin Han appeared harmless. Oh dear. You must come with me quickly. If we don't leave soon, everyone will notice us, and that will truly be troublesome. Manager Ting exhaled deeply that if it were anyone else, he would have exploded by now, but Lin Han's talent was simply too exceptional. He absolutely could not afford to offend him. Finally, Manager Ting forced a smile and said, Student Lin Han, it's perfectly fine. This hardly counts as trouble. Very well, but this is my friend, that if we cannot go together, then it's off. Lin Han replied calmly, having discerned the other party's intentions. It was clear that due to his talent, they wished to befriend him during the beast selection process, that he absolutely could not miss such an opportunity. Manager Tung was momentarily stunned. He noticed that Lin Han had a companion. Yet, given the circumstances, Lin Han appeared resolute. If his friend was not allowed to accompany him, he surely would refuse to go to no problem. Student Lin Han's friend is also my friend, Tung Jibua. The same treatment applies. Very well, thank you, Manager Tung. Lin Han grinned at Fat Cat. Fat Cat, of course, understood Lin Han's intention and hurriedly added, Thank you, Manager Tung. No need for thanks. Let us proceed. Manager Tung felt utterly exhausted. If it were a normal person, they would have already followed him, but this fellow named Lin Han was completely unpredictable. All right. Lin Han ceased his hesitation and followed Manager Tung to a room designated as the VIP lounge. Student Lin, you truly are as handsome as the rumors suggest. Placing a plate of fruits aside, Manager Tung began to flatter. What do the rumors say about me? Lin Han raised an eyebrow, taking a bite of an apple. Tung Jibua was momentarily at a loss for words. This was not how it was supposed to go. He was merely being polite, and yet Lin Han had taken the bait. Were it not for his Duel S-class talent, who would even recognize him? But having already ventured this far, Manager Tung swallowed hard and continued. The rumors say you are dashing, with striking features and captivating eyes that I in an instant. Manager Liu had exhausted every compliment he could muster. Handsome indeed. Lin Han listened with satisfaction, and upon seeing the other party at a loss for words, he finally remarked, I never imagined Manager Tung had heard so many rumors about me. Of course. Manager Tung wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, just as he was about to celebrate his escape when Fat Cat interjected. I am Lin Han's close friend. I wonder if Manager Tung has heard any rumors about me. What the heck? Manager Tung felt utterly defeated that if he could accept praising Lin Han, after all, he was exceptionally gifted. But who the heck had heard of this person? Yet, seeing Lin Han's expectant gaze, he slowly began, I've heard. The rumors say you, too, are dashing, with striking features and captivating eyes. Finally, Lin Han couldn't bear to see the other party's suffering. It seems Manager Tung truly values US. IT is only right. Manager Tung forced a smile, but after the earlier incident, he quickly continued, Student Lin Han, this should be your first visit to the Beast Incubation Center. Correct? May I explain how everything works? Sure, I appreciate it, Manager Tung. Lin Han replied with a smile. The Beast Incubation Center is directly managed by the imperial capital of the Star Dragon Empire, and it is divided into two areas. The primary incubation area and the advanced incubation area. Our main duty is to accommodate students like you, who have just awakened in their senior year and are about to graduate. Chapter 7. This must be the all-seeing eye. However, to be frank, I am not afraid to share with you, Student Lin. Although our Beast Incubation Center is open for free and does not charge students, not all students can enter the advanced area to select their beasts. In general, the lower area is reserved for those with lesser talents or those from less affluent backgrounds that I believe, with your intelligence, you now understand the criteria for entering the advanced area, so I want to elaborate further. Manager Ting spoke slowly, then looked at Lin Han. This time, Lin Han did not refute. Instead, he nodded that in truth. This point did not require further explanation from Manager Tung. He could already surmise it. After all, this matter was quite apparent. The Empire's resources are not infinite. Naturally, they must allocate the primary resources to those who genuinely need cultivation, that if anyone with any talent could access substantial resources, it would lead to an inefficient utilization of those resources. Thus, they can only invest heavily in those with high potential. After all, an individual's talent essentially determines the path they will tread in the future. That IT is precisely for this reason. It is widely acknowledged throughout the Empire that it would be unwise to squander excessive resources on an individual of meager talent. Observing Lin Han's expression, Manager Ting understood that the other party grasped this principle as well. That he continued, of course, with Lin's talent, selecting a beast at the advanced hatching base is entirely unproblematic. Lin Han was acutely aware that possessing a double S-level talent was considered exceptional, both in Sioux City and the entire Empire. Naturally, he would receive focus cultivation. One must remember that the Empire has always invested considerable effort in nurturing individuals with high talent. Lin, you may not have a clear concept of the advanced hatching base. So let me put it this way. Many affluent and influential families, if they have offspring with mediocre talent, will leverage connections to send them to the advanced hatching base. Do you know why? Manager Tung left a tantalizing pause. Why? Lin Han inquired. Luck. Lin Han was perplexed, failing to comprehend Manager Tung's meaning. Manager Ting chuckled and elaborated. It is quite literal that if these offspring are fortunate, they might contract a rare or even epic qualified beast cub, which would significantly aid in their enhancement of strength. Thus, many are willing to take the chance that, of course, there have been successful precedents in this regard. Understanding dawned on Lin Han. Having just awakened his profession, he was not well versed in such matters. Manager Tung's explanation illuminated his understanding. So, now you comprehend our concept of the advanced hatching base, Mr. Lin. Manager Ting noted with satisfaction at Lin Han's expression. However, this aspect has no correlation with talent. So I cannot guarantee that Mr. Lin will hatch a high-level beast at the advanced hatching base. Therefore, should you not hatch a commendable beast, it is not our responsibility. I understand, Lin Han acknowledged, grasping Manager Tung's implication. If he were to draw an impressive beast, he would owe the manager a favor. Conversely, if nothing of value was drawn, it would bear no consequence on their part. This was something he could accept. I could continue speaking endlessly, but if you have no further questions, shall we proceed? Very well. I shall trouble you to lead the way, Manager Tung. Subsequently, the group exited through a different door from the VIP room, navigating several turns until they arrived at an exceptionally grand chamber. The room sides were lined with an array of beast eggs, indicating it was the designated area for storing various beast eggs. Here lies the collection of advanced beast eggs, Lin. The labels before each egg contain detailed information about the beasts. You may select one, and simply inform me if any catch your fancy. All right, I will take a look. Lin Han nodded. Yet the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. To his astonishment, he realized that every beast egg he observed displayed information far more detailed than what was recorded on the labels. Race, Flame Fox, Fire Type, Qualification, Bronze Level Skill, Flame Roar Beginner, Description. A common fox species, naturally capable of controlling flames while gathering in groups. Evolution Path. 1. After 1 evolution, can advance to Blazing Fox Silver Level 2. After 2 evolutions, can advance to Explosive Fox Gold Level Note. Due to racial restrictions, the Flame Fox can evolve a maximum of 3 times, ultimately becoming the Explosive Fox Platinum level. What is this? The ability of the Eye of Creation? The evolution paths were almost too extraordinary. Lin Han was utterly astounded. Though he was aware that his Eye of Creation was a mythical level ability, it was only upon actual usage that he realized it was not merely useful. It was astonishing. This was no ordinary Eye of Creation. It was akin to an all-knowing eye. As long as he possessed this ability, he could discern the intricacies of many troublesome matters that required luck at a mere glance. This was a coveted ability that countless individuals yearned for. To think it had manifested within him. With renewed vigor, Lin Han turned his attention to another beast egg. Race, Gale Wolf, Wine Type, Qualification, Bronze Level Skill. Hurricane Charge, Beginner, Description, a common wolf species. Gathering in packs with an innate ability to manipulate hurricanes. Evolution Path. 1. After 1 evolution, can advance to Storm Wolf Silver Level 2. After 2 evolutions, can advance to Tempest Wolf Gold Level Note. Due to racial restrictions, the Gale Wolf can evolve a maximum of 3 times, ultimately becoming the Tempest Wolf Platinum level. Next, Lin Han began to survey his surroundings. Soon, he discovered that although the beast eggs at the advanced hatching base were not exclusively bronze level, and a few were silver level, their qualifications were still rather unimpressive. Even after evolution, their qualifications lingered around the rare and epic levels, with the beasts hatching at most reaching the platinum or diamond levels. The quality was far from what he had envisioned. It was disappointingly subpar. Even with evolution, they could only reach platinum or diamond levels. This fell short of Lin Han's psychological threshold for contracting a beast. He needed at least one with legendary qualifications. For a moment, Lin Han found himself at a loss for words, his dissatisfaction with the outcome palpable. Had he not possessed the Eye of Creation, it might have been easier to accept. But now that he wielded such a remarkable ability, how could he settle for less? He continued to observe intently. Maximum growth to platinum level, maximum growth to platinum level, maximum growth to platinum level. Why was it that regardless of the number of evolutions, all the beast eggs here could only support growth to platinum level? Lin Han was bewildered. He had examined dozens of beast eggs, none of which could surpass the diamond level restriction. How could he possibly accept such results? Lin, if you found a beast egg that interests you, please inform me. and I will fetch it for you immediately. Meanwhile, Manager Tung maintained his consistently amiable demeanor. Chapter 8. I wish to explore the lower district. Faced with Manager Tung's urging, Lin Han was in no hurry. The beasts in this advanced district simply did not meet his desired outcomes. To Tio squander this opportunity, here would be an utter waste. Noticing Lin Han's hesitation, Manager Tung gestured to a nearby staff member. Soon, a worker approached, carrying a blood-red beast egg. What is this? Lin Han blinked in surprise that in the next moment, information regarding this beast egg appeared before his eyes. Race, bloodthirsty bear, fire-type qualification, silver level skill, frenzy, beginner, description, a solitary species of bear, never gathering in groups, known for its explosive combat power when faced with danger. Evolution path. 1. After 1 evolution, can advance to Frenzied Bear Gold level 2. After 2 evolutions, can advance to Hell Bear Platinum level node. Due to racial restrictions, the bloodthirsty bear can evolve a maximum of 3 times, ultimately becoming the earth-shattering bear Diamond level. The bloodthirsty bear. This beast egg's quality was indeed superior to the previous ones. However, it still fell short of Lin Han's expectations that if it could only evolve to Diamond level, it would impose significant limitations on his future path. Lin Han, this beast egg has been specially entrusted to me by the principal of Ningchuan No. 1 High School yesterday. Its quality is considered quite remarkable among our collection. Were it not for your esteemed status, I would be reluctant to part with it. Manager Ting remarked with a pained expression that this not sufficient. At this point, Manager Tung was brimming with confidence. Yet his words contained an element of truth. This bloodthirsty bear egg was indeed one of the higher-tier specimens at this hatching center. Many had previously requested it, but he had never acquiesced. This time, his willingness stemmed from his long-standing friendship with the principal of Ningchuan No. 1 High School, coupled with Lin Han's exceptional talent. Should he assist Lin Han, it could foster a favorable relationship once Lin Han emerged as a powerful figure in the future. There's no rush, Manager Tung. I wish to explore the lower district first. The moment these words were spoken, the entire room fell into an extraordinary silence. Mr. Lin Han, what did you just say? Lin, are you certain you didn't misspeak? Lin Han calmly regarded the others, responding with composure. I did not misspeak. I genuinely wish to explore the lower district. Manager Tung, momentarily taken aback, hastily replied, Lin Han, perhaps you did not fully grasp what I explained earlier. But that's all right that I can reiterate. Lin Han smiled. There's no need to trouble yourself. Manager Tung, that I comprehended your earlier explanation. I merely wish to take a look at the lower district, that I never claimed I was set on selecting a beast in the lower district. Lin Han, my dear fellow, the low-level zone offers little of interest. It is a place one can choose to visit or entirely forego. The quality of the beast contracts there is utterly incomparable to that of our esteemed high-level zone. Furthermore, the egg of the bloodthirsty bear far surpasses any creature from the low-level zone in terms of quality. My counsel is to refrain from venturing there. Instead, let us swiftly hatch the contract for the bloodthirsty bear. Manager Tung hastily urged, genuinely apprehensive of Lin Han making the foolish decision to sign with a low-level beast. Frankly speaking, this young man's line of thinking truly baffles him. The finest beast eggs are plainly before him, and yet he insists on exploring the low-level zone. Is this not sheer folly? If Lin Han were to select a beast egg from the low-level zone, it would be an egregious waste of his double S-level talent. This is no trivial matter. Nevertheless, we might as well take a look. Lin Han remained resolute in his conviction that the bloodlines of beasts in the high-level zone were simply too inferior. Such a choice would offer him no advantage for his future. Thus, he wished to try his luck in the low-level zone. Better to risk a chance than to miss an opportunity, who knows? Perhaps there exists a beast egg of even greater potential in the low-level zone. That could be his ticket to success. If all else fails, he could always rely on the bloodthirsty bear. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. Lin Zi, give this matter some serious thought. Signing a beast contract is not a trivial endeavor. Should you not reconsider? Fei Mao chimed in anxiously. Despite having spent considerable time with Lin Han, he never anticipated such a situation. How could a rational person make such a choice? It is utterly preposterous. Who would turn down a high-level beast in favor of one from the low-level zone? This is not a mere shopping trip. I never said I intended to select one from the low-level zone. I only wish to take a look, Lin Han said with a wry smile. Very well, Lin Han. Since you wish to have a look, we shall accompany you. Manager Tung understood that persuading Lin Han was futile. He was as stubborn as a mule. If he wished to explore the low-level zone, then so be it, though it would be a bother. He could hardly be bothered. Then I must trouble you, Manager Tung. Lin Han smiled apologetically. It is no trouble at all. Serving you, Lin Han, is my honor. And so, with Manager Tung leading the way, a group of individuals set forth to the low-level zone. Lin Han, this is the low-level zone. Since you wish to explore, feel free to browse here, Manager Tung said, preparing to let Lin Han roam. The disparity between the products of the low-level zone and those of the high-level zone was glaringly obvious, and he did not believe Lin Han would be foolish enough to choose a beast from the low-level zone. Lin Han expressed his gratitude and began to wander about the low-level zone. The other staff members exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the thoughts of such a genius. What could possibly be intriguing about the low-level zone? Ignoring the stares of others, Lin Han diligently scanned his surroundings. Species: Black Armored Ant. Earth type: Qualification: Bronze level skills. Black Armor Beginner. Description: a common ant species, inherently social with a strict hierarchy. Naturally possesses construction abilities. Evolution path: 1. After 1 evolution, it can evolve into Silver Armored Ant. Silver level. 2. After 2 evolutions, it can evolve into Golden Armored Ant. Gold level. Note: due to species limitations, the Black Armored Ant can evolve a maximum of 3 times into Platinum Armored Ant. Platinum level. This will not do. Lin Han continued his search. Species: Black Wind Bug. Fire type. Qualification: Bronze level skills. Wing Flap Beginner. Description: a common insect species. Solitary by nature, never socializing, inherently possesses high-speed movement abilities. Evolution path: 1. After 1 evolution, it can evolve into Iron Armored Bug. Silver level. 2. After 2 evolutions, it can evolve into Steel Patterned Bug. Gold level. Note: due to species limitations, the Steel Patterned Bug can evolve a maximum of 3 times into Golden Armored Bug. Platinum level. This quality is also rather subpar. Lin Han furrowed his brow. He continued to peruse dozens of beast eggs, yielding no worthwhile discoveries. The beast eggs here were predominantly of bronze level qualification, indeed far inferior to those in the high-level zone. Chapter 9. Just how much do you like turtles? Lin Han pressed on, and eventually, he discovered several beast eggs with rather impressive qualifications, some even surpassing those in the high-level zone. This revelation brightened his spirits immensely. Manager, I sense a spark of excitement in Lin Han's eyes. Could it be he has set his sights on a particular beast egg from the low-level zone? A staff member whispered. Upon hearing this, Manager Tung was taken aback, asserting, "Do not speak such ill omens." Lin Han is no fool. Any normal individual who has visited the high-level zone would never choose a beast from the low-level zone. Yet, Lin Han's thought process, the staff member chuckled bitterly. Lin Han continued forward. Suddenly, he halted before a beast egg labeled Xianfeng Turtle. According to the information provided by the Beast Hatching Center, this was merely an exceedingly ordinary beast egg. Yet, through Lin Han's discerning eye, he perceived an entirely different reality. Species: Candle Turtle. Water type. Rock type. Qualification: Legendary level skills. Water Arrow Triple Shot. Diamond Wall. Description: contains a trace of the Xuanwu bloodline, inherently capable of manipulating water and rock. Evolution path: 1. After 1 evolution, it can evolve into Xuanwu, King level. 2. After 2 evolutions, it can evolve into Dark Xuanwu, Peerless level. 3. After 3 evolutions, it can evolve into Sky Devouring Xuanwu, Saint level. 4. After 4 evolutions, it can evolve into Xuanwu Ancestor Emperor, Mythical level. This is far from an ordinary Xianfeng Turtle beast egg. Lin Han's breath quickened. A legendary level beast. How could such a beast egg appear in the low-level zone? This was truly astonishing. When the mountains and rivers seem insurmountable, a glimmer of hope appears unexpectedly. He never anticipated that he would indeed discover such an extraordinary beast egg in the low-level zone. Lin Han's heart raced with uncontainable joy. In his view, the Beast Hatching Center had merely misjudged this egg as belonging to the Xianfeng Turtle. Such an extraordinary beast egg, if auctioned externally, would fetch an outrageous price. Yet here he was, fortunate enough to stumble upon it. If Manager Tung were to learn of this, he would surely regret it immensely. Lin Han endeavored to calm himself, though his excitement was impossible to suppress. An evolution path leading to a mythical level beast. This could hardly be attributed to mere luck. It was all thanks to the beast hatching center's misidentification of this egg S species. Otherwise, he would never have had the chance to acquire it. How splendid! Absolutely splendid. Lin Han resolutely decided that he would sign for this beast egg today. Not even the arrival of Jesus could deter him. Manager Tung. Hearing Lin Han call out to him, Manager Tung approached joyfully, surmising that Lin Han had realized the low-level zone was entirely inadequate and wished to return to the high-level zone. However, Lin Han's next words left him utterly stunned. Manager Tung, I wish to sign for this Xianfeng turtle beast egg. Is that acceptable? Lin Han, please hold. Did I hear you correctly? Are you certain you wish to sign for this Xianfeng turtle? Manager Tung inquired urgently. Lin Han nodded affirmatively, stating with utmost certainty, Yes, I absolutely intend to sign for this Xianfeng turtle. Upon hearing Lin Han's declaration, everyone immediately approached. Lin Han, please reconsider. This Xianfeng turtle simply does not befit your talent. Indeed, with your talent, the Xianfeng turtle is a flagrant waste of your potential. Lin Han, our high-level zone has many beast eggs. We can assist you in selecting something suitable. Manager Tung and the staff began to urge him. Initially, Manager Tung thought Lin Han's visit was merely for a casual look. Never did he imagine he was genuinely serious. Who would forsake the beast eggs of the high-level zone in favor of those from the low-level zone? He had never believed it until today, when he witnessed it firsthand, standing right before him. Were it an ordinary individual, he would not have bothered. Yet, who is Lin Han? A double-level talent from Wuzhou. He is not only the hope of Wuzhou, but also the future of the entire Xinglong Empire. How could someone of such caliber choose such an inferior Xianfeng turtle? This is a complete waste of his noble talent. Has his mind gone awry? A person with such high potential choosing a lowly beast egg. What a foolish decision. Were it not for Lin Han standing before him, he would be tempted to unleash a tirade of expletives. Simultaneously, Xue Wushuang was equally perplexed by Lin Han's decision, hastily interjecting, Lindsay, are you serious? This Xianfeng turtle seems rather underwhelming. Did I ask this not a waste of your talent? Lin Han shook his head, smiling. Fear not. I feel a profound connection with this beast egg. It may very well yield unexpected surprises. Although Fei Mao felt a sense of regret for Lin Han, he refrained from voicing his concerns regarding Lin Han's decision. After all, once Lin Han had resolved to proceed in such a manner, there must surely be a rationale behind it. Perhaps Lindsay truly harbored his own thoughts. After contemplating for a while, Fei Mao ceased his attempts to persuade him. However, Manager Tung, seemingly unwilling to give up, remarked, Lin, why don't we return to the high-level district and take a closer look? The bloodthirsty bear is undoubtedly superior to this Xianfeng turtle. Isn't it? Manager Tung, I appreciate your concern, but my mind is made up. Lin Han replied with unwavering certainty at that moment. Manager Tung found himself at a loss for words. This young man was utterly impervious to advice. Such a foolish decision had been made with such finality. It is worth noting that beast masters are permitted to sign a contract with only one beast at each level, and untangling that bond requires a substantial cost. In all honesty, even if one were willing to pay, severing the bond is not an easy feat. This action is nothing short of reckless. With a double S-tier talent, he chose a bronze-level Xianfeng turtle in the first stage. Was he jesting with his own future? Such a prodigious talent wasted on a subpar beast egg is a decision no rational person would make. As the persuasion continued, Lin Han merely smiled and said nothing further. Seeing this, Manager Tung could only resign himself to the situation, stating, Since you have made your decision, there is little more we can say. Thank you, Manager Tung. Lin Han replied with a smile, and without further ado, he cradled the Xianfeng turtle beast egg as if it were a treasured possession. Such a splendid item. He would not let it out of his sight. Should he lose it, it would be a regret he would carry for a lifetime. Manager Ting watched this scene, feeling somewhat speechless. What on earth does this fellow see in this wretched turtle? Chapter 10. The First Beast, Candle Turtle. In light of Lin Han's resolute demeanor, Manager Ting ultimately acquiesced. After all, the decision of which beast to sign lay solely with Lin Han. While Tung wished to assist, there was little he could do if Lin Han proved obstinate. He could only assist him in completing the remaining formalities. Lin Han, from this moment onward, this beast egg belongs to you, Manager Ting said, his face etched with disappointment that he lamented that it was not he who possessed such an extraordinary talent. Thank you for your assistance today, Manager Tung. Otherwise, I might not have succeeded for some time, Lin Han replied, beaming with joy. However, at that moment, Manager Tung's expression darkened, and he was disinclined to continue engaging with Lin Han. With a sense of resignation, Lin Han bid farewell. Yet before departing, he pulled Fei Mao aside and whispered, Fei Mao, although I know you wish to select a feline beast, I strongly recommend you choose the Holy Light Grass Beast Egg from the lower district. Holy Light Grass. What is that? Fei Mao was momentarily bewildered by Lin Han's words. Regardless of what it is, if you trust me for the sake of your future, choose this beast egg. You will not regret it. Lin Han urged earnestly. All right, I'll take a look shortly, Fei Mao replied, albeit still confused that go ahead and choose first. I shall return home, that if anything arises, just give me a call, Lin Han said before they parted ways. After bidding farewell, Lin Han hurried home, clutching the Xianfeng turtle beast egg. Today truly was fortuitous. As Lin Han gazed at the beast egg before him, which was in fact the candle turtle, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Without hesitation, he retrieved the beast potion that the principal had entrusted to him the previous day and consumed it. Moments later, the beast egg began to show signs of hatching as seconds ticked by. The egg started to crack, and eventually, a fragment of the shell fell away. Lin Han's breath quickened as he looked up to see a tiny paw emerging from within. The little paw exerted considerable effort, followed by another tiny paw joining it. The broken shell gradually yielded to the two small paws, revealing an adorably dazed little head. Upon seeing Lin Han, it appeared to smile at him. Did I the eye of fortune functioning properly? This legendary beast seems rather endearing, Lin Han mused, momentarily perplexed. The candle turtle gradually emerged completely from its shell, inching toward Lin Han and climbing onto his shoulder, nuzzling its face against his cheek. All right, that tickles. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Lin Han had no choice but to accept this reality. From the moment of awakening, the method of signing a beast was imprinted in one's mind alongside their talent. Moreover, throughout high school, teachers would repeatedly instruct students to ensure that when the time came to sign a beast, no mishaps would occur. Although Lin Han had never attempted this before, he felt somewhat familiar with the process. Thus, he began to initiate the signing contract with the candle turtle, following the methods he had learned. For the final step, he reached out to make contact with the beast. Lin Han's heart raced once more. If successful, he would officially sign a complete contract with the candle turtle, but if he failed, he would squander this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity despite his worries. Lin Han placed his hand upon the candle turtle. Suddenly, an inexplicable force connected him to the creature that a warm current flowed through his outstretched hand, gradually filling his entire being, enveloping him in comfort as if he were being reborn, in the depths of his being. It felt as if an invisible iron chain tethered him to the candle turtle. Is this a successful signing? Lin Han pondered, uncertain of what was transpiring. After all, this was his first contract, and there remained aspects he did not fully comprehend. Yet in the next moment, a panel appeared on his occupational interface. Candle turtle qualification, legendary race. Xuanwu bloodline, thin, level. 0 strength, 542 agility, 520 spirit, 510 physique, 586 skills. Water arrow triple shot, rapidly shoots water arrows from its mouth. Diamond wall, creates a wall around itself from nearby materials. Is this what it means to successfully sign? Lin Han felt exhilarated upon viewing the information panel of the candle turtle. From this moment on, he was officially a qualified beast master. This had been his dream for many years. Only by truly becoming a beast master could he establish himself in this world. Strength reigns supreme. This is the survival law of this realm. No amount of wealth holds sway. In this world, only strength can represent everything. And he had officially embarked on this path. How could he not feel elated? Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Random task. Sign a beast completed. Task reward. 100 Krypton gold points. He had done it. Even if he had previously doubted, the appearance of this task validated that he had indeed successfully signed the candle turtle. He then turned his attention to his occupational panel. Host. Lin Han age, 16 level, 0 strength, 60 agility, 40 spirit, 120 physique, 70 beast. Candle turtle, level 0. Talent. Iron body, S level. Eye of heaven, mythical level. Assets. 0 Krypton gold points, 100 doubling energy. 0 indeed, the points had been credited. Lin Han's excitement was beyond measure. The Krypton gold points worth 1 million Star Dragon coins had been successfully deposited. However, at that moment, Lin Han discovered something astonishing. What on earth were the Candle Turtle's attributes? All of its base values had reached an astonishing 500? Was that not a bit excessive? In comparison, his own base values barely reached the tens, with only his spirit at 120, yet the Candle Turtle, despite being the same level, surpassed him by more than 5 times, and its physique was nearly 600, which was 8 times greater than his. Wasn't this rather outrageous? Lin Han believed his own talent to be unparalleled, even on a global scale, yet the disparity between humans and beasts left him in awe. Or was it simply that the Candle Turtle was exceptionally strong? After all, it possessed a trace of the Xuanwu bloodline, making its strength somewhat justified. Yet this did leave Lin Han feeling somewhat discontented. Chapter 11. Learning Silver-Level Skills. Upon further reflection, the Candle Turtle was his beast, regardless of its prowess. Lin Han meticulously examined the details of the Candle Turtle's skills, noting its offensive and defensive capabilities, albeit of a relatively low tier. Nevertheless, they should suffice to handle any dangers he might encounter at his current level. Moreover, he had a system at his disposal. Acquiring skill books would be far easier for him than for others. As long as he possessed sufficient Krypton gold points, he should be able to purchase them within his system. This was certainly convenient. Lin Han began to feel increasingly excited. With 100 Krypton gold points at his disposal, he eagerly entered the shop to browse. Initially, he contemplated attempting to elevate the Candle Turtle's qualifications. However, upon seeing the price, he immediately withdrew his hand. 999? Are you serious? Are you trying to take my life? Lin Han couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he had anticipated this moment, the price still took him aback. That TO enhanced the Zhu Gui's qualifications by just 1 tier. It would cost a staggering 999 times the energy, amounting to a whopping 99 million Star Dragon coins. Is this truly the Zhu Gui that possesses a trace of the Xuanwu bloodline? To elevate its talent to the king level requires such an exorbitant sum. What if he wanted to reach the next tier, or even the ultimate Xuanwu ancestor level? Lin Han dared not even imagine. Perhaps by that time, the sum required would not merely be in the tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of Star Dragon coins. Terrifying, and to amass such a fortune, he doubted he could ever earn tens or even hundreds of billions of Star Dragon coins, not just in this lifetime, but even across several lifetimes. Therefore, he could only rely on the tasks issued by the system to accumulate premium points. Lin Han had already tasted the sweetness of completing the task of contracting beasts, and could only hope that future tasks would be simpler and yield even higher rewards. Lin Han set a clear goal. Yet, he was acutely aware that the chances of success in this endeavor were exceedingly slim. Rather than dwelling on such thoughts, it would be more prudent to consider which items to select to bolster his strength. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at his answer. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a vial of Beast Upgrade Elixir, 60 premium points. This price was relatively acceptable to him, and it would rapidly enhance his abilities. A truly advantageous endeavor. Subsequently, he had no intention of saving the remaining premium points, opting instead to purchase a skill book, Ice Blade. The Zhu Gui's innate abilities allowed it to manipulate both earth and water attributes, making this Ice Blade the most suitable skill for it thus far. Although the Water Arrow Triple Shot was also an offensive skill, it was somewhat inferior for the Zhu Gui. The current zero-level Zhu Gui required a robust skill to maintain their advantage. Yet, they were lacking in one crucial aspect. The Water Arrow Triple Shot's level was too low to in combat against other beasts. It might not suffice to secure a favorable outcome. However, this Silver-tier Ice Blade could swiftly eliminate that anxiety. Initially, he was quite conflicted. After all, having the Zhu Gui learn a Silver-tier skill book at this stage did indeed place some pressure on him. However, times had changed. Following yesterday's doubling, his beast space had increased by 3, allowing for enhanced innate abilities for his beasts. This meant the Zhu Gui could indeed learn Silver-tier skills with a 100 success rate. Such an opportunity was the dream of countless beast masters. It is important to note that even a beast learning a skill of the same tier does not guarantee a 100 success rate, let alone cross-tier learning. Hence, Lin Han decisively used the remaining 40 premium points to acquire this skill. Lin Han turned his attention inward to the beast space. At that moment, an energy sphere hovered in midair. This energy sphere was the so-called skill book. The skill book radiated a blue light, and a faint chill wafted through the surroundings, faintly revealing what appeared to be an ice blade within. Although Ice Blade was classified as a low-tier skill book, it was undoubtedly one of the outstanding among the low tiers. Lin Han directed his consciousness to maneuver the Ice Blade, gently guiding it toward the Zhu Gui. Prior to this, he had already summoned the Zhu Gui back to the beast space. The next moment, the Ice Blade seamlessly integrated into the Zhu Gui's body. Nothing seemed to transpire. The entire beast space remained tranquil. Lin Han's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that he had failed? This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Wasn't it stated that an increase of 3 would enable beasts to learn skills across tiers? Why was the system throwing a curveball now? System, come out and explain yourself. Even as Lin Han vented his frustrations, the beast space remained undisturbed with nothing occurring. Yet Lin Han slowly became aware that, at this moment, the Zhu Gui's information panel displayed the Ice Blade skill. It was a success, system. I was just joking earlier. Don't take it to heart. This is my first time being a traveler. Please forgive me. Lin Han's demeanor shifted instantly, and he hastily changed his tone. He then fed the recently purchased beast upgrade potion to the Zhu Gui. The moment it was consumed, the Zhu Gui's information panel began to rapidly fluctuate. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 8, Level 9. It finally came to a halt at this point. Lin Han exhaled deeply, astonished that it had risen a full 9 levels. The Zhu Gui, however, seemed unfazed, smacking its lips, gazing at Lin Han with a look of yearning that he understood that this was indeed a valuable item, but that single vial cost him 60 premium points, leaving him financially drained. Lin Han let out a wry smile. The Zhu Gui understood his meaning and lowered its head in disappointment. Lin Han ignored it, instead focusing on the Zhu Gui's attribute panel. Zhu Gui qualifications: Legendary race, Thin Xuanwu bloodline level, 9 strength, 1842 agility, 1520 spirit, 1410 constitution, 1986. Isn't this growth rate a bit too rapid? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. However, considering the Zhu Gui's attributes, it wasn't excessive to be a bit exaggerated. After all, it possessed a trace of the Xuanwu bloodline and was of legendary qualifications, so its growth rate was naturally incomparable to mere material wealth. The more extraordinary the Zhu Gui's attributes became, the more Lin Han anticipated how astonishing it would be should it ascend to mythic level in the future. Just then, Lin Han's phone rang, abruptly pulling his thoughts back to the real world. Fei Mao. Hadn't he just parted ways with him? Although puzzled, he decisively answered the call. Hello? What's the matter? Chapter 12. 30 million bonus? Fei Mao, what's going on? Lin Han asked, bewildered. The next moment, an excited voice came from the other end. Lindsay, you're incredible. Initially, I was hesitating between different feline beasts, but in the end, I decisively chose the holy light grass you recommended. Guess what? It turned out to be an epic tier holy light grass. I've struck it rich. I never imagined my first beast would be an epic tier 1. Lindsay, how can I properly thank you for this? Lin Han could clearly hear the excitement in Fei Mao's voice. If you wish to express your gratitude, then treat me to a meal sometime. Absolutely. I'm more than willing to, Fei Mao readily agreed, saying that if Lin Han wanted to eat 10 meals, he would have no issue with that. All right, I'll be looking forward to it. Lin Han had previously worried that Fei Mao might not heed his recommendation to choose the holy light grass. But it seemed that he had overthought IT. IT wasn't entirely his fault to have such concerns. They had been friends since childhood, and he knew Fei Mao's character well. He adored cats, at times. Lin Han even suspected that if it came down to a choice between saving himself or a cat, Fei Mao would unhesitatingly choose the cat. It appeared that it wasn't quite that pathological after all. Had he not chosen the holy light grass, it would have truly been a significant loss. This holy light grass was the second best entity he had encountered in the lower level area, just after the Zhu Gui. An epic tier beast was an immense stroke of luck for someone who had just awakened. Moreover, judging by Fei Mao's tone, he must have successfully contracted it. By the way, Lindsay, what beast did you awaken? With your keen eye to have given me the epic tier holy light grass, your awakened beast must surely be even more extraordinary, Fei Mao suddenly inquired. Lin Han had no intention of concealing anything. In truth, Fei Mao was the person he trusted the most in this world. Not much, just a legendary tier Zhu Gui, slightly stronger than yours, but that's still quite all right. Legendary tier? Fei Mao's tone remained steady initially, but soon it grew quieter, descending into silence. Suddenly, he burst out, Legendary tier? You've managed to contract a legendary tier beast? Indeed. Lin Han anticipated this reaction and could only respond with a wry smile. Wow. Lindsay, I've never encountered a legendary tier beast in my life. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? My goodness, give me a moment to process. It feels like my worldview is collapsing. Fei Mao gasped, his speech becoming increasingly incoherent. Lin Han chuckled wryly. It's not that dramatic. It's merely a legendary tier beast that didn't you also find an epic tier 1. He had originally intended to share that the Zhu Gui was already at level 9, but upon hearing Fei Mao's emotional response, he ultimately decided to keep it to himself, but he was genuinely afraid that Fei Mao might faint from the shock. That's not the same. I've never seen anyone contract a legendary tier beast as their first. Not to mention how many people go through their entire lives without ever signing a contract with a legendary tier beast. The tone of the plump cat was anything but calm as it continued. I must ask, why did you refuse the bloodthirsty bear beast egg that the principal procured for you? With such a legendary beast egg in your possession, who would desire that rubbish? Given that the plump cat had also signed a contract for an epic level beast, it regarded the silver level beast eggs with disdain. Once one possesses something of higher caliber, one's perspective naturally elevates as well. Well, it's fine, Lin Han replied helplessly. Had I known the reaction would be this intense, I wouldn't have mentioned it. Lindsay, with your double S talent paired with this legendary beast qualifications, wouldn't you be destined to sweep through the entire Sioux City? It seems that 30 million is truly meant for you. The plump cat exclaimed with a sense of awe. 30 million? What 30 million? Lin Han asked, feeling somewhat bewildered. The plump cat paused. You can't possibly not know, can you? Know what? Stop teasing and just tell me. Lin Han urged. Goodness, Lindsay, has your family lost internet access? The plump cat said with exasperation before explaining, but it makes sense. Not many are aware of this news that I thought the school would have informed you given your double S talent. After all, our Sioux City has produced a genius like you with double S talent, along with that A-grade talent from Meng Xiao, so the Empire has bestowed upon us the highest reward. The top scorer of this unified examination will receive a reward of 30 million Star Dragon coins. And that's not all. Not only will there be a reward of 30 million Star Dragon coins, but it is rumored that there will be substantial additional rewards as well, something that has never happened in our Sioux City before. This is a special bonus given to us by the Empire. 30 million Star Dragon coins? This time, Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. What does 30 million Star Dragon coins even mean? That's a staggering 3,000 points of in-game currency. If he were to possess those 3,000 points, it would be enough to catapult him to success. Not only could it elevate Zhu Gui's qualifications by a level, but he could also purchase numerous items, even upgrade the beast space further. Such news left him feeling quite unsettled. Is this news true? Lin Han quickly inquired. That of course it's true. Do you doubt my word? The plump cat confidently reassured him. This information was far too significant. Upon hearing the certainty in the plump cat's voice, Lin Han fully accepted the reality of the situation. The plump cat would never be so resolute about something it was unsure of. Thus, the veracity of this matter was 100% guaranteed. The so-called unified examination occurs the week following a student's awakening of their talent, designed for those with supposedly lower talents. Generally speaking, those with high talents are accepted into various universities on the same day. However, students with lower talents may also sign contracts with high-level beasts, hence the need for a unified examination to demonstrate their ability and secure acceptance into an institution. Of course, not all universities only recruit high-level students. There are also ordinary institutions, and the unified examination serves as their recruitment method. However, Lindsay, this time the prize is so substantial that I have heard that not only students with lower talents will participate, but many who have already been specially recruited will also return to compete. After all, 30 million Star Dragon coins would entice anyone, and thus Meng Xiao will undoubtedly return for the unified examination. Chapter 13. Aiming for first place. But Lindsay, rest assured, I will certainly help you teach that ungrateful woman a lesson. I have long harbored disdain for her, and this time presents the perfect opportunity. The plump cat appeared eager for a confrontation. It deeply detested the woman who had abandoned its brother. Isn't she an A-grade talent? Aren't you afraid? Lin Han chuckled lightly. Afraid? What do I have to fear? The plump cat responded nonchalantly, I have signed a contract with an epic-level beast. Why should I fear a mere A-grade talent? Just wait and see how I deal with her. This statement held considerable weight. Especially at lower levels, although talent may be formidable, the disparity between beasts ultimately determines a person's true strength at this stage. Everyone is still becoming familiar with their skills, and their combat experience is limited. Thus, the gap in talent cannot be fully realized. If it comes down to beasts of the same level, that would present a far greater advantage than mere talent. Although the plump cat may not possess the A-grade talent of Meng Ziao, it was nonetheless a B-grade talent with a raging disposition, and its signed beast was of epic caliber, so it certainly would not underestimate its opponent at AS for Lin Han. He held Meng Ziao in complete disregard. Don't worry. You won't need to lift a finger. I will personally ensure that woman receives her due punishment. This matter will not simply be overlooked. Lin Han had already formed a plan in his mind, and an insidious thought crossed his mind. The elder from Baitian Academy had looked down upon him, even leading various prestigious schools to reject his admission. He harbored this grudge in his heart. The thought of decisively sweeping through the unified examination, claiming the prize without joining their academy, brought him a sense of unparalleled satisfaction. Not only would he aim for first place, but he would also refuse to join their academy alliance, all while brazenly taking home the substantial prize. With this in mind, Lin Han found himself eagerly anticipating the complex expressions on the faces of the academy heads. This feeling was even more exhilarating than contracting a legendary beast. Since you intend to handle this yourself, I shall not interfere, that I have complete faith in your capabilities. The plump cat expressed its utmost confidence in Lin Han. Lin Han remarked, you should first cultivate your bond with your beast after just signing the contract. With your current abilities, you will surely shine in the unified examination. The plump cat chuckled. Of course, I was initially aiming for first place, but considering your talent and beast, I suppose I shall graciously accept second place instead. In their exchanges, both had already established their positions for first and second place. Soon after, they exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Lin Han's face was alight with exhilaration after receiving this news. He had confirmed his plans for the week ahead. Leveling up, he must elevate his level before the unified examination begins. Given that Meng Ziao had the support of Baitian Academy, she would undoubtedly have access to more resources. So he could not afford to slack off. The first place was rightfully his. Just as he contemplated this, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. System task activated. Task name. Overlevel enemy. Task content. Kill a silver-level ferocious beast. Task reward. 150 points. How fortuitous. Lin Han's smile grew even brighter. He had just been contemplating leveling up, and now a system task had been triggered. 150 points, that was already enough for him to accomplish many things. With that thought, Lin Han wasted no time and set out. He needed to thoroughly test Zhu Gui's strength, and this provided an excellent opportunity for training. Lin Han searched for the nearest area suitable for leveling. The closest was a mage training zone. The so-called mage training zone is an environment particularly suited for mages, allowing them to thrive in battle. Such settings are exclusive to lower-level zones. Mages possess elemental powers, such as the A-grade talent of freezing, which is Meng Ziao's talent, a genuine mage's talent. Lin Han did not arrogantly stride into the silver-level training zone. Instead, he opted for the 1 to 10 level training zone to gauge his beast strength. Though Zhu Gui's stats could rival those of silver-level beasts, he still wanted to proceed with caution. After all, this was his first real combat experience. If he were to falter here, it would be quite embarrassing. Upon entering the 1 to 10 level training zone, Lin Han summoned Zhu Gui. The turtle emerged from the beast space, nuzzling against Lin Han's feet in a playful manner. Lin Han instinctively patted Zhu Gui before continuing onward. Halfway through, a layer of spider silk barred his path, that a spider with a human face descended from above. LV3 human face spider. Lin Han was surprised to encounter a ferocious beast so quickly. He took a step back, opting for caution in his first battle. However, Zhu Gui showed no signs of apprehension, even appearing somewhat amused. In the next moment, Zhu Gui began to gather water bullets in its mouth, which floated in the air. Whoosh! The first water bullet shot forth. The human-faced spider clearly did not anticipate an aerial assault, and its abdomen was pierced, green ichor oozing from the wound and spreading across the spider silk. Successful kill of the human-faced spider. Experience points 100. Was that it? Lin Han barely had time to process the situation before the battle concluded. Yet Zhu Gui swiftly fired 2 more water bullets, sending 2 dark shadows crashing to the ground. Successful kill of the human-faced spider. Experience points 100. Successful kill of the human-faced spider. Experience points 100. You have leveled up to LV1. This truly upgrading? Lin Han's excitement surged as he had envisioned countless scenarios of leveling up, yet he never anticipated it would be so straightforward. Before he could fully absorb his joy, the candle tortoise had already surged forward, effortlessly tearing through the spider web. Successfully defeated the human-faced demon spider. Experience points 100. Successfully defeated the human-faced demon spider. Experience points 100. Successfully defeated the human-faced demon spider. Experience points 100. That you have leveled up to LV2. You have leveled up to LV3. That you have leveled up to LV4. The speed of these upgrades left Lin Han astounded. How could it possibly be this swift? It was at this moment that Lin Han realized he was not merely facing one human-faced demon spider, but an entire nest of them. You have leveled up to LV5. Chapter 14. Pattern Python, Ice Blade Slash. In an instant, Lin Han beheld a scene of devastation before him. In just a mere 10 minutes, the entire nest of human-faced demon spiders had been dispatched by the candle tortoise with remarkable efficiency, leaving no trace behind. Truly a legendary beast with innate combat prowess. Lin Han couldn't help but marvel. Following this battle, his level had successfully risen to 5. He had been so engrossed in observing the candle tortoise's combat that he had neglected his own numerical changes. Host: Lin Han. Age: 16 level, 5 strength, 410 agility, 390 spirit, 470 constitution. For 20 beast, candle tortoise, LV9, talent, iron body, S grade. Eye of Providence, mythical grade. Assets: 0 gold points, 0 double energy, 0 at this moment. Lin Han discovered that although each leveling up had its limitations, ascending 5 levels had nonetheless augmented all his attributes by a remarkable 350. This was far beyond his expectations. Theoretically, a Beast Master's values would remain within 1,000 before reaching level 10, with a moderately good talent around 800, judging by his current numerical increase. He might very well surpass 1,000 by the time he reached level 10. Indeed, with dual S-grade talents and the support of a legendary beast, he had begun to outpace others in terms of numerical values. Lin Han even pondered, if the candle tortoise were a mythical grade beast, could it possibly enhance his values to reach 2,000? A powerful beast naturally bestows benefits upon its contract holder. This is precisely why the Empire organizes mass recruitment. If one possesses mediocre talent, yet contracts a beast of exceptional quality, the beast's benefits can compensate for certain shortcomings, although the upper limit may not see significant enhancement. How many truly high-level beast masters exist? This is undoubtedly worthy of the Academy's cultivation. After all, Lin Han's first contracted beast was a legendary grade creature, coupled with dual S-grade talents, showcasing the magnitude of the benefits. At this moment, the candle tortoise returned, beaming with pride. This battle was indeed a resounding victory. Lin Han offered it a few well-deserved compliments. Following this, the pair continued deeper into the area. Although the training zone was not a dungeon, its ecosystem had matured long ago. The further one ventured in, the stronger the beasts became. The so-called training zone is a carefully curated habitat where the Empire's strongmen capture ferocious beasts from other regions or ensure the balance of the beast's strength, thereby creating a complete biological chain for safety in leveling up for weaker beast masters. Thus, as long as one does not forcibly enter a high-level training zone, a beast master generally has little cause for concern. Suddenly, the candle tortoise halted. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood its meaning. Danger! Instantly, both man and beast were on high alert. In the next moment, the candle tortoise roared towards the front. Lin Han glanced over, and an alert appeared before his eyes. LV7 Pattern Python. Species: green-skinned serpent quality, bronze traits. Capable of releasing potent toxins. Even silver-grade experts must exercise caution. How formidable! Lin Han's Eye of Providence revealed the information upon sighting the creature. The pattern python was concealed among the trees. Its unique skin made it nearly impossible to detect without careful observation, had it not been for the information provided by the Eye of Providence. Even Lin Han would have failed to notice the python's presence. This made him acutely aware of the Candle Tortoise's talent and his own Eye of Providence ability, which had effortlessly sensed the impending danger. Be cautious. This vile creature has a potent toxin that do not let it catch you off guard, Lin Han cautioned. However, he did not regard the patterned python with much concern, although the Eye of Providence warned him that even silver-grade experts must be cautious. They remained in a level 1 to 10 training zone, suggesting that even if exposed to its venom, it shouldn't lead to immediate death. Hence, even if bitten, there was no need for excessive alarm, but remaining vigilant was always prudent. Just as the Candle Tortoise prepared to charge forward, Lin Han called it to a halt. Since it is poison, we must avoid contact. A faint smile curved Lin Han's lips as he seized the opportunity to test a particular technique. Candle Tortoise, Ice Blade. As soon as he spoke, a gentle chill emanated from the Candle Tortoise, coalescing into a sharp ice blade in mid-air. The patterned python sensed the impending threat and began to detach its massive body from the tree. Trying to escape? Not on my watch, Lin Han bellowed. Had it not been for the Candle Tortoise's extraordinary sensing ability, combined with the Eye of Providence, he would likely have fallen victim to a surprise attack. Now, however, he was determined not to allow the creature to flee. Upon hearing the command, the Candle Tortoise launched the ice blade through the air, cleaving the patterned python in two with astonishing speed. Even though it had anticipated the attack, blood splattered through the air, successfully defeated the patterned python. Experience points 880, that you have leveled up to LV6, that all attribute values have increased by 130. Level 6. Lin Han felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly checked his status panel. Host. Lin Han age, 16 level. 6 strength, 540 agility, 520 spirit, 600 constitution, 550 beast. Candle Tortoise, LV9, talent. Iron Body S grade, Eye of Providence, mythical grade, assets. 0 gold points. 0 double energy, 0 indeed. Lin Han became increasingly certain of his hypothesis. Presently, each level he gained yielded greater numerical increases than the last. By the time he reached level 10, he would undoubtedly surpass the 1,000 mark. He recalled that there seemed to be a talent called self-control available for purchase in the store. This talent allowed one to gain freely allocable attribute points with each level up. However, at the time, Lin Han had not given it much thought due to its steep cost. Now, it seemed imperative that he acquire this talent once he accumulated sufficient gold points. If each level up could provide additional attribute points, it would effectively compensate for any deficiencies in his attributes and allow for even greater versatility. At this moment, Lin Han resolved firmly that once he amassed enough gold points, he would certainly exchange them for this talent. It would prove invaluable on his future journey. The Candle Tortoise leveled up to LV10. The Candle Tortoise leveled up too. Lin Han was momentarily stunned. According to what he had learned, the experience points were indeed shared between the host and the beast. Hence, the beast would gain experience alongside him. With this, the Candle Tortoise was about to undergo a significant enhancement. Every 10 levels marked a qualitative transformation, as Lin Han recalled his teacher stating that the disparity between levels increased dramatically with advancement. The difference between each level became vast and insurmountable. Chapter 15. The Defense of Iron Body. Observing his smooth progression and leveling up, Lin Han felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He then turned his attention to the Candle Tortoise's statistics. Candle Tortoise quality, legendary species. Xuanwu bloodline, thin, level. 10 strength. 2014 agility. 2000 spirit. 1685 constitution. 2154 from this. Lin Han discerned the distinctions between a beast master and their beast. The growth of a beast master's attributes occurs in a fixed manner with each level, distributing points across various attributes. In contrast, a beast's growth does not adhere to a predictable increase. The growth in each attribute varies with each level. Yet it follows a certain pattern. The fact that the Candle Tortoise had reached a staggering 2,000 in its values at level 10 left Lin Han in awe. It was likely that had he not possessed S-grade and mythical grade talents, the Candle Tortoise, being a legendary beast, would not have been able to form a contract with him. At the very least, Lin Han had never heard of anyone contracting a legendary beast as their first. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Han pushed aside his thoughts. Just as he prepared to depart the area, a blood-red glow caught his attention from a distance. What could that be? Filled with curiosity, Lin Han approached the source of the light. Name, Blood Gloves location, Gloves level, Bronze type, offensive effect, Gloves inflict paralysis, Duration 8 seconds for bronze level strength, 5 seconds for silver level strength, with diminishing effects. Equip. He had actually acquired equipment. Lin Han's breath became somewhat unsteady. He was well aware of the value of such equipment. Moreover, this was gear that came with a paralyzing effect. For a bronze-level beast master, acquiring these gloves would provide a significant advantage against equally matched foes, granting him a precious 8 seconds as long as his opponent was unaware of the glove's capabilities. 8 seconds. That was ample time to accomplish many things. Of course, if the opponent possessed gear that mitigated the paralysis effect. Perhaps it would not last the full 8 seconds. However, such equipment was generally uncommon among lower-ranked individuals. Thus, the blood glove's effectiveness was exceedingly desirable, even capable of paralyzing for 5 seconds against silver-level opponents. Lin Han could already envision how, in the upcoming grand tournament, a student equipped with such an item could dramatically elevate their rank. While Lin Han was confident in his own abilities and believed he would not require such equipment in the competition, he also recognized that selling it for several 100,000 or even over 1,000,000 Star Dragon coins would pose no problem. Without hesitation, Lin Han decisively stowed away the blood gloves. Now that he had gauged the strength of the Candle Turtle and considering it was already at level 10, he felt even more confident about venturing into the silver-level training zone. With this thought, he no longer hesitated and, with his beast at his side, charged toward the entrance of the silver-level training area. Silver-level training zone? Warning! Beast Masters below level 10 should not enter. Beast Masters below level 15 should proceed with caution into the depths. A conspicuous sign was placed at the edge of the silver-level training zone. Upon reading the warning, Lin Han confirmed he had arrived at the right place. He paid no heed to the sign and, with Candle Turtle in tow, walked right in. However, he was not foolish. Entering the silver-level training zone meant he needed to exercise even greater caution due to the increased level disparity. Once inside the training area, Candle Turtle scanned the surroundings while remaining steadfastly by Lin Han's side. They had not traveled more than 100 meters when suddenly, a blue figure darted past them with astonishing speed. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. Although he did not clearly see the figure, that did not mean the eye of fortune failed to discern it. LV-11 Lightning Ferret Species. Blue-striped ferret qualification. Silver trait. Exceptional speed. Infused with electric power, formidable defense prevents close combat. Upon receiving this information, Lin Han confirmed that the blue figure was indeed a ferocious beast. Level 11 marked the threshold of silver. He understood that the lightning ferret was a genuine silver-level beast. It was undeniable that this was a training area tailored for spell-casting practitioners, as all the ferocious beasts he encountered thus far were ill-suited for melee combat, seemingly created for beast masters of a magical inclination. Compared to close-quarters talent, those endowed with mage-like abilities were far better suited for this training zone. Although the lightning ferret posed a considerable threat, Candle Turtle was only one level away from silver. And Lin Han did not believe he could not handle it. Candle Turtle, take it down. Lin Han commanded decisively. Candle Turtle immediately charged toward the lightning ferret. In an instant, a water bullet was launched, followed by a rapid 3-shot barrage. However, upon witnessing Candle Turtle's offensive, the lightning ferret deftly dodged, evading every attack. The intensity of the silver-level training zone was indeed on a completely different scale. Lin Han's previously relaxed demeanor vanished. In his earlier encounters with the human-faced spider and the python, neither matched the intelligence and speed of the lightning ferret. Hiss! Candle Turtle also felt pressure for the first time, letting out a series of agitated cries. Meanwhile, the lightning ferret, having adjusted its angle, seized the opportunity during Candle Turtle's skill cooldown to charge forward. Given that Candle Turtle was still a bronze-level beast, facing off against a silver-level beast head-on left Lin Han feeling uncertain. He had only experienced 2 battles thus far, and his combat experience was sorely lacking. Candle Turtle, be cautious. Do not engage in prolonged close combat. Lin Han warned. As the lightning ferret charged, Candle Turtle emitted a faint golden light, enveloping itself in an energy shield. Exactly like that, Lin Han praised. It was undeniable that a beast with legendary qualifications possessed not only innate combat prowess but also exceptional reflexes. Even if the lightning ferret excelled in close combat, it would struggle against the energy shield. Lin Han felt elated. Just as he was reveling in this realization, the lightning ferret's next move sent a jolt of alarm through him. just as it was about to close the distance. It did not charge directly at Candle Turtle. Instead, it veered around. Its target was Lin Han. Is this creature truly that intelligent? Lin Han's body tensed. The primary flaw of the energy shield was its restriction on Candle Turtle's mobility. As the lightning ferret maneuvered around Candle Turtle, it let out a fierce roar and immediately dispelled the shield, charging forward. However, the lightning ferret's speed was overwhelming. Candle Turtle was left far behind. Seeing this, Lin Han's breath quickened inexplicably. He had never faced a ferocious beast in direct combat before. It would be impossible to claim he felt no fear. Vaguely, he sensed a glimmer of triumph on the lightning ferret's face as its massive form lunged toward him. Damn it, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Who lives and who dies today remains to be seen. With a furious roar, Lin Han began to emanate a soft, golden light in an instant. An inexplicable power enveloped his skin. S-class talent. Iron Body activated. Do you truly think I'm to be trifled with? Lin Han bellowed. Facing the lightning ferret's onslaught, he did not hesitate for a moment, extending his hands to grasp the ferret's forepaws. The two were locked in a stalemate. The Iron Body was an S-class talent, and its power was terrifyingly high. Many individuals live their entire lives never witnessing such a talent. Lin Han's earlier worries stemmed from his unfamiliarity with the lightning ferret's capabilities and uncertainty regarding the strength of Iron Body. However, after coming into contact with the lightning ferret, he gained insight. Even against relentless attacks, the ferocious beast could not breach his Iron Body's defenses. As a beast master, Iron Body perfectly mitigated his inherent vulnerabilities. At that moment, Lin Han finally comprehended the terror of S-class talents. Although he lacked the immediate ability to defeat the foe, he was a beast master. Unlike the lightning ferret, he did not fight alone. Candle Turtle, launch your attack. Lin Han commanded without delay. Attack the master? Clearly, Candle Turtle was taken aback by Lin Han's unexpected command. Hesitating momentarily, do not hesitate. Attack. Lin Han insisted. Under Lin Han's unwavering determination, Candle Turtle resolved to act. Soon, frigid air emanated from its body, coalescing into an icy blade suspended in the air. Strike. The icy blade was unleashed, hurtling toward Lin Han's position. The lightning ferret, witnessing this, began to panic. It attempted to retreat from Lin Han, but he would not grant it that opportunity, gripping its forelimbs with all his might. As the icy blade drew closer, the lightning ferret emitted heart-wrenching cries, its face contorting in growing terror. Yet, Lin Han showed no mercy. Fully aware that the lightning ferret was a pack animal, if it escaped, countless others would soon follow. In an instant, the icy blade pierced through the lightning ferret's body, and the residual force splashed onto Lin Han. However, bolstered by Iron Body, the residual impact posed no threat to him. This was the horror of S-class talents, even manifesting at lower levels. Just as the icy blade struck down the lightning ferret, Candle Turtle scampered over, bowing its head beside Lin Han, too ashamed to meet his gaze. It's all right. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. There is no need for such guilt. Injuries in battle are inevitable. We are partners in life and death now, destined to fight together. Such situations will certainly recur. I will never allow you to face battles alone, understand? If we encounter formidable foes in the future, only through our collaboration can we triumph. This was merely our first foray together. And did we not coordinate splendidly? Lin Han crouched down, gently stroking Candle Turtle's shell to offer comfort. Hearing Lin Han's words, Candle Turtle slowly lifted its head, rubbing against his pant leg. Lin Han smiled with satisfaction. This battle had indeed heightened Lin Han's vigilance. It was just as his teacher had instructed. During combat, while the beasts were the primary offensive force, the Beast Master remained exceedingly vulnerable. Had he been an ordinary Beast Master with mediocre talent, he might have sustained serious injuries, if not worse. In the future, he must enhance his own strength and maintain a heightened awareness during battles. Lin Han began to reflect on the lessons learned from this encounter, determined to remember them. He had successfully slain the lightning ferret. Experience points 1854 that you have leveled up to LV7, and your attribute values have increased by 150 across the board. Ding! The system task of defeating enemies beyond your level has been completed. Task reward: 150 premium points. The notification of task completion brought a wave of joy to Lin Han's heart, and the arrival of 150 premium points instantly brightened his mood. although this task encountered some unforeseen changes. Overall, it proceeded relatively smoothly. Additionally, this battle indeed facilitated considerable growth for him, as he not only acquired 150 premium points, but also leveled up. To his astonishment, within just a few hours, he had ascended to the ranks of level 7. Meanwhile, after this battle, the Candle Turtle successfully leveled up to level 11, officially stepping into the realm of Silver Tier Beast Taming. Candle Turtle Qualification: Legendary Race, Xuanwu Bloodline Rare, Level 11 Strength, 2756 Agility, 2684 Spirit, 2458 Constitution, 2980. Even though Lin Han had grown accustomed to the significant increases in Candle Turtle's values with each level up, the exaggerated statistics following its promotion to Silver Tier still left him momentarily astonished and somewhat unable to comprehend. The growth seemed excessive, especially in the Constitution category. It was astonishing to see that it was merely 20 points shy of 3,000. Was this enhancement not a bit outrageous? Initially, Lin Han felt that exceeding 1,000 in values at level 10 was already quite remarkable. Yet compared to Candle Turtle, it hardly seemed significant at all, let alone 3,000. He would have been utterly satisfied if he could exceed 1,800 or 2,000 upon entering Silver Tier at level 11. Truly, the disparity between humans and turtles is infuriating. After a brief moment of lamentation, Lin Han noticed that a new skill had appeared in Candle Turtle's skill bar. Having entered the Silver Tier, it had unlocked a talent skill, Rock Lock, capable of creating rocks to smash enemies. Once struck, the enemy's movement speed will be reduced, dealing considerable damage, and it can be cast continuously with no cooldown for single shots, while the cooldown for multiple shots is 3 minutes. Lin Han's eyes lit up. This skill was extraordinarily useful. Whether in pursuing enemies or in retreating, it proved to be an invaluable asset. Moreover, the fact that single shots had no cooldown meant that it could be used for harassment when uncertain. And when confidence was high, a barrage could effectively seal off the opponent. This skill effectively provided Candle Turtle with an additional means of ranged attack, with the defensive skill Diamond Barrier in place. Now, not only did it possess Ice Blade and Aqua Arrow Triad, but it had also gained a talent skill, Rock Lock. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Han realized that this training area was indeed exceptionally suited for Candle Turtle. Furthermore, with the inclusion of the Diamond Barrier defensive skill, it was decided that they would engage in a thorough rampage within this training zone. Lin Han's fighting spirits surged instantly, seeing Lin Han so exhilarated. Candle Turtle responded with a call. "What? You wish you were a bit larger. What a good child. Indeed, if you were, I could ride you. Although you are a turtle, you would still look quite impressive." Chapter 17. Vanquishing the Thorn Scorpion. Subsequently, Lin Han and Candle Turtle, one human and one beast, pressed onward. At this moment, both were brimming with determination. 3 level 11 Thorn Scorpions loomed ahead. As they delved deeper into the training area, Lin Han and Candle Turtle encountered new adversaries. One must admit that the Thorn Scorpion was a formidable beast, its size significantly larger than that of typical scorpions from the past. Standing together, the 3 Thorn Scorpions were only slightly smaller than Candle Turtle. However, the present was markedly different. Candle Turtle had officially entered the realm of Silver Tier. Faced with 3 Silver Tier Thorn Scorpions, Lin Han felt no trepidation whatsoever. Instead, he wore an expression of effortless confidence. Dealing with them was childish play. With such opponents, Lin Han had no desire to intervene. Given Candle Turtle's current talent, skills, and strength, dispatching these 3 Thorn Scorpions was hardly a challenge, but be cautious of their venom. Aim for ranged attacks to eliminate them. Lin Han advised, preparing to observe from the sidelines. Candle Turtle wasted no time, charging forward 2 steps. Rock Lock. A rock fell from the sky and smashed down, catching one Thorn Scorpion off guard, causing it to be knocked back. Blood splattering. Successfully defeated Thorn Scorpion. Experience points 1454, that the remaining 2 Thorn Scorpions, enraged, whipped their tails and launched direct attacks at Candle Turtle. However, Candle Turtle reacted swiftly. In an instant, it summoned the Diamond Barrier to block all incoming strikes. The Thorn Scorpions, seeing this, became infuriated and began to assault the Diamond Barrier relentlessly, their tails repeatedly piercing it. Candle Turtle's performance was remarkably relaxed. It was worth noting that Candle Turtle's constitution value was nearing 3,000, while these Thorn Scorpions barely surpassed 1,000. The disparity was painfully evident. With its promotion to Silver Tier, the effectiveness of the Diamond Barrier had naturally increased, making it a breeze to withstand their tail stings. What foolish creatures! Lin Han chuckled coldly. That it was clear that the Lightning Weasel had already formulated its subsequent strategy the moment Candle Turtle deployed the Diamond Barrier, while these Thorn Scorpions continued to futilely attack it. Despite being fierce beasts, their intelligence was vastly inferior. Just as Lin Han finished his remark, the two Thorn Scorpions retracted their tails and charged toward Lin Han. What the hell? I was just jesting. Why are you taking this seriously? Lin Han was taken aback, instinctively believing that the two Thorn Scorpions had hurt him. However, having learned from previous lessons, Candle Turtle would never allow the Thorn Scorpions to attack Lin Han. That was simply out of the question. In the blink of an eye, Candle Turtle dispelled the Diamond Barrier. The Aqua Arrow Triad shot forth, instantly intercepting the Thorn Scorpions. This time, the Thorn Scorpions did not use their tails, but opted for close-range attacks with their claws. Yet Candle Turtle offered them no opportunity. While the Aqua Arrow Triad was cooling down, it unleashed Ice Blade. This time, one Thorn Scorpion met its end, cleaved in two, successfully defeated Thorn Scorpion. Experience points 1454. The remaining Thorn Scorpion buzzed angrily, then charged at Candle Turtle with fierce determination, as if prepared to risk everything. As a legendary tier beast with a sliver of Xuanwu bloodline, how could Candle Turtle possibly fear the Thorn Scorpion? From a racial standpoint alone, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. This time, Candle Turtle opted for a direct collision. Lin Han watched in excitement. It was the first time he had seen Candle Turtle engage in a face-to-face melee, battling against another Silver Tier beast. Naturally, he had no doubts about Candle Turtle's victory. Setting aside other factors, when the values reached a crushing superiority, the opponent had no chance of triumph. Lin Han was acutely aware of this, so he could hardly fathom how Candle Turtle could lose. The Thorn Scorpion relentlessly swung its claws, showing no signs of fear. However, the next moment, Lin Han heard a sound of earth being broken behind him. Turning back, he saw the Thorn Scorpion's tail approaching. Just as he suspected, it had never intended to clash directly with Candle Turtle. All of this was merely a ploy to stealthily stab him from behind by burying its tail underground. Diverting his attention, in the blink of an eye, Lin Han deduced the Thorn Scorpion's intentions. Yet, the tail had already pierced into his chest. In response, Candle Turtle swiftly hurled the Thorn Scorpion away and darted toward Lin Han with utmost speed. The roar echoed continuously, but when it reached Lin Han's side, it discovered that Lin Han had firmly grasped the Thorn Scorpion's tail. S-tier talent. Iron Body, do not worry. How could I possibly fall victim to such a mindless trick? Lin Han reassured Candle Turtle, casting a disdainful glance at the Thorn Scorpion. Your elaborate scheme is truly commendable, but had I not already known that your tail could extend quite far, I might have found this trick a bit harder to anticipate. From the very first moment Lin Han laid eyes on the Thorn Scorpion, he had surmised the possibility of encountering such an attack. After all, the Eye of Creation had displayed the Thorn Scorpion's information before him, making him wary. Thus, while Candle Turtle battled the Thorn Scorpion, his attention remained fixed on its tail. Therefore, the moment the tail struck the ground, he had already deduced that this maneuver was likely. However, when the Thorn Scorpion was engaged with Candle Turtle, he could not ascertain whether this attack was aimed at Candle Turtle or at him. If it was targeting Candle Turtle, the damage would hardly be significant. But if it was directed at him, it could potentially inflict severe harm or even lead to his demise. It was precisely for this reason that he had to remain vigilant, keeping Iron Body at the ready for this moment. Indeed, just as he had anticipated, the Thorn Scorpion employed this tactic. Candle Turtle, finish it, Lin Han urged with a light smile. Although Lin Han had sustained no injuries, the Thorn Scorpion's attempt to ambush him had thoroughly enraged Candle Turtle. Without hesitation, it charged forward. The Thorn Scorpion, realizing the situation, attempted to flee, but Lin Han had a firm grip on its tail. While its tail could extend, it was still bound by distance limitations. Now, the distance between him and Lin Han is precisely at the maximum limit of his tail spike. He has successfully slain the Thorn Scorpion. Experience points 1454 that you have leveled up to LV8. With all attribute values increasing by 170, that the Candle Turtle stepped forward and crushed the last Thorn Scorpion without a moment's hesitation. What a relief! To reach level 8 so swiftly, Discarding the tail spike in his hand, Lin Han stretched lazily. Now he too has ascended to level 8. Only 3 levels remain until he reaches the silver rank. At this rate of advancement, it seems he won't take long to achieve it. Chapter 18. The bloodthirsty Mosquito King appears. Lin Han glanced once more at his status panel. Host, Lin Han age, 16 level, 8 strength, 860 agility, 840 spirit, 920 constitution, 870. The rate of growth in his attributes is quite rapid. Lin Han felt a sense of satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, by the time he reaches level 9, all of his attribute values would surpass the 1,000 mark. This speed exceeds his previous expectations. In other words, by the time he reaches level 10, his overall attributes will approach 1,003. Hiss! At this thought, Lin Han's excitement surged. Just in terms of attributes alone, he is no longer comparable to the ordinary lower-tier silver beasts. Furthermore, with his S-grade talent and a mythic-grade talent, this terrifying feedback fills Lin Han's heart with a sense of awe. And when he steps into level 11, his baseline attributes will reach 1,500. Or perhaps even higher. Though he cannot match the Candle Turtle's values, he feels no disappointment. Such a level of attributes is already sufficient to bring him joy, as Lin Han immersed himself in this happiness. Suddenly, a buzzing sound pierced his ears, strong enough to evoke a sensation akin to locusts descending upon him. Following the sound, he turned, and in the next moment, cold sweat broke out all over Lin Han's body. LV-10 Bloodthirsty Mosquito. 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 Damn, how many beasts are there? Lin Han began to panic. A glance revealed at least dozens of bloodthirsty mosquito beasts. LV-10 Bloodthirsty Mosquito Race. Bloodthirsty Mosquito Clan Qualification. Bronze characteristics. Individually weak, excels in swarm tactics, lives by drinking blood daily. Even silver-tier beasts find it difficult to escape death when faced with a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Lin Han quickly reviewed the information on the bloodthirsty mosquitoes and understood that they likely sensed the blood from the recently slain thorn scorpion and had come in pursuit. What a stroke of bad luck. Just having concluded one battle, he suddenly found himself in another. Although the strength of these bloodthirsty mosquitoes is not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers are overwhelming that if he were to engage them head-on, Lin Han felt certain he would not fare well. The density of the swarm is truly frightening. Lin Han took a deep breath. Currently, he is 2 levels away from 10, but the strength of these bloodthirsty mosquitoes is rather ordinary. Perhaps he could fight them. However, in this battle, he could no longer afford to stand idly by as an observer. Only by collaborating with the Candle Turtle could they carve a path through the bloodshed. With that thought in mind, he exclaimed, "Candle Turtle, let us defeat them together." Without hesitation, Lin Han spoke decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, the Candle Turtle brimmed with enthusiasm. Lin Han couldn't help but marvel. The Candle Turtle seemed to possess endless energy. Whenever he called for battle, it always appeared eager to join. As the bloodthirsty mosquitoes charged forward, Lin Han activated his S-grade talent, Iron Body. If a single one of these bloodthirsty mosquitoes were to take a bite, it would undoubtedly affect his combat state, so maintaining the Iron Body was crucial. Then, Lin Han unleashed a punch. This strike pierced through the oncoming bloodthirsty mosquitoes effortlessly, with a strength value of 860. It was far beyond what a single bloodthirsty mosquito could withstand. Successfully slaying a bloodthirsty mosquito. Experience points 912. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han continued to charge forward, successfully slaying a bloodthirsty mosquito. Experience points 912. Successfully slaying a bloodthirsty mosquito. Experience points 912. Successfully slaying a bloodthirsty mosquito. Experience points 912. That not only Lin Han, but the Candle Turtle also grew increasingly courageous in battle. Yet the overwhelming number of bloodthirsty mosquitoes kept both man and beast in a state of constant tension. For Lin Han, this battle also represented an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. Suddenly, he heard a violent noise behind him. Boom! When he glanced over with his peripheral vision, he saw 3 rocks embedded in the ground. The Candle Turtle had activated its rock sealing skill. This skill is quite effective in group combat situations. Successfully slaying a bloodthirsty mosquito. Experience points 912. Successfully slaying a bloodthirsty mosquito. Experience points 912, successfully slaying a bloodthirsty mosquito. Experience points 912. Countless experience points appeared on Lin Han's professional panel, successfully slaying a bloodthirsty mosquito. Experience points 912, that you have successfully leveled up to LV9, with all attribute values increasing by 190. That he leveled up again. Lin Han felt invigorated. In just a short span of time, he had gained another level. His eyes sparkled with determination. If he could eliminate this entire swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, would he reach level 10? Lin Han felt a surge of joy. After all, who doesn't appreciate experience points? Yet just as Lin Han resolved to break through, the bloodthirsty mosquitoes began to gather towards another direction. Lin Han felt puzzled. But as he followed their line of sight, goosebumps erupted all over his body. Above this swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, a creature far larger than the candle turtle hovered in the air, buzzing ominously. The frequency of its wing beats was intense, and the sound pierced through his eardrums uncomfortably. Lin Han couldn't help but swallow hard. In his previous life, he had often wondered what it would be like if mosquitoes were the size of humans. Now he was witnessing it firsthand. The monstrous proboscis of the mosquito resembled a water pipe, trembling with the motion of its body. 3 pairs of legs were exceedingly slender and long, sending a wave of unease through him at just a glance. Lin Han felt that if this proboscis were to pierce his body, it would not merely leave a bump, but could potentially drain him to a husk. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This was the first time Lin Han felt a sense of panic since arriving in the leveling zone. LV-17 Bloodthirsty Mosquito King Ding. System task triggered. Task name: Bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Task content: slay the Bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Task reward: 200k points. A task has been triggered. This was the first time Lin Han hesitated since realizing he could accept tasks. However, he only hesitated for a few seconds before choosing to accept it. But, Candle Turtle, run! Lin Han did not immediately order his summoned beast to attack the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Instead, he urgently shouted for the Candle Turtle to flee with him. Tasks could wait. After all, one only has one life. This is a level 17 bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Moreover, the most critical factor is that this creature is followed by a horde of minions. How can one contend with that? Lin Han was acutely aware that, regardless of whether he could defeat the bloodthirsty Mosquito King, the sheer number of its minions would already be a significant nuisance. To take down the Mosquito King, he must find an optimal opportunity. The Candle Turtle did not hesitate either. The moment Lin Han moved, it began its retreat. Thus, man and turtle fled desperately into the distance, fearful of being targeted by the pursuing bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Chapter 19. The Ice Griffin, a Fisherman Gains. Lin Han and the Candle Turtle ran with remarkable speed. This was no longer a matter of considering their own safety. It was a matter of survival. Even if the 200k points were enticing, Lin Han knew the importance of weighing pros and cons. Of course, he still intended to obtain those 200k points, but now was not the time to act recklessly. Since entering the leveling zone, he and the Candle Turtle had endured many battles, and at this moment, the stamina of both was severely depleted. Even if they were to fight, they would need to wait until they regained some strength. Eventually, they found a relatively hidden cave and slipped inside to recuperate. But if only you were a bit larger, it would save me so much trouble. I could ride you, Candle Turtle. At this moment, Lin Han noticed that remnants of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes from the previous battle still clung to the Candle Turtle's shell, but he began to remove them all, and the Candle Turtle's expression visibly relaxed. Damn! In his previous life, he had never encountered such enormous mosquitoes. Although Lin Han is now a beast master, encountering such bizarre creatures as mosquitoes the size of humans still instilled a sense of dread within him. It was akin to a person who was afraid of ghosts since childhood. Even if they could cast spells and fight against ghosts, they would still tremble in fear upon seeing a ghost appear suddenly behind them. After resting for a while, Lin Han began to contemplate how to deal with the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. The level 17 bloodthirsty Mosquito King posed a considerable challenge for both him and the Candle Turtle. Even if they teamed up, it was uncertain whether they could eradicate such a formidable foe. Therefore, a direct confrontation would only lead them into a predicament. They must devise a strategy to cope with this threat. At that moment, in the sky outside the cave, a gigantic ice griffin, LV-17, let out a cry as it soared higher into the air. The ice vulture is flying so close to the ground, indicating that it has just taken off. Given this time frame, it must be out seeking food. If the ice vulture is out hunting, it is unlikely to return to its nest in the short term. Zhao Gui, considering that those bloodthirsty mosquitoes might still be searching for us, this place remains rather unsafe. It would be wiser for us to take refuge in the ice vulture's nest. Who knows, we might even stumble upon some unique treasures. At this thought, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gui paused momentarily, aware that the recently departed ice vulture possessed the formidable strength of level 17. However, seeing Lin Han's resolute determination, it had no choice but to follow him. Soon, Lin Han began searching in the direction the ice vulture had departed. Before long, he discovered a nest that a faint smile graced Lin Han's lips as he and Zhao Gui ventured inside. The moment they entered, a refreshing chill enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. Truly, it was the abode of an ice vulture. As the nest was remarkably cool, during summer, it would serve as an ideal retreat. Lin Han couldn't help but marvel at the sensation. As he continued his exploration, a soft, ethereal blue light emanated from a corner of the nest. What could this be? Lin Han's heart raced with apprehension. The color resembled that of the ice vulture that had just left. Could it be that there were more ice vultures within this nest? Or perhaps a beast egg? At this thought, Lin Han's breathing quickened. He needed to remain composed. With newfound courage, Lin Han and Zhao Gui cautiously advanced. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the nest housed no other ice vultures. Only 2 eggs radiating a faint blue glow came into view. Indeed, they were ice vulture eggs. Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. Species: Ice Vulture. Ice Element Qualification. Silver Level Skill. Frost Cover, Beginner, Description. The Ice Vulture clan is solitary by nature, possessing an innate ability to manipulate ice. Evolution Path. 1. After 1 doubling, it can evolve into the Explosive Ice Vulture, Gold Level. 0.2. After 2 doublings, it can evolve into the Frosty Ice Vulture, Platinum Level. Note: due to species restrictions, the Ice Vulture can double a maximum of 3 times. Evolving into the Heavenly Frost Vulture, Diamond Level. What a treasure! Lin Han couldn't help but exclaim. 0.2 Silver Level Beast Eggs, if sold, would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Moreover, these are Ice Vulture Beast Eggs. Although they may hold little value for him, that does not imply other beast masters would not desire them. It is important to note that only a day has passed since the awakening of his talent. Not everyone can contract a beast as swiftly as he and Shui Wuxuang. Many have yet to establish a bond. Therefore, the price of beast eggs would undoubtedly soar. With this in mind, Lin Han suddenly conceived a bold plan that he retrieved the bloodthirsty mosquito's mouthpiece, which he had just plucked from Zhao Gui. Initially, he intended to wreak havoc here, leaving the mouthpiece behind to incite the ice vulture's wrath against the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Yet this plan might not ensure a fierce confrontation between the two. However, the appearance of the ice vulture eggs rendered this plan feasible. If merely damaging the nest wouldn't provoke a battle, what if its offspring were lost? That would be sufficient. With this thought, Lin Han carefully packed the 2 beast eggs. Next, he arranged the mouthpiece to ensure everything was flawless. This way, when the ice vulture returned to hunt, it would discover its children missing, with the bloodthirsty mosquito's mouthpiece left behind. Enraged, the ice vulture would undoubtedly seek vengeance on the bloodthirsty Mosquito King, and the Mosquito King would be powerless to retaliate. Lin Han vividly envisioned the clash between the 2 formidable beasts, and his intent was to reap the benefits amid their conflict. After setting the scene, Lin Han cradled the beast eggs and, accompanied by Zhao Gui, hurried back to their previous cave. This location was not only concealed, but also allowed them to monitor the ice vulture's movements, keeping them informed of its every action. As time passed, fatigue began to set in for Lin Han. Suddenly, the ice vulture returned to its nest, clutching the corpse of an unknown creature. Witnessing this, Lin Han felt a surge of energy within moments. Furious roars erupted from the nest, the sound sharp and piercing. The plan had commenced. A slight smile tugged at Lin Han's lips as he murmured, "Just as I anticipated." The ice vulture soared skyward in a burst, a streak of blue slicing through the air at an astonishing speed, far exceeding its earlier hunting pace and no more slumber. "We must continue our work. Let us return to the fray," Lin Han urged. Rousing the slumbering Zhao Gui, bewildered, Zhao Gui blinked awake but quickly fell in a step behind Lin Han. Chapter 20. Slaying the Duel Silver Beasts. Lin Han trailed the ice vulture's path. Upon arrival, he found the Ice Vulture engaged in fierce combat with the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Undoubtedly, the Ice Vulture's individual strength was formidable. It could hold its own against an entire swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. The ferocity displayed by this beast truly justified its presence in the silver-level training zone. After all, it dared to confront such challenges alone, possessing its own means of survival. Naturally, the bloodthirsty Mosquito King was no pushover. The two beasts exchanged blows with remarkable intensity, having previously let Lin Han escape. The Mosquito King was already in a foul mood, and now it faced an unexpected assault from the Vulture. It was not inclined to back down. Lin Han observed the battle with keen interest. While Zhao Gui faced opponents significantly weaker than itself and lacked the thrill of such a fierce confrontation. However, Lin Han was not merely a spectator. He meticulously studied the clash, seeking any potential weaknesses in the Mosquito King. Ultimately, it was imperative that he personally deliver the final blow to the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Otherwise, the kill would not count towards his achievements, and he would fail the system's quest. As the two beasts battled for a solid hour, the bloodthirsty mosquito tribe suffered devastating losses, dwindling to near extinction. Meanwhile, the Mosquito King bore numerous injuries, its once powerful wings now marred with gaping wounds. The Ice Vulture was clearly incensed, yet the Vulture's condition was no better. Its body bore the scars of many battles with the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, and it was evident that facing an entire species was no small feat. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty Mosquito King stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining mosquitoes rushed forward to shield their fallen ruler from further harm. That a prime opportunity. Lin Han's eyes gleamed. Rock blockade, water arrow triple strike. Without hesitation, Zhao Gui unleashed its skills, having awaited this moment. The bloodthirsty Mosquito King, caught off guard, was struck by the massive boulders summoned by Zhao Gui, while the water arrows simultaneously soared toward it. In its prime, the Mosquito King might have evaded such attacks. But in its current weakened state, it could not muster the speed required to escape, successfully slaying the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. Experience points 6685 that you have leveled up to LV10, that all attribute values increased by 220. Ding! The system quest to hunt the bloodthirsty Mosquito King has been completed. Quest reward. 200 premium points. Such simplicity, elated by the series of notifications from the system. Lin Han rejoiced, realizing that all his efforts had not been in vain. Just then, a brilliant light flashed, revealing a piece of equipment that dropped beside the slain Mosquito King. As Lin Han prepared to collect it, he suddenly remembered that the Ice Vulture still roamed the battlefield. As he stood up, the Ice Vulture's gaze locked onto him. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Lin Han chuckled wryly, though he felt no fear that if the Ice Vulture were at its peak, he might have hesitated. But in its current state, it was merely a shadow of its former self. Upon spotting Lin Han, the Ice Vulture immediately comprehended the situation, its blood-red eyes fixed on him as it emitted a heart-wrenching cry. In the next moment, it shook off the bloodthirsty mosquitoes surrounding it and charged straight toward Lin Han. How invigorating! Feeling the frigid air rush toward him, Lin Han's sweat-drenched body instantly felt refreshed. "Zhao Gui, take it down," he instructed softly, that I end the next instant. Zhao Gui erupted from behind Lin Han, crashing directly into the oncoming Ice Vulture. With a thunderous impact, the Ice Vulture's massive form collided with the boulders summoned by Zhao Gui, leaving it barely clinging to life. Without a hint of mercy, Zhao Gui summoned ice blades and decisively struck. Another flash of light appeared before the Ice Vulture, revealing yet another piece of equipment, successfully slaying the Ice Vulture. Experience points 6885. Warning. Warning! You have reached level 10 and cannot level up further. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete the Awakening quest. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Han suddenly realized he had forgotten this crucial detail. Unlike beasts, which can level up freely, humans must complete an Awakening quest upon reaching level 10. Otherwise, their experience points would cease to rise. Upon reaching this thought, Lin Han felt an overwhelming urge to weep. The Ice Griffin had bestowed upon him a staggering 6,885 experience points. Even if he could not ascend directly to the 11th level, it would surely bring him nearly halfway there. Such a waste. This was nothing short of a squander. In that moment, Lin Han felt a pang of regret. However, it was already done. He could hardly bring himself to dwell on it any longer. He had completed 3 system tasks that day and had even reached level 10. For him, that was a gratifying achievement in itself. Without further contemplation, Lin Han approached the corpse of the bloodthirsty Mosquito King. While the remaining bloodthirsty mosquitoes, witnessing this scene, showed no inclination to intervene, instead scattering in flight. Lin Han picked up the equipment dropped by the bloodthirsty Mosquito King and began to examine its details. Name: Bloodthirsty Ring Type, Ring Level, Silver Nature, Functional Effect. The user can track injured beasts based on the capabilities provided by this ring. It certainly has its uses. Lin Han nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he collected the equipment dropped by the Ice Griffin as well. Name: Ice Claw Type, Gloves Level, Silver Nature, Offensive Effect. Attacks the enemy with ice claws, enhancing the user's control over ice attributes while inflicting frostbite damage on the target. This is rather inadequate. Lin Han assessed the item. It held little value for him. Of course, if it were Meng Xiao, this equipment would be perfectly suited for her. Had they not broken up, Lin Han might have gifted the ice claw to her without hesitation. However, now, Lin Han shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had originally intended to continue leveling up, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Lin Han reviewed his attribute panel. Host: Lin Han. Age: 16 level, 10 strength, 1270 agility, 1250 spirit, 1230 constitution, 1280 at this moment. His values were roughly as he had anticipated, approaching the threshold of 1,300. By the time he reached level 11, he should easily surpass the milestone of 1,500. A smile graced Lin Han's face. Determined to level up swiftly, he hesitated no longer and dashed towards the training area with Candle Turtle. He needed to return to the city promptly, head to the Awakening Temple to accept tasks, and complete them with utmost speed. He aimed to break through to the Silver Tier. Chapter 21. The highly anticipated meeting, meanwhile, in Sioux City, Ningchuan No. 1 High School. At this moment, dozens of individuals were seated in the largest conference room of Ningchuan No. 1 High School, with the old principal occupying the main seat. Beside him sat an elder from Baitian Academy, the very individual who had humiliated Lin Han at the Awakening Conference yesterday. Behind him was Meng Xiao, who had just joined Baitian Academy. An empty chair was placed on the other side of the old principal, reserved for the head of the military academy. However, the latter was absent from this meeting. The military academy held significant prestige within the Tianlong Empire. While individuals might not attend, seats must always be preserved. The old principal of Ningchuan No. 1 High School understood this principle well. The primary purpose of this meeting was to discuss which academy Lin Han would ultimately choose as a Duel S-rank talent. Lin Han was naturally the coveted prize in the eyes of various academies. Even though there had been many unpleasant occurrences with Lin Han yesterday, the heads of these academies would not abandon him over such trivial matters, especially after the head of Baitian Academy learned of Lin Han's Duel S-rank talent. He would even go so far as to slap himself in the face to apologize. This underscores the immense value of a Duel S-rank talent. Such a level of talent, of course, does not require following the standard enrollment process. Does Ningchuan No. 1 High School have a decision regarding which academy Lin Han will attend? The elder from Baitian Academy was the first to speak. Among the various academies present, only Baitian Academy held the highest status. Thus, it was natural for their representative to speak first. Of course, if the head of the military academy had been present, the situation might have been different. However, the military academy was not interested in such meetings. This matter is not urgent. As for which academy Lin Han will attend, you must at least demonstrate your sincerity, the old principal of Ningchuan No. 1 High School remarked, stroking his beard. You are all aware of how you treated Lin Han yesterday. You cannot expect him to come crawling back to your academy. At this statement, the entire room filled with resentful glances directed at the old principal that in the past, a mere principal from Ningchuan No. 1 High School would not dare to speak to them in such a manner. However, times had changed. After all, the school had produced a Duel S-rank talent, complicating matters significantly if none of you are willing to express your stance. Allow me to speak first, the head of the Ice Dragon Academy interjected. Our Ice Dragon Academy wishes for Lin Han to join us. As for tuition fees and miscellaneous expenses, our academy will cover them. Furthermore, we will unconditionally grant Lin Han a scholarship every year. As for the beasts, we will help Lin Han select the finest ones within our capabilities. Old principal, what do you think of our conditions? The old principal remained silent. merely stroking his sparse beard, seemingly awaiting further input from other academies. Such matters require patience. Humph. What kind of teaching resources does your Ice Dragon Academy possess? I'm not trying to belittle you, but I fear that if Lin Han joins your academy, he may be led astray, the head of the Lion Academy remarked disdainfully. Hearing this, the head of the Ice Dragon Academy became infuriated. What nonsense are you spouting? Is our Ice Dragon Academy not superior to your Lion Academy? Old principal, let Lin Han come to our Lion Academy. Everything your Ice Dragon Academy offers, we can provide, and what you cannot offer, we can accommodate Lin Han's needs. The head of the Lion Academy paid no mind to the head of the Ice Dragon Academy and continued speaking. The old principal merely nodded, showing no inclination to express his opinion. After all, such an opportunity was rare. He must remain composed and patient. As long as he did not express a preference, he could ensure Lin Han received even more benefits. At this moment, the head of the Poison Spike Academy spoke up. Old principal, don't deliberate any longer. Our Poison Spike Academy ranks among the top 10 academies in the entire empire, so let Lin Han join us. Not only can we meet all your conditions, but we are also willing to fund the renovation and expansion of your esteemed school. What do you think, old principal? Of course, all these benefits will be recorded under your name, old principal. We of the Poison Spike Academy merely admire your management skills and teaching abilities, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the head of the Lion Academy exploded. You shameless scoundrel, do you still have any decency left? What is wrong with me? The head of the Poison Spike Academy retorted nonchalantly. What's wrong with you? We are here to discuss Lin Han's conditions, and yet you are attempting to bribe the old principal. The head of the Lion Academy glared, then turned to the old principal earnestly, stating, Old principal, we at the Lion Academy are willing to assist you in doubling the size of Ning Chuan No. 1 High School. How can you accuse me of being shameless? The head of the Poison Spike Academy nearly cursed in outrage. This was clearly his idea, yet this brazen individual had stolen it. We of the Ice Dragon Academy are willing to offer triple. The head of the Ice Dragon Academy quickly interjected that we of the Tianhua Academy are willing to offer quadruple. In an instant, the entire conference room resembled a large-scale bidding meeting. Listening to the various speakers, the old principal was tempted to agree, yet he consistently reminded himself to remain calm. The timing was not yet right. I gather from your words that you all wish to transform the entire Sioux City into Ningchuan No. 1 High School. We are here to recruit students, not to be so vulgar. Suddenly, the elder from Baitian Academy interrupted the ongoing discussions. Humph. Had it not been for your insistence on opposing Lin Han yesterday, we would not be seated here now, someone remarked, and the elder from Baitian Academy was rendered speechless. Indeed, had it not been for his desire to support Meng Xiao, an A-rank talent, he would not have forsaken a genius like Lin Han. If not for the need to maintain Baitian Academy's image, he would have liked to slap Meng Xiao twice. Just as tensions escalated, a knock echoed at the door. The old principal's face brightened with a smile as he exclaimed, Come in, old principal. The results of Lin Han's beast contract signing have arrived. At this announcement, the entire room fell into silence. Splendid, splendid, quickly share the results of Lin Han's signing with everyone. We have all been waiting. The smile on the old principal's face grew even more radiant, but he had been waiting for this moment. Chapter 22. Lin Han, this student, is finished. At this time, all the representatives from various academies were tense, eagerly awaiting the news regarding the first beast bound by a Duel S-rank talent. They could not afford to be anything less than anxious. The personnel from the incubation center felt weak in the knees at the intensity of the situation. In our incubation center, Lin Han has just signed a contract for a mysterious Xianfeng turtle. Instantly, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The old principal, who was prepared to extort exorbitant fees, found himself rendered speechless. His mouth agape in disbelief. A Xianfeng turtle? How could it possibly be a Xianfeng turtle? Young man, are you certain your information is accurate? The principal, unable to comprehend the outcome, hastily pressed for clarification. Indeed, it is a Xianfeng turtle, reiterated the staff at the incubation center, their tone resolutely firm. Alas! The old principal slumped helplessly into his chair, muttering in frustration. Did I not specifically ask your manager to provide Lin Han with the bloodthirsty bear's beast egg? Why on earth is it a Xianfeng turtle? Tell me, why a Xianfeng turtle? The manager confirmed, we did indeed follow your request, delivering the bloodthirsty bear's beast egg to Lin Han, but he showed no interest whatsoever. Ultimately, he insisted on exploring the lower tier, where he then set his sights on the Xianfeng turtle. Upon hearing this, the old principal felt as if his very bones were melting away. He was at a loss for how to manage the ensuing situation. Despite all his calculations, he had not anticipated that Lin Han would encounter such a predicament, that a Xianfeng turtle. At this moment, Meng Xiao erupted into laughter from behind, that I knew that good for nothing would amount to nothing. Of all the choices, he had to pick a Xianfeng turtle. Truly befitting of his character, both are equally pathetic. This time, the representative from Baitian Academy refrained from reprimanding her. Clearly, the Xianfeng turtle must be counted among the most inferior of all beasts. The arrogant Lin Han surely could not believe that his double S-level talent could turn the tide. The Baitian Academy representative guffawed, having kept his emotions in check until this moment, experiencing a complete release. What a pity he ended up bonding with the Xianfeng turtle. It's a complete waste of his talent. The head of Ice Dragon Academy wore an expression of utter disappointment that I truly cannot fathom why the heavens would bestow such a double S-level talent upon someone like him. The representative from Lion Academy promptly abandoned any thoughts of recruiting Lin Han. They all understood that no matter how extraordinary a double S-level talent might be, without a formidable beast, it would all be for naught. Such is the nature of the Beast Master system in the Tianlong Empire. Now, everyone could cease their concerns regarding Lin Han. The head of Poisonthorn Academy chuckled, as they had only attended this meeting to apologize for previously blacklisting Lin Han. After all, to publicly declare they would not recruit someone with a double S-level talent was no trivial matter. The Academy valued such decisions highly. Should blame be levied, the recruitment heads would face unbearable consequences. Yet upon hearing that Lin Han had chosen a Xianfeng turtle as his beast, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. This rendered their previous refusal to recruit Lin Han a reasonable course of action, naturally alleviating their fears of repercussions from the Academy. That I reckon that Lin Han has squandered his potential, binding himself to the most pathetic Xianfeng turtle. What does it matter if he possesses double S-level talent? Or even 4 or 5? The limitations of a Xianfeng turtle are simply too great. Little did they expect that before the sun had even risen, their hopes would be dashed. The representative from Baitian Academy erupted into hearty laughter. Reveling in the chaos surrounding Lin Han, what had once spiraled into an uncontrollable situation had suddenly fizzled out, needing no further management. How could his spirits not soar? If there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Baitian Academy has many affairs awaiting my attention. The Baitian Academy representative dismissed the crowd with a flick of his sleeve, departing from his seat at such a time. Who would waste time, money, and energy on someone as seemingly inconsequential as Lin Han? I shall take my leave as well. Everyone. Old principal, you may keep this precious Lin Han to yourself. Farewell. Gradually, all departed, and unlike their entrance, none offered the old principal any pleasantries. At this moment, the old principal was at a loss for words. Just moments ago, those who clamored to build a new edifice for Ningchuan No. 1 High School were now hastily retreating. Truly, it was a case of rise and fall, all revolving around Lin Han. Meanwhile, the head of Baitian Academy led Meng Xiao to a secluded area. Xiao, we need not concern ourselves with that Lin Han any longer. He can be considered effectively discarded. Thus, you shall face no opposition in this recruitment process. At this point, Meng Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of determination. Yes, I shall undoubtedly bring honor to the Academy. The elder from Baitian Academy smiled benevolently. Xiao, you are indeed a commendable child, and your talents are quite impressive. Your future achievements will surely be remarkable. Then, the representative from Baitian Academy produced a beast egg. Meng Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of this beast egg. What do you think? Do you like it? This is a golden grade beast egg, the very one the Academy promised you. With this beast egg, do you not feel more confident? The head of Baitian Academy smiled. I ask this truly for me. Meng Xiao had almost given up hope of receiving such privileges, merely wishing to join Baitian Academy. However, the representative had directly handed her a golden grade beast egg. Of course it is for you. Baitian Academy prides itself on integrity. Anything we have promised must be fulfilled. The representative from Baitian Academy spoke with pride. Thank you, Director. Meng Xiao accepted the beast egg, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With this beast egg, her starting point would already be considerably higher than many others. Rest assured, Director, in this upcoming unified examination, I shall surely trample Lin Han underfoot, teaching him a lesson for provoking the wrong individuals. Indeed, your resolve is commendable. The head of Baitian Academy and Meng Xiao exchanged knowing smiles at this moment. Lin Han had just exited the training area and was navigating his way to the Awakening Temple without hesitation. He needed to swiftly accept the Awakening task. However, upon arriving at the Awakening Temple, he found the grand doors firmly locked. Damn it, the Awakening Temple is closed. Lin Han felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had always assumed that such a sacred place would operate year-round, which was why he had rushed there at such a late hour to undertake the Awakening task. Yet, it seemed they were closed for the day. Clearly, he had not conducted sufficient research. Upon leaving the Awakening Temple, Lin Han promptly returned home. Since the Awakening Temple was closed for the day, he would have to return tomorrow. Once home, Lin Han swiftly opened the system panel. Host, Lin Han age, 16 level, 10 strength, 1270 agility, 1250 spirit, 1230 constitution, 1280 beast, candle turtle talent, iron body S level, eye of the heavenly path, mythical level, assets, 0 krypton points, for 60 doubling energy, 0 460 krypton points. Lin Han's heart soared with joy. This was the reward for completing 3 tasks. Based on the current rhythm of the system tasks, if he successfully completed the Awakening job, he would likely have another task to sign a second beast. An Awakening task every 10 levels. With each completed Awakening task, he could contract a beast. These were all concepts he had learned from his textbooks. Given the current pace of system tasks, Lin Han believed that accumulating the 999 krypton points needed for the first doubling of the candle turtle would not take long. Furthermore, the first-place reward in the upcoming unified examination would guarantee a minimum of 30 million. To him, that was already assured. Lin Han had resolved to give his all in the unified examination. He had no choice. His needs were simply too great. The first doubling of the candle turtle already required 999 krypton points. Furthermore, the skill for distributing awakening values also demanded 800 krypton points. And this was still during the novice period. Within a mere month, he needed to amass 800 krypton points to awaken this skill. Otherwise, once the novice phase ended, the price would double. Lin Han exhaled a deep sigh of frustration. At this moment, he only had 460 points, leaving him 340 points short of his target. However, according to the current distribution of tasks, it meant he needed to complete just 2 more to reach his goal. He must obtain the Awakening from the Awakening Temple tomorrow. Thus, he truly felt no urgency to expend all his krypton points to enhance his strength today. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Han. Subsequently, he began to scour the system page. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The Equipment Recovery System. Indeed, just yesterday, he had noticed this feature while perusing the system. However, at that time, he possessed nothing of value, so he had not paid it much mind. Yet now, he had 3 pieces of equipment and 2 beast eggs on him. If the system could recycle, it would certainly save him the trouble of selling at the trading post. Blood gloves, 800. 000 Star Dragon coins. Ice grasp, 1 200 000. Bloodthirsty ring, 1 500 000. Ice griffin egg, 2 100 000. Hiss. In Lin Han's view, these prices have already exceeded his expectations. 2 ice griffin eggs alone amount to 4,200,000 Star Dragon coins. And with the addition of the other 3 pieces of equipment, it totals 7,700,000 Star Dragon coins. This prospect has made Lin Han exceedingly excited. If he were to sell these 3 items, he would almost have enough to gather the necessary funds to enhance his strength. However, a new thought crossed Lin Han's mind. Based on his deductions, the prices offered by the system must be quite fair. Yet, they may not fully take into account the market conditions of the Star Dragon Empire. For instance, the Ice Griffin eggs are particularly in demand during the awakening season in the Star Dragon Empire, where everyone is in need of high-quality beast eggs, naturally driving the prices up. Selling at the trading post might yield even higher prices. Furthermore, according to the system's prompts, Lin Han has a clear understanding of the minimum prices for these items. Thus, he need not worry about being deceived by the trading post with lowball offers. Should the final price at the trading post exceed that of the system, he would gladly sell there, reaping additional profits, which would also mean more funds for enhancements. Suddenly, Lin Han felt as if he had uncovered a loophole in the system. With this in mind, he decided not to rush to spend his funds, but rather to wait and see what the trading post had to offer. Subsequently, Lin Han began to rest. After a day of battles, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Upon waking the next morning, Lin Han made his way directly to the Awakening Temple. Upon arriving, he was taken aback by the opulence of the place. Compared to the Beast Hatching Center, the standards here were evidently much higher. Had he not become a beast master and lived in Sioux City for so long, he would have never known such a magnificent place existed. The overall architecture of the Awakening Temple was adorned in red and gold, exuding grandeur. At this moment, however, the number of people in the temple was relatively sparse, as only a few had recently awakened and managed to reach level 10 quickly. Unless there were members of prominent families present, it was evident that Sioux City, which could hardly be considered a large city, lacked such so-called noble families. The majority gathered here were not first-time awakeners. As Lin Han stepped into the temple, he found the interior decor to be even more impressive than the exterior, with a simple color scheme that appeared orderly rather than chaotic. The lighting was exceptionally bright, creating an ambience akin to being outdoors. Following the directions, Lin Han arrived at a reception desk, where he completed his registration. Afterward, the receptionist stepped out from behind the counter. Mr. Lin Han, I will now take you to the room designated for your awakening. The receptionist maintained a warm smile. Thank you, Lin Han replied courteously. The two then entered an elevator, and after ascending several floors, the receptionist brought Lin Han to a door. Awakening Room 385. Mr. Lin Han, this is your designated room. However, before you enter, I must explain the rules that it's quite simple. Just touch the Awakening Stone to connect with your job panel, and once you meet the awakening requirements, a task will be assigned to you. Upon completing the task, you may return here to finalize your awakening, but I must also caution you. The Awakening Stone is a treasured artifact of the Star Dragon Empire and must not be damaged. If you, Mr. Lin Han, were to deliberately harm the Awakening Stone, the consequences would be severe. The receptionist gave Lin Han a meaningful look, which was all too clear. Lin Han, having learned a few things during his time at Ningchuan High School, would certainly not be foolish enough to damage their Awakening Stone. After the receptionist's repeated reminders, Lin Han finally gathered his courage and pushed the door open, stepping into the room that IT was finally beginning. Chapter 24. The Awakening Stone is a Fiend? As Lin Han entered the Awakening Room, the last remnants of light vanished the moment the receptionist closed the door, plunging him into darkness. He extended his hand forward and felt a fabric-like texture. Upon entering the room, he was not immediately confronted by the Awakening Stone. Instead, the surroundings had been completely veiled by cloth. Why was that? Lin Han felt a twinge of confusion. Although he had previously studied information about the Awakening Stone, his understanding was still rather limited. The textbooks only briefly stated that the Awakening Stone was used to facilitate their awakening, with little additional information provided. If one were to say that Lin Han felt no nervousness at all, even he would find that hard to believe. Resolute, Lin Han pulled aside the fabric. In an instant, a brilliant golden light shone through the gap. Hiss, how dazzling! Lin Han was momentarily stunned. This radiance was unlike any other. If the light emitted by the sun could be likened to a shield, then this beam was like a spear, capable of piercing through anything. Beneath this light, Lin Han felt as though he were a person stripped bare, with everything laid bare before the Awakening Stone. This sensation was unprecedented. It felt as though he were the eye of creation, where nothing in the world could escape his gaze. Lin Han couldn't help but swallow hard. This feeling was overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving him deeply unsettled in that moment. It was as if all secrets had been stripped away, and he detested the sensation of being governed by another. It was akin to a deity, looking down upon him from above. What on earth was this thing? Lin Han found himself gasping for breath, his anxiety surging through every fiber of his being. At the same time, a faint glow emanated from his eyes. The mythic level talent, the Eye of Creation, had been activated. Awakening Stone Qualification. Unknown Race. Awakening, a Fragmented Incarnation. Level. Unknown Strength. Unknown Agility. Unknown Spirit. Unknown Constitution. Unknown. What is this situation? Lin Han's eyes widened involuntarily. He was seeing this panel for the first time. The mythic level talent, the Eye of Creation, was unable to fully perceive the Awakening Stone. How could this be? Although Lin Han was unaware of the precise implications of a mythic level talent, he understood it to be far superior to S level, Previously, he had never failed to glean information from his observations. Yet this time, he had stumbled. The Eye of Creation could merely glimpse its race. Race? Lin Han's mind went blank. Why is it categorized by race? Is this panel that of a fiend? There was no mistaking it. In an instant, Lin Han's mind became chaotic. He would never misremember. This sort of panel only appeared when he was observing beasts and fiends. The mythic level talent, the Eye of Creation, could not possibly be mistaken. If that were the case, the Awakening Stone was not merely an item, but a fiend. But why would the Awakening Stone be a fiend? It should be noted that neither textbooks nor online resources contained any information regarding this aspect of the Awakening Stone. Suddenly, Lin Han began to doubt the very nature of this world. He couldn't help but recall the historical records he had once studied. Soon, he realized he was rather vague regarding certain historical details. He only vaguely knew that the Awakening Stone was foundational to the establishment of the Star Dragon Empire. And he was entirely unaware of any further information. Faintly, Lin Han sensed that he had stumbled upon a secret. Perhaps things were not as straightforward as they seemed. During his previous awakening, he had been distracted by Meng Ziyao's situation and had paid little attention to the Awakening Stone. However, this time it felt entirely different. If the Awakening Stone was indeed a fiend, might it be possible to form a contract with it? In an instant, a bold idea surged through his mind. If even the Eye of Creation could not fully perceive this existence, if he were to truly make it his beast, the benefits would be unimaginable. But soon, Lin Han dismissed this thought. He had no idea where the core of the Awakening Stone lay, and besides, it was a treasured artifact of the Star Dragon Empire. Attempting to take it would mean opposing the entire Star Dragon Empire. He could not bear such a cost. Lin Han hurriedly shook his head, striving to calm himself. That notion was far too reckless. At present, his strength was insufficient to unleash the full potential of the Eye of Creation. Perhaps as his power grew, he would be able to perceive more in the future. There was no need to rush. Once he had steadied his mind, Lin Han resolved to first complete the awakening task. However, since learning of certain matters, the pressure weighing on him had significantly increased. The immovable Awakening Stone now seemed to him as if it were a fearsome fiend, watching him intently. Nevertheless, for the sake of his awakening, Lin Han steeled his resolve and approached the Awakening Stone. Reaching out to touch it, suddenly, a familiar sensation flooded his body, permeating every cell within him. Name: Lin Han. Age: 16 level, 10 talent. Iron body, Eye of Creation beast. Candle Turtle awakening conditions, Med awakening task. Balance of the Starfire task location. Starfire Forest task objective. Assist the Starfire wolf in restoring its breeding. Maintaining ecological balance in Starfire Forest. Defeat a portion of the Starfire Tiger clan. Obtain Starling grass, and provide it to the Starfire Wolf clan to aid in their breeding. What? As Lin Han stared at the task that appeared on his job panel, he was instantly dumbfounded. This was not right. This was unlike any awakening task he had ever learned about. What the hell was this breeding nonsense? What do I care if the fire wolves are willing to reproduce? Is it any of my business? Are you trying to con me? In an instant, Lin Han's heart ignited with fury. Yet, despite his inner grievances, he had no choice but to accept the task. If this were merely a routine mission from the system, he might have refused, but this was an awakening quest. Who knows what consequences abandoning it might entail? He certainly could not afford to take such risks lightly. Thus, Lin Han could only earnestly ponder how to resolve this predicament. For now, he understood that he needed the Star Zero grass, that if he was not mistaken, it should be akin to an aphrodisiac. If it were indeed an aphrodisiac, he would also need to ensure that the population of the fire wolves did not exceed that of the fire tigers. If he were to annihilate the fire tigers entirely, that would likely be unfeasible as well, considering the task required maintaining a so-called balance. Damn it. Is this some sort of game with people? Just as Lin Han was about to curse aloud, he recalled that the awakening stone was not an ordinary stone, and ultimately swallowed his words. Suddenly, a brilliant idea illuminated his mind, accompanied by a subtle smile at the corners of his lips. Feeling elated, he promptly departed from the chamber. Next, of course, he would head to the trading post to sell some items. Chapter 25. The Trading Post, Manager Jiang. Lin Han joyfully exited the Awakening Temple and turned towards the largest trading house in Sioux City. It was said that this trading house was part of a chain throughout the entire Star Dragon Empire and belonged to a prominent family within the empire. However, Lin Han held little interest in such matters and had not bothered to inquire further. Upon arriving at the trading house, he was immediately greeted by a receptionist. "Sir, what can I assist you with today?" The receptionist sized Lin Han up with a quick glance. Even in that fleeting moment, Lin Han could detect a hint of disdain in her eyes. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. His attire was indeed composed of low-cost garments, but he was unconcerned, as long as the clothes served their purpose. "That was sufficient that I wished to sell some items," Lin Han replied softly. "Sell items?" The receptionist couldn't help but chuckle. "Sir, our trading house does not accept just anything that if you merely have some junk to dispose of. I suggest you turn left, where a few street vendors are set up, that if you can weave a good story, you might manage to sell something." Hearing this, Lin Han furrowed his brow slightly. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a beast egg appeared in his hand. "What is this?" The receptionist was taken aback. How could she not recognize a beast egg? Even without the ability to appraise it, she could tell that this egg was far from being of bronze rank. A silver-ranked beast egg would naturally command a price beyond the ordinary, potentially around 1 million or more. Who is this young man? Logically, anyone capable of producing such an item would likely be a scion of a notable family. Yet in her tenure at the reception, she had encountered nearly all the prominent families in Sioux City and had never heard of this individual. "Please, this way." Although the receptionist was filled with a myriad of questions, she dared not hesitate after recalling her earlier demeanor. She even wished to slap herself for her previous insolence. A person of such stature was not someone she could afford to offend. With a single word, he could easily ruin her standing in Sioux City. Lin Han paid her little mind and followed her inside. Soon a middle-aged man in a suit appeared, his gaze lingering on the beast egg in Lin Han's hand for a moment before approaching him. "Sir, are you looking to sell that beast egg?" I'm not selling. Manager Jiang was taken aback. "Why on earth would you bring a beast egg here just to browse? What are you playing at?" Lin Han took a moment before slowly uttering his next words. "Ta-da." Manager Jiang's previously furrowed brow instantly smoothed out, and he began to sweat profusely. "Damn, is he toying with me?" "Sir, this way, please." That Lin Han followed. And as he reached the receptionist, he quietly remarked, "I will remember you." That he then proceeded to follow Manager Jiang deeper into the establishment, leaving the receptionist standing there, pale as a ghost. "Remember me? This is it." Ultimately, Lin Han and Manager Jiang arrived at a VIP room. "Sir, I am the manager of this trading house. You may call me Manager Jiang." Manager Jiang sat across from Lin Han, a broad smile on his face. But his eyes were fixated on the beast egg in Lin Han's hand. "Just call me Lin Han," Lin Han said as he placed the beast egg on the table. "Very well, Mr. Lin. May I take a look at this beast egg?" "Feel free." "Good." Manager Jiang, still somewhat dazed by Lin Han's previous demeanor, hastily took the beast egg and began examining it. "This is an ice-type beast egg. Judging by the patterns, it should be an ice griffin. In the vicinity of Sioux City, there is likely only one in the silver-ranked mage training area, and it just so happens to be the hatching season. Mr. Lin, could it be that you—" Manager Jiang's remarks were notably professional, a display he intended to maintain. This young lad appeared quite youthful. If he presented himself as knowledgeable, it would grant him greater authority in conversation. What could this child possibly understand? "I found it by the roadside," Lin Han replied with a smile. "Found it? Where on earth could one find something so valuable?" Manager Jiang nearly spat blood in disbelief. Cough, cough. Manager Jiang quickly regained his composure, adopting a serious demeanor. "Mr. Lin, you are indeed fortunate." "Yes, I believe so," Lin Han agreed. Manager Jiang found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had never encountered such a challenging conversation in his life. "Mr. Lin, according to market prices, a silver-ranked beast egg is valued around 1 million. However, as the manager, and considering this is your first visit, I can offer you 1,050,000 Star Dragon coins for this beast egg. How does that sound?" Manager Jiang executed his sales pitch to perfection. "Is that all you can offer? You think I am a fool?" Lin Han's brow furrowed slightly. If it weren't for the system having already provided a price, he would have undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. However, he was no longer the same as before. He felt no obligation to accommodate someone trying to lowball him. "Manager Jiang, do you take me for a child?" Lin Han chuckled softly. "What do you mean by that?" "Mr. Lin, my offer is already quite reasonable. You won't find a better price throughout Sioux City. Besides, considering your age, I might as well regard you as a younger sibling that I would never take advantage of you." Manager Jiang paused for a moment. Customers are kings. Don't call me your brother. Call me your god. Lin Han was unfazed, instead laughing heartily. Your god. Manager Jiang's expression became peculiar. What on earth is this? That's right, Manager Jiang, according to market price, this beast egg should be valued at least 120,000. Moreover, given that we are in the midst of a fervent awakening period, the price of this Ice Griffin's beast egg is undoubtedly higher. Manager Jiang, you keep calling yourself a god, but your faith seems rather insincere. Lin Han nodded with satisfaction. Manager Jiang was momentarily stunned by Lin Han's words. Damn it. I call you god, and you take it as an addiction? Yet at the same time, he was astonished by Lin Han's confidence. Just as Lin Han had asserted, he articulated the market price and its fluctuations with such clarity, reflecting the normal state of the market. Chapter 26. Profiting handsomely at the trading post. To be honest, had this been earlier, Manager Jiang might not have given much thought to this young man. But now his perspective was shifting. That unwavering tone, that calm demeanor, was hardly characteristic of someone Lin Han's age. In Manager Jiang's eyes, this youth seemed far too composed. Who on earth is he? Ordinary individuals would never possess such an understanding of market prices. Even a seasoned professional like himself would struggle to express such certainty in one breath. Mr. Lin, call me God. God. If we price it at 120,000, we stand to lose. Do you wish for your God to incur a loss? What an unfaithful believer. Lin Han remained undeterred, continuing, My price is 130,000. If you cannot meet that price, then there is no need for us to continue this negotiation. With that, Lin Han turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, fine 130,000 it is. Manager Jiang could no longer contain himself. Damn, that's still too low. Lin Han felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Mr. Lin, we cannot go back on our word. 130,000 it is. Manager Jiang hastily reiterated. No going back. Lin Han shrugged nonchalantly. Shall we proceed with the transaction? Manager Jiang let out a sigh of relief. The price of 1,300,000 was still quite profitable for their trading firm. After all, in the current environment where beast eggs were severely lacking, it would be no trouble for him to sell this Ice Griffin beast egg for 1,500,000 with his persuasive skills. No rush, Lin Han chuckled, and soon another Ice Griffin egg appeared in his other hand. This operation left Manager Jiang utterly astounded. How could you possibly have another one? Lin Xian, did you also find this one? Manager Jiang couldn't help but smile. Lin Han, with a grin, replied, No, I just said, how could a person have such good fortune? Manager Jiang sighed in relief. But before he could finish his thought, Lin Han interjected. I found this one on another street, damn. Manager Jiang's face darkened. What kind of reasoning is this? So, shall we price this one at 1,300,000 as well, totaling 2,600,000 for the transaction? Manager Jiang continued, 1,400,000. Lin Han shook his head. 1,400,000 simply one do. Manager Jiang felt like crying. Accepting a profit of 200,000 was one thing, but a mere 100,000 was far too little for him. He hadn't anticipated Lin Han would pull such a stunt. No. Lin Han nodded, then summoned the ice claw to his hand. Sighing in disappointment, if that's the case, I have no choice but to explore other places. Surely there must be devout believers in this world. This is the ice claw. Manager Jiang's eyes widened. A silver-grade piece of equipment. Such items were scarce in Sioux City. The main reason being that even the drop rate for equipment from boss-level beasts was not particularly high. Likewise, during this recently awakened period, many disciples from prominent families were in dire need of silver-grade gear. Thus, the premium on silver-grade equipment was exceedingly steep. Oh my, don't go. I'm very sincere. Manager Jiang's smile grew even brighter as he stood up. Fetched a cup of coffee and handed it to Lin Han. This piece of equipment also found. No, it's Manager Jiang quickly deduced. I understand. You found it on another street, right? His face beamed with pride. Feeling he had completely figured Lin Han out. You think silver-grade equipment is as common as cabbage, easily found everywhere. Go ahead and find one for me. Of course, this is the equipment dropped by the Ice Griffin the first defeated. Lin Han replied, his expression bemused as though he were looking at a fooled... Manager Jiang momentarily lost his words. Is it really that enjoyable to toy with others? If he didn't still need to collect equipment from Lin Han, he would almost be in tears. Goodness, The ice claw was a drop, but the beast egg wasn't tea. Go find an egg on the street for me to see. So, Mr. Lin, how much do you wish to sell this equipment for? 1,500,000. 1,500,000? Mr. Lin, are you sure you're not joking? At this point, Manager Zhang's smile had frozen. At 1,500,000. His profit margin would be critically low. Although silver-grade weapons could fetch a high price, they shouldn't be that steep. Name your price. Let us see. 1,200,000. Initially, Manager Jiang wished to negotiate further, but recalling Lin Han's keen understanding of the market, he quickly dismissed the notion. This individual was undoubtedly a professional. It would be better to conduct a normal transaction in the presence of someone like him. 1,200,000. Lin Han feigned hesitation. Mr. Lin, we absolutely cannot raise it any further. It truly isn't profitable. Manager Jiang, in despair, turned his face. One price only. 1,300,000. If you can buy it, then good. If not, I'll seek another buyer. Lin Han remained unfazed, confident that this price was well within the other's capacity, and the profit would still be substantial. Fine then. Manager Jiang gritted his teeth and agreed. Simultaneously, a ring appeared in Lin Han's hand. Yet another silver-grade piece of equipment. Manager Jiang merely glanced and confirmed its identity as silver-grade. Is this for sale? Manager Jiang's heart leaped with joy, though Lin Han priced each item high. If he could secure 2 beast eggs and 2 pieces of equipment today, he would still make a significant profit. However, Lin Han's next words nearly caused Manager Jiang to spit blood. Not for sale. I need to make a trip to the Starfire Forest. Let us discuss this when I return. Lin Han's actions were intended to keep Manager Jiang on edge. Starfire Forest, at that moment. Manager Jiang began to doubt Lin Han's strength and identity. It should be noted that Starfire Forest was not merely a training area for silver-grade beast masters. It was a legitimate instance. Far beyond the scope of a mere leveling zone. The silver-grade equipment dropped there was exceedingly rare. This youth was worth a long-term partnership. Please settle these transactions with me first. Lin Han spoke softly. All right, I shall await your safe return from Starfire Forest, Mr. Lin Han. This time, Manager Jiang did not dawdle. After thoroughly checking the equipment to ensure there were no issues, he temporarily left the room. Upon his return, he possessed a black card. Mr. Lin, this is our trading firm's VIP card. I hope you will accept it in the future. Whenever you wish to purchase anything at our trading firm, you will receive discounts with this card. Lin Han accepted the black card without hesitation. He had heard from Shui Wushuang that some trading firms offered certain powerful beast masters preferential treatment. The black card was the most common form. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Your 2 ice griffin eggs total 2,600,000, and with the ice claw at 1,300,000, that brings your total to 3,900,000. Understood. Lin Han nodded. He had to admit that Manager Jiang was quite competent, making this transaction rather pleasant. As he had previously surmised, the system's buyback price was merely a fair price, unaffected by the fluctuations of the real world. Consequently, in his daily life, he could earn quite a bit more. Chapter 27. Task Location, Starfire Forest. Although he had only earned several 100,000 more, the sensation of utilizing the system was immensely satisfying. Perhaps even the system itself had not anticipated this. However, it was not to say that the system's buyback function lacked practical utility, that it should be noted that a beast master could not always return to town. And trading firms were not available everywhere. In the wild, when a trading firm was absent and one needed to spend points, Lin Han could readily sell items through the buyback function to enhance his opportunities. Ultimately, Manager Jiang escorted Lin Han to the door. Despite the warm and friendly atmosphere they shared along the way to the reception staff, it appeared terrifying. In such a short time, their relationship had grown so close. This was alarming. If someone could make Manager Jiang treat them this way, their identity was surely no trivial matter. The reception staff's face turned ashen. In their eyes, this could very well be the last few minutes of their employment at this trading firm. Offending such a figure could jeopardize their very existence in Sioux City. Lin Han noticed the reception staff, but this time, he paid them no mind. After bidding farewell to Manager Jiang, he headed towards the location of Starfire Forest. As for the reception staff, he had no interest in them whatsoever. His previous remark had merely been a scare tactic. He had already noticed their expression, which secretly delighted him. They would likely learn a profound lesson from this experience. Manager Jiang, I understand. I will leave on my own. No need for you to trouble yourselves. Huh? I realize I have offended a significant figure. To avoid implicating the trading firm, I should depart early. Once Lin Han left, the reception staff panicked. What are you saying? Who did you offend? Manager Jiang was momentarily stunned. Then the reception staff recounted the events that had just transpired. After a moment, Manager Jiang understood. Had it been earlier, he might have thought Lin Han was serious, but after spending time with him, he realized that the youth was merely toying with the staff. No ordinary person would ever act in such a manner. But Lin Han certainly could. After all, someone who would haggle over prices for such a long time would have already confronted the staff about any grievances. Rest assured, he isn't taking you seriously at all. Stop being so self-important and get back to work, Manager Jiang rebuked. Really? The reception staff was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, just be more cautious next time and refrain from looking down on others, Manager Jiang sighed. All right, thank you, Manager Jiang, thank you. Upon hearing that their job was secure, the reception staff quickly expressed their gratitude. Don't thank me. Just remember what to do when Mr. Lin comes again. Manager Jiang intended to cultivate a relationship with this young man, who was so promising at such a young age. To gain unrestricted access to the silver-level training zone, the future ahead is boundless. Manager Jiang. Who exactly is that person? Unable to contain his curiosity, the receptionist inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Manager Jiang slowly began to speak. Lin Han arrived at the location of a teleportation array that I in the Star Dragon Empire. Teleportation arrays are constructed between every city, but only specific items and professions can establish them, making the cost prohibitively high. Consequently, they are not present in every location, only in designated areas. Moreover, there is a limit to the number of individuals that can utilize the teleportation arrays between cities. Some arrays cannot accommodate large numbers of people. However, in a small place like Sioux City, this is hardly an issue, given the low flow of people. The method of using the teleportation array is quite simple. One merely needs to pay. Lin Han boarded the teleportation array, setting his destination to the Starfire Forest. Teleportation. In an instant, Lin Han found himself in a vast expanse of white. When he opened his eyes again, he had already reached the edge of the Starfire Forest. Recommended level 10-25. Lord, Golden Level Starfire Bear King. Golden Level. What on earth is this? Awakening Divine Stone. Are you jesting with me? ISNT, this is supposed to be my silver level awakening quest. How can there be a golden level beast as well? If there were only silver level beasts, I could accept that, but how does a golden level beast even come into play? Standing at the edge of the Starfire Forest, Lin Han began to curse vehemently. How could he possibly comprehend this? Is this something a mere human can achieve? Regardless, there are no awakening divine stones within the Starfire Forest. Although he could not abandon the quest, he could at least vent his frustrations. After all, the mission had led him here. He could only muster his courage and venture inside. Lin Han furrowed his brow in contemplation. This task was indeed quite challenging, primarily due to its complex requirements. Most significantly, he needed to maintain a balance between two races. According to his reasoning, both the Starfire Wolf Clan and the Starfire Tiger Clan should be of bronze level, and their respective leaders should merely be early-stage silver-level beasts, posing little threat to him. While he believed he could avoid encountering the Starfire Bear as long as he didn't venture too deep, completing the task would inevitably require some action, thus increasing the likelihood of encountering the Starfire Bear. Confronting a golden-level beast, to be honest, Lin Han did not have full confidence. The Candle Turtle was merely at level 11. It was exceedingly perilous. Even if its stats were high, he had no real understanding of how formidable a golden-level beast could be. After all, his encounter with the bloodthirsty Mosquito King had nearly cost him his life. Golden level. How terrifying could that be? Taking a deep breath, Lin Han ultimately decided to proceed step by step. He would deal with the Starfire Bear if he truly encountered one. As Lin Han traversed the Starfire Forest, suddenly, a piercing sound reverberated through the air, prompting him to instinctively cover his ears. Starfire Demon Ape, LV-14. A simian creature appeared not far from Lin Han. This appetizer truly regarded me highly. Lin Han let out a bitter laugh, encountering a level 14 beast right off the bat. Bloody Awakening Divine Stone. Lin Han couldn't help but curse again. In the next moment, he summoned the Candle Turtle from his beast master space. Level 14. If it were an ordinary person, they would likely perish here, but Lin Han was not concerned at all. Roar. The Starfire Demon Ape screeched at Lin Han, its voice grating on the ears. Before charging towards him, attack. Lin Han's gaze turned cold, his eyes radiating an endless killing intent. In the next instant, the Candle Turtle charged forth with remarkable speed. The Water Arrow triple shot was unleashed. The Starfire Demon Ape narrowly dodged, yet the Candle Turtle's assault did not waver, following up with an Ice Blade slash. Lin Han did not linger behind either. He took a swift step forward. S-Class talent Iron Body activated. The Starfire Demon Ape was somewhat taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that a Beast Master would confront it head-on. Just as it aimed to evade the Ice Blade, Lin Han had already closed the distance. Want to dodge? Lin Han certainly would not grant it that opportunity. He firmly grasped the Starfire Demon Ape's body, forcefully slamming it into the Ice Blade. Boom! In a critical moment, the Starfire Demon Ape managed to twist away, losing an arm but ultimately preserving its life. Hiss! After being injured, the Starfire Demon Ape's eyes turned blood red. It swiped a claw at Lin Han, yet the latter's iron body was exceedingly tough. With his physical stats surpassing 1200, naturally he could easily withstand the blow. However, Lin Han could still feel the pain of the strike. Witnessing this, the Candle Turtle could no longer restrain itself, seizing the opportunity as the Starfire Demon Ape attacked. It pounced, pinning the foe down. Chapter 28. Encounter with the Starfire Tiger Clan. The Starfire Demon Ape attempted to resist, but the Candle Turtle's weight held it firmly in place. The disparity in strength was evident. The Candle Turtle was clearly superior. In a fit of rage, it bit into the Starfire Demon Ape's chest, tearing away flesh and causing the creature to shriek in agony. Yet the Candle Turtle would not afford the opponent a chance to retaliate, continuously biting until the Starfire Demon Ape lay still. Successful in slaying the Starfire Demon Ape. Experience gained. 6485. Warning. Warning. You have reached level 10 and can no longer level up. Please proceed to the Awakening Divine Temple to complete your awakening task. The notification appeared on Lin Han's profession panel. Observing the abundant experience, yet unable to gain a level, Lin Han felt a pang of regret. However, though he did not level up, the Candle Turtle advanced to level 12. Candle Turtle Qualification. Legendary Race. Schwamu Bloodline Thin. Level 12 Strength. 3654 Agility. 3548 Spirit. 3488 Constitution. 4102. What enviable stats indeed. Lin Han let out a bitter laugh. He never anticipated that he would one day envy a turtle. Yet, how could he not yearn for that constitution exceeding 4,000? If he could possess such fortitude in conjunction with the iron body, Lin Han felt he could even grapple with a silver-level beast. Unfortunately, his own stats barely amounted to a third of the Candle Turtle's. Though he felt a twinge of envy, the thought that the Candle Turtle was a summoned beast lightened his mood considerably. Without further hesitation, Lin Han intended to depart with the Candle Turtle. But in the next moment, the Candle Turtle grew alert, gazing intently in a certain direction. Lin Han also sensed a tremor beneath his feet. What was approaching? The duo quickly sought refuge. Just as they moved away, a group of tigers emerged at the very spot they had just vacated. Starfire tigers. Lin Han's eyes sparkled. This was the very target of their expedition. At the center of the Starfire Tiger Pack stood the LV-18 Starfire Tiger King. 18 levels. Lin Han felt a surge of pressure. The bloodthirsty Mosquito King had not been this formidable, although he could fight it back then. He had chosen to evade primarily due to the troublesome swarm tactics of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Even though each individual mosquito was not particularly high in level, Lin Han preferred a steadier approach to combat. Now, however, the situation was different. The weakest of the Starfire Tigers was already at level 10, and the Tiger King was a staggering 18. Surrounding the Starfire Tiger King were 3 additional Starfire Tigers, each at level 15. Lin Han had never encountered a species with such strength before. Bloody Awakening Stone. Lin Han resolved to lay low for a while and observe the situation. Ding. System task activated. Task name. Starfire Tiger King task content. Slay the Starfire Tiger King. Task reward. 250 gold points. Originally, Lin Han had hoped to complete the task through an alternative method, but the system's sudden announcement left him bewildered. Regardless, he had to eliminate the Starfire Tiger King. 250 gold points, while not particularly auspicious, was still rather appealing. Lin Han took a deep breath. Who could resist the allure of gold points? However, He understood that he must not act rashly, that if he and the Candle Turtle charged into such a high-level tiger pack, it would surely lead to their demise. He needed to devise a strategy. Just then, rustling sounds emerged from another part of the forest. What new threat approached? Lin Han furrowed his brow. One pack of Starfire Tigers was already proving to be a headache. He hadn't anticipated yet another group arriving. Judging by the noise, their numbers would likely be substantial. As time passed, a large pack of wolf-like beasts materialized near the Starfire Tigers. LV-15 Starfire Wolves. Lin Han's eyes widened in shock. Damn it. The two races had inadvertently crossed paths. While the task objective had suddenly become clear, Lin Han found no joy in it. In such circumstances, an accidental encounter between two races would undoubtedly lead to conflict. However, the Starfire Wolves were likely at a disadvantage. Not to mention their inferior numbers, the strength of the Starfire Wolves fell significantly short. This was due to the absence of a Wolf King within the pack. The strongest among them were merely 3 level 15 wolves. How could they possibly contend? It would be pure torture. Lin Han feared that if a battle broke out, the Starfire Wolf pack might face total annihilation. In such a case, how could he ever complete his awakening task? Bloody Awakening Divine Stone. Lin Han couldn't help but curse again. Additionally, he recalled the hints regarding the awakening task. One must acquire the Star Spirit Grass and present it to the Starfire Wolf clan in order to aid in their propagation. However, the whereabouts of the Star Spirit Grass remain undiscovered. Nevertheless, since it is necessary to vanquish the Starfire Tiger Horde to obtain the Star Spirit Grass, Lin Han suspects that the grass is likely located within the territory of the Starfire Tigers. Yet, if the Starfire Wolf clan were to be completely annihilated now, would that not mean that he could never level up again? Thus, Lin Han's objective now is to divert the two clans, ensuring they do not engage in battle. The Starfire Wolf clan is utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the Starfire Tigers. Furrowing his brow, Lin Han realizes that the most effective way to alter the current one-sided situation between the two races is to slay the Starfire Tiger King. Only upon the death of the Tiger King can the Starfire Wolf clan truly survive. With this thought, Lin Han lets out a deep sigh, rising from the thicket, inhaling deeply. Damn those Starfire Tigers. I've long held a disdain for your motley crew of big cats. As these words escape his lips, the entire forest falls into an eerie silence. Even the nearby Candle Tortoise, which had been squinting, now gapes with wide eyes as if questioning, Master, have you lost your mind? IS&T this courting death. Following his colorful outburst, Lin Han bolts away, leaving no opportunity for the Starfire Tigers to react. The Candle Tortoise, witnessing this, hastily follows suit, simultaneously resolving to keep pace with its master's unpredictable thought process. As the Starfire Tiger King regains its composure, it lets out a furious roar directed at Lin Han. Instantly, the entire Tiger Horde pursues him, clearly having lost all interest in the Starfire Wolf clan. Instead, they are now intrigued by Lin Han, the Beast Master Intruder. The Starfire Wolf clan, displaying their awareness, also retreats as the Starfire Tigers depart. Of course, if a battle had just erupted, they would not have backed down. However, given the current circumstances, they would not be foolish enough to remain in place awaiting the return of the Tiger Horde. In the Starfire Forest, Lin Han dashes forward with the Candle Tortoise, both moving swiftly while he mentally records the escape route to avoid getting lost. Candle Tortoise, enter the Beast Master space, Lin Han commands. And the Candle Tortoise promptly complies, stepping into the designated space. Its large size could easily betray their location, especially since a tiger's vision far surpasses that of a human. Lin Han dares not gamble at such a critical moment. Subsequently, utilizing his Eye of Creation, Lin Han scans the surroundings. Eventually, he discovers a relatively concealed spot. Since the distance from the Starfire Tigers has widened considerably, he has ample time to hide without being detected. Chapter 29. Slay the Starfire Tiger King. Hiding in the shadows, Lin Han vigilantly observes the external situation. Hardly daring to breathe, he can scarcely fathom the consequences should the Starfire Tigers discover his presence. After the Tiger Horde exhausts their efforts to locate him and begins to withdraw, Lin Han finally emerges from his hiding place, feeling relieved. Next, he believes that he simply needs to follow the Starfire Tigers to find their lair. The imminent threat of extinction to the Starfire Wolf clan has been temporarily averted. It is time to pilfer the Star Spirit Grass. However, This moment coincides with their hunting time, and it is likely that the Starfire Tigers may not return to their lair just yet. Lin Han remains unperturbed. He has plenty of time to linger here, requiring only patience that he hopes that no further unexpected events arise. Maintaining a safe distance from the Tiger Horde, Lin Han ensures he remains undetected. With the Eye of Creation, it is nearly impossible for him to lose track of his target. Just as he feels things are going smoothly, a sudden roar shatters the tranquility. A level 24 Starfire Bear King appears alongside the Starfire Tiger Horde. What the hell? In an instant, Lin Han senses that the heavens are playing a cruel joke on him. Is this not the edge of the Starfire Forest? How could he suddenly encounter the apex predator of the Starfire Forest? Shouldn't the territory of the Starfire Bear King lie deep within the forest? Just as he had secured the Starfire Wolf clan as safety, he now faces the dire predicament of the Starfire Tigers. This does not bode well. Although the task requires him to maintain equilibrium between these two factions, the encounter of the Starfire Tigers with the golden-tiered Starfire Bear King complicates matters. If the Starfire Tigers suffer significant losses here, it could lead to disaster. Should the Starfire Tiger King perish, the entire Starfire Tiger clan might become weaker than the Starfire Wolf clan. Would Lin Han then be compelled to eliminate a portion of the Starfire Wolves to maintain balance? That would be exceedingly troublesome. Before Lin Han can ponder further, the Starfire Bear King charges into the midst of the Starfire Tigers, akin to a war god. The Tiger Horde is instantly scattered, thrown into disarray. This is the current state of the Starfire Tigers. At this juncture, Lin Han hesitates. Should he employ the same trick again? No, he cannot act yet. Just then, the Starfire Tiger King leaps into battle, and the two royal beasts engage in a fierce struggle. However, the Silver-tier Starfire Tiger King is no match for the Starfire Bear King. In a matter of moments, it is flung aside. The Starfire Tigers, undeterred, rush to join the fray, creating a tumultuous back-and-forth battle. Yet, being of golden tier, the Starfire Bear King remains dominant, sending several Starfire Tigers crashing to the ground. Based on this outcome, it is likely to result in mutual destruction. Lin Han furrows his brow, realizing he must take action. In an instant, the Candle Tortoise emerges from the Beast Master space. Rock barrier. 3 stones form in the air, hurtling downwards. But this time, Lin Han does not direct them to strike his targets directly. Instead, he separates the battlefield, specifically trapping the Starfire Tiger King within the rocky confines. Now, Candle Tortoise, Water Arrow Triple Shot. Ice Blade. In a flash, the Water Arrow Triple Shot is unleashed, swiftly followed by the Ice Blade. The Starfire Tiger King attempts to leap from the rocks, but as it does, it is struck back down, emitting a series of anguished cries. Truly, it is an existence of level 18, enduring 2 full blows and still holding on. Lin Han smirks, his brow furrowed. Candle Tortoise, join the fray. Quickly eliminate the Starfire Tigers. We must secure the kill. At this moment, urgency grips Lin Han. This is the prime opportunity. Although it carries some risk, it cannot be overlooked. He is determined to claim those 250 premium points. Should he hesitate too long, he fears that the Starfire Bear might secure the kill on the Tiger King. That would be a complete disaster. The Candle Tortoise charges forward, diving into the rocky enclosure to attack the severely injured Starfire Tiger King. However, the Starfire Bear King, clearly displeased by Lin Han's interruption, raises its arms and pounds the stone wall. Lin Han cannot afford to give the beast this chance. Despite the risks, he has no other choice. S-Class talent. Iron Body, mythical level talent. Eye of Creation, activate. Lin Han maximizes his talents, joining the fray upon seeing Lin Han. The Starfire Bear King abandons its attack on the stone wall and charges directly at him. The speed is like that of a meteor crashing down. Lin Han activates his Eye of Creation, instantly grasping the trajectory of the incoming attack. Crossing his arms, boom. The Starfire Bear King's paw lands heavily on Lin Han's arm, sending blood flying. A crimson claw mark instantly appears on Lin Han's arm. The force is indeed immense. Lin Han grimaces, his expression darkening. He has sustained an injury. The Bear King has shattered his iron body. As expected, the disparity in strength is far too great. The golden tier is beyond his current capabilities. Had it not been for the iron body, Lin Han believes he would have at least lost an arm. The Starfire Bear King, evidently taken aback by Lin Han's unexpected resilience, pursues him relentlessly, intent on continuing its assault. That's enough. Lin Han swiftly retreats, realizing that if this strike landed on his arm, the next could very well target his abdomen. After weighing his options, Lin Han makes a decisive move. Sprinting towards the Starfire Tiger horde, opting to carve a path through them rather than face the Bear King alone. The Starfire Tigers, witnessing Lin Han leading the Starfire Bear towards them, scramble in panic to retreat. Their plan to rescue their leader is now thwarted. Had they the ability to speak, they would surely be cursing Lin Han at this moment. At this time, the notification rings out. Successfully killed the Starfire Tiger King. Experience points 9885. Warning. Warning. You have reached level 10 and can no longer level up. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete the Awakening quest. Ding. System task. Hunt the Starfire Tiger King has been completed. Task reward, 250 premium points. Lin Han rejoices. It is time to execute the next phase of his plan. With this thought, he pivots sharply, delivering a swift kick. The Starfire Bear King, caught off guard, instinctively blocks. But Lin Han's attack merely grazes it. Candle Tortoise run. Lin Han distances himself, retreating in the opposite direction. The Starfire Bear King feels humiliated, letting out a furious roar before pursuing him. Comparatively, the Starfire Bear King proves to be faster than the Starfire Tigers, gradually closing the gap between them. Meanwhile, with the Tiger King dead and the horde leaderless, the Starfire Tigers begin to flee in another direction. The Candle Tortoise remains close by Lin Han, guarding him. This time, he does not withdraw it back into the Beast Master space, because he was aware, relying solely on his speed, it was utterly impossible for him to shake off such a colossal creature. As their velocities were not even on the same wavelength. Chapter 30. The terrifying effects of the marketplace items. The chase between Lin Han and the Starfire Bear King was a true reflection of a relentless pursuit. Stop chasing. I have just 2 pieces of meat, hardly enough for you to swallow in one bite. Lin Han cursed, but the more he protested, the faster the Starfire Bear pursued him. Damn it, this distance is just about right. Lin Han carefully surveyed his surroundings at this moment. He had managed to create a significant gap between himself, the Bear King, and the pack of tigers. The Starfire Tiger tribe should be at a similar distance. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Suddenly, Lin Han turned around and stood firm, one hand concealed behind his back, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon seeing this, the Starfire Bear King momentarily froze. However, being a dominant creature, it quickly resumed its charge, mouth agape. The Candle Tortoise positioned itself in front of Lin Han, aiming to activate the diamond wall to protect him. Dodge. Yet Lin Han spoke calmly. The Candle Tortoise hesitated. Dodge. If that strike lands on Lin Han, he would undoubtedly suffer. Dodge, Lin Han roared. Reluctantly, the Candle Tortoise complied and moved aside. With an S-rank talent and a steel body, Lin Han gasped heavily, confronting the Starfire Bear King head-on. In the blink of an eye, the Bear King was less than a meter away, causing Lin Han to swallow hard. Nevertheless, the hand he had hidden behind his back slowly emerged. Whoosh! Lin Han swung his arm, and 3 pink pills flew from his hand, directly entering the Bear King's mouth. This unexpected strike left the Starfire Bear King momentarily bewildered, causing its body to shift and its attack to veer off course. Lin Han swiftly jumped aside. However, despite his efforts, he still bore several gashes, blood trailing down his body. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lin Han quickly distanced himself. The Candle Tortoise once again positioned itself in front of him. The Starfire Bear King crashed to the ground, swiftly turning its gaze back to Lin Han, its eyes ablaze with fury. Hurry up and take effect. Lin Han's heart raced, infuriated by Lin Han's actions. The Starfire Bear King lunged at him once more. Hurry up and take effect. Hurry up! Sweat beads trickled down Lin Han's face, splattering onto the ground. Boom! The Candle Tortoise unleashed the diamond wall yet again. But this time, it stopped just under 3 meters away from Lin Han. It worked. In that moment, a long-lost smile graced Lin Han's previously tense face. At the crucial instant, he had exchanged for the beast taming aphrodisiac in the system. Initially, he had intended to use it on the Starfire Wolf and Tiger tribes, in case he could not secure the Starfire Grass. After all, procreation was of utmost importance. The effect of the Starfire Grass likely served a similar purpose. Lin Han even speculated that the rapid reproduction of the Starfire Tiger tribe was due to the Starfire Grass. enabling them to surpass the Starfire Wolf tribe and disrupt the ecological balance. Therefore, he merely needed to employ the same method. Coincidentally, the system shop had the beast taming aphrodisiac, so he boldly decided to give it a try. However, with the Starfire Bear King relentlessly pursuing him, he had no choice but to test the effects on this creature first. In fact, fearing one would not suffice, he used 3. At that moment, the Starfire Bear King's state became exceedingly distorted. Just as Lin Han was about to leave, he noticed the Bear King's unwavering gaze fixated on the candle tortoise, its eyes radiating a blatant sense of perversion. "Bro, are you seriously eyeing a tortoise?" Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. This was something he had not anticipated. The potency of the aphrodisiac was indeed overwhelming. It was worth noting that both the candle tortoise and the Bear King were males. Wasn't that a bit too cruel? At this moment, the candle tortoise trembled, sensing that remaining here could lead to unfortunate events, and it cast a pleading glance at Lin Han. Reluctantly, Lin Han summoned the candle tortoise back into the beast's space. After all, it was his beast. He couldn't just stand by as the Starfire Bear King ravaged it. However, just as Lin Han was about to breathe a sigh of relief after recalling the candle tortoise, he caught sight of the Bear King's twisted gaze directed at himself. "Bro, I'm human. I don't have such inclinations." Lin Han couldn't help but smirk, turning to flee. If he didn't run now, he might not be able to stand up again. Lin Han dared not linger any longer. Although he had brought this upon himself, the unfolding events were entirely beyond his expectations. At this moment, the Starfire Bear King was in a frenzied state, pursuing Lin Han with reckless abandon. It was running even faster than before. Mythical level talent. Eye of Creation. Lin Han scanned his surroundings and ultimately, he spotted what he sought. LV-12 Starfire Demon Ape, a beast of formidable strength. Upon seeing it, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. Roar. The moment the Starfire Demon Ape laid eyes on Lin Han, it too was unexpectedly exhilarated. A human beast tamer daring enough to approach it? The Starfire Demon Ape charged towards Lin Han. But the next moment, it noticed a colossal figure barreling in its direction. The Starfire Demon Ape trembled all over. Lin Han hastily dodged to the side. The Starfire Bear King had now fixed its gaze on the Starfire Demon Ape, clearly finding it more enticing than Lin Han. When the Starfire Demon Ape attempted to flee, it was already too late. It was pinned to the ground by the Starfire Bear King, and anguished cries reverberated throughout the forest. Lin Han stood at a distance, watching the horrific scene unfold, unable to suppress his urge to cover his eyes. How utterly brutal was the effect of 3 aphrodisiacs this potent? Next time, he would need to be more cautious with the dosage. However, recalling how the Starfire Bear King had rushed towards the Starfire Demon Ape, Lin Han felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he considered himself quite the handsome fellow, yet he couldn't compete with a monkey. Soon, Lin Han brushed aside such thoughts. He needed to return to the location of the Starfire Tiger tribe to search for the Starfire grass. Time was of the essence. The recent chase had already consumed a substantial amount of time. Nevertheless, Lin Han possessed an exceptional memory, and with the Eye of Creation at his disposal, he could easily recall the path he had just traversed. Approximately 15 minutes later, Lin Han arrived at the place where he had initially defeated the Starfire Tiger tribe. It was undoubtedly where they had parted ways. Lin Han summoned the candle tortoise. The moment the candle tortoise emerged, it trembled, looking at Lin Han with a terrified expression. "It's all right. The Bear King has already left." Lin Han reassured it gently. Such an event was still too stimulating for a young one. Following that, Lin Han retrieved the bloodthirsty ring. This was the very reason he had determined to lure the Starfire Bear King away. The effect of the bloodthirsty ring was to track the location of an opponent based on their blood. It was worth noting that the recent attack from the Starfire Bear King had left plenty of blood from the Starfire Tiger tribe. With these blood traces combined with the bloodthirsty ring, he would be able to easily locate their whereabouts. This was Lin Han's plan. At the very least, everything was proceeding quite smoothly according to his strategy. The next steps he needed to take were much simpler. Chapter 31. Illuminating the Self-Control Talent. Soon, Lin Han began attempting to collect blood traces from the ground. Despite the brutality of the battle, the death rate among the Starfire Tigers was not excessively high. Apart from the Starfire Tiger King, whom Lin Han had slain, only 2 other Starfire Tigers had perished. This outcome was likely due to the rapid involvement of the Starfire Tiger King in the battle. Nevertheless, Lin Han could surmise that the Tiger King had sought to swiftly conclude the fight to ensure the survival of its kind. After several attempts, the effects of the bloodthirsty ring finally manifested. Blood traces appeared within Lin Han's perception. "Prepare for a feast, my treasures." Lin Han smiled faintly, thinking to himself as he began to sprint. Moments later, he found the location of the Starfire Tiger tribe in a clearing. At this moment, the Starfire Tigers were recuperating, completely unaware of Lin Han's approach. Indeed, their injuries were not severe. Even after the altercation with the Starfire Bear King, the entire Tiger Pack was in relatively good condition, requiring only some rest. Thus, the Tiger Pack, having lost their king, could still contend against the Starfire Tiger tribe. Thanks to a few high-level beasts, they could even suppress the opposition. Lin Han chuckled softly just moments ago. He had spent a whopping 150 premium points in the exchange shop to acquire 50 beast taming aphrodisiacs. The reason Lin Han was so willing to spend was primarily due to the discounts available during the novice period, making items considerably cheaper. The aphrodisiacs were merely 3 premium points each. It was prudent to stock up on such life-saving potions. After all, the effectiveness of the system's products was evident from his recent encounter with the Starfire Bear King. Sometimes they could even save his life. Lin Han calculated. The Starfire Tiger tribe had over 50 beasts, with more than 20 being male. That was sufficient for distribution. However, to maintain harmony with the Tiger tribe, giving 10 to the tigers should establish a delicate relationship. With that thought in mind, Lin Han seized the opportunity and tossed the beast taming aphrodisiacs one by one. The aphrodisiacs themselves possessed a certain allure, and the Starfire Tigers eagerly consumed them. 10 seconds later, the entire Starfire Tiger pack began to stir restlessly. Next, to ensure the success of the mission and facilitate the significant proliferation of the Tiger Pack, Lin Han approached the gathering place of the Starfire Tigers. He directly tossed an aphrodisiac pill in front of the 3 level 15 silver-grade Starfire Tigers. In the presence of these 3, the female Starfire Tigers absolutely had no capacity for counteraction. Soon enough, the entire Starfire Tiger pack was engulfed in a primal frenzy. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Gui's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Han, who also noted the change in Zhu Gui's expression. Coughing discreetly, Lin Han quickly shielded Zhu Gui's eyes. Seeing that his task was nearly accomplished, he decided not to linger any longer. Just as he was about to leave, he caught sight of several Star Zero grasses. The Eye of Creation provided information. Indeed, Lin Han confirmed his previous thoughts. Having encountered them, he certainly did not intend to let them go, swiftly gathering them all. The stock here was not plentiful. Only 5 plants. Although few, they were still valuable items. If the Starfire Wolf Pack had no use for them, he could sell them. After all, the expenses for this mission had reached 150,000 Star Dragon coins. Lin Han needed to acquire something to offset this expenditure. However, throughout the course of the mission, the true source of Lin Han's disappointment was the absence of equipment drops when the Starfire Tiger King perished. Taking one last glance at the Starfire Tiger pack, Lin Han reluctantly closed his eyes. It was utterly chaotic, performing good deeds without seeking recognition. Turning away, Lin Han set off to locate the Starfire Wolf Pack. Though he was uncertain of the precise location, he remembered the direction in which the Starfire Wolf Pack had fled, making it a straightforward task to find them, albeit at the cost of some time. Along the way, Lin Han encountered several formidable silver-grade beasts. To save time, he simply tossed an animal taming aphrodisiac pill and moved on. He used 7 of these along the journey, spending 210,000 in the process. Though a bit pained by the expenditure, Lin Han deemed it imperative to complete the awakening task swiftly and level up. By evening, he finally located the gathering place of the Starfire Wolf Pack beside a stream. Although the Starfire Wolf Pack and the Starfire Tiger Pack had no reason to battle, they traversed the periphery of the Starfire Forest without confrontation. However, upon Lin Han's observation, he noted that the number of wolves was significantly fewer than that of the tigers. To maintain balance between the two species and ensure their reproduction, substantial resources were necessary. Thus, Lin Han produced 20 pills and tossed them out. "Let us go." After completing a good deed, Lin Han took Zhu Gui and departed the area. Soon after, various calls echoed throughout the Starfire Forest, and after about 15 minutes, Lin Han's Beast Master interface underwent a transformation. Awakening task. Balance of Starfire task location. Starfire Forest task objective. Assist the Starfire Wolves in restoring their reproduction and maintaining the ecological balance of the Starfire Forest. Defeat a portion of the Starfire Tigers, acquire Star Zero grass, and provide it to the Starfire Wolf tribe to aid in their proliferation. Task status: completed. Just as expected. Lin Han felt a surge of joy. In his view, the most challenging aspect of this task was maintaining ecological balance. Relying solely on Star Zero grass would present a troublesome situation, making it impossible to perfectly control the final population of both groups. However, by utilizing the animal taming aphrodisiac pills, he could skillfully alter this dynamic. This saved him a great deal of effort. Comfortably, Lin Han stretched lazily. However, at this point, he could no longer proceed to the Awakening Temple and would have to wait until the following day. Therefore, Lin Han did not linger, leaving the Starfire Forest and returning home. This time, Lin Han had truly profited immensely. Not only had he completed the Awakening task, but fulfilling the system task also left him with a substantial amount of premium points. Just the thought of successfully awakening the next day and continuing to level up filled him with excitement. He did not hesitate this time, directly spending 800 premium points to activate the self-control talent. With this talent, he would gain additional attribute points with each level up, particularly with the ability for self-control. He could specialize in a specific attribute. For instance, strength. If he could maximize his strength, paired with his ironclad physique, he would virtually have no weaknesses. It is worth noting that the greatest vulnerabilities for a Beastmaster lie in two areas: insufficient strength and inadequate defense, making one susceptible to ambushes. However, once these two aspects were addressed, bizarre occurrences would ensue. For example, when an enemy attacked, they would find it nearly impossible to land a blow on him. It was even uncertain whether they could withstand a single punch from him. With this thought, Lin Han gradually grew more excited. This was the dream of every Beastmaster. Who wouldn't want to engage in close combat? Of course, while the self-control talent was incredibly powerful, it also had its drawbacks. Being tiered across 10 levels. Although each upgrade would grant him higher attribute points, the cost in premium points for each subsequent level would also increase significantly. The first upgrade cost 800 points, but the second would require 1,999. What a greedy system! Returning to his thoughts, Lin Han sighed inwardly. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming need for expenditure. He had to prepare for numerous purchases before the promotional period in the store ended, including skill talents, items, and beast-related supplies. Moreover, he needed to consider doubling Zhu Gui's talent. Although Zhu Gui's legendary level aptitude was already formidable, it was evident that it struggled against powerful beasts like the Golden Grade Starfire Bear. Lin Han believed that once he leveled up, he and Zhu Gui would not find encounters with Golden Grade beasts so challenging. However, what if they were to encounter Platinum Grade or even Diamond Grade beasts in the future? Hence, Lin Han felt it necessary to further enhance Zhu Gui. Chapter 32. Second Awakening. Success. With a sense of melancholy, Lin Han succumbed to slumber, eagerly awaiting the dawn. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the Star Dragon Empire, beneath a vast abyss, whispers echoed. What is happening? In this world, someone dares to pry into my domain. Such means are unlike those of the creators. They resemble a far more mysterious force. What power is this that even I cannot trace back? How intriguing! This world is becoming increasingly fascinating. The next day, Lin Han arrived early at the Awakening Temple, feeling much more familiar with the surroundings. Mr. Lin Han, you've arrived. The receptionist greeted Lin Han with a polite demeanor. I am here to report that I have completed my awakening task. Lin Han stated his purpose for being there. Completed. The receptionist paused, momentarily taken aback. However, she quickly regained her composure. While it was rare to finish a task within a day, it was not entirely unheard of. Very well. Let me check for available rooms for you. The receptionist began to operate the terminal. Currently, all rooms are in use. I kindly ask for your patience, Mr. Lin Han. The receptionist stated with slight regret. No problem. Lin Han readily agreed that at this moment, quite a number of people had gathered in the hall, some approaching Lin Han to strike up a conversation. Have you completed your task? Yes, Lin Han nodded. Where did you accomplish it? The other party inquired that I in Starfire Forest. Lin Han did not conceal this. It was not a secret, and knowing it would not affect him. What? You completed your task in Starfire Forest? Suddenly, the person gasped, as if they had heard something they shouldn't. Is there something wrong with Starfire Forest? Lin Han was taken aback. There's something extraordinary about Starfire Forest. Don't you know? I heard that the beasts in Starfire Forest went berserk yesterday, and even the Golden Grade Starfire Bear Lord was indiscriminately capturing both males and females. The man gestured with his hands, a strange expression on his face. Lin Han was left dumbfounded. How did this news spread so quickly? He asked, "How do you know this? This matter has been all over the outside world." You know, sensational news spreads the fastest. The man had a knowing look. I didn't know that. When I was in Starfire Forest, everything seemed quite normal. I didn't encounter any dangers. Lin Han shook his head. He could not possibly admit to this. How would the outside world perceive him afterward? What a pity for you. I heard that a small team went to level up yesterday and witnessed these events firsthand. One team member was nearly caught by the Starfire Bear Lord. I shudder to think of the consequences had they been captured. It is said that not only the Starfire Bear Lord, but even the Starfire Wolf and Tiger tribes, along with various silver-grade beasts, went mad, attacking anything in sight. No one knows what happened to Starfire Forest. The man wore a curious expression, seemingly disappointed not to have witnessed the spectacle himself. Lin Han stood awkwardly to the side, as he was the instigator of it all, and that very Starfire Bear Lord had pursued him. I heard there is something called Star Zero grass in Starfire Forest. Could it be the cause of this? No. This matter must remain buried deep. It must never be spoken of. He was preparing to fabricate a baseless rumor, perhaps to shift the tide of public opinion. Impossible. To his surprise, the individual promptly rejected the idea. I have heard of the Star Zero grass as well, but such a thing is exceedingly rare. It is implausible that there could be such a considerable quantity, and moreover, the effects are far too exaggerated. In that instant, Lin Han found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a voice interrupted. "Mr. Lin, a room is ready. Please follow me." The receptionist stepped forward. "Very well." Lin Han exhaled in relief and hurriedly followed her. Subsequently, they arrived at the awakening chamber from the previous day. After a brief explanation, Lin Han entered the chamber. The familiar sensation washed over him. Damn the awakening stone. Lin Han cursed inwardly. He still vividly recalled the events of yesterday. Was that a task achievable by mere mortals? Had it not been for his system, would he have been forever trapped at level 10? Of course, in the presence of the awakening stone, Lin Han dared not voice his grievances, relegating his frustrations to silent musings. Next, without hesitation, Lin Han reached out to touch the awakening stone. The sensation was akin to before, yet this time, a connection began to form between him and the stone. Awakening task. Balance of the Starfire. Task location. Starfire Forest. Task objective. Assist the Starfire Wolves in restoring their reproduction and maintain the ecological balance of the Starfire Forest. Defeat a portion of the Starfire Tiger clan. Acquire Star Zero grass and provide it to the Starfire Wolves to aid in their reproduction. Task status. Completed. Do you wish to commence the second awakening? Yes, Lin Han silently affirmed. He had fought tooth and nail for this very moment. The second awakening commenced. At that instant, a mysterious force surged into Lin Han's body. It was incredibly warm. The sensation was indescribably pleasant, even surpassing the euphoria of awakening his talents. Is this what the second awakening feels like? In this moment, much of Lin Han's original resentment dissipated, yet his confusion only intensified with the awakening's onset. What exactly is this force that enables human awakening? How did the Beast Master System come into existence? What truly is the Awakening Stone? If it is a ferocious beast, how can it assist humanity in such a manner? Lin Han dared not ponder further. He understood that with his current capabilities, even if he were to glimpse the answers, they would be beyond his comprehension. Moreover, it could potentially bring numerous crises to his future. For now, he must seize every opportunity to grow stronger. Awakening successful. Host Lin Han. Age 16. Level 10. Strength 1270. Agility 1250. Spirit 1230. Constitution 1280. Beast Candle Tortoise. Talents: Iron Body S-Class. Eye of the Heavenly Path. Mythical. Self-Control LV1. The second awakening is complete, and the level restriction has been lifted. Has the second awakening truly succeeded? In an instant, Lin Han felt somewhat dazed. It was as if he were in a dream. Before he could investigate any newfound skills following his awakening, a sudden system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the second awakening. System task triggered. Contract your second beast. Task reward. 300 premium points. His 300 premium points. Lin Han was instantly exhilarated. With these 300 premium points, combined with additional rewards, he might just be able to double the talent potential of the Candle Tortoise before the General Recruitment. If so, his pace of becoming stronger would far exceed his expectations, and he would be more assured during the recruitment. Pray tell, when faced with a king-class talent of the Xuanwu beast, what ferocious beast would you desire to contend against? Lin Han could already envision the despair in Meng Ziyao's eyes. Perhaps the old fogies from the Beastmaster Academy believed he had contracted a Xianfeng tortoise. At that time, one could only wonder if the Northern Academy Alliance would continue to regret their choices. His anticipation for their next meeting only grew. Rest assured, he would not allow them to enjoy such comfort. And it was indeed time to give them a thrill. Chapter 33. Entering the How-Hai Forest. Upon exiting the Awakening Chamber, Lin Han felt rejuvenated. Having broken through the level restriction, he could continue to level up, which was the most gratifying news. However, the only source of his discontent was that he had amassed a total of 1,110 premium points, yet now only had 150 remaining. It could be said that Lin Han had returned to square one. Accumulating enough points for the Candle Tortoise's first awakening within a short time frame posed a considerable challenge. After all, he still required over 800 premium points. Although the task in the Starfire Forest had gone relatively smoothly, the most troubling aspect for Lin Han was that the Starfire Tigers had not dropped any equipment for him. How could he come to terms with that? Given the caliber of the Starfire Tigers, should they have dropped equipment, it would have been worth around 2 million, significantly easing his financial burden. Now, while Lin Han possessed 2 pieces of equipment, the Bloodthirst Ring had already proven its worth during this mission in the Starfire Forest. Had it not been for the Bloodthirst Ring, he would have never so easily discovered the gathering place of the Starfire Tigers. This had been immensely advantageous for him. Therefore, he had no intention of parting with this functional equipment anytime soon. Who knows when it might prove essential again. It is worth noting that Lin Han currently did not require equipment to enhance his combat power, as the Candle Tortoise and his own strength were sufficient below the golden tier. Mr. Lin, have you successfully awakened? Upon reaching the front desk of the Awakening Temple, the receptionist who had attended to him earlier spoke up. Yes, it should be considered a success, Lin Han replied with a smile. Then allow me to extend my congratulations to you, Mr. Lin, and may your future endeavors be prosperous. Thank you. Lin Han suddenly inquired, by the way, I have a question. Where do Beast Masters typically go to level up after their second awakening? The receptionist paused for a moment, as it was her first time being asked such a question. However, since Lin Han had already spoken, she felt compelled to respond, saying, from what I understand, the silver-level leveling zones near Sioux City are quite good for a newly awakened second tier. However, if you wish for a bit more intensity, you might consider the Starfire Forest or the How-Hai Forest. Both locations serve as wild instances, and the ferocious beasts there are considerably more formidable than those in the leveling zones. Of course, it ultimately depends on your preference, Mr. Lin. However, I should mention that today the Beastmaster Association issued a notice advising caution when entering the Starfire Forest. The reason remains unclear, but it seems the ferocious beasts there are in a state of unrest. As she spoke, the receptionist's face flushed crimson. Lin Han understood her implication. He never anticipated that events would escalate so quickly. He had merely tossed a few aphrodisiac pills, hardly an excessive number. Logically, it should not have caused such an effect. Well, he had thrown a few more at the Starfire Bear King, but one alone should not have created much of a stir. So, by your account, I can only go to the How-Hai Forest? Lin Han silently noted the name. Indeed, it appears that the How-Hai Forest is the only option. The receptionist nodded. Thank you. Lin Han expressed his gratitude and then asked, is there any current intel regarding the situation in the Starfire Forest? Do we know who is behind it, or has something occurred among the ferocious beasts? The receptionist hesitated for a moment before replying with a wry smile. It seems the Beastmaster Association has no information at present. However, it was reported that someone performing a task yesterday vaguely spotted an individual and a turtle. Beyond that, there is no further intelligence. At the time, the two were at a considerable distance from each other. The individual was leaving the Starfire Forest while the other was entering, so there is no useful information available. Understood. Lin Han sighed in relief. As long as no one knew he was involved. That was sufficient. Such matters, if disclosed, would not reflect well on his reputation. Subsequently, Lin Han departed from the Awakening Temple. Once outside the temple's entrance, he gently exhaled. The events in the Starfire Forest had indeed exceeded his expectations, and they had even drawn the attention of the Beastmaster Association. For the next few days, it was unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to provoke the Starfire Bear King and the others. If they were strong enough to defeat them, that would be one thing. But if not, Lin Han dared not imagine the consequences. It was all too terrifying. He had witnessed firsthand the tragic fate of the Starfire Demon Ape last night. If it had been a human, it would have been a scene too horrific to behold. Now, Lin Han harbored some residual trauma regarding the Starfire Forest. Initially, he had planned to return to the Starfire Forest to grind for levels. But now he thought better of it. As for the leveling zones, it would be wiser to head to the How-High Forest. After all, Sioux City had no other options. At this moment, Lin Han's primary goal was to rapidly level up. Although, theoretically, a silver-level Beastmaster could only grind near the forest's edge and not venture deep into its heart. However, given that Lin Han was now a second-tier awakened being and his S-class talent, Iron Body had been enhanced. His numerous trump cards allowed him to boldly enter the Starfire Forest yesterday. Since he could enter the Starfire Forest, there was no reason his stronger self could not venture into the How-High Forest today. Having made up his mind, Lin Han arrived at the site of the teleportation array in Sioux City. After determining his destination, he experienced a familiar sensation. When he next gazed outside, he found himself in a dense forest. Beneath his feet lay a meticulously crafted hexagram formation, marking the terminus of the teleportation array. This time, Lin Han was far more cautious than before, refraining from recklessly charging into How-High Forest prior to his arrival. He had already gathered information indicating that the number of individuals entering this dungeon today was significantly high. This was due to the Beastmaster Association's advisement against venturing into Starfire Forest, consequently attracting many silver-tier Beastmasters to How-High Forest for leveling up. Although the forest boasted numerous entrances, encounters with others were still inevitable. Thus, Lin Han was determined to conceal some of his trump cards. Despite the prevalent ethos of friendliness in society, this was a dungeon. After all, without eyewitnesses, even if someone were to kill a Beastmaster over resource disputes, it would be exceedingly difficult to gather evidence against them. Consequently, Lin Han was aware that some mercenary groups had swiftly arrived here, seeking business opportunities. Chapter 34, A Group of Outsiders. As he stepped forward, Lin Han felt a slight tension in his heart. Yesterday, in his eagerness to awaken swiftly, he had hastily entered Starfire Forest without much consideration. However, this time, he had to approach the situation with utmost seriousness. After all, encountering bandits could prove exceedingly troublesome. Only a few days prior, he had just awakened and was not well informed about many matters, leading him to overlook several critical considerations. Although he had only recently awakened, he could no longer be considered a novice, having successfully broken through to the second tier. Upon entering How-High Forest, Lin Han was immediately enveloped by a wave of heat. That it was so humid and warm. What was going on? Lin Han furrowed his brow. The atmosphere here was entirely different from that of Starfire Forest. Logically speaking, both forests were within the vicinity of Sioux City, so the climatic disparity should not be so drastic. What was the reason for this? Such a climate should not exist in a northern city like Sioux City. On his way to the teleportation array, Lin Han had also conducted an online inquiry and found no mention of How-High Forest having such peculiar weather. How could it be so humid and warm? Just as he pondered this, a shadow suddenly darted out from the side. An S-rank talent. Steel Body. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Han swiftly leaped backward, activating his Steel Body skill at the earliest opportunity. Shing. A claw grazed across his chest. Blue-striped cat, level 14. What incredible speed. Had he not successfully transitioned to the second tier, with enhancements to both Steel Body and Eye of Creation, he might have been caught off guard. However, he merely experienced a fleeting moment of surprise. With a light chuckle, Lin Han extended both hands forward. Come forth, Candle Turtle. In the next instant, a precise magic array materialized behind him, and Candle Turtle surged forth. Roar! Accompanied by a fierce roar, Candle Turtle charged straight at the location of the blue-striped cat. By the time the blue-striped cat realized it was in danger and attempted to flee, it was already too late. successfully defeating the blue-striped cat. Experience points 5462. That upon viewing the profession panel, Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. The opportunity to continue gaining experience had returned. That familiar sensation was finally back. Candle Turtle returned to his side, nuzzling against his pant leg in a display of affection. Lin Han instinctively reached out to pat its head. Well done. Today, we shall unleash our fury upon the beasts of How High Forest. The duo, a boy and his turtle, began their journey through How High Forest, confronting any fierce beast they encountered without hesitation. Quick battles ensued, successfully defeating Crescent Wolf. Experience points 5478, successfully defeating Blue-Striped Cat. Experience points 5458. Successfully defeating Crimson Ant. Experience points 5462, successfully defeating Scarlet Ant. Experience points 5462, that you have successfully leveled up to level 11, that all attributes increase by 300, that you may freely allocate 300 attribute points. The self-control talent has activated. An additional 300 points for allocation. Lin Han's heart surged with joy. Host. Lin Han age, 16 level, 11 strength, 1570 agility, 1550 spirit, 1530 constitution, 1580 beast, Candle Turtle talent, steel body, S rank. Eye of Heaven mythic rank, freely allocatable attribute points. 300 with these 300 points, he could elevate one attribute to 1800. Lin Han could hardly contain his excitement. Surely, no one in this world had ever reached such heights at level 11. Of course, compared to Candle Turtle, he still lagged behind significantly. However, the Beast Master system of the Star Dragon Empire allowed beasts to compensate for human shortcomings, which was precisely why the Star Dragon Empire maintained its leading position among the 4 great empires. As for the other 3 empires, Lin Han was uncertain whether they employed a Beast Master system. Yet, that was not a concern for him. Now, with extra points to allocate, he felt more confident for the upcoming recruitment. Candle Turtle, let us continue our slaughter. Today, we shall make our mark in How High Forest. A gentle smile graced Lin Han's lips. You have successfully leveled up to level 12, that all attributes increase by 400. You may freely allocate 300 attribute points. You have successfully leveled up to level 13, that all attributes increase by 500, that you may freely allocate 300 attribute points. You have successfully leveled up to level 14. All attributes increase by 600, that you may freely allocate 300 attribute points. Before long, not only had Lin Han leveled up, but Candle Turtle had also reached level 15. Candle Turtle qualification. Legendary race. Xuanwu bloodline, thin, level. 15 strength, 6854 agility, 6598 spirit, 6488 constitution. 7102. Those stats were truly enviable. Lin Han let out a soft sigh upon seeing Candle Turtle's numbers. However, at this moment, he was quite content with the progress made to as twilight descended. Lin Han prepared to conclude his day's endeavors. After dark, many fierce beasts would emerge, posing a considerable challenge for him. During such critical moments, caution was paramount. For him, the day's achievements had been satisfactory enough. Thus, he opted to avoid venturing out into the dangers of the night. Although he possessed the eye of creation, prudence would serve him better. Just as Lin Han intended to depart, a sudden voice interrupted. Hey there, are you here to level up? Who? Lin Han whirled around. Behind him stood 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman, all clad in dark attire. Could they possibly be? A bold thought crossed Lin Han's mind. Mercenaries? Otherwise, why would their clothing be so uniform? He had completely overlooked their presence moments ago, and now they appeared out of nowhere. Was it truly for the purpose of robbery? Lin Han's nerves were at their peak. This was precisely the scenario he had wished to avoid, yet it had come to pass. He could only hope these individuals were not mercenaries, but rather a team leveling up together. Friend, don't be afraid. We are not bad people, the leader of the group said, evidently sensing Lin Han's tension. However, even with such reassurances, Lin Han's apprehension did not wane. Why have you called out to me? Lin Han inquired, all the while discreetly browsing the system shop for useful items. Although his remaining points were limited, it was still the novice period, and many items were available at half price, making them quite affordable. Lin Han did not consider his preparations excessive. After all, the opponents might possess silver tier strength, but they could also be gold tier, while he and Candle Turtle could manage silver tier foes. Gold tier would pose a significant challenge. Are you a local of Sioux City? We are from outside, here to level up. The leader of the group, unaware of Lin Han's intentions, slowly approached him. Chapter 35. Invitation to Team Up. Wheezy from outside the city? Lin Han repeated inwardly, having discerned from the moment the leader spoke that their accent was not from Sioux City. This sparked his curiosity. Even mercenaries would not need to cross city lines just to come here. Would they? Who exactly were these people? The How High Forest dungeon was not comparable to those of higher levels. There was no need for beast masters from other cities to come here for leveling unless specific tasks required it. However, the individuals had explicitly mentioned leveling up, and in a subconscious manner, people do not alter their narratives. Did you come to Sioux City solely for leveling up? Lin Han asked, instinctively retreating. Not exactly. We are traveling around and happened to arrive in Sioux City. So we thought we would level up a bit as well. The leader began to explain, but suddenly, the woman beside him interjected, "Little brother, actually we are not here just for leveling up." "What is the purpose then?" Lin Han inquired once more. The woman, strikingly alluring, twirled a slender finger around her lips, narrowing her eyes as she spoke. "We have heard tales of legendary equipment appearing deep within How High Forest, and we wish to venture into the forest to see if we can find that treasure. However, deep within the How High Forest, the number of ferocious beasts far exceeded our imagination, prompting us to seek additional assistance. Just as we stepped out, we encountered a young boy. He appeared to have been training here for some time, exhibiting a remarkable ease that suggested his abilities were quite formidable. I wondered if he might be interested in joining us. Of course, should we indeed uncover legendary-grade equipment, we could sell it and share the profits equally." Upon hearing the woman's words, Lin Han furrowed his brow. That legendary-grade equipment. Such treasures existed within the How High Forest. The hierarchy of equipment is well known. Bronze, silver, gold, rare, epic, legendary, king, peerless, sacred, and divine. The value of legendary-grade equipment, when converted into beast eggs, would be on par with that of the candle tortoise. Moreover, since equipment does not require a contract, legendary-grade items typically hold a value of tens of millions of Star Dragon coins, a staggering amount of cash. Not only could the candle tortoise achieve a second awakening, but it could also further enhance its attributes. Such a wealth of resources could undoubtedly lead to a qualitative improvement in one's strength. How could Lin Han not be tempted? Though he still harbored doubts about the identities of these individuals, he could not ascertain the veracity of their claims at that moment. Nevertheless, he had already resolved to venture forth with them. If legendary-grade equipment truly awaited them, it would be a tremendous windfall. However, sharing the spoils equally was out of the question. He wanted it all. What if they deceived him? If they acquired the legendary-grade equipment and refused to share? He would find himself at a significant disadvantage against their five-member group. Lin Han pretended to ponder, speaking softly. "You can rest assured, young brother, we are not bandits. Consider it an opportunity to make a new friend. How about it? Perhaps we could develop further ties in the future." The woman stepped past the others to stand before Lin Han, gently poking him with her finger. "Damn it. This older woman is trying to seduce me." As the saying goes, a heart devoid of women is naturally divine in the art of beast mastery. Lin Han cleared his throat softly, deftly brushing her hand away. "I can see you're a good person. Sister, I too hope for our relationship to flourish." He was merely putting on an act. Initially, Lin Han had contemplated how to earn their trust, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Even if the legendary-grade equipment were a ruse, he had devised a plan to extricate himself. "Little brother, you are truly adorable. The sun is setting. We should hasten deeper into the forest, that if we allow others to seize the opportunity first, we would incur significant losses." The woman smiled lightly, her every movement exuding a captivating charm. Gazing at her demeanor, Lin Han was reminded of some action films he had watched in his previous life. Damn it, if this were my past life. With a woman acting this way towards him, he would have surrendered long ago. Subsequently, Lin Han joined their ranks. "Little brother, what is your name?" As the group delved deeper into the How High Forest, the woman engaged Lin Han in conversation. "My name is Go Bewley, and you, sister?" Lin Han replied earnestly, revealing his true name. He would never consider it. "What a lovely name, little brother. You can call me Ling Ran Huizi. Just Huizi will suffice." That a smile crept to the corners of Ling Ran Huizi's lips. "Huizi, what a fitting name. Are you from Sioux City?" "Indeed, born and raised," Lin Han said while keenly observing the others that he had yet to see any of their beasts, making it difficult to gauge their strength. While the five dared to venture into the Howhai Forest, they must possess considerable power. If their abilities rivaled that of the Starfire Bear King, it would spell trouble. Yet if they could procure legendary-grade equipment, escaping would not be insurmountable. As Lin Han contemplated, a massive python suddenly lunged at them from the side, its fangs glistening ominously. Dark, venomous python, LV-17. A level 17 ferocious beast. What a splendid opportunity! Lin Han instinctively took 2 steps back, panic evident in his eyes. Sister Huizi, can you handle this? Observing Lin Han cowering behind him, Ling Ran Huizi's eyes twitched. What the hell? You little rascal, are you causing trouble? I just witnessed you effortlessly slay a level 17 beast. Their group had been observing Lin Han for some time. However, she could understand his hesitation, given that he had just joined their team and was wary of maintaining his strength. Thus, she dismissed her concern. Do not worry. We will manage this. Ling Ran Huizi reassured him. Leave it to me. The leader chuckled lightly. This mere level 17 dark, venomous python dares to act brazenly before me. Ito Nanami. With that, Ito Nanami vanished from sight. Where did she go? Lin Han was taken aback. What kind of speed is this? How could she disappear so suddenly? He had anticipated these individuals to possess exaggerated abilities, but he never imagined it would be to such an extent. He had never encountered anyone with the capacity for instantaneous disappearance. Such strength. How could they possibly struggle within the Howhai Forest? Lin Han scrutinized his surroundings, suddenly realizing it was not mere speed. She had blended seamlessly into the environment. This brought to mind a profession from his previous life. Ninja. Chapter 36. Sakura Empire, Ninja. Names like Ling Ran Huizi and Ito Nanami hardly seemed characteristic of the Star Dragon Empire. Additionally, Huizi's every gesture, every smile, bore an uncanny resemblance to the mannerisms of those from the island nations. Could it be that these individuals were not citizens of the Star Dragon Empire at all? Lin Han had some understanding of the human factions, having learned about them in textbooks. The vast expanse of Blue Star was divided into 4 territories: east, west, south, and north. Most of the land and oceans had become zones of peril, while humanity was divided into 4 great empires, each with its distinct systems, all being part of the Holy Race: the Eastern Star Dragon Empire, the Western Shiva Empire, the Southern Sakura Empire, the Northern Holy Light Empire. The Sakura Empire. They must be from the Sakura Empire. Lin Han's eyes narrowed slightly. The Sakura Empire lay to the south of the Star Dragon Empire, an island nation. Though it was but an island, it stood shoulder to shoulder with the other 3 empires, a testament to its formidable strength. Of course, Lin Han was merely speculating. After all, talent manifested in various forms, and the Star Dragon Empire boasted a population of billions, with unique abilities awakening each year. Just as Lin Han was lost in thought, Ito Nanami suddenly leapt from the side, brandishing an array of throwing weapons he could not name, which she swiftly launched. The projectiles flew with incredible speed, embedding themselves in the flesh of the dark, venomous python. Blood splattered everywhere. Having completed this maneuver, Ito Nanami swiftly repositioned herself to continue the assault, in a seamless display of skill. The dark, venomous python collapsed to the ground, while her companions beamed with satisfaction. Only Lin Han wore a troubled expression. Ninjas. There was no doubt that they were ninjas, even though he had never encountered anyone from the Sakura Empire in this life. His knowledge made it clear that these individuals hailed from the Sakura Empire. If they were from the Star Dragon Empire, they would certainly be utilizing beasts in battle. Every aspect of their demeanor instilled a sense of caution within Lin Han. But why would the ninjas of the Sakura Empire be present here? What could their intentions be? At that moment, Lin Han felt a weightier sense of foreboding than when he had faced the Starfire Bear King. Those not of my kind are bound to harbor different intentions. He understood that much. Initially, he had entertained some belief in the existence of legendary-grade equipment, but now he was utterly skeptical. These individuals undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Little brother, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Ling Ran Huizi asked with a smile. Seeing the hint of fear in Lin Han's expression, she realized he had completely submitted to their prowess. Indeed, quite impressive. Lin Han hurriedly regained his composure, adding, Sister Huizi, do take good care of me. Instantly, he feigned a demeanor of timidity. The group pressed onward. Their journey was marked by the overcoming of obstacles, leaving Lin Han in a daze as he observed their techniques, completely unfamiliar to him. They sparked a sense of novelty within him. He couldn't help but wonder if he could learn a few tricks. Though he held no fondness for the Sakura Empire, acquiring new skills would certainly be beneficial. As they continued deeper into the forest, Lin Han's vigilance heightened. He struggled to comprehend why these individuals had so stealthily entered the Star Dragon Empire. Their motives could not be simple. The group pressed forward until they reached the banks of a stream. What an overwhelming stench of blood! Lin Han instinctively pinched his nose. There were no ferocious beasts in the vicinity, so how could there be such a strong odor of blood? Something felt amiss. This immediately set off alarm bells in his mind. Suddenly, Lin Han's insight, I detected a white object by the stream. Bones. What was going on? Lin Han furrowed his brow. Little brother, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Ling Ranhuizi laughed, but Lin Han detected a hint of dread in her smile. The demeanor of this woman has completely transformed compared to before. No, this is absolutely incorrect. There must be something sinister at play. Lin Han's mental state began to tighten with tension. That I'm fine, just a bit of a headache. He casually concocted an excuse, his gaze wandering as he cautiously scanned the surroundings. This place undoubtedly harbors significant issues. If you're all right, then let us proceed. All right, Lin Han responded. Suddenly, a flash of information appeared in his divine eye. Beast egg species, Chilin fire element, wind element quality, king level skills, blazing fire devastation, earth explosion description, bloodline of the Chilin. Inherently endowed with fire and wind capabilities. Doubling path. After one doubling, it can evolve into the fiery Chilin peerless level. After 2 doublings, it can evolve into the world annihilating Chilin sacred level. After 3 doublings, it can evolve into the Chilin ancestral sovereign mythical level. A king level beast egg? Why would there be a king level beast egg in this location? Lin Han had never heard of such a formidable object existing in the How-Hai forest. Gazing at the information before him, he found it hard to remain composed. He recalled the excitement he felt when he first encountered the beast egg of the candle turtle, and yet this was far more exhilarating. This was a king-level beast egg, and a Chilin at that. Currently, he had 1 slot available. If he could acquire this Chilin, his combat prowess would increase significantly. In Lin Han's eyes, the value of a king-level beast egg far surpassed that of legendary equipment. Attention, suddenly, a hint of red appeared in the information within the divine eye. This Chilin beast egg has been crowned through a bloodthirst ritual. It has now reached silver level. If it continues to drink blood and offer sacrifices with bones, it will be born as a royal. A royal Chilin can traverse mountains and seas, annihilating the sun and the world. Bloodthirst ritual. Upon seeing these words, Lin Han felt a chill run down his spine. He vaguely surmised the intentions of the Sakura Empire's group, but he could not yet be 100% certain, so he needed to deliberate further. In a place like this, a king-level beast egg could never naturally occur. It must have been orchestrated by the people of the Sakura Empire. The birth of a Chilin capable of traversing mountains and seas, annihilating the sun and the world. He had to obtain it, and he had to do so immediately. Lin Han was resolute. Soon, he discovered that the Chilin beast egg was exceptionally well concealed. Its entire body was pitch black, resembling a stone, without the divine eye. Lin Han would never have believed this was a king-level Chilin beast egg. Such a high-quality beast egg would be a life-altering delicacy for any ferocious beast. If a low-tier beast could consume an egg of this caliber, it would inherit the bloodline contained within and might even break through its innate limitations. But now, there was not a single ferocious beast in sight. This was illogical. One must understand that ferocious beasts are naturally drawn to one another, and an egg of this quality would surely attract nearby ferocious beasts, yet the area was filled with inexplicable phenomena. Thus, Lin Han increasingly realized that all of this was undoubtedly related to the 5 individuals before him. What if I seize an opportunity and abscond with the beast egg? Lin Han contemplated, knowing that if he didn't act soon, he might soon become the next sacrificial offering. At this moment, the candle turtle, which had already returned to the beast space, quietly emerged from the side, stealthily making its way around the group. Chapter 37. Stealing the king-level beast egg. Little brother, do you know what death feels like? Suddenly, Ling Ranhuizi whispered in Lin Han's ear. Are they about to make a move? Lin Han had already surmised their malicious intent towards him. Thankfully, he possessed the divine eye, allowing him to prepare in advance. Who could foresee such a turn of events? If sister wishes to know, perhaps it won't be long before you can experience it personally, Lin Han replied nonchalantly. Ew. At this moment, even if Ling Ran Huizi was adept at restraint, hearing such words unexpectedly ignited a flicker of anger within her. What did this brat mean by that? Was he cursing her to die soon? Such words would be hard for anyone to accept. And she was no exception. Sister, don't be angry. I merely spoke thoughtlessly. Perhaps the five of you might experience it together. Lin Han continued lightly that, of course, I'm not particularly interested in such sensations. But who knows, perhaps the brother might have the chance to experience it first, Ling Ran Huizi retorted. That won't happen. I'm still quite young. Lin Han chuckled to be, by the way, where exactly is that legendary equipment? It's getting late, and if we don't find it soon, we might as well head back. We can always search again tomorrow morning. The Haohai Forest is unlike any other place. It can be quite perilous at night. Although you all are formidable, if something were to happen, it would be quite unfortunate. But then again, it doesn't matter. After all, sister seems eager to experience the sensation of death. Hearing Lin Han's words, Ling Ran Huizi was teetering on the brink of an explosion. Little brother, I fear we won't be returning tonight, ditto. What do you mean by that, sister? Lin Han chuckled softly that he had already captured the attention of the five individuals. And at that moment, the candle turtle had reached the vicinity of the Chilin King beast egg. Victory was almost within grasp. Suddenly, Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. The others turned their gazes toward his position. What happened? Nothing. Just remembered that I might have left the gas on at home. Lin Han feigned a pained expression, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on the location of the king beast egg. Success! At this moment, the candle turtle had evaded everyone's line of sight and swiftly clamped its jaws around the king beast egg, making a dash for it. Meanwhile, Lin Han seized the opportunity while their attention was diverted and reopened the beast's space. The candle turtle promptly darted inside. He anticipated it would be this effortless. Indeed, these individuals had never suspected him from the outset. But of course, who would suspect a mere 16-year-old child? Don't make such a scene. This is a dungeon. Shouting so loudly might attract some ferocious beasts. Ito Senti reprimanded. There haven't been any ferocious beasts for miles. What is there to fear? Lin Han retorted dismissively. Humph. Ignoring Lin Han, Ito Senshi gazed ahead. Suddenly his expression froze. What's wrong? Why are you shouting? Didn't we agree not to make a fuss? What if we attract some ferocious beasts? Our lives are in your hands. Lin Han shot back. Bakaga, shut up. Ito Senshi cursed angrily. Damn it. How did he even revert to his native tongue? Lin Han had previously been uncertain whether these individuals were from the Sakura Empire. But now he was 100% certain. There was no doubt they hailed from the Sakura Empire. Senshi, what is the matter? Ling Ran Huizi inquired. The black egg is gone. Ito Senshi exclaimed as he rushed towards the location where the king beast egg had been stored. What? The rest of the group trembled at his words, hastily turning to look in that direction. But it was utterly empty. How could this be? We've thoroughly checked the surroundings. It's impossible for a ferocious beast to be here. Where could the black egg have gone? Ling Ran Huizi's expression was one of utmost urgency. I don't know. Ito Senshi's tone was grim. He had meticulously searched the area, but had failed to find what he sought. What should we do now? What else can we do? Hurry and search. Don't you know what the consequences will be if we lose the black egg? We can't afford that price. We should pray that we can find the black egg. Otherwise, at that moment, the expression of every individual present turned grave. What about this kid? We can't just leave him here. Ling Ran Huizi furrowed her brow. We can't leave him here, nor can we kill him. Otherwise, it would be a waste if we find the black egg afterward. The materials must be fresh. Ito Senshi turned his gaze towards Lin Han and said, Friend, we lost an item here, a pitch-black stone. That item is of utmost importance to us, so could you possibly assist us in locating it? As he uttered these words, Ito Senshi maintained a relatively courteous demeanor. Lin Han naturally understood what they were referring to. It was undoubtedly the king beast egg. However, he could not appear overly compliant. Otherwise, it would easily raise suspicion. I can help you look for it. But if I find the legendary equipment, you must give me an extra 10 million. How does that sound? Lin Han boldly stated, 10 million. Why don't you just rob it? Ito Sanchi was about to explode with anger, but quickly regained his composure. After all, they had just fabricated a story. This brat actually believed it. Fine, 10 million it is. Regardless of whether we find it or not, we'll give it to you deal. Lin Han naturally portrayed the image of a scheming villain with remarkable finesse. It would be quite a challenge for you to find it on your own. How about this? You can search alongside Huizi. Lingran Huizi said earnestly, all right, I shall accompany this little brother in the search. The two of us will head north. Absolutely, sister. Let us hasten our search. Lin Han's face was a picture of delight. Initially, he had contemplated fleeing. However, the actions of his counterpart piqued his interest entirely, and there were matters he yearned to uncover the truth about. Thus, he altered his decision. He was determined to discover the true purpose of these individuals' arrival in the Star Dragon Empire. Chapter 38. The Search for and Capture of Lingran Huizi. Well then, I shall proceed with Sister Huizi. Let us go. Lingran Huizi was equally anxious. This was a perilous endeavor, and hesitation was not an option. She promptly led Lin Han forth, and the two began their quest in the north, given that they approached from the south. They could split their search into 3 routes, with pairs working together, an ideal plan for swift searching. Sister, what exactly did you lose? Are there any specific characteristics? Lin Han inquired while surveying his surroundings. Characteristics? It resembles a stone. Lingran Huizi replied candidly. Lin Han was rendered speechless. Stones were abundant in this area. Had he not known it was the Beast King's egg, he could easily return with a multitude of stones based solely on that vague description. There are stones everywhere. Sister Huizi, you must provide me with more detailed information. Otherwise, how can I assist you in the search? Lin Han sighed, appearing helpless. This stone has a texture akin to fish scales. If you observe closely, you'll discern that it's different from other stones. At that moment, Lingran Huizi was not in the mood for idle chatter, so she briefly described the appearance of the Beast King's egg. Scales, leave this matter to me, sister, for having received 1,000,000 Star Dragon coins. I cannot simply take the money without making an effort. I will certainly help you find it. Lin Han feigned confusion before speaking with conviction. Then I shall rely on you, little brother. Lingran Huizi nodded in agreement. Sister Huizi! Suddenly, Lin Han called out from behind her. What is it? If you have something to discuss, we can do so upon our return. For now, we must prioritize the search. Lingran Huizi had no intention of entertaining Lin Han. Sister, could you turn back for a moment? All right, let me take a good look. However, should I discover you wasting my time, the consequences will be dire. Understood. Lin Han quickly responded. Lingran Huizi turned to Lin Han, and in the next instant, she discovered the Beast King's egg in his grasp. How is this possible? Where did you find it? As she spoke, Lingran Huizi reached out to seize it. Sister, are you attempting to take my possession? Lin Han was certainly not going to return the Beast King's egg. This is originally mine. Can I not merely take a look? Although Lingran Huizi maintained a calm facade, her gaze was fixated on the egg in Lin Han's hand. Finding this little brat was indeed a wise choice. Were it not for him, I might have been deceived by the appearance of the Beast King's egg. What you said is indeed true. Lin Han nodded, continuing, here, take it. Seeing Lin Han play along, Lingran Huizi's previously suppressed emotions evaporated. That wasn't the task already accomplished. As she pondered, she moved closer to Lin Han. However, in the next moment, Lin Han placed the Beast King's egg back into the beast's space, only to have the candle turtle leap towards Lingran Huizi, catching her completely off guard. Instantly, she was pinned to the ground by the turtle. Good brother, what are you doing? Lingran Huizi felt a surge of panic, while Lin Han wore a broad smile and continued, Sister, your elder brother was willing to exchange 1,000,000 Star Dragon coins for this black lump. This certainly attests to its value, potentially exceeding my expectations. If that's the case, shouldn't I simply take this black lump and sell it anywhere for a considerable profit? Although we did not find legendary equipment this time, selling this item should still yield significant earnings. Even if I am unaware of what it is, selling it for several million should pose no issue. Listening to Lin Han's words, Lingran Huizi's eyes widened in disbelief. She could never have imagined that this seemingly harmless little brother could utter such statements. He was like a seasoned veteran. She attempted to break free from the candle turtle's grasp, but the fierce creature held her firmly, making escape impossible in the short term. By the way, I believe I mentioned earlier that perhaps you'll soon experience what death feels like. Lin Han said softly, ITSU. Did you steal this Beast King's egg? Suddenly, Lingran Huizi's eyes widened in realization. Otherwise, the ferocious beasts within several miles should have all been cleared by your group, and yet you've disguised the Beast King's egg in this manner. How utterly unfair for you. Lin Han's tone dripped with disdain, and his words left Lingran Huizi utterly speechless. Who on earth are you? We have disguised this Beast King's egg extensively. Not even a seasoned warrior would discern its true nature. How could you possibly know this is a Beast King's egg? Was your intention from the very beginning to follow us for this? Lin Han did not deny it. Instead, he approached Lingran Huizi and firmly grasped her neck. As for my affairs, you need not inquire further. It would serve you no benefit. Now, I have questions for you, and I hope you will answer truthfully. Although your strength is formidable, it is not so easy to resist when someone has you by the neck. You should be well aware of that. Moreover, I suspect your strength is not as great as you claim. You are likely only at the golden level. Even if you manage to break free, it would be difficult, and defeating you should pose no significant challenge. Each word Lin Han spoke pierced Lingran Huizi's heart. What on earth was this child? The gentleness of Lin Han's smile appeared devilish in Lingran Huizi's eyes. A terrifying fear took root in her heart. Even describing this youth as a smiling tiger would be an understatement. Why? Their plans had been meticulously crafted. Yet why had this individual, named Go Bewley, discovered them? Chapter 39. Doubling Equipment to Rare Level. Lingran Huizi gazed at Lin Han in panic. At that moment, she possessed no capacity for resistance. Even if she believed herself stronger, her neck was firmly gripped and a ferocious turtle constrained her. Even if she wished to fight back, she found herself utterly powerless. From now on, I will ask and you will answer. Should you hesitate for even a moment, I shall tighten my grip. Lin Han gazed at her with a smile, without waiting for Lingran Huizi's response. He continued, Tell me, which empire do you belong to? Lingran Huizi clenched her teeth, glaring at Lin Han with fury. But in the next moment, Lin Han tightened his grip on her neck. That I shall ask once more. What empire do you belong to? The Holy Light Empire. Do not apply pressure. It is the Cherry Blossom Empire. Indeed, just as I had anticipated. Had you been honest from the start, I would not have resorted to such measures. Where did this Beast King's egg come from? Lin Han scoffed and pressed on to it was acquired from an auction house. What is your purpose? Speak. Lin Han glared at her. Had he not already known the consequences of the Beast King's emergence? He would not have been so enraged. The emergence of a Beast King would spell doom for the world. Even if Sioux City did not vanish from existence, it would suffer catastrophic losses. What kind of hatred could drive someone to commit such an act? Lin Han could not let them off the hook. Their intentions were undoubtedly sinister. We are from the Cherry Blossom Empire, lying low here for several years to successfully hatch the Beast King. Beyond that, we know nothing. Lingran Huizi's expression was one of agony. Upon hearing these words, Lin Han instinctively tightened his grip. Cease your exertions. I am truly ignorant of all matters. You should consult Ito Sanchi, for he possesses far more knowledge than I, and his connections to the organization are considerably deeper. One final inquiry. Are there only 5 of you in the entire Xinglong Empire? Have the others infiltrated? I do not know. Upon hearing this, Lin Han exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. A creaking sound echoed, and the woman ceased to breathe entirely. However, this time, Lin Han's expression was one of stark indifference. This marked the first occasion in his life he had taken lethal action against a member of the human race, yet he felt no pangs of remorse. In a certain sense, this matter had escalated into the realm of warfare. Had he not fortuitously encountered this team today, Sioux City might have faced a collective reckoning at the hands of these vile creatures. This was something he could not allow under any circumstances. Furthermore, prior to this, it was likely that many individuals in Sioux City had already fallen victim to these nefarious beings. Such individuals were not worthy of pity. Yet now, he needed to locate others. Not a single one could be spared. Should these individuals be permitted to leave Sioux City unscathed, it would be an affront to the populace. Moreover, he could not allow their actions to go unpunished. After all, should he let them escape, he might face a cascade of retaliatory actions. He could not afford to leave himself vulnerable. However, what truly troubled Lin Han was that, despite these individuals lurking nearby, he could not pinpoint their locations. Even if there had been a prior agreement regarding the timing, If these individuals congregated, it would be challenging to strike. Thus, he must devise a strategy to eliminate them one by one. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The bloodthirsty ring. Lin Han activated the Eye of Creation to examine it. Name: bloodthirsty ring. Nature: functional. Location: ring. Description: can track the blood of those it has slain. Doubling path: after 1 doubling, it can evolve into golden tier equipment. After 2 doublings, it can become rare tier equipment. After 3 doublings, it can transform into epic tier equipment. After 8 doublings, it can achieve divine tier equipment. After a brief assessment of its capabilities, Lin Han resolved to invest 100 premium points to first elevate it to rare quality. Once it reached rare quality, he would only need to touch items the target had come into contact with to ascertain their location. Upon attaining divine quality, he would merely need to envision the target in his mind to locate them. It could even create a temporary teleportation array. Truly fantastical. However, the cost in premium points to reach the divine tier was exorbitant. Lin Han dared only to entertain the thought. At present, he could not possibly accumulate enough premium points to evolve a divine artifact within a short span. Merely upgrading this ring to rare quality had already consumed all his 150 premium points. Now, Lin Han found himself back at square one, with nothing remaining. Yet this was not the time for him to be stingy. The situation before him could not be resolved with a mere 100 points. Thus he must not hesitate when it came to expenditure. Lin Han retrieved the beast egg and promptly touched it with the bloodthirsty ring. In the next moment, figures materialized in his mind. The very members of the Sakura Empire team he had encountered earlier. However, the woman was conspicuously absent. Now he could surmise part of the mechanism of the bloodthirsty ring. It likely did not track the corpses of those who had perished. At that moment, the two teams were positioned in opposite directions. Ultimately, Lin Han decided to temporarily spare Ito Sanchi, choosing first to deal with the other 2 individuals. After all, he would not let any of them escape. Thus, disregarding Ling Ran and Huizi's corpse, Lin Han hastened towards the direction of the other 2. Meanwhile, one of the Sakura Empire team members remarked, "How could the beast egg have gone missing? The surrounding beasts have all been eliminated by us. It cannot simply vanish. Who knows? Could it be that someone has discovered our plan? That seems unlikely. The powerful individuals of the Empire assisted us in crossing over, and you know as well as I that their strength is not easily detected. If it wasn't the Xinglong Empire's people who found out about us, then who else could it be? It cannot be that a beast carried it off." Hard to say that at this time, the 2 members of the Sakura Empire team engaged in idle chatter while searching. Suddenly, one of them halted, turning to gaze behind. "What is it? Someone what?" The other began to watch the opposite side warily. "Whoever you are, show yourself. If you do not emerge soon, do not blame us for being ruthless." It is I. Do not attack. Do not attack. Go, Bewley. Were you not with Huizi? What brings you here? Where is Huizi?" Lin Han smiled as he produced the beast egg. "We have located it. Sister Huizi sent me to find you. She went to seek out Ito Sanchi." Chapter 40. Instant Kill, the Jiaoshi Team. "You actually found it?" Upon seeing the beast egg in Lin Han's hand, the 2 were taken aback, and in the next moment, joy illuminated their faces. "Sister Huizi instructed me to hand over this black lump to you, to keep it safe." Lin Han casually tossed the black lump. "Do not throw it." Instantly, the 2 members of the Sakura Empire team felt a tightening in their chests. Such an item was one they dared not even touch, and here this boy was tossing it around. What if it shattered? Of course, the fundamental value of the beast egg was quite high, and it was nearly impossible for it to break under normal circumstances. However, this task was of utmost importance to them, and they could not afford any miscalculations, for the cost of failure was beyond their means. The 2 instinctively stepped forward, fearing the beast egg might fall. Suddenly, a spray of blood splattered through the air. "You!" The 2 stared at Lin Han in disbelief. "Apologies, this beast egg belongs to me. Do not worry. I shall soon have Ito Sanchi accompany you." Lin Han spoke softly, while the 2 were fixated on the beast egg. The concealed candle turtle launched its attack. Lin Han closely followed behind the beast egg to deliver the finishing blow, for the opponent's strength exceeded his own. He could not afford to play the fool. Moreover, he was unfamiliar with their techniques. He must not grant these 2 the ability to resist. Otherwise, the outcome would be uncertain. The 2 men collapsed to the ground in unison. Lin Han's expression remained cold. "Candle turtle, we shall depart." Lin Han retrieved the beast egg and turned to leave. The next target. Guided by the bloodthirsty ring, the two teams were not far apart. Only 2 kilometers away. Just 2 different directions. Moments later, Lin Han beheld the silhouette of Ito Sanchi. He knew that he must possess greater knowledge of the situation. Why had they chosen to strike at Sioux City? He needed to uncover the truth. If Sioux City were a coastal city, he might understand their desire to create a breach. However, Sioux City was undeniably inland. Even if they were to destroy Sioux City, it would yield no benefits for the Sakura Empire, and might even provoke the ire of the Xinglong Empire. As 2 of the 4 great empires, the Xinglong Empire would never let their adversaries off lightly. Furthermore, these 2 empires harbored long-standing grievances, and it would only take a spark to reignite war. What could possibly be the objective of the Sakura Empire in such actions? Among these individuals, perhaps only Ito Sanchi could elucidate such matters. Lin Han exhaled deeply. Eliminate him. Triggering the system task. Task name. Annihilate the Jiaoshi team. Task content. Slay all members of the Sakura Empire's Jiaoshi team. Task reward. 350 premium points. Now I have even less reason to spare you. Who is it? Suddenly, Ito Sanchi's gaze fixated on Lin Han's location. A concealed projectile shot forth. Discovered? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. Yet as the eye of creation detected the trajectory of the projectile, he swiftly dodged to the side, ultimately entering Ito Sanchi's line of sight. Go Bewley. What are you doing here? Ito Sanchi was momentarily stunned but maintained a state of vigilance, as did the person beside him. Ito Sanchi, it's bad. A military force is approaching. Ling Ran and Sister Huizi, along with the others, are all dead. We must leave quickly. Otherwise, we will have no chance to escape. Lin Han hurriedly feigned panic and shouted. What? Hearing Lin Han's words, Ito Sanchi appeared increasingly bewildered. What did you say? The Xinglong Empire's army is already here. Do you not understand human speech? Sister Huizi and the others risked their lives to seize the beast egg. We must leave with it now. Lin Han acted as if he were in a great rush that I in the next moment. He retrieved the beast egg from the beast space. The beast egg? Are you saying the Xinglong Empire's army has arrived? Ito Sanchi, upon seeing the beast egg in Lin Han's hand, was momentarily stunned, then urgently exclaimed, How could this be? He found it hard to believe. When they had smuggled across, they had not been discovered by the Xinglong Empire, and only a handful within the Sakura Empire knew of their mission, let alone the Xinglong Empire. How could this be possible? How had they been discovered? Furthermore, you claim that Ling Ran and Huizi sacrificed themselves? How is it that you survived? Ling Ran Huizi and her companions risked their lives to save me, entrusting me with the imperative to deliver this Beast King's egg to you, regardless of the price I must pay. How can I ascertain the veracity of your claims? Ito Sanchi remained perpetually on guard, harboring a deep-seated disbelief that Ling Ran Huizi would hand over the Beast King's egg to Lin Han for the sake of management. Even more implausible was the notion that Ling Ran Huizi and her associates would use themselves as bait to rescue Lin Han. Such a scenario was utterly inconceivable. In this moment, Ito Sanchi exhibited an unusual calmness. He held no genuine affection for these teammates, having only met them for the first time in pursuit of this mission. The team was codenamed Jiaoshi. Thus, in his eyes, their deaths were inconsequential. Yet, what on earth was this individual saying? Nevertheless, he did not believe that Ling Ran Huizi would divulge the matter of the Beast King's egg to this person. First, procure the Beast King's egg for me. Ito Sanchi disregarded the truth of Lin Han's words, prioritizing the acquisition of the egg before addressing subsequent events. As long as the egg remained intact, he could acquire as many teammates as he desired. Furthermore, the mission could continue onward. Otherwise, the Empire would undoubtedly pursue them relentlessly. All right, but isn't our most pressing concern to flee? Lin Han approached Ito Sanchi's side. Flee? Why should we run? The army is surely here in search of something. Why should we be the ones to escape? Just as Ito Sanchi was about to seize the Beast King's egg, Lin Han deftly sidestepped him. Hold on, I suggest we temporarily keep the Beast King's egg in my possession for safekeeping. You lack a legitimate identity within the Star Dragon Empire. Only I can withstand scrutiny. Therefore, it would be unwise to hand the egg over to you. Lin Han spoke softly. What do you mean? Ito Sanchi's expression darkened. From Lin Han's words, he detected an unsettling implication. It seemed this fellow was aware of certain matters. Could it be that Lingran Huizi had confided the organization's plans to him? That seemed implausible. At this juncture, I no longer wish to conceal the truth from you. Everything is for the revival of the Sakura Empire. Jiao Shi Team. Chapter 41. I am your superior. Who exactly are you? Ito Sanchi's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded the other. Jiao Shi Team was indeed the codename assigned to them by the organization prior to their clandestine entry into the Star Dragon Empire. Yet this name was known only to a select few within the organization. Codename. Jiao Shi, moreover, even during discussions among their 5-member team, they had never deliberately mentioned the team's codename. How could this individual possibly know? Lin Han chuckled softly. Indeed, this team is the very Jiao Shi that the system's mission referred to. My identity is not something you are privy to, Captain Ito Sanchi. You are to follow orders. Subordinate obeys. Ito Sanchi instinctively bowed. Even though he could not ascertain Lin Han's identity at present, the information he had just revealed was sufficient to astound him. From this moment forth, the blood ritual is suspended. Lingran Huizi and the others have perished in battle. We must be prepared to evacuate at any moment. Understood? Upon hearing this, Ito Sanchi could no longer maintain his composure. Perhaps he could question earlier information. But the blood ritual was something only he should have known. He was present during the blood ritual for the Beast King's egg. Thus he understood the true nature of the ceremony. He also knew the name of this ritual. Moreover, he had brought this Beast King's egg to How High Forest, while the others were already present in How High Forest, waiting for the signal. They were unaware. May I inquire about your superior's identity? Although Ito Sanchi was astonished, he still sought to confirm Lin Han's identity. This mission was of utmost significance. He needed to ensure that he left no stone unturned. Otherwise, should this matter fail due to his oversight, he could not bear the consequences. Lin Han furrowed his brow deeply. Ito Sanchi, do you wish to defy orders? The Special Operations Team of the Star Dragon Empire is frantically searching for our location. Their strength exceeds diamond level. This is beyond your capability to handle. While it is true that you are warriors of the Sakura Empire, I cannot guarantee that you will not betray the organization if captured. Were it not for my superior's insistence that I safely evacuate you, I would have long since departed with the Beast King's egg. But why have the forces of the Star Dragon Empire suddenly appeared here? Ito Sanchi inquired, perplexed. Come here. Lin Han beckoned to Ito Sanchi, who approached with uncertainty. Someone has informed the military of the Star Dragon Empire. What? Shock flickered in Ito Sanchi's eyes. How is that possible? Ms. Lingran Huizi and the other two are exceptional warriors. I can ascertain they have not betrayed the organization. The reason the organization dispatched me here is that our informants within the Star Dragon military notified us. Lin Han stated with grave seriousness. Ito Sanchi, upon hearing this, was even more astonished yet questioned. If that is the case, why did you not inform us beforehand? If it is an order from the organization, we would undoubtedly comply. Lin Han considered this point and explained. Initially, I intended to infiltrate your team to discern if I could secretly investigate for traitors. However, I never anticipated that the Star Dragon Empire would act so swiftly. This situation has far exceeded my expectations. My failure to judge clearly has led to this occurrence. Upon returning to the organization, I will accept my punishment. My mistake has resulted in the sacrifice of our Empire's soldiers, but now is not the time to discuss this. We must hastily evacuate How High Forest that I have already contacted our member station in Sioux City. They will come to assist you. Simultaneously, I will take the Beast King's egg and leave the Star Dragon Empire to return to the Sakura Empire. This Beast King's egg cannot undergo the ritual here in the short term. I require the Empire's power to accomplish this task. Indeed, Sioux City will be in chaos. As Lin Han spoke, a sickly smile graced his face. Damn it. It's my first time playing the villain, and I'm still getting used to it. However, I believe my reasoning is rather meticulous. This fellow seems so naive, surely he won't suspect anything, right? In the next moment, Ito Sanchi stood at attention, saluting crisply. Long live the Empire. Lin Han was taken aback by this gesture, but mimicked it with some semblance of seriousness. Long live the Empire, leader, before I meet the contact. I must first attend to one matter. At this moment, Ito Sanchi was fully convinced of Lin Han's words. If he were not sent by the Empire, how could he possess such intimate knowledge of this mission? Traitor, Ito Sanchi approached a nearby man with a grim demeanor. The latter froze, sensing an unusual aura and instinctively recoiling. Captain, what are you doing? What am I doing? You heard what the officer just said. There is a traitor among us 5. Captain, are you suspecting me? The man's eyes widened in panic as he hastily explained, I am wholeheartedly loyal to the organization. How could I possibly commit such acts of treachery against the Empire? Captain, you know my intentions for the Empire. How could I ever engage in such heinous acts? Ito Sanchi's expression darkened. With Lingran Huizi and the others having already perished for the Empire, could it be that you intend to tarnish their names? Captain, I did not mean it that way. Huizi and the others would never betray the country. What I meant was him. The man pivoted his gaze towards Lin Han. Captain, this fellow suddenly claims to be a leader of the Empire. Who could believe that? If you ask me, he is likely here to deceive us. Captain, how could you trust an outsider? If this person claims to be from our Sakura Empire, why do we not converse in the language of the Empire? Damn it, this guy is rather clever, but he won't get the best of me. After all, I have been watching countless films from your country since childhood, and I have memorized some phrases. Lin Han glared fiercely. Meanwhile, Ito Sanchi, upon hearing Lin Han speak Mandarin so fluently, felt further assured of Lin Han's identity. What more do you have to say? Selling out the organization for personal gain. How could we have a citizen as disgraceful as you in our empire? Truly a disgrace. Chapter 42. A spectacle of infighting. Captain, I am truly innocent. Another man pleaded desperately. Upon hearing this, Lin Han breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. He had nearly revealed his cover. In that fleeting moment, he had recalled every conceivable phrase from films, managing to piece together those 2 sentences. For an instant, his mind was filled with phrases too inappropriate to utter in this context. However, it was fortunate that Ito Sanchi, this fool, chose to believe him. This time, he was also grateful for the mission hints provided by the system and the information gleaned through the eye of creation. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to convince this fool of his narrative. How could Ito Sanchi possibly still trust this man? At this moment, his eyes were ablaze with fury. The meticulously devised plans of the Empire had, in an instant, been utterly destroyed. Moreover, it had even led to the demise of such loyal warriors. This was a loss for the organization. This was a loss for the Empire. And as for those who harmed the loyal and betrayed the Empire, he would not let them go unpunished. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens to avenge those loyal to the Empire, like Ling Ran and Huizi. Ito Sanchi could no longer contain the tempest of emotions within him. A long blade manifested in his hand, directly lunging towards his opponent. The other individual, seeing that Ito Sanchi was indeed intent on not sparing him, also drew his blade and began to engage in battle. I told you I did not betray the Empire, nor have I ever contemplated such a thing. Captain, he is sowing discord among us. Perhaps Huizi and the others were harmed by this scoundrel. The other person attempted to resist, but Ito Sanchi would not heed his explanations. Utter nonsense. This leader is well aware of many details regarding this mission, which you all remain oblivious to at this moment. If he is not a person sent by the Empire, then who could he possibly be? Ito Sanchi had completely come to believe in Lin Han. He instinctively began to defend Lin Han. Now that the situation had escalated, how could one still deny it? Lin Han further fueled the flames, adopting a sorrowful demeanor, unable to comprehend how the Empire had been so benevolent towards you. How could you resort to such treachery against the Empire? Captain Ito, this is your subordinate. You should handle it yourself. I will convey everything that transpired today to the Empire's Zimming. In the future, you shall be the great hero who eradicates treachery for the Empire. However, do try to act swiftly. Perhaps the Empire's squad is on its way. Lin Han spoke softly. Ito Sanchi nodded, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes as he said, Rest assured, leader, it is indeed a traitor from my squad that I will handle appropriately. This battle shall not last long. Baka! Ito Sanchi, are you truly serious? The man erupted in anger, retaliating fiercely. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It seems you have been plotting this for quite some time. Where did you find this actor? You intend to act and monopolize the glory for yourself. Humph. I shall not let you succeed. Both combatants escalated their assaults, while Lin Han watched anxiously from the sidelines. The strength of both individuals was undoubtedly formidable, likely bordering on platinum. If he did not resort to some plans, he would surely be no match for them. Most importantly, they did not appear to belong to the Beastmaster system. This alone troubled him greatly. However, everything was unfolding according to his plan, and he never anticipated that Ito Sanchi would so easily believe this matter. The fierce clash between the two intensified, leaving numerous wounds upon their bodies. After a brief moment, the victor emerged. Ito Sanchi swiftly severed the opponent's neck. Traitors meet such a fate. Rest assured, your family shall also face punishment for your actions. Well done. Well done. Truly worthy of Captain Ito. Lin Han couldn't help but applaud. Ito Sanchi, filled with pride, responded, "This is what I must do. All who betray our empire deserve such punishment." Captain Ito is absolutely correct. Indeed, only someone of your caliber can shoulder such responsibilities. More. Ito Sanchi, flattered by the praise, felt a sense of pride. Yet considering the current situation, he said, "Leader, we must hasten our retreat. Should the people of the Xinglong Empire discover us, we will be in grave trouble." Retreat? Where to? Lin Han regarded him with amusement. Did the leader not just say we were to rendezvous with those lying in wait in Sioux City? Oh, I seem to recall having said such a thing. Lin Han nodded, but showed no intention of moving. Indeed, we should depart swiftly. At this moment, Ito Sanchi was growing impatient. He had no desire to lose his life here. Little did he know, today Captain Ito would not escape. What? Ito Sanchi felt a wave of confusion wash over him, an ominous premonition stirring within. What I mean to say is today, Captain Ito shall perish here for his country. Lin Han's tone turned considerably somber. In the next instant, the concealed Juge suddenly launched an attack. Water arrows were swiftly unleashed. Ito Sanchi, a seasoned warrior, reacted instantly. However, after enduring a fierce battle, his strength had waned significantly. Ultimately, he was struck by one of the arrows. "Leader, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? Of course, I am not sending you to the afterlife." Lin Han scoffed, then angrily declared, "Bold Sakura Empire, daring to invade the territory of my Xinglong Empire and lay such a scheme. Today, I shall take your life as a sacrifice for the people of Sioux City, whom you have harmed." At this moment, Lin Han was no longer inclined to hold back. The opponent's strength was formidable. Even the information provided by the Eye of Creation indicated a platinum level. Had it not been for his prior injuries, Lin Han would never have dared to engage. But now, the situation was different. Even if Ito Sanchi were to remain oblivious, he could clearly see the current predicament. He had been deceived. You are not a person sent by the Empire. You are one of the Xinglong Empire. Ito Sanchi, suppressing his pain, immediately assumed a fighting stance. You guessed correctly. Lin Han chuckled softly. So, it follows that Ling Ran and Huizi have all been killed by you. Ito Sanchi cursed furiously. Yes, I have eliminated them all. You were the last group that I was initially pondering how to deal with you, but it seems you have started to turn on each other, which saves me the trouble. Chapter 43, Annihilation of the Jiaoxi Squad. You look at the companion he had just slain, and a profound sense of helplessness surged within Ito Sanchi. It is all your fault. Yes, it is me. What of it? Initially, I might have been wary of you. But to speak frankly, you are no match for me now. Lin Han's tone was chilling. He held no tolerance for such an intruder. After all, they had intended to sacrifice him. How could he possibly let a tiger return to the mountain? Who exactly are you? At this moment, Ito Sanchi recognized that his injuries could not hold out much longer, and he had to seize the opportunity to strike back. In the beginning, he had indeed doubted Lin Han's identity. After all, Lin Han had initially used abilities unique to the Xinglong Empire's Beastmaster system. However, there were also individuals from the Sakura Empire who had entered the Xinglong Empire from a young age and learned this system. Such people certainly existed. And upon Lin Han revealing his identity and providing so many explanations, he had definitively concluded Lin Han's allegiance and ceased to doubt. Yet he never expected to be played. Originally, the two of them should have been able to eliminate Lin Han, but now his injuries were severe, rendering the situation quite troublesome. He was merely an ordinary passerby. Lin Han chuckled softly at this moment. Zhu Gue and Lin Han had surrounded Ito Sanchi. He had no need to worry about the opponent escaping. Ito Sanchi had initially believed Lin Han's strength to be within the golden level, especially since Lin Han had not concealed his power. But now, he could not be 100% certain. However, if he did not act soon, his injuries would only worsen. He had to eliminate him. The essence of the Beastmaster system lies in the strength of the Beastmaster themselves. Thus, if one could eliminate the host, they could rid themselves of this pest. With this thought in mind, Ito Sanchi no longer hesitated and suddenly launched an attack. Lin Han, possessing the Eye of Creation, sensed the opponent's movement the instant he made his move, yet he chose not to evade. S-class talent. Ironclad body, bang. Ito Sanchi struck Lin Han with a palm. How is this possible? I cannot move him. Ito Sanchi was astonished. Even though his strength was now severely depleted, there should be no reason he could not overpower a silver-level Beastmaster. What is this? Lin Han chuckled lightly, then grasped Ito Sanchi's arms, rendering him immobile. What are you doing? Despite having completed countless missions, Ito Sanchi felt a surge of panic in the face of death. Of course, I intend for you to die. Am I to let you go for the sake of revenge? Zhuge, unleash Ice Blade. This time, Zhuge did not hesitate as before. The Ice Blade began to coalesce in the air, piercing directly into Ito Sanchi's chest. Who would have thought that I would fall to the hands of a silver-level Beastmaster? How pitiful, how lamentable. Ito Sanchi spat blood, his eyes devoid of light, filled with unwillingness. Lin Han remained chillingly indifferent. Ito Sanchi could not be spared. He must die. Otherwise, he might face the retaliation of the powerful figures from the Sakura Empire next time. Thus, he could not take the gamble. Otherwise, after eliminating Ling Ran and Huizi, he would have countless opportunities to escape. However, he thwarted the plans of the Sakura Empire, and the opposing party would undoubtedly not let this matter rest. This ultimately led to his resolve to return and eliminate witnesses. Lin Han seized the opportunity to grasp the faltering body of Ito Sanchi, firmly clutching the opponent's neck. Snap! The breath was completely extinguished. Only then did Lin Han feel a sense of relief. At that moment, Zhu Gue arrived at Lin Han's side. What a close call. Lin Han exhaled deeply. The system task, Annihilate the Jiaoxi team, has been completed. Task reward, 350 Krypton points. Finally, it was all over. It was only upon hearing this system notification that Lin Han confirmed these individuals were utterly dead. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he began to scavenge the bodies of Ito Sanchi and the other. Item, Scrying Mirror Location. Mirror level, Gold Nature. Functional effect. The mirror displays the location of all living beings within a 3-kilometer radius, usable only 3 times a day. What a remarkable item. Lin Han rejoiced inwardly. He had not anticipated that Ito Sanchi would possess such a functional piece of equipment. Although this item appeared to be merely of gold level, functional equipment is often far more valuable than platinum-level combat gear. Functional items are quite rare. Moreover, this one is particularly useful. It is akin to the bloodthirsty ring he currently possesses. Its value often surpasses that of combat gear, as it can be utilized by anyone and is exceedingly practical. Lin Han could surmise that Ito Sanchi had been able to clear the area for several miles to ensure no creatures would ambush the King Beast Egg, likely due to this mirror. Furthermore, when capturing individuals, possessing this mirror indeed made things much easier. It effortlessly reveals the presence of all individuals within 3 kilometers. Just a cursory glance at the mirror's doubling route hinted that at higher levels. It could even extend to 10 kilometers, dozens of kilometers, or even hundreds. If it truly reached such a level of equipment, merely owning this mirror would allow one to observe all individuals within an entire city. A terrifying piece of equipment. Lin Han stowed the mirror away. Apart from the King Beast Egg, this was the most valuable item here. For all of this, he truly had to extend his gratitude to the Jiaoxi team. Had it not been for them, he would not have acquired such excellent gear. Upon returning home, he planned to sign a contract with the Chilin, thus securing an additional 300 Krypton points. If that were the case, his total Krypton points would reach 650. The complete evolution of Zhu Gue into a king-level Xuanwu would be imminent. With this, his strength would ascend to new heights during the next recruitment, possessing 2 gifted king-level ferocious beasts. He genuinely could not fathom how others would prevail. From that moment forth, it would be true slaughter. With that thought, Lin Han felt elated, heading back towards Sioux City. Initially, he intended to deceive these individuals into the escort team. But unexpectedly, the two had engaged in a conflict, providing Lin Han with an opportunity. Thus, it was ultimately much safer to eliminate them here. Sending them to the escort team would have been a risk. Chapter 44. Signing the Second Beast. Lin Han quickly shook his head. Perhaps if he had sent these individuals to the Sioux City escort team, he could have extracted some information he could not obtain otherwise. However, this would undoubtedly lead to immense trouble for him. Even if Ito Sanchi and the others were unaware of his true name, they would undoubtedly remember his appearance should the Sioux City escort team commence an investigation into him. There would be no escaping, and layers of trouble would ensue. For this reason, Lin Han abandoned the plan that he sighed, as the day was already waning, and returned to the urban area of Sioux City to head home. Upon arriving home, he excitedly took out the king beast egg. Chilin, merely gazing at this beast egg, sent his heart racing. King-level aptitude. This was a beast egg with the potential of a king beast. Even Zhu Gui's highest aptitude was merely legendary, and this egg was of king caliber. Moreover, according to the information provided by the Eye of Creation, this beast egg would hatch at silver level. How could he possibly remain calm? However, this also meant that the likelihood of signing a contract would be even lower. It is well known that the higher the grade of a beast egg, the lower the probability of signing a contract with its master. This is because ferocious beasts inherently possess a degree of arrogance. His teacher had even mentioned that some beasts would rather perish than sign a contract with weak humans. This also relates to the nature of the beasts, and this king-level Chilin, born at silver level, had presumably been worshipped by countless humans, leading Lin Han to speculate on the beast's temperament. It was certainly volatile. Therefore, in order to sign a contract with it, he would need to make adequate preparations. After much contemplation, Lin Han ultimately decided to employ some tools. The bronze-level beast contract affinity potion required 15 Krypton points. But in Lin Han's view, this was wholly insufficient. Not to mention that this was a king-level beast egg. Furthermore, this little one was born at silver level, making the bronze-level affinity potion potentially ineffective. Thus, for safety's sake, Lin Han directly spent 50 Krypton points to exchange for a bottle of gold-level beast contract affinity potion for assurance. Additionally, this king-level egg had been subjected to a special ritual. This ritual seemed to suppress the hatching speed of the beast egg. Otherwise, the Jiaoshi team of the Sakura Empire could not have amassed such a high number in such a short time. This beast egg was naturally different from those in the Beast Hatching Center. In the Beast Hatching Center, all beasts were stored using special methods to ensure that the egg was ready to hatch at any moment. However, this was not the case here. Thus, he still needed to employ certain methods. Lin Han began browsing the system shop. Beast Acceleration Potion, a fantastic item. However, the price reached 20 Krypton points, equivalent to 200,000 Star Dragon coins. Indeed, it was somewhat expensive. Moreover, this was a new player benefit reduced by half. If it were at normal times, it would be 40 Krypton points. Even though it pained him, Lin Han ultimately chose to purchase it. At present, he urgently needed to enhance his strength. His Krypton points now stood at 280, having spent a total of 70 Krypton points in a short period. That was a staggering 700,000 Star Dragon coins. Lin Han couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. However, he quickly regained his composure and poured the Beast Acceleration Potion over the king-level beast egg. Immediately afterward, he gulped down the Beast Contract Affinity Potion. Then, Lin Han quietly awaited the hatching of the king beast egg. Time passed minute by minute. The beast egg began to exhibit signs of cracking. The egg was not very large, measuring less than a meter. Suddenly, the shell of the beast egg began to shed. Lin Han vaguely saw a red glow emanating from within. In the next moment, a wave of heat rushed towards him. This is it. Has it hatched? Lin Han wondered, perplexed. Next, a blood-red head broke through the shell. Hiss! A majestic, ferocious beast emerged. It boasted the head of a lion, antlers of a deer, eyes of a tiger, body of a moose, scales of a dragon, and tail of an ox, with its tail resembling that of a dragon. Hiss! This was exactly as he had envisioned a Chilin, even more imposing than his mental image. Is this truly the Chilin? Lin Han's gaze was somewhat dazed at this moment. The Chilin had completely emerged from its shell, with faint flames flickering at the corners of its mouth. Its roar resonated like thunder before him. Little ancestor, please refrain from playing with fire in the room. If you set the house ablaze, there will be no place for the two of us to dwell. Lin Han fumbled in a panic, fearing that the Chilin might unleash a torrent of flames at any moment. However, the Chilin appeared to understand Lin Han's words, gradually calming down, and the flames at its mouth began to dissipate. Only then did Lin Han feel a sense of relief. Subsequently, he followed the previous steps and began the contract process. Contract successfully signed. Chilin aptitude. King level race. Chilin level. 15 strength, 14,526 agility, 13. 584 spirit, 13,687 constitution, 15,427. At the moment Lin Han beheld these numbers, he stood frozen in place. What is this? Over 10,000 in stats. Is this real? Is this what a level 15 beast should possess? Zhu Gui, in comparison to the Chilin, was vastly inferior. Zhu Gui aptitude, legendary race, Xuanwu bloodline thin, level 15 strength, 6,854 agility, 6,598 spirit, 6,488 constitution, 7,102. The disparity was staggering at this point. Lin Han found himself at a loss for words. The difference was more than double, and this was merely the difference between legendary and king levels. What if the levels were higher, or even at mythical level? Wouldn't that mean that the stats could break 10,000? No. Even breaking 1,000,000 would not be out of the question. This time, Lin Han truly understood why the innate talent of beasts was so crucial. It was not merely a matter of proving a beast's upper limits. Rather, beasts with exceptionally high talents could vastly outpace their peers at the same level, rendering them entirely incomparable. The distinction between legendary and king levels was already starkly evident. As for Lin Han himself, host. Lin Han age, 16 level, 14 strength, 3070 agility, 3050 spirit, 3030 constitution, 3080 talent, steel body S-class, Eye of the Heavenly Way, mythical level, with a freely allocatable attribute value of 1,200. How can one even begin to compare? He has long since become accustomed to the fact that he is in no way comparable to these beast tamers. Chapter 45. The Dark Forest Mission. Lin Han found himself at a loss for words. The difference between him and the Chilin was merely one level, yet the disparity in their values was nearly 10,000. At present, judging by the Chilin's current values, it would hardly face any challenge against a golden-level ferocious beast. How terrifying! A king-level beast is indeed so formidable. Upon witnessing the current values of the Chilin, Lin Han felt an even greater urgency to facilitate the complete transformation of the Candle Tortoise into a Xuanwu. If that were to happen, the Candle Tortoise's attributes would certainly see a substantial enhancement, possibly even boosting his own values as its master. Lin Han was convinced that with his next upgrade, the rhythm of his attribute enhancement would be entirely different from before. After all, the innate abilities of the beast are capable of reciprocating benefits to their beast tamers. Ding. The system task of signing a second beast has been completed. Task reward, 300 Krypton points. The task is complete. Lin Han's spirits lifted considerably. Now, he possessed 580 Krypton points. With this, he had made significant progress toward doubling the talent of the Candle Tortoise. Just one more task would bring him very close. Moreover, he had also acquired some equipment from Ito Sanchi and others, which could fetch a decent price. Subsequently, Lin Han sold all the remaining items in the system after keeping the spyglass. The equipment these individuals carried was rather ordinary, with low quality and grade. It seemed they had obtained these items from slaying ferocious beasts in the vicinity. Only the spyglass was somewhat valuable. But he had no intention of selling it. It would surely come in handy later. In the end, Lin Han managed to sell those items for 280 million Star Dragon coins, which converted to 280 Krypton points. Adding this to his previous total, he now had 880 Krypton points. He was just a little over 100 points away from upgrading the Candle Tortoise. At this pace, by tomorrow, he would be able to officially elevate the Candle Tortoise to the bloodline of a Xuanwu. Lin Han began to feel exhilarated. In the next moment, he began to contemplate his freely allocatable attribute points. With 1,200 points remaining, he truly needed to consider where to allocate them wisely. Currently, he possessed the S-class talent of Steel Body, so he need not worry about lacking in defense. An average person could hardly breach his defenses. Thus, he could effectively compensate for the shortfall in strength. With this thought, Lin Han made a resolute decision. He allocated all 1,200 freely distributable attribute points into the strength category. At that moment, his strength value surged dramatically. Host. Lin Han age, 16 level, 14 strength, 4270 agility, 3050 spirit, 3030 constitution, 3080 talent, steel body S-class, Eye of the Heavenly Way, mythical level, freely allocatable attribute points, 0. Though he could not possibly compare to the Chilin, he still had a chance to surpass the Candle Tortoise. Of course, if the Candle Tortoise were to reach king-level talent in the future. It was uncertain whether he could keep up. For a moment, Lin Han felt a bit helpless regarding his situation. After all, these are his own beasts. Why should he feel envious? It seemed he was entangled in his own thoughts. Lin Han decided not to dwell further and promptly fell asleep. When he awoke the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. However, as there was no need for further awakening, Lin Han indulged in a bit of laziness. He had already planned out what he needed to do that day. He intended to head to the task center. In every city, there are various tasks available, some commissioned by the Empire and others by individuals. Generally, these tasks take place in dungeons, while some are located in leveling zones. Many tasks aim to procure materials. Following the navigation, Lin Han arrived at the task center. Upon reaching the center, he quickly completed a simple registration and began browsing the tasks he could undertake. Soon enough, one task caught his eye. The task was to venture into a dungeon in the neighboring city. Task name: Dark Forest Task Location. Huiwest City Task Objective: Capture 5-star eating worms task reward. 400,000 star dragon coins task notice. This task requires the applicant to be at least level 13 and possess formidable strength. Along with a powerful beast, the 5-star eating worms required for this task are all level 13 or higher, and note that they are social creatures, so teamwork is advised. The difficulty level for individual tasks is extremely high. It is recommended that silver level peak or golden level experts take on the task. Lin Han perused the task description and quickly grasped its content. This task was quite appealing, and the task location was a silver level leveling zone, allowing him to level up while completing the task. 400,000 star dragon coins equate to 40 Krypton points. Moreover, the danger level was rather low. Lin Han was quite satisfied with this task. Although it required him to travel to the neighboring city, as long as he could complete the task, all associated expenses would be reimbursed. Hence, he had no concerns about travel costs. In his eyes, a silver-level dungeon posed no challenge. With a powerful beast like the Chilin by his side, he felt utterly unconcerned. Consequently, Lin Han accepted the task. After securing the task, he set off for the Dark Forest in Huiwest City. Arriving at the location of the teleportation array, after paying the fees, he locked in his destination for teleportation. When he opened his eyes once more, Lin Han found himself in a pitch-black forest. Warning: this area is a level 11 to 25 leveling zone. Those below this level should not intrude recklessly. The registration for this dungeon was quite similar to that of the How High Forest in terms of level. Lin Han was naturally undaunted. Now, with the Chilin by his side, his courage had significantly increased. With a value of 10,000, he felt capable of contending even against golden-level foes, perhaps even utterly overpowering them. Such was his confidence at this moment. Lin Han did not ponder further and stepped directly into the forest. The so-called Shadow Forest had trees soaring dozens of meters high, blocking out the sunlight. Most of the creatures within were ferocious beasts of the shadow type, thriving in such obscured conditions. He was not entirely clear on the specifics, as he could only gather this information online. Generally, details about dungeons of this level required a fee to access in the trading market, so few would freely disclose such information. Chapter 46. The Spirit Sorcerer Talent. What an oppressive aura of darkness. As Lin Han traversed the Shadow Forest, he glanced around, feeling a discomforting sensation from the surrounding atmosphere, as if something foul lingered. The entire forest suffocated under the absence of sunlight, making what should have been a bright midday feel akin to twilight. Only a few rays of light managed to seep through the cracks. Lin Han had little knowledge of trees and could not comprehend why their translucence was so weak. Fortunately, he possessed the eye of creation. Anything he laid his eyes upon could be instantly discerned. Thus, even in darkness, Lin Han perceived no difference from brightness. However, he needed to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from ferocious beasts. Suddenly, a bold idea sprouted in Lin Han's mind. In the next moment, he summoned both the Candle Tortoise and the Chilin. The once dark forest was instantly illuminated by the flames radiating from the Chilin. To Lin Han, the Chilin appeared akin to a small flashlight. Truly, as a beast with king-level talent, its functionality was remarkable. Lin Han couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Chilin, hearing this, rolled its eyes in exasperation, as if protesting. How could a majestic king-level beast be likened to a mere flashlight? Is this something a human would dare to do? However, Lin Han paid no heed to the Chilin's gaze. He believed in making the most of resources. Just as Lin Han continued onward, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps reached his ears. The sound was light and swift, indicating not one, but two entities in pursuit of one another. Were ferocious beasts hunting down some prey? Lin Han furrowed his brow. He decided against revealing himself. It was better to conceal himself and observe the situation. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity. Thus, Lin Han, along with the candle tortoise and Chilin, hid behind a thicket. Before long, a figure darted through the trees and appeared before him. A human. The girl before him appeared to be of similar age. And behind her was a swift wolf in hot pursuit. Swift Wolf LV-13, that the speed of the Swift Wolf is unmatched among silver-level ferocious beasts. At this pace, capturing the girl would take no time at all. The distance between them was closing rapidly, and if no assistance was rendered, the girl would surely perish. Chin Huaner glanced back repeatedly, her expression filled with trepidation. What should I do? There is still some distance to the exit of the dungeon. Yet this distance is sufficient for the Swift Wolf to catch up. How unfortunate to encounter such a creature. This ferocious beast lacks any spiritual understanding, making communication exceedingly difficult. This is quite troublesome. Just as she was contemplating this, suddenly, the Swift Wolf accelerated, leaping into the air and charged directly towards her. This is bad. Chin Huaner felt a pang of fear in her heart and stepped into thin air. Falling to the ground, her spirit crow, witnessing this scene, immediately positioned itself in front of her. At that moment, dark, sharp spikes materialized from the air, aiming directly at the Swift Wolf. However, the latter was incredibly fast. In the instant the spikes shot forth, it effortlessly dodged them. The Swift Wolf roared, clearly enraged by the attack, and continued its charge towards Chin Huaner. This is dire. Chin Huaner sat on the ground, terrified, inching backwards, while the spirit crow kept dodging, searching for an advantageous point to attack. The Swift Wolf launched itself forward. This is the end. Chin Huaner's face turned ashen, and she tightly shut her eyes, sinking into despair. Yet, moments later, she felt no pain at all. What is happening? Could it be that death is not painful? Chin Huaner was puzzled slowly. She opened her eyes and beheld a magnificent beast, completely engulfed in fiery red. Standing before her, its jaws firmly gripping the neck of the Swift Wolf. Flames flickered from the corners of its mouth. You are, Kirin, in astonishment. It tossed the Swift Wolf aside and called out to Chin Huaner. Did your master send you to save me? Chin Huaner questioned. Who is your master? Can you communicate with beasts? Suddenly, an inexplicable voice emerged from behind Chin Huaner, causing her to turn around in surprise. Whereupon she saw Lin Han. Yes, my talent is that of a spirit diviner, allowing me to communicate with ferocious beasts, provided they possess some degree of intelligence. Otherwise, communication is difficult. Even Chin Huaner, despite her simplicity, could discern that the person before her was the master of the imposing fiery beast. Her survival today was undoubtedly thanks to him. Thus she responded, a spirit diviner, if I recall correctly, is a B-grade talent. Right, even among B-grade talents, it is considered a relatively rare profession. It should be classified under the magic category. Lin Han began to reminisce about what he had learned in high school and quickly made a judgment. Yes, it can be categorized as a magical profession, though it is not a pure mage. Its functionality is commendable. I must thank you again today. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I fear my life would have come to an end here. Chin Huaner nodded repeatedly. It's no trouble. Since we have met, I naturally had to assist you. Lin Han was unconcerned, that I can see that your level must still be at the first transition. This shadow forest is not a place for someone of your level. Fortunately, you encountered me today. Let us leave. It is too dangerous here. Lin Han advised kindly, not to mention first transition bronze level. In a dungeon of this caliber, even silver-level individuals should not venture too deep. The depths harbor golden-level ferocious beasts. Should one encounter them by misfortune, the consequences would be dire. Chin Huaner, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, I came here to complete my awakening task. My awakening task lies within the shadow forest, where I must find and slay a three-flower crow. The strength of the three-flower crow is only level 10. I should be able to handle it. However, I didn't expect that just a little deeper, I would run into the Swift Wolf. I consider myself quite unlucky. The three-flower crow? Lin Han nodded, feeling a surge of irritation within. Damn awakening stone. Although it is also a second transition awakening. Why must I undertake such a difficult task? Why is it that others face level 10, while I must contend with the Starfire Tiger King. Damn it. Thank you once more today. I will continue deeper, striving to complete my awakening task today. Chun Huaner suddenly said, "What if you encounter a higher-level beast while going deeper?" Lin Han inquired. Chapter 47. Teaming up. This is a matter of life and death, since the Awakening Stone assigned me this task. It believes I am capable of succeeding. The Awakening Stone does not assign tasks that are impossible to accomplish. I believe in myself. Chun Huaner kept encouraging herself. Had I not known that the Awakening Stone was no trivial matter, I might have believed that. However, in an instant, Lin Han recalled the significance of the girl's talent. Never mind. With your strength, advancing through this shadow forest is akin to courting death. Come with me. Let us form a team. Lin Han sighed helplessly, contemplating before speaking. How can that be? I have already troubled you enough today, and you saved my life. How can I impose further upon you? Chun Huaner hastily waved her hands. Rest assured, it is not merely a matter of you protecting me. I will assist you in completing your awakening task, but in return, you must help me find a ferocious beast known as the Star-Eating Bug. How does that sound? This is not considered a free favor. It is mutually beneficial. Originally, I was struggling to locate the Star-Eating Bug here. Since you can divine and communicate with ferocious beasts, it will undoubtedly be much easier than searching alone. What do you think? Lin Han's words touched Chun Huaner. How could she not be aware of the dangers of continuing her awakening task here? However, without completing the second transition, she would struggle to achieve a good ranking in the General Recruitment. Thus, she had no choice but to take risks. Yet now, a powerful ally had suddenly appeared, and she yearned to travel alongside him. Nevertheless, she felt hesitant to impose on someone else, especially since they were mere acquaintances. Why should he assist her? But at this moment, Lin Han's proposal made her waver, so she tentatively asked, "Is it really possible?" "Yes, mutual assistance." "Good." Upon hearing this, Chun Huaner felt a surge of joy, although she was unaware of Lin Han's true strength. The imposing beast by his side was formidable. There should be no problem. "My name is Chun Huaner. You can just call me Huaner." Chun Huaner introduced herself. Lin Han responded, "Lin Han, from Wuzhou City." "You're Lin Han?" Chun Huaner exclaimed in surprise. "You know me?" Lin Han was somewhat puzzled. By all accounts, his name should not be so widely known. Why did this young girl seem to recognize him? "I have long heard that Wuzhou City has a colossal recruitment reward of 30 million Tianlong coins this year, attributed to the emergence of a dual S-grade talent and an A-grade talent. You cannot possibly be that person, can you?" Chun Huaner stammered. "I see." Lin Han understood. After all, the high rewards for Wuzhou City's recruitment had become common knowledge, and his name had spread, so it was not surprising that someone would remember it. However, he never expected that someone would actually recognize him. "Yes, I am that Lin Han." Lin Han nodded. "It truly is you." Upon hearing his confirmation, Chun Huaner felt a surge of excitement. He is indeed a dual S-grade talent. He is destined to become a formidable force in the future, and she has encountered him. "I am just an ordinary person. Please do not think too highly of me, that I expected someone with your talent to be rather arrogant, cold, and aloof, yet you turn out to be so approachable." Chun Huaner laughed. Lin Han felt somewhat helpless, saying, "I am not a monster. It is not that extreme." Chun Huaner softly asked, "Lin Han, have you already completed your second transition?" She had only just noticed the tortoise beside him. Realizing that Lin Han had always been accompanied by a turtle. "Yes, I just completed my second transition awakening yesterday." Lin Han replied truthfully. "Incredible. No wonder you are a dual S-grade talent. It has only been a few days." At this moment, Chun Huaner had completely become Lin Han's little fan. The main reason being that Lin Han had just saved her, combined with the friendly aura he exuded, which made her fondness for him soar. Lin Han, suddenly receiving such praise, felt a bit bashful, saying, "It's nothing. You are also starting your awakening task, right? You are only a little behind me. Besides, I still have a dual S-grade talent. I have not surpassed you by much. In my eyes, you are actually more impressive. Hango, you are too modest." Chun Huaner felt that calling him by his name was somewhat awkward, so calling him Hango seemed more fitting. When I was in the leveling area with the Spirit Crow, I also encountered 2 races engaged in battle. I feel a bit embarrassed to say, we waited for them to weaken each other before claiming some kills, which led to my rapid leveling. I cannot compare to you, Hango. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. Let us continue onward and deal with the 3-flower crow. Good. The two ceased their chatter and continued on their journey. Along the way, they maintained a harmonious atmosphere, largely because Chun Huaner could communicate with the beasts, and both the Kirin and the tortoise drew closer to her. Lin Han witnessed this scene and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Those two white-eyed wolves, here I am, still standing. And if I were to leave alone, wouldn't these two rebellious offspring just run off with the others? However, upon reflection, Lin Han found it rather convenient to have this spirit master by his side, as it greatly facilitated communication with the beasts. Suddenly, both the Chilin and the Zhu Gui halted, emitting a low growl, signaling that enemies were approaching. Chun Huaner was momentarily taken aback and cautioned, "Be careful." Lin Han understood well. Although he could not communicate directly with the Chilin and the Zhu Gui, he grasped the significance of their actions. They are here. In an instant, Lin Han's eye of creation locked onto the enemy's information. Steel Pattern Tiger LV-14, eliminated. Without hesitation, Lin Han commanded, and the Chilin and the Zhu Gui charged forward at the first mention of the enemy, offering no time for a response, with values exceeding 10,000. The Chilin captured the foe in almost a second, poised to deliver a fatal bite to its neck. "Little Chilin, spare its life for now," Chun Huaner urged anxiously. Hearing this, the Chilin halted its fangs mid-attack. "Little Chilin?" Lin Han sighed, understanding Chun Huaner's intentions, and chose not to intervene. "Steel Pattern Tiger, do you have any idea where a three-flower gathering dark absolute crow might be?" In the distance, Lin Han noticed a hexagram moving on Chun Huaner's body. Chapter 48. Finding the Dark Absolute Crow. Lin Han's Eye of Creation was a mythical level talent. Even when Chun Huaner communicated with the ferocious beasts, there was no visible flow of magic in reality. Yet his Eye of Creation could perceive it. This was the power of the Eye of Creation. Although the vision wasn't entirely clear, it was merely in a second awakening state, not yet reaching its ultimate form. So it was understandable that he couldn't see everything. The Steel Pattern Tiger, upon hearing Chun Huaner's words, paused for a moment, but quickly emitted a low growl. Simultaneously, Chun Huaner stated, "To the southeast of the forest. The Dark Absolute Crow is lingering there, and the three-flower gathering should also be nearby. Your talent is truly convenient," Lin Han remarked, taken aback. This was immensely beneficial when searching for items within the dungeon. However, he also noticed the sweat beginning to bead on Chun Huaner's forehead. It seemed that communicating with such lowly intelligent beasts was quite taxing for her. This was evident from how she interacted with the Chilin and the Zhu Gui, which was akin to conversing with an ordinary person. It must be due to the low level of the ferocious beasts. To the southeast of the forest. Let us proceed in that direction. Chun Huaner concluded her conversation with the Steel Pattern Tiger. "Can we be sure this is accurate?" Lin Han inquired once more. Chun Huaner offered a wry smile. "I'm not certain, but our understanding of the Shadow Forest is limited. So we can only trust its words for now, that my magic has been considerably depleted. Otherwise, I could have conducted a divination. While I cannot pinpoint the Dark Absolute Crow's exact location, I could at least make an inference based on the Steel Pattern Tiger's range." "Very well, let us head that way," Lin Han decided without hesitation, for they now had a general direction. Truth be told, it mattered not whether it was accurate. Before departing, however, I shall claim this Steel Pattern Tiger. Lin Han nodded, and the Chilin understood, promptly severing the Steel Pattern Tiger's neck. Successful kill of Steel Pattern Tiger. Experience points 8485. Chun Huaner showed little reaction. Even though she could communicate with the ferocious beasts, it did not mean she had to embody mercy. One might feel compassion for the beasts, but they would never show you the same courtesy. Chun Huaner was well aware of this. Moreover, even if she had answered the question, it did not mean she was obligated to spare its life. The group continued onward, with Lin Han leading the way, ensuring that all ferocious beasts kept their distance, with the Chilin guarding him. He could even contend with golden-level ferocious beasts. As they ventured deeper, a bird's cry shattered the serenity. What a dreadful sound! Lin Han gazed upward. The already shadowed and dimly lit dark forest appeared particularly sinister at that moment. Only the Chilin emitted a faint glow around the group. Yet the mythical level Eye of Creation could see through it all. Dark Absolute Crow LV-11. It's the Dark Absolute Crow, Lin Han exclaimed upon hearing this. Chun Huaner was momentarily stunned that in this pitch darkness, she couldn't discern the bird's full form. Yet Lin Han had definitively identified it. "How can you see it so clearly?" she inquired to Dio not forget. I possess an S-level talent, the Eye of Insight. This level of brightness is hardly a challenge for me. Lin Han replied with a smile. I see. Chen Huaner realized that Lin Han had dual S-level talents, one of which was ocular in nature, making his perception unsurprising. Spirit Crow, go capture it. Chen Huaner commanded. The Spirit Crow, hearing the order, wasted no time and charged forward. Can it handle a level 11 opponent? Fear not, Chen Huaner asserted confidently. Though the Dark Absolute Crow has reached the silver tier, its combat prowess is not formidable. This type of Dark Absolute Crow primarily serves as aerial harassment and lacks actual combat capability. So upon encountering a remotely attacking beast or one capable of flight, it would have no choice but to surrender. Now I understand. Lin Han nodded. This information aligned closely with what he had seen through the Eye of Creation. Though the Eye emphasized one crucial fact: Dark Absolute Crows are social creatures and rarely act alone. This indicated that there might be a colony of Dark Absolute Crows nearby. Indeed, Lin Han suddenly realized. Huaner, quickly call back your Spirit Crow. Chen Huaner was somewhat perplexed by Lin Han's intent, yet instinctively chose to trust him. Spirit Crow, return. The Spirit Crow, which had ascended into the air, promptly retraced its path. Just as it returned to Chen Huaner's side, suddenly, dark figures began to swirl in the air, densely packed. What is this? Chen Huaner gasped, covering her mouth. Had it not been for Lin Han's warning, the Spirit Crow would have been shredded the moment it took flight. Given such numbers, even if the Dark Absolute Crows were inept, the Spirit Crow would have no chance of escape. How did you notice? Chen Huaner felt a wave of dread wash over her. Lin Han spoke solemnly. Dark Absolute Crows are social creatures that seldom venture out alone, and prior to our arrival, it was entirely peaceful. Yet after we entered this vicinity, they began to call out. Moreover, their cries were alarmingly loud. Thus, I deduced that their presence here serves as a warning. Upon hearing Lin Han's reasoning, Chen Huaner felt a sense of agreement. Thank you for saving the Spirit Crow. It has no trouble at all. Now you should step back and leave this to me. Lin Han assumed a battle-ready stance. Even if you were powerful, still Chen Huaner hesitated. Lin Han chuckled softly. Rest assured. These birds are no match for me. Chen Huaner recognized that she would be of little use in such a confrontation, so to avoid complicating matters for Lin Han, she decided to withdraw. Lin Han stepped forward, with the Chilin and the Zhu Gui closely following him. At this crucial moment, their allegiance remained with Lin Han, not Chen Huaner. Come on then, you wretched creatures, come and attack me if you dare. Lin Han began to taunt. In an instant, the swarm of Dark Absolute Crows surged toward him like a frenzied tide. Chen Huaner felt a pang of alarm. She could not comprehend why Lin Han would provoke the swarm of Dark Absolute Crows at such density. He could be obliterated. Han, go, hurry, don't just stand there. Chapter 49. Are the attribute values over 10,000? Fear not, they are no match for me. Lin Han chuckled lightly. In the next moment, a multitude of Dark Absolute Crows were within mere inches of him. S-level talent. Iron Body, clang. The sound of countless impacts resonated throughout the forest. Yet Lin Han remained unfazed at the center of the storm. He unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The sound of air being shattered echoed. An astonishing force swept through the surrounding Dark Absolute Crows, instantly resulting in numerous casualties. Successful kill of Dark Absolute Crow. Experience points 1354. The successful kill of Dark Absolute Crow. Experience points 1354. The successful kill of Dark Absolute Crow. Experience points 1354 to Chilin. Blazing fire of heaven. Lin Han roared in fury. In an instant, a blazing sun began to coalesce in the sky, as if a star were forming amidst the forest, radiating an exceptionally brilliant light. When the sun expanded to a certain extent, it detonated in the sky, blazing heaven. In that moment, the Dark Absolute Crows that had previously hovered in the air were engulfed in the inferno. Chen Huaner stood aside, utterly mesmerized by the spectacle unfolding before her. Could this be the work of a mere mortal? No. Could this truly be accomplished by someone who had only recently awakened their profession? Such prowess would surely place him at the pinnacle even among silver-tier individuals. Perhaps it could rival the golden tier. Successful kill of Dark Absolute Crow. Experience points 1354 that you have successfully leveled up to LV15. All attribute values have increased by 1,000, that you can freely allocate 300 points to your professional attributes. You have successfully slain the Dark Absolute Crow. Experience points 1354, that you have successfully slain the Dark Absolute Crow. Experience points 1354, that you have successfully leveled up to LV16, that all attribute values have increased by 1,500, that you can freely allocate 300 points to your professional attributes. Lin Han shook off the blood from his body, his expression remarkably calm. However, upon seeing the values he gained from leveling up on the professional panel, he nearly fainted from shock. 1,000? 1,005? Are these values attainable by a silver rank? Instinctively, he glanced at the Chilin beside him. The feedback from the king beast to its master is this substantial. At this pace, it seems that in just a few more levels, he might catch up to the Candle Tortoise. Although it would be impossible to surpass the Chilin in the short term. However, if the Candle Tortoise were also advanced to king level, the increase in values would surely be even more terrifying. Lin Han couldn't help but swallow hard. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Suddenly, he focused on the remaining Dark Absolute Crows, his emotions becoming complex. Not a single one can escape. Candle Tortoise, annihilate them all. If you encounter a Dark Absolute Crow with 3 flowers atop its head, do not attack. Do not let any of the others escape. At that moment, as Lin Han spoke, the eager Candle Tortoise unleashed a barrage of water arrows. Following closely, ice blades surged forth. The Candle Tortoise, already in a state of heightened urgency, would never allow the enemy to flee. Lin Han kept a vigilant eye on the experience bar on his professional panel. Successfully slain the Dark Absolute Crow. Experience points 1354, that you have successfully leveled up to LV17. All attribute values have increased by 2,000, that you can freely allocate 300 points to your professional attributes. You have successfully leveled up to LV18. All attribute values have increased by 2,500, that you can freely allocate 300 points to your professional attributes. The exaggerated increments. At this moment, Lin Han's emotions could no longer be described as mere joy. Host, Lin Han age, 16 level, 18 strength, 11270 agility, 10050 spirit, 10030 constitution, 10080 talent. Iron Body S grade. Eye of the Heavenly Tao, mythical grade, freely allocable attribute points, 1,200 over 10,000. He has indeed surpassed 10,000. Lin Han felt as if he might leap into the air in sheer exhilaration. Such values are truly astonishing. At level 18, exceeding 10,000. In this moment, he could undoubtedly contend with early-stage gold rank opponents. This is absolutely achievable. Now Lin Han's confidence soared. In his mind, facing early-stage gold rank foes would not mean confronting a single individual alone. It would also involve their ferocious beasts. At this juncture, he could match an early-stage gold rank beastmaster purely through physical prowess. And with the addition of the Chilin, as long as the enemy's beast was not of legendary rank or king rank, they would surely not stand a chance against him. This was a certainty. Moreover, if the Candle Tortoise had been a king rank from the outset, Lin Han dared not even contemplate the values he would possess at this moment. Suddenly, the Candle Tortoise halted its actions, letting out a fierce roar in a particular direction. Lin Han snapped back to reality and looked over. 3 flowers atop the head. Huaner, I found it. The Dark Absolute Crow with the 3-flower mark atop its head must be the one. Chun Huaner, caught off guard by the shout, paused for a moment. She had been absorbed in Lin Han's battle, even doubting whether he was truly of the same age. Nevertheless, the Duel S-grade talents he possessed were indeed extraordinary. Thus, the element of surprise diminished considerably. Upon hearing Lin Han's words, she turned her gaze. Although she was uncertain whether it was indeed the one with 3 flowers atop its head, she had no choice but to heed Lin Han's direction. Ling Yao, do not let that creature escape. Chun Huaner commanded. Ling Yao hesitated for a moment, but soon reacted, charging forth without granting the enemy any chance to respond. In the next instant, shadowy spikes shot out, and the Ling Yao engaged in battle with the Dark Absolute Crow in midair. At this point, the remaining Dark Absolute Crows had been nearly eradicated by Lin Han. No one could impede Ling Yao. However, just as Chun Huaner had stated, even the level 11 Dark Absolute Crow was no match for Ling Yao, as evidenced by their combat. Indeed, Chun Huaner's confidence seemed well placed. Ling Yao's talent must be quite formidable. Though it may not reach legendary level, it likely attained platinum or even diamond level. In a certain sense, acquiring a platinum or diamond level beast during the first transition is already quite commendable, sufficient to weather the early challenges. While beast masters rely on their beasts, the true dependence also lies on the beast master's own talent, which is equally crucial in battle. It appears victory is assured. Moments later, the corpse of the dark absolute crow fell to the ground. Chun Huaner was elated. She had anticipated this task might require considerable time, yet it had been accomplished so effortlessly. All thanks to Lin Han. Ling Yao, capture a live, dark absolute crow, Chun Huaner suddenly exclaimed. Lin Han was somewhat perplexed but did not dwell on it. There was still ample time. He was not in a hurry to seek the star-eating worm. If necessary, he could forego completing this task. Soon enough, Ling Yao flew down, clutching a dark absolute crow. Control it. Chapter 50. Slaying the Star-Eating Worm King. Do you know the whereabouts of the star-eating worm? At this moment, Chun Huaner began communicating once more with the ferocious beast. Lin Han vaguely noticed a magical array emerging behind her, which momentarily startled him. He had not expected that Chun Huaner was helping him locate the star-eating worm. Not saying? Chun Huaner smirked. Ling Yao, apply more pressure. At this point, the dark absolute crow had lost all capacity to resist, and Ling Yao found it exceedingly easy to subdue it. She had no need to reason with a ferocious beast. The threat to its life was the best argument. If you do not submit now, your fate will be no different from that of your companions. Do you understand? Chun Huaner chuckled lightly, following that. The dark absolute crow stuttered a few sounds. The star-eating worm is located several hundred meters ahead in a clearing. The holes on the ground are the star-eating worm's lairs. Thank you, Chun Huaner said softly. And in the next moment, Ling Yao swiftly dispatched it. Turning around, she gazed gently at Lin Han. Han Go, we have the information. The star-eating worm is just a few hundred meters ahead of us. Then let us proceed directly. Lin Han hesitated for a moment. Women can indeed be quite capricious. All right, consequently, the group continued onward. This battle had significantly strengthened the bond between the two. Han Go, this should be the place. Chun Huaner surveyed the area, where the ground was riddled with holes of various sizes. Indeed, Lin Han also recalled some data about the star-eating worm, knowing that such creatures dwell underground. How should we find the star-eating worm if they remain underground? Chun Huaner appeared somewhat troubled. It was evident such intellectually demanding tasks were not her forte. Lin Han smiled slightly. It's quite simple. If they do not emerge, we simply need to force them out. Chilin, earth explosion. Immediately, the Chilin stomped the ground. A surge of intense fiery energy began to coalesce from beneath the earth. Even Lin Han and Chun Huaner could feel the rising temperature of the ground. The sensation was akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Step back, Lin Han suddenly instructed. Chun Huaner did not hesitate, promptly retreating. Following that, the ground began to fracture. Columns of flame shot skyward, as if heralding the end of the world. Along with the flames, a swarm of black beetles emerged, successfully slaying the star-eating worm. Experience points 1869. Successfully slain the star-eating worm. Experience points 2544. Indeed, this was the lair of the star-eating worm. Although the earth explosion had a wide radius, the damage was distributed. While some might be eliminated, it would not annihilate them all. Suddenly, the system activated a random quest. Quest name: Slay the Star-Eating Worm King. Quest reward: 400 premium points. Lin Han noted down this quest. However, for now, he collected some injured star-eating worms, and after gathering 5, he began to eliminate the others. These were invaluable experience points. He could not let them go. Successfully slain the star-eating worm. Experience points 1869. Successfully slain the star-eating worm. Experience points 1869. As they progressed, the trio of one person and 2 beasts swept through the battlefield like a harbinger of death, granting the star-eating worms no respite. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Huaner could only stand by in quiet anticipation. She had already reached level 10 and could no longer advance further. Moreover, Lin Han had assisted her greatly, and it would be inappropriate to squander his experience. What kind of person was he? Possessing formidable strength and admirable character, surely such an individual could easily gain admission to prestigious academies like Baitian. Comparing herself to him felt akin to measuring a star against a bright moon. There was simply no basis for comparison. She wondered if this would be the last time she would see him. In the future, he would surely rank among the most elite warriors of the Tianlong Empire. She hoped he would remember her, but then thought, what was there about her worth remembering? As Chun Huaner gazed at Lin Han's retreating figure, her heart was filled with emotion. That I've found you. The Star Eater Bug King, level 19. Lin Han commanded the Candle Tortoise and Chilin to withdraw, charging forward with determination. Chun Huaner was left dumbfounded by this spectacle. What was he doing? Surely, Han Ge wouldn't attempt to tackle the Star Eater Bug King alone. It was a level 19 creature. How could that be possible? Han Ge, retreat quickly, she shouted, utterly perplexed by Lin Han's audacity. Even with Duel S-rank abilities, one shouldn't recklessly engage like this. Humans could not withstand the ferocity of beasts merely through physical strength. Lingya, hurry and save Han Ge. Upon realizing that Lin Han had given her no response, she grew frantic. With Lin Han's talent, he should not fall here. His future stage would undoubtedly shine bright, but the next scene left her rooted in shock. Lin Han's arm pierced straight through the body of the Star Eater Bug King. Known for its formidable defenses, the shell of the Star Eater Bug was prime material for crafting armor. Yet in a single move, Lin Han had penetrated it. What kind of power was this? A newly awakened silver-level fighter, capable of punching through a creature renowned for its defenses? How terrifying! Was Lin Han truly human? At that moment, Chun Huaner felt her mind blank. Such a revelation was an unparalleled shock for her. Lin Han, oblivious to Chun Huaner's expression, received a mission notification. Mission name: Eliminate the Star Eater Bug King. Mission progress completed. Mission reward: 400k points. This is truly effortless. High values are splendid, Lin Han exclaimed with a joyful smile. Then turned to Chun Huaner, recalling that she had called out to him moments prior. Did you need something? I was moving too swiftly. Could you repeat that? Chapter 51. Level 20. The Emergence of the Xuan Wu. All is well, Chun Huaner sighed, her intended words abruptly silenced. Successfully defeated the Star Eater Bug King. Experience gained 9869. That you have leveled up to LV20. To all attribute values increased by 4,000. That you may freely allocate 300 profession attribute points. Another level up. Already at 20, Lin Han mused, feeling as though his rate of advancement had been excessively rapid. However, today he had indeed engaged in significant slaughter within the Dark Forest, vanquishing an excessive number of beasts. Yet soon, he shook his head. He was evidently more fatigued than before, having mainly faced bronze-level beasts prior. As expected, the higher the level, the slower the progression. Nonetheless, achieving level 20 in a single day meant he could soon undertake a job change mission. Have we achieved our goals? Shall we depart now? Lin Han inquired. Yes, thank you, Chun Huaner replied. The two then exited the Shadow Forest, and upon reaching the exit, Chun Huaner softly said, Han Ge, may I add you as a contact? Ah, Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a request, and no worries, it's perfectly fine if you're uncomfortable. It was rather abrupt of me, Chun Huaner quickly added, anxious not to upset him. Adding a contact is no big deal. Lin Han, unfazed, replied, all right, thank you. Chun Huaner sighed in relief. Han Ge, if you come to Huiwa City again, feel free to reach out. Sure, and if you find yourself in Sioux City, you can contact me too. Sounds good. They exchanged farewells, watching as Chun Huaner departed. Meanwhile, the Chilin and Candle Tortoise emitted soft, low growls that if you two wish to follow her, then do so quickly. I shall not keep you. Lin Han shot a glare at the two beasts, somewhat exasperated. Hearing this, both creatures obediently retreated, displaying a semblance of self-awareness. With that, Lin Han returned the beasts to their respective spaces. The day night fell. Lin Han had initially hoped to awaken the Divine Temple to trigger a mission, but it seemed that would have to wait until tomorrow. Instead, he made his way to the mission hall, successfully turning in his task and receiving 400,000 Star Dragon coins. He had contemplated capturing the Star Eater Bug King to see if it could be exchanged for a higher reward. But triggering the mission had granted him 400k points. He doubted any merchant could offer 4 million for it, so he concluded that completing the mission was the more profitable option. After redeeming his rewards, Lin Han returned home, reflecting on the day's considerable gains. He had achieved level 20 with astonishingly high stats and additional points to allocate. His K points were also remarkably abundant, culminating in a day that could only be described as perfect. Host: Lin Han, age 16, level 20, strength 18270, agility 17050 Spirit, 17030 Constitution, 17080 Talent, Steel Body, S rank. Eye of the Heavenly Path, mythical rank, free attribute points, 1800k points, 1280. Upon seeing these figures, Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle. Damn, I've never fought such a prosperous battle in my life. Not only Lin Han, but the Candle Tortoise had also reached an impressive level 20. Meanwhile, the Chilin, originally at level 15, had also attained level 20 through this battle. Chilin qualification, King level race, Chilin level, 20 strength, 29003 agility, 28964 spirit, 27854 constitution, 30,005 exaggeration. This is beyond envy. Lin Han had not paid attention to Chilin's stats during the fight, previously harboring the illusion that he could easily surpass Chilin's numbers. However, upon inspection, how could he even compete? They were not even in the same league. It was impossible to surpass them, even with his life on the line. In stark contrast, the Candle Tortoise fared much worse, lagging significantly behind Chilin. Candle Tortoise qualification, legendary level race, Xuanwu bloodline, sparse, level, 20 strength, 12424 agility, 12872 spirit, 12423 constitution, 13552. While this growth rate was not as swift as Chilin's, it still positioned it among the ranks of formidable beasts. After all, a rapid growth rate was to be expected from a legendary beast. Lin Han couldn't help but marvel. Nevertheless, he had accumulated enough K points for the Candle Tortoise's awakening. It was time for it to double its power. Lin Han took a deep breath. 999k points, converted to Star Dragon coins, that amounted to 9,999,000. Such a sum could ensure a comfortable life for anyone. To be honest, Lin Han felt a pang of regret over this expense. However, for the sake of enhancing his strength, spending some money was entirely justified. Resolutely, Lin Han clicked to awaken. Payment successful. Target, Candle Tortoise. Doubling begins. Doubling in process. Congratulations, host. Beast doubling successful. Only a few simple phrases echoed in Lin Han's ears, without any further displays that it. Lin Han was somewhat bewildered. This felt all too simplistic. Wasn't there supposed to be some grand, awe-inspiring ritual? Skeptically, Lin Han summoned the Candle Tortoise from its space. Hiss, was this truly the Candle Tortoise? Compared to before, the formidable beast standing before Lin Han now bore a dragon's head. A body as sturdy as a pillar, eyes deep and boundless, a thick black scaled armor on its back, and a serpentine tail coiled like a massive python. It exuded a weighty presence, as if the very mountain stood before him, embodying the world's most resilient shield. Dragon head, tortoise body, snake tail, the convergence of tortoise and snake. Upon witnessing the current form of the Xuanwu, Lin Han inhaled sharply. The transformation was staggering compared to its previous appearance. Xuanwu qualification, King level race, Xuanwu level, 20 strength, 29854 agility, 28598 spirit, 27488 constitution, 31,050 hiss. Even the stats have changed. Were King level beasts truly this extraordinary? Lin Han had initially felt relieved to have finally caught up to the Candle Tortoise's stats. Yet now he found himself trailing by a considerable margin. Damn it. Never mind. I've already surpassed the Candle Tortoise. Even if this creature is now a Xuanwu, I refuse to acknowledge defeat. I lost to the Xuanwu, not the Candle Tortoise. Why should I concede? There's no reason to. With that thought, Lin Han's confidence surged. At this rate, he would eventually surpass these two beasts. It is merely a matter of time. Once I acquire the third beast companion, I can only imagine that my attributes will escalate to astonishing heights. Just my own combat power should surpass many formidable opponents, and coupled with their own beast companions, there should be no surprises in that regard. Chapter 52, Qualification of Near Demigod, Third Transformation Quest. After successfully awakening the Candle Turtle, Lin Han promptly began to rest, without uttering a word. Awaiting the arrival of the following morning, he made his way directly to the Awakening Temple. This time, he was already quite familiar with the process here. He approached the counter and sought out the same receptionist as last time, the Mr. Lin Han. What brings you here today? The receptionist was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Han. After all, he had only just successfully awakened 2 days prior. Thus, she had a vivid impression of him, I have come for the third transformation. Lin Han stated his request. Third transformation? The pen in the receptionist's hand nearly dropped in shock. And she hurriedly inquired, Mr. Lin Han, did you not just succeed in your second transformation 2 days ago? The requirements for the third transformation necessitate reaching level 20. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? I am not mistaken. Lin Han replied confidently. I have already reached level 20, hence I am here to apply for awakening. You have already reached level 20. The receptionist was left astonished. This speed seemed a tad too extraordinary. It should be noted that this batch of students from Sioux City had only just awakened a few days ago. How could he possibly have achieved the maximum level in such a short span? Wasn't this a bit too abnormal? The receptionist's mind was in turmoil at this revelation. It appeared that Mr. Lin Han must come from a rather affluent background to make such rapid progress in such a brief time frame. It was improbable he could have accomplished this without assistance from someone at home. Indeed, being wealthy has its advantages. Mr. Lin Han, please follow me. The receptionist, suppressing her astonishment, resumed her usual cheerful demeanor. All right, Lin Han agreed. Subsequently, he was led to an awakening room that I no need to mention the requirements. I was just here, and I remember the rules very well. Lin Han said with a smile that Mr. Lin Han, I must convey our requirements to you. Even if you do not need it, I am obligated to inform you. The receptionist said with a wry smile. Very well. Lin Han, unable to argue against her, listened attentively as the receptionist briefly recounted the rules from his last visit before allowing him to enter the awakening room. Upon stepping into the awakening room, a familiar sensation enveloped him. Although it was not the same chamber as before, the layout was identical. Lin Han walked past the curtain and spotted the awakening stone. Dear awakening stone, could you perhaps grant me a task that is both easy and enjoyable this time? Something involving combat would be splendid. Just refrain from complicating matters. Instantly, Lin Han adjusted his demeanor. He was not keen on experiencing the prior ordeal again. That was more painful than death itself. Previously, he had managed to use the beast taming aphrodisiac to resolve the issue, but if something more complicated arose this time, it would be troublesome. Lin Han instinctively activated his Eye of Creation to probe the Awakening Stone. Awakening Stone Qualification. Near Demigod Race. Awakening. A fragmented avatar. Level. Unknown Strength. Unknown Agility. Unknown Spirit. Unknown Constitution. Unknown indeed. He could discern nothing. Wait. Lin Han's eyes widened in surprise. Qualification. Near Demigod? He certainly did not recall seeing that information last time. Lin Han remembered clearly. Near Demigod. What on earth is that? He had never heard of such a qualification before. It should be noted that he had yet to fully comprehend the significance of merely being at the mythical level. Suddenly, a near demigod appeared. The term demigod in this world, what could it possibly signify? Lin Han's brow furrowed. Nevertheless, no matter how one looked at it, a near demigod would undoubtedly not be weak. If the awakening stone were akin to a fierce beast, then the near demigod level must represent an exceptionally high tier of talent. His Eye of Creation was already quite powerful. Yet so far, the fiercest beast talent information he had gleaned only reached the mythical level at best. He had never encountered anything labeled as near demigod. If the awakening stone were indeed a fierce beast, what level of fierce beast could it possibly be? At this moment, Lin Han felt that the more information he uncovered about the awakening stone, the greater his trepidation became. After all, the information he had gathered so far was entirely foreign to him. Lin Han even speculated that this near demigod level might surpass the mythical level of talent. That would be truly terrifying. This world was far more complicated than he had previously imagined, and the secrets of the awakening stone left him utterly perplexed. Forget it. Ultimately, Lin Han hastily regained his composure and decided to prioritize leveling up. Regardless of the secrets this world harbored, they were far beyond the considerations of someone like him, who had yet to attain the golden level. Lin Han touched the awakening stone. Host. Lin Han age. 16 level. 20 strength. 18270 agility. 17050 spirit. 17030 constitution. 17080 talent. Iron body. S level. Eye of the heavens. Mythical level. Beast companions. Xuan Wu. Chilin. He fulfilled the conditions for the third transformation awakening. Awakening task. The Starfire Bear King task content. Defeat the Starfire Bear King in the Starfire Forest and retrieve the Starfire Bear armor. The Starfire Bear King. That golden-level fierce beast. Lin Han rolled his eyes. This is intentional. You are absolutely doing this on purpose. Who in their right mind could accomplish such an outrageous task? You expect a silver-level individual to take on a golden-level foe. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Of course, had this been in the past, Lin Han would have erupted in curses. However, now he found the Awakening Stone somewhat lenient. Currently, he felt no pressure whatsoever in facing the Starfire Bear King. Instead, he regarded the task as exceedingly simple. Moreover, he and the Starfire Bear King had a history. He just wondered how the Starfire Bear King was faring now. Upon receiving this task, Lin Han's face lit up with joy. And he promptly forgot all about the Awakening Stone. The difficulty of this task was far less than he had anticipated, and executing it would be remarkably effortless. Off to the Starfire Forest. Meanwhile, in a certain abyss within the Star Dragon Empire, a familiar sensation arose. It had only been a few days since the last occurrence, and yet it happened once more. Who are you, and how can you directly gaze upon my true form? This time, the power seemed even stronger. It felt as though I had been exposed to certain information. Impossible. How could there exist someone in this world capable of peering into my essence? Could it be that no? No way. Such an entity cannot exist. It is absolutely impossible. Who could it be? Rest assured, the next time you attempt to pry into my being, I shall certainly track you down and must uncover your identity. I am determined to discover who you are, and by what means you possess the ability to scrutinize my essence. Perhaps you might have some connection to that incident, which would be splendid. Chapter 53. Return to the Starfire Forest. After departing the Awakening Temple, Lin Han made his way into the Starfire Forest. This time, he was exceedingly familiar with the path, based on his previous memory. Lin Han began to search for the location of the Starfire Bear King. However, after searching for a while, Lin Han found nothing. Indeed, his last encounter had been purely fortuitous, given the strength of the Starfire Bear King. There was no need for it to appear on the outskirts of the Starfire Forest. The Starfire Bear King was the ruler of the Starfire Forest. Its true territory should lie deeper within. Alas, it seems I must venture further into the heart of the Starfire Forest. How troublesome! Lin Han sighed in exasperation. Suddenly, familiar figures appeared before him. Starfire Wolves, LV-13. Starfire Wolves, LV-13. Hey, I just assisted you in your species reproduction. You can't possibly forget your benefactor, Lin Han said, somewhat annoyed. The pack of Starfire Wolves bared their fangs at him. Yet Lin Han, utilizing his eye of creation, could see that many of the females were showing signs of pregnancy. This confirmed that the pills had indeed proven effective. At this point, Lin Han had already reached the level cap. Even if he were to eliminate these Starfire Wolves, there would be no advantage to be gained. He then retrieved a handful of pills from behind him. Since you were so enthusiastic, let me contribute a bit more to your reproduction. After all, you once served as my awakening task, so consider this a form of aftercare. A smirk crept onto Lin Han's lips. In an instant, he tossed out 10 pills. Upon seeing the pills, the males in the Starfire Wolf pack had their eyes light up with eagerness. Meanwhile, the females looked particularly displeased. In a mere moment, all the males devoured the pills without leaving a single one behind. Wow, that potent, huh? Lin Han mused, somewhat helpless. Just as he was about to leave, another wave of figures appeared before him. Starfire Tigers. LV-15, damn, are you all stalking me? Lin Han grumbled irritably. Yet the gaze of the Fire Spark Tigers remained fixated on the Fire Spark Wolves, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Lin Han comprehended their desires. Thus, gritting his teeth, he hurled all the pills into the air. All right, that's all. You may divide them amongst yourselves, he declared tersely before turning and fleeing. The Fire Spark Tigers, upon spotting their coveted prize, did not pursue Lin Han any further. Revealing that he held no allure in the face of the pills, Lin Han ventured deeper into the Fire Spark Forest. He encountered ferocious beasts without a hint of hesitation. He successfully vanquished the Fire Spark Demon Ape. Experience 0. Warning. Warning. You have reached level 20 and can no longer level up. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete your awakening task. The familiar notification tone elicited a soft sigh from Lin Han. He had no desire for battle. It felt like a waste of experience that it would be far better to wait until his awakening before dealing with them. However, during his journey, he encountered many ferocious beasts. In the past, he might have avoided confrontation, But now, his strength no longer required concealment. Swiftly clearing the fire spark forest was paramount. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, Lin Han discovered traces of the fire spark bear king, allowing him to ascertain its general direction. This scene inevitably reminded him of Chun Huaner. If only she were present. A simple inquiry to the other beasts would reveal the whereabouts of the fire spark bear king. Possessing the ability to communicate with beasts during a task was indeed a remarkable convenience. Nonetheless, they had their own lives. He couldn't just summon them for assistance every time he undertook a mission. Following the traces left by the fire spark bear king, Lin Han pressed onward. For this task, he refrained from summoning the candle tortoise and the Chilin because the intensity of this mission was not particularly high. He could easily handle it on his own. Thus, he sought to test his abilities in solo combat, honing his innate combat prowess. His talent, Steel Body, already granted him formidable defense, and he was attempting to channel that defensive power into his attacks. Perhaps this would yield notable results. Hence, he resolved to use the Fire Spark Bear King as a test subject, for within the entire Fire Spark Forest, only the Fire Spark Bear King could withstand his experiments. Why had the traces abruptly dwindled here? Lin Han furrowed his brow slightly. Typically, such situations could only mean two things. Either the opponent had flown away, leaving no traces on the ground, or the opponent was lurking nearby. Lin Han was not foolish enough to believe that the Fire Spark Bear King had taken flight. If bears could soar, that would be utterly absurd. Thus, the Fire Spark Bear King must be in the vicinity. Lin Han activated his celestial eye to scrutinize his surroundings. Before long, he discovered some minuscule traces, hairs belonging to the Fire Spark Bear King. Although exceedingly fine, they were not beyond the detection of the celestial eye. "You can't escape now," Lin Han chuckled softly. The last time he had been thoroughly pursued by the Fire Spark Bear King, but this time he was determined to exact vengeance. He surged forward with all his might. However, he soon spotted a somewhat emaciated figure ahead. Was it the Fire Spark Bear King? Lin Han stared at the creature with confusion. The Fire Spark Bear King leaned against a tree, weariness etched across its face. Its form significantly weakened. Had it not been for the information provided by the celestial eye confirming its identity, he would have doubted this bear's status. But what could have caused such rapid deterioration in just a few days? Could it be that his 3 aphrodisiac pills had that much potency? Lin Han's eyes widened. Could 3 pills have such an effect? He recalled that the bear had once weighed several hundred pounds. Yet now it appeared as if it hadn't eaten for days, no, weeks. Suddenly, Lin Han felt that attacking now would be somewhat unfair. At the same time, he resolved never to administer aphrodisiac pills to his beasts again. Who knew what the Fire Spark Bear King had been up to these past few days? Though he felt a twinge of guilt, the awakening task must be completed. He could only hope that in its next life, it would be reborn in a world devoid of such pills. Lin Han silently mourned before appearing before the Fire Spark Bear King. Upon seeing Lin Han, the bear's eyes sparkled with excitement, even revealing a hint of pleading. This sight prompted Lin Han to erupt in exasperation. "What on earth? Look at you. Can't you maintain some dignity? Why are you still yearning for that?" Chapter 54. Annihilating the Fire Spark Bear King. "Fine, this is all my fault. If it weren't for my 3rd transition task, I might have been inclined to give you one for a moment." Lin Han felt a touch of remorse. However, the previous incident was merely an accident. Had the insane bear not pursued him, he would never have resorted to using the aphrodisiac pills. Yet he had never anticipated that it would lead to such an outcome. Fire Spark Bear King. "If it weren't for the task of eliminating you, I would undoubtedly have given you a pill, but alas, today you shall not receive one." Suddenly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lin Han's eyes. His fists clenched tightly. With a whoosh, he stepped forward. The Fire Spark Bear King had yet to comprehend what was unfolding before it when Lin Han's massive fist came crashing toward it. "This time I cannot let you go." Lin Han unleashed a punch. Boom! Even the formidable bulk of the Fire Spark Bear King was sent flying several meters. It was crucial to note that Lin Han was no longer intimidated by the Fire Spark Bear King. After all, his stats had surpassed what these golden tier beasts could contend with. Previously, he had fled from the Fire Spark Bear King, but now the bear had no choice but to retreat. The Fire Spark Bear King was clearly stunned by Lin Han's punch. It had never expected this human to take the initiative. Considering the brief interval since their last encounter, who could have predicted such a drastic shift in Lin Han's strength? The Fire Spark Bear King was taken aback. Before it could contemplate its next move, Lin Han charged in again. With his current stats, he had no fear of failing to overpower the beast, which was precisely why he hadn't summoned the Xuanwu and Chilin. If he did, it would result in a total annihilation. This was an invaluable opportunity for him to sharpen his skills, and Lin Han was determined not to squander it. "Farewell, little bear." He chuckled lightly. Once more, he unleashed a punch, successfully slaying the Fire Spark Bear King. Experience 17869. In that moment, the entire Fire Spark forest fell eerily silent, as if time itself had ceased. Warning! Warning! You have reached level 20 and can no longer level up. Please proceed to the Awakening Temple to complete your awakening task. Lin Han gazed at the immobile experience bar, somewhat accustomed to this sensation. Upon defeating the Fire Spark Bear King, as the task notification had indicated, it dropped an item, Fire Spark Bear Armor. Lin Han contentedly stowed the armor. Given the nature of his task, acquiring this armor was a certainty. As for its ultimate fate, he could not speculate. Perhaps it would be absorbed by the Awakening Stone, or perhaps it would remain. That was beyond his consideration. All he hoped for was that during his next awakening, the Awakening Stone would not conjure any unexpected surprises. He was truly at his wit's end. Nevertheless, he felt relatively satisfied this time. His current stats had far surpassed those of his peers at the same level. While this task might pose considerable difficulty for others, for Lin Han, it was utterly effortless. Yet, consistently undertaking tasks that transcended his limits left him feeling quite unsatisfied. Damn Awakening Stone. Once I grow stronger, I will unveil your true nature, Lin Han grumbled to himself as he exited the Fire Spark Forest. This time he wasted no time. The moment he emerged from the Fire Spark Forest, he returned to Sioux City. Sioux City, also known as Fog City, was the name the Empire currently proclaimed, yet some longtime residents found it hard to change. So many individuals, even from nearby cities, still referred to Sioux City as Fog City as for the origin of the name. Lin Han was not entirely sure. He only knew it stemmed from a particular legend. Upon returning to Sioux City, Lin Han hastened to the Awakening Temple. After several awakenings, he had grown incredibly familiar with this place. Arriving felt akin to returning home. He sought out the receptionist from earlier that morning. Upon seeing Lin Han, she appeared momentarily taken aback, uncertain of her thoughts. The words slipped out before she could think. "Mr. Lin, have you completed your task?" The moment she uttered those words, she regretted it. After all, Mr. Lin had only just visited that morning. Even with haste, it was improbable that he could have completed it by afternoon. However, upon further reflection, she realized her earlier assumption might have been hasty. But this Mr. Lin was indeed an exceptionally extraordinary individual. Perhaps he had already finished? "Yes, I have completed the task and am ready to awaken," Lin Han replied with a smile, having noted her newfound perceptiveness. "What? Finished already? You truly completed the third transformation task," the receptionist exclaimed, realizing she had lost her composure, quickly covering her mouth and lowering her voice. "Yes, I finished IT. IT should be considered relatively easy," Lin Han replied with a relaxed demeanor. "All right, I shall proceed with the necessary formalities for MRLIN IT this moment." The receptionist was at a loss for words. What kind of extraordinary being was this? Despite her years of experience, she had never encountered someone with such extraordinary talent as Lin Han. Perhaps this was a level of aptitude she would never have the chance to encounter in her lifetime. After registering Lin Han's information, the receptionist led him to the awakening room. "That's so. I can just go in?" Lin Han asked with a smile. "Feel free, Mr. Lin." At this point, the receptionist was too fatigued to say much. Although the rules required her to explain everything to the beast tamers, Lin Han had already been there 4 times in recent days. And last time, he even came in the morning. She felt that Lin Han could recite the regulations by heart. The receptionist shook her head helplessly and returned to her duties. Once inside the awakening room, Lin Han began to survey his surroundings. Indeed, every room was identically arranged, with no discernible differences. Well, let's focus on the awakening first. He then followed the previous procedure and initiated the task awakening. The moment he touched the awakening stone, a layer of armor enveloped his body. It was the equipment obtained after defeating the Starfire Bear King, which was also one of the requirements for this task. Did I ask this something I take with me? Lin Han pondered, feeling a bit confused. This was a situation he had never encountered before. He had heard that some awakening tasks required one to obtain certain items. However, he suddenly recalled that during his last awakening, he was also allowed to bring something out which had been lying in his warehouse ever since. Could it be that this armor wouldn't be taken away? As Lin Han anticipated, the awakening stone showed no intention of confiscating his equipment. It seemed that the requirement to obtain this armor was merely to add a layer of difficulty to Lin Han's task. He found this reasoning quite sensible, for how could a being of such a high caliber, one that even the Eye of Creation could not fully comprehend, possibly covet the Starfire Bear armor? Chapter 55, Awakening Success, 500 Premium Points. Lin Han steadied his mind as a familiar sensation surged through his body. The third awakening commenced. Host: Lin Han, age 16, level 20, strength 18270, agility 17050, spirit 17030, constitution 17080, talent. Iron Body, S-Class, Eye of the Tao, mythical, beast companions, Xuan Wu. Chilin awakening conditions met. Awakening task, Starfire Bear King task content. Defeat the Starfire Bear King in the Starfire Forest and retrieve the Starfire Bear armor. Task progress 100%. Begin awakening. Warm streams of light flowed within Lin Han's body, as if cleansing his very marrow. This profound sensation momentarily entranced him, but gradually faded away. Lin Han's job panel began to reconfigure itself. Soon, he discovered that the section pertaining to the job transfer task had completely vanished. Ding! System task triggered. Task name: Bind Beast Companion task content. Bind a third Beast Companion task reward. 500 premium points. It worked. I really succeeded. Lin Han clenched his fist in just a few days. He had already become a golden-level powerhouse. At this moment, he felt as if he were in a dream, as if he would awaken at any moment and return to his mundane life. However, what truly exhilarated Lin Han was not merely the success of his awakening, but the prospect of 500 premium points. He had never anticipated that binding a third beast companion would yield such a generous reward of 500 premium points. That was equivalent to 5 million Star Dragon coins. It was simply too tempting. Yet Lin Han knew he must not act rashly. After all, it had not been long since he had tamed the Chilin. To hastily bind a beast companion that held no value for him, simply for those 500 points, would be a grave mistake. Thus, Lin Han decided to take a moment to reflect that he realized that his rapid leveling had been quite excessive, and it was time to stabilize his progress. His current attributes were already astonishingly high, and enhancing his own skills was of utmost importance. Relying on those attributes had allowed him to sidestep the greatest concern of beast tamers: close combat. Lin Han resolved not to indulge in reckless leveling until after the General Recruitment. Before departing, he cast one last glance at the Awakening Stone. Previously, his job transfer awakening had enhanced the Eye of Creation's capabilities, allowing him to discern the qualifications of the Awakening Stone. Perhaps this time, he would uncover more. With this thought in mind, Lin Han activated the Eye of Creation to take another look. Awakening Stone qualification: Semi-Demigod race. Awakening: a fragmented avatar. Level: unknown strength, unknown agility, unknown spirit, unknown constitution, unknown. No changes whatsoever. Lin Han furrowed his brow. The fact that he could not glean any information only deepened his curiosity regarding the Awakening Stone. How could his eyes, which could see through the doubling awakening routes of beast companions, fail to penetrate the values of the Awakening Stone? This only intensified his desire for knowledge. What on earth is this enigmatic Awakening Stone? Ultimately, Lin Han ceased his musings and left the Awakening Temple. After bidding farewell to the receptionist, he swiftly returned home. The following days. Lin Han's schedule was not particularly intense. He spent his time daily grinding dungeons and honing his skills. After reaching the golden level, his experience bar surged, and the leveling areas or dungeons in Sioux City could no longer support his training, resulting in a slower leveling pace. However, the rapid progression he had experienced had already allowed him to savor the sweetness of success. Thus, he was in no rush, treating it as an opportunity to refine his martial arts. Before long, the day of the General Recruitment arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Han woke to the frantic ringing of his phone. "Fat cat, are you out of your mind? Why are you calling me so early? Don't you know how important sleep is? Lindsay, today is the General Recruitment. How can you still be thinking about sleeping?" Came the irritated voice of Fat Cat from the other end of the line. Lin Han grimaced in pain, struggling to rise from his bed, as if his clothes were glued to the sheets. "Fat cat, you go ahead that I seem to be bound to the bed and can't break free at the moment," he whispered. Just as those words escaped his lips, Fat Cat's voice boomed. "I'm right downstairs. Hurry up and get ready, so we can go to the recruitment together." Upon hearing this, Lin Han was taken aback and immediately sprang to his feet. He rushed to the window and saw Fat Cat waiting downstairs. Phone in hand. "Wait for me. I'll be right down." After hastily hanging up the phone, Lin Han dashed into the bathroom. In less than 5 minutes, he emerged, freshened up, and sprinted downstairs. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming?" Lin Han exclaimed as he stepped outside, spotting Fat Cat. "Wow, Lindsay, your efficiency is really improving. I just thought of it suddenly. It's not far, so I figured we might as well go together." Fat Cat smiled at Lin Han. Although their homes were not far apart, the distance was not insignificant. "Are we at the same examination venue?" Lin Han didn't call his friend out, instead asking. "Don't tell me you didn't prepare at all. You wouldn't even know where the General Recruitment is being held." Fat Cat looked at Lin Han incredulously that he knew his friend had little interest in such matters. But he found it hard to believe that Lin Han hadn't even bothered to familiarize himself with this significant life event that I forgot while helping you grind levels these past few days. Lin Han replied with a wry smile. All right, it seems I'm stuck with you now. There is only one examination venue in Sioux City, located at that nearby sports stadium," Fat Cat stated with a hint of resignation. "I really wonder where you would have gone if I hadn't come to find you today, school." "Our school?" Lin Han was quite honest, as he had indeed planned to report to school first, believing the recruitment would be held across various schools. However, upon reflection, it made more sense for all students to gather together. After all, how else could they fairly and justly award the 30 million prize? "Lindsay, you're ruthless. I've never met anyone like you in my life." Chapter 56. The day of General Recruitment begins. "All right, I admit I made a mistake this time. Please spare me some face." Lin Han knew Fat Cat well enough to realize that if he didn't intervene, Fat Cat would undoubtedly tease him relentlessly over this blunder. "It's rare to see you mess up." "Lindsay," Fat Cat said with a grin, changing the subject, "that I heard that this year's General Recruitment has introduced new equipment that I'm not entirely sure what it's for though. However, in previous years, the unified recruitment involved competitions within a designated training area, but this time it seems there are new developments." New developments? Lin Han was not particularly interested in how the competition would unfold. His primary concern was what additional rewards he could secure beyond the 30 million Duel. He wasn't asking for much. If he could acquire 2 more pieces of platinum-grade equipment, that would be splendid. Exactly, but wait until we arrive at the unified recruitment venue. Then everything will be clear. Lindsay, thanks to your good fortune, I am now at level 16. What do you think? Isn't that impressive? Fat Cat straightened his back, his face beaming with pride. Level 16? So soon? Lin Han was momentarily taken aback. This was not mere bragging. Level 16 among those who had just awakened was indeed a commendable rank. Moreover, many individuals were still languishing at level 10. Achieving a breakthrough to the golden level was an even more ambitious dream. Therefore, Fat Cat's attainment of level 16 certainly placed him among the ranks of the strong. He was bound to achieve remarkable results in this unified recruitment. Of course, it is essential to remember who I am. However, prior to this, many renowned academies had already extended invitations to me that I had not awakened yet, but I thought, since I was preparing to participate in the unified recruitment, it would be even better if I could join a superior academy, that in truth, I still wish to see if I can join you, Lindsay. Fat Cat scratched his head somewhat bashfully, then continued, Enough about me. What level are you at now, Lindsay? My level? A secret. When we reach the unified recruitment, you'll find out. Lin Han said mysteriously. Oh, come on, now we both have secrets. Fat Cat playfully shoved Lin Han's head under his arm, teasingly scolding, Quickly tell me what level you're at, or I won't be gentle with you. Not telling, Lin Han stood firm. Not telling, is it? Just as the two were joking, a sudden voice shattered their rhythm. I believe it is not that you are unwilling to speak, but rather you lack the courage to do so. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Han's previously cheerful mood was instantly extinguished. Meng Xiao. Even though Lin Han had not yet seen her face, how could he fail to recognize that voice? I never expected that you, that despicable woman, would dare to appear here. Do you believe I won't make you regret it? Before Lin Han could respond, Fat Cat erupted in anger. I thought it was someone significant. You fatso. Since when did you have the audacity to lecture me? After being verbally chastised, Meng Zhao naturally felt quite uncomfortable. Especially given her entirely different status now. There was no need for her to pay heed to such individuals. In her eyes, she had long since transcended their world, and thus, there was no need to offer them any courtesy. TSK, I never noticed you had such a tough side. What is the matter? Did you think you became strong after sleeping with someone? I heard that guy is merely an S-grade talent. My Lindsay possesses a double S-grade talent. If I were you, I would have already cleaned myself up and prepared. Fat Cat, staunchly defending Lin Han, did not relent in his retorts against Meng Zhao. He would not hold back simply because she was a girl. Fairness was paramount. Meng Zhao's face flushed with anger upon hearing this. They were now at the entrance of the unified recruitment, and numerous students had gathered around. Most had heard the tales of Meng Zhao and Lin Han. And with Fat Cat's verbal barrage, it was clear they would not side with her. Why the silence? Did I hit the nail on the head? Why are you blushing? Aren't you supposed to be good at sneaking into people's beds? Fat Cat continued his relentless teasing, drawing laughter from the crowd. Enough, Meng Zhao shouted, disregarding her image. She merely wished to escape the situation. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Fat Cat, I can't be bothered to engage in a war of words with you here. Am I to risk my future on a worthless person like you? Meng Zhao spoke again, sneering at Lin Han. Don't even think about telling me Lin Han possesses a double S-grade talent. Such talent wasted on someone like him is simply a travesty. Don't think I'm unaware. Lin Han's first beast is merely a Xianfeng turtle. It's laughable. A person with double S-grade talent signing a beast like that? Lin Han. Your future ends here. Her words instantly sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Is it true? Lin Han has only signed a Xianfeng turtle? No way. With double S-grade talent, he should have secured a golden grade beast. Or even higher. That wretched Xianfeng turtle. Who would even want it? What on earth was he thinking? Ridiculous. Looking at it this way, if I were that girl, I might be able to achieve something similar. Upon hearing this, Fat Cat interjected. Despicable woman, my Lindsay awakened a legendary grade talent. He was just about to defend Lin Han when Lin Han directly pulled him back. Enough, don't waste your breath on such a person. Lin Han's gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Meng Zhao. Their relationship had been thoroughly severed during the awakening ceremony. Meng Zhao, whether I possess strength is not for you to judge. All you need to do is prepare to be defeated by me in the unified recruitment. As for your affairs with that Zhou Tong, they are of no concern to me. If you wish to play the role of someone else's pet, that is your choice. Just do not discuss me further. Meng Zhao laughed derisively. Lin Han, even now, you still want to act like a pig pretending to be a green onion. It's time to stop. I can't be bothered to waste words with someone like you. Do you truly believe you are worthy of being my opponent now? With your Xianfeng turtle, do you think you can defeat my golden grade talent beast? Rest assured, I will challenge you. But I fear you might, like your beast, turn into a coward and refuse to engage. Just as Fat Cat was about to explode with anger, since you were so confident. Why not we place a bet? Lin Han interjected in a low voice. Chapter 57. Shall we place a bet? A bet? What could you possibly wager against me? Meng Zhao scoffed that if you lose, you will kneel and bark like a dog 3 times. If I lose, you can do as you please. Lin Han did not address her words but continued. All right, Meng Zhao readily agreed. Lin Han, you are digging your own grave. When the time comes, do not blame me for making you do some amusing things. She felt somewhat provoked by Lin Han's words. Rest assured, if I do lose, I will comply with whatever you demand. Lin Han asserted confidently. With so many classmates present, I hope you will stand by your words. Otherwise, in Sioux City, there will be no place for you, Lin Han. Meng Zhao laughed lightly. Rest assured, if you do not follow through, it will be the same for you. At this moment, both were internally convinced of their impending victory. Meng Zhao turned and left, stepping through the entrance of the unified recruitment venue. The remaining students, seeing the excitement dissipate, began to depart as well. Lindsay, I never expected you to keep your beast a secret just to set a trap for Meng Zhao here. Once the crowd had thinned, Fat Cat chuckled. One must teach this girl a lesson. Lin Han had indeed acted on a whim. If Meng Zhao had been willing to conduct herself with humility, he could have let the matter slide, treating it as a sacrifice of his feelings and money. However, Meng Zhao had continuously pressed him. Thus, he could not be blamed for being unyielding. Lindsay, do you think that when Meng Zhao discovers your beast possesses legendary grade talent, Her jaw will hit the ground? At that moment, Fat Cat's expression was filled with anticipation. Lin Han shared a similar anticipation for that scene. Of course, he was thinking even bolder, just as he had suspected. Everyone was already aware that Lin Han had awakened a Xianfeng turtle. Even a small fry like Meng Xiao knew, let alone someone of Baitian teacher's caliber. It seemed that the entire Academy Alliance had already deemed Lin Han a hopeless case. When the time came, not only would he overshadow everyone, but he would also claim the 30 million prize. The expressions of those people would surely be quite complex. As for those academies, Lin Han had little interest. With the system's support, he no longer cared about which academy he might attend. He was quite content with his current freedom. As for whether he would choose later, that was irrelevant at this stage. He merely wished to resolve matters with Meng Xiao and Baitian Academy. As Fat Cat and Lin Han exchanged banter, they stepped into the entrance of the unified recruitment, rather than a door. It resembled a massive teleportation array. Upon stepping through the entrance, they were transported to a venue of which Lin Han was entirely unaware. The entire venue was exceedingly vast, with tall pillars extending in all directions. Above, there were numerous seats. Lin Han could surmise that these seats were designated for the teachers and principals of various academies. After Lin Han and Fat Cat submitted their identification information and successfully passed verification, they entered the venue. Is this the location for the unified entrance examination? Lin Han was filled with curiosity about his surroundings, and he was aware that Fat Cat must have done extensive research before arriving here. Thus, any inquiries could be directed towards Fat Cat, which would also alleviate some of his doubts. Indeed, this is the assembly point for the unified entrance examination. To be frank, I am equally oblivious to our current location. Ordinarily, crossing this gate would only mean taking a step forward. However, every year on this day, Array Masters set up various teleportation arrays here. This is to prevent the examination site from being exposed to the outside world and to eliminate opportunities for cheating. Until now, no one knows where this place truly is, but it can be assured that it is still within the boundaries of Sioux City. Some even speculate that we may have ventured deep into a certain instance. This illustrates the Empire's earnestness in education. Fat Cat elaborated that, I see. Listening to Fat Cat's explanation, Lin Han nodded symbolically that it was the first time he had heard such an interpretation of the unified entrance examination. Despite having lived in Sioux City for many years, he had never encountered any mention of such a place. It seems that the authorities in Sioux City maintain a stringent control over this location, as there has been almost no information about its circulating. Naturally, Lin Han was not at all interested in what this place truly was. His sole focus was on the nature of the competition ahead. At that moment, he gazed into the distance and spotted 10 devices resembling spacecraft positioned at the forefront, surrounded by numerous staff members. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be affiliated with the military. Lin Han held a favorable impression of the military academy, as they had stood up for him when various universities united to ostracize him. In that moment, he discerned the disparity between the two factions. Lin Zi, as we previously discussed, it appears that many outstanding peers have indeed arrived for this competition. Excluding that A-grade vixen, Meng Xiao, a considerable number of B-grade talents are also present, from what I know. All of the B-grade talents are here, clearly enticed by the prospect of a 30 million reward. Fat Cat surveyed his surroundings, continuing, in Sioux City, there is only Meng Xiao with A-grade talent. However, there are nearly 15 individuals with B-grade talent. These individuals have already been contacted by various universities, so regardless of their performance in the unified entrance examination, they will undoubtedly secure a place in those prestigious institutions. In the past, they would have been reluctant to participate in the unified entrance examination. After all, losing to those with lesser talents would tarnish their reputation, but this time is different. 30 million star dragon coins. Even affluent families would find it hard to resist such a sum. It is precisely because of this allure that the number of formidable participants in this unified entrance examination has surged significantly. Yet in Lin Han's eyes, these individuals were merely insignificant insects. His singular objective today was clear. Fat Cat, why should we care who stands opposite us? We must claim the championship. The 30 million star dragon coins must belong solely to me. Chapter 58, The Illusory Realm Experience Chamber. So it is settled. When I secure the championship, Lin Zi, you may settle for second place. There is no need for us to stand on ceremony. Fat Cat proclaimed with an air of pride that in his mind. He had already envisioned himself atop the podium. How naive of you. It is undoubtedly I who will claim the first place while you settle for second. Lin Han playfully smacked the back of his head, chiding him. Lindsay, you are lacking in integrity. As the two bantered, individuals began to take their seats in the observation area high above. Lin Han recognized most of them, as they had not spared him from humiliation during the awakening ceremony. Before long, a familiar face entered his line of sight. The head of Baitian. Indeed, that scoundrel has come. As Lin Han glanced in the other's direction, their eyes met, and the disdainful gaze from the Baitian head was unmistakable. However, Lin Han would not allow such arrogance to go unchecked. He defiantly raised his middle finger. Witnessing this, the Baitian head's face flushed with anger, and he yearned to retaliate against Lin Han. But all eyes were now fixed upon him. Should he act too rashly, he would undoubtedly face criticism, thus tarnishing his own reputation. Lin Han smirked. This was the outcome he desired to see. Before long, a multitude of students had gathered in this location. This year's Unified Entrance Examination was somewhat different from previous years. Even students who had long been reserved by other academies had returned to participate, resulting in a rather crowded venue. As the time drew near, the teleportation array closed, and the exterior of Sioux City resumed its usual appearance. Ahem. With two coughs, the previously noisy surroundings fell silent as the students from various schools regained their composure. Students, today marks our annual Unified Entrance Examination. The beginning of your journey into another phase of life. Today, regardless of talent or beast mastery, only rankings matter. Even those with lower talents may catch the attention of higher institutions at this moment. A middle-aged man standing at a high vantage point began to speak. Lin Han recognized this individual, if only from television. This man was Du Yuantian of Sioux City. As for his proclamations, Lin Han dismissed them entirely. The notion of disregarding talent and rankings was utterly absurd. Had it not been for the Baitian head's regard for Meng Ziyao's A-grade talent, would he have been subjected to such ridicule from numerous academies? Would he have been deemed the public enemy among all institutions? If such considerations were irrelevant, would they have fawned over him upon learning of his double S-grade talent? This so-called Unified Entrance Examination was merely a matter of picking up the scraps. If the contracted beasts were not formidable, these lofty individuals would not spare you a glance. Lin Han perceived this truth with clarity, having long seen through the grotesque facades of these individuals. Even a fleeting glance would leave him feeling repulsed. However, he held no disdain for the concept of power. Strength equated to the weight of words. Moreover, without formidable strength, how could one hope to secure a favorable ranking in the Unified Entrance Examination? That statement itself was contradictory. Lindsay, you won't believe it, but I almost found myself swayed by Du's words. Fat Cat scoffed from beside him. Enough, it's best to merely listen to this nonsense without letting it affect you. Lin Han retorted nonchalantly, and no matter the empire, they all adhere to the principle of strength above all. Students, I understand your time is incredibly valuable, so I shall not delay any further. Du Yuantian resumed. Today's competition will be divided into 2 rounds. The cumulative scores from both rounds will determine the top rank for today. I trust you have all heard that the Empire has generously awarded 30 million Star Dragon coins to the first-place winner of this Unified Entrance Examination. Furthermore, our city will also present a prize valued at 10 million. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into murmurs of astonishment. This meant that this year, there was a total reward of 40 million. Isn't that a bit too generous? What are you so pleased about? What does this reward have to do with you? Come on, can I at least fantasize about it? Today, our Sioux City boasts an A-grade talent and a double S-grade powerhouse. Not to mention numerous B-grade talents. It surely won't be our turn to benefit. I suggest you prepare for a good night's sleep and think about how to stand out in the upcoming competition to catch the leader's eyes. True enough, I hadn't intended to win any rewards to AT that moment. The eyes of the crowd turned toward Lin Han and Meng Ziyao, as they were the focal points of today's event. The events of that day had already spread throughout the city, with everyone aware that Meng Ziyao had placed a green hat on Lin Han, while he had executed a stunning counterattack. Today, many had come merely for the spectacle. Lin Han, today I will make you aware of the consequences of provoking me. Meng Ziyao, standing at the forefront, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Han, silently vowing. In response to Meng Ziyao's gaze, Lin Han made no extraneous movements, merely waiting for Du's next words that today's 2 rounds of competition are quite simple. I believe you have all seen the devices resembling sleep chambers placed before you. As the emotions in the audience began to stir, Du Yuantian continued to speak fervently. Lin Han glanced over. He had noticed this object upon entering the venue, though he remained uncertain of its purpose. He speculated that it might be used for therapeutic purposes. This device is called the Illusory Realm Experience Chamber, Du Yuantian explained. The Illusory Realm Experience Chamber is a product developed by the military's scientific institute. Once an individual lies inside, it will replicate their abilities in a one-to-one manner within the illusion, allowing even their summoned beasts to manifest. In order to maintain the participants' readiness for the next instance of battle, we have specially introduced this technology from the military this year. The first round will be a personal duel. The rules of the personal duel are quite straightforward. Anyone wishing to challenge can enter the Illusory Realm Experience Chamber for combat. We will be adopting the arena competition format. The victor of each duel will earn a point. In Chapter 59, regarding the rules of the Illusory Realm, once the battle commences, if the champion maintains 2 consecutive victories, the second duel will yield 2 points. This pattern continues, with the third duel granting 3 points and the fourth 4 points. The longer you can endure on the stage, the more points you shall accumulate. It is imperative that everyone understands this clearly. At the start of each round, there will be no replenishment of stamina, so the number of rounds you can sustain is entirely dependent on your individual prowess. Du Yuantian elaborated on the competition's regulations, and at this moment, Lin Han fully comprehended that it was merely a matter of engaging in arena battles. Undoubtedly, the most crucial aspect of this grand contest is to endure for as many rounds as possible, thereby maximizing the points accrued, rather than simply determining who can last the longest. Even if someone is the first to compete, as long as they endure more rounds, they could very well emerge as the student with the highest round count by the end of the trials. This is indeed much simpler. At that moment, Lin Han recalled Meng Xiao's earlier remarks that it seemed their contest had already begun. However, the prospect of potentially facing Meng Xiao filled Lin Han with excitement and anticipation. Although it would take place within an illusion, the opportunity to teach that wretched girl a lesson was an enticing prospect. In contrast, inflicting real harm on a living person would be less than ideal. With this thought in mind, Lin Han wondered, would the illusory realm simulate pain? He raised his hand and called out loudly that Du Yuantian was momentarily taken aback. This was precisely what he intended to explain next. But since Lin Han posed the question first, he could only respond in kind. The illusory realm has been remarkably refined. What I mean is, pain will indeed be simulated. Therefore, you all shall experience a level of suffering today that you have never encountered before. Do not underestimate the dangers of pain simulation during your battles. There have been instances where an individual attempted to have their throat cut, while they sustained no actual harm in reality. The simulated pain within the illusory realm caused them to faint. Ultimately, they required extensive treatment in a hospital to recover. I implore all of you to take this competition seriously. It represents a pivotal turning point in your lives. Whether you can seize this opportunity hinges on your efforts. Hearing that the illusory realm could simulate the sensation of pain, Lin Han felt a jolt of shock that he had not anticipated that the technological advancements of the Star Dragon Empire had reached such a level. If he could somehow acquire an illusory realm experience chamber for himself, he would no longer be constrained when grinding through instances. He could simply practice skills and other abilities directly within the illusory realm. What a delightful prospect that would be! For a moment, Lin Han felt a surge of excitement. However, he genuinely had no idea where he could procure such an illusory realm experience chamber. Just moments ago, he had browsed the system shop but found no trace of it. It appeared that the route of purchasing it through the system was entirely closed off to him. He would have to wait until the competition concluded to investigate where he might obtain one. Lin Han sighed, that he understood that such matters could not be rushed. If the experience chamber existed, then the Empire surely had many other treasures to offer. After all, anything made available to the public could hardly be considered rare. Who will be the first to step forward? The first round of battles is not mandatory, but if you choose not to participate, you will forfeit the opportunity to earn points, Du Yuantian announced. Those wishing to compete may come forward to register. We will have 2 contestants each time. As Du Yuantian spoke, Lin Han did not rush to step forward. Before long, a young man stepped up. Greetings, esteemed principals. I am Yuan Bo from Class 1. Du Yuantian nodded and said, enter the illusory realm. Subsequently, Yuan Bo was guided by the staff to lie down in the illusory realm that moment. A large screen materialized in the air, and an arena-like structure began to take shape. Yuan Bo, who had just entered the illusory realm, appeared on the screen. How astonishing! Lin Han was once again awestruck by this technology. If the Star Dragon Empire was indeed the sole inventor of this device, then the students would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in combat experience over other empires in the future. However, this would require time for implementation. This was truly a monumental reform. The military had outdone itself. Hello, esteemed principals. I am Tian Kuan from Class 2. Very well, proceed inside. The image of Tian Kuan soon appeared on the screen. The two participants instantly became wary of one another, and as the prompt in the illusory realm indicated, the battle commenced. Both summoned their beasts and engaged in fierce combat. Observing their battle, it was evident that both were merely at the bronze level, lacking substantial combat experience, and even their use of professional skills appeared rather clumsy. What is the caliber of your Class 2? Lin Han inquired. He had never heard of this individual before. Anyone with a B-level talent was typically known to him, indicating that Tian Kuan was likely not among the elite. Fat Cat pondered for a moment before replying. We are similarly unaware. Lin Han and Fat Cat hailed from two distinct schools, both of which were the finest high schools in Sioux City. This joint admission, while ostensibly aimed at providing students with better educational opportunities, also served as a competitive measure among the principals regarding whose students ranked higher, thus bringing glory to their respective institutions. However, this time, both of Sioux City's top talents originated from Class 1, that the principal of Class 2 had long since relinquished hope for a top-ranking student, and could only hope that his students would occupy several spots within the top 10. If they could secure 5 or more positions, that would certainly be commendable. Of course, this was not mere speculation. The highest combat power from Class 2 this year was not on par with that of Class 1, but the number of B-level talents was something Class 1 could not match. This was where the principal of Class 2 derived his confidence, as long as they could surpass their opponent in quantity. It would matter little if the top 2 spots were claimed by others. Moreover, he had heard that the student with double S-level talent from the opposing school had already been incapacitated. Hence, their chances had greatly increased. With this thought in mind, the principal of Class 2 wore a smug expression that as the battle progressed. Lin Han focused intently on the large screen displaying the combat. The intensity of the duel escalated, and by the end, both beast masters had engaged directly in physical confrontation, resulting in both sustaining significant injuries. Ultimately, victory belonged to Tian Kuan. Lindsay, don't let his stature fool you. Tian Kuan fights fiercely. Conversely, Yuan Bo, despite his tall frame, ended up in a rather pitiful state. Fat Cat sighed in relief. Indeed, one must not judge a person by appearances, Lin Han replied slowly. However, even though Tian Kuan had secured victory in the first round, given his current condition, it seemed unlikely he could endure the next battle. As the match concluded, the staff promptly extracted Yuan Bo from the illusory realm. His injuries were severe, but in reality, he appeared wholly unscathed. This further piqued Lin Han's interest in the illusory realm. It was undoubtedly a remarkable asset. Following Yuan Bo's exit, another student from Class 2 stepped up, as Lin Han had anticipated, true to his expectations. Tian Kuan and his beast failed to last more than a few rounds before being defeated. Soon after, a student from Class 1 stepped forward. What had originally been a joint competition had gradually transformed into a contest primarily between Class 1 and Class 2, with occasional interjections from students of other high schools, but this did not significantly alter the dynamics. That I will compete. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, someone shouted aloud, drawing the attention of all towards him. It was Jiang Feng from our second high school, possessing B-level talent, as Fat Cat remarked. Lin Han nodded slightly, not taking the other party seriously. There were still many contenders left in the arena, so he was in no rush to make his move. Furthermore, his primary target remained Meng Xiao. The others held no interest for him. Jiang Feng stepped forward and entered the illusory realm, where his image appeared on the large screen. In an instant, Jiang Feng summoned his beast companion, the Ice Griffin. Lin Han's eyes sparkled. Could this possibly be one of the 2 Ice Griffin eggs he had brought out from the training area? Fat Cat, is Jiang Feng's family quite wealthy? Not particularly. They are not well off, but they are doing fine. I heard he recently acquired an Ice Griffin beast egg, which is why he dared to enter the arena so early today. Fat Cat nodded. Lin Han shook his head helplessly. To think that the Ice Griffin had indeed been sold, and at that moment, the appearance of the Ice Griffin beast triggered a wave of discussions among the spectators. An Ice Griffin? Who is this guy? I've heard that the Sioux City Trading Hall recently listed 2 Ice Griffin beast eggs, and I can't believe he actually bought one. It seems he will earn quite a few points. Not just the students on the field, but even those in the observation seats were singing praises. Although the Ice Griffin possesses only silver-level talent, it should be relatively easy to advance to the first transition. And even in the second transition, the Ice Griffin is a formidable beast. Old Yang, doesn't T your school have some pretty good students as well? The principal of First High wore a radiant expression. Though he spoke words of flattery, his demeanor was anything but complimentary, showcasing a perfect display of duplicity. No matter how you compare, it can't match the double S-level talent from your academy, so please refrain from mocking me here. By the way, I heard that the student with double S-level talent from your school has acquired a Xianfeng turtle. I wonder what that is about. The principal of Second High shook his head repeatedly. Then added, upon hearing this, the old principal's expression stiffened. He had intended to boast subtly, but this remark had completely deflated his pride. The two ceased their conversation, and their gaze returned to the competition stage. Zhang Feng was the first to make a move. A vine shot up from the ground, binding. His opponent immediately panicked upon seeing this, primarily due to the Ice Griffin circling above, exerting tremendous pressure. Vines swiftly ensnared him. Following that, the Ice Griffin unleashed icy winds, spreading from the vines and firmly trapping his adversary. Surrender? Or take a beating? Zhang Feng sneered. Although injuries in the illusory realm do not carry over outside, the sensation of pain is undeniably real. I concede. An overwhelming victory. Since the beginning of the competition, this was the first group to achieve a decisive win. Instantly, Zhang Feng received unending praise from the crowd. The principal of Second High was beaming with pride. Soon after, several students from First High stepped up, only to be swiftly defeated. This guy is impressive. I never realized Zhang Feng was so formidable before. He has truly made a name for himself. Xue Wushuang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this fellow's vine skills exhibit remarkable resilience. Merely attempting to sever his vines is no simple task, especially with the Ice Griffin's icy powers amplifying their strength. Even if the ice were to be forcibly dispelled, the enemy would still find it difficult to contend with his vines. Quite intriguing. Lin Han assessed Zhang Feng from various angles, noting that he was the first in the arena to surpass 6 points, instantly becoming the top scorer. But in the next moment, a student from First High stepped up. He too possessed B-level talent. After several rounds of combat, Zhang Feng was quickly defeated in this match, leading to a rotation in the illusory realm arena. However, this individual had endured through his battle with Zhang Feng, only falling in the 3rd round. Throughout this, Lin Han observed the crowd closely and discerned a pattern. Lower-ranked beast tamers increasingly relied on their skill sets during battles, while higher-ranked individuals predominantly depended on their innate abilities. This was evident in himself, whether it was the S-level talent of Iron Body or the mythic-level talent of the Eye of Creation. His professional panel did not outline any innate skills. It seemed more like an encouragement for them to explore various applications of their talents. Meanwhile, the lower-ranked talent beast tamers even recited the names of their skill abilities while using their innate powers. Lin Han pondered a thought. Perhaps high-level talents do not lack skills. Rather, they require personal comprehension of their innate abilities to create skills. If this could be proven, he might ascend to even greater heights. At this moment, on the arena stage, Second High reclaimed the position of champion. While only a few B-level talents from First High remained, didn't one wish to risk provoking misfortune at this moment. And while they waited, a voice called out, "I shall." A sound captured everyone's attention. It was a girl speaking. Others searched for the source of the voice, but Lin Han already knew who it was. He was all too familiar with that voice. Meng Xiao. Is she finally ready to make her move? Lin Han immediately turned his gaze to Meng Xiao, who, with an air of indifference, walked towards the illusory realm experience chamber and decisively lay down inside. Meng Xiao's figure materialized in the illusory realm. In the next instant, a beast engulfed in flames appeared before the spectators. A golden-level beast. The Blazing Wolf. Is that a golden-level beast? No way. Could this be the Meng Xiao from the recent rumors? Ah, she is the A-level talent powerhouse from First High. Chapter 61. A Reunion in the Illusory Realm. I never expected her to take the stage so soon. I thought such a powerful figure would be reserved for the grand finale. What are you thinking? It's not like the last one standing automatically wins. This is about accumulating points. If everyone else has been eliminated by the end, even if she is a level talent. What good would that do? If we consider that, it seems reasonable to say that Lin Han, with his double S level talent, should also take the stage. It's hard to say. Wow, is this match going to be exciting? Lin Han quietly watched Meng Xiao from below. This woman's strength was indeed formidable, as she nearly defeated her opponent in a single move. If this is the extent of her power, then she should not blame me for dominating the stage. Meng Xiao stood in the illusory realm, shouting. The voice within the illusory realm could be heard outside, and she called out again, Lin Han, come up and fight me to the death. Meng Xiao shouted. Although she could not see Lin Han, she knew he must be watching the illusory realm at that moment. This time, she was eager to reclaim the dignity she lost during the awakening ceremony from Lin Han. Lin Han, do not hide like a coward below. If you are a man, come up and challenge me. After a moment, Meng Xiao added, Lindsay, I can't take it anymore. I want to go up and teach that witch a lesson. Fat Cat exclaimed angrily from the side, ready to step forward. Lin Han quickly pulled him back and said, although your beast talent level is higher than hers, she currently possesses an A-level ice talent. Even if you are in a berserk state, there's no guarantee of an easy victory. Thus, going up would only serve to grant her points. What should I do then? Fat Cat was aware of these facts. However, Meng Xiao's humiliation of Lin Han left him feeling unsettled. Even though he might fail, he wanted to see if he could take her down. Let her wait a bit. There's no rush. Right now, no one will step forward. Everyone needs to struggle within themselves. Moreover, she wants to challenge me. Others must wait for my decision. Since everyone will have to wait, why not let her wait a little longer? Besides, I have a plan. After stating this, Lin Han lowered his voice and quietly conspired with Fat Cat. Time passed slowly. Meng Xiao stood alone in the empty, illusory realm, receiving no response from anyone. In an instant, an inexplicable sense of restlessness began to brew within her. Lin Han, you coward, are you afraid of losing? When we were together, you were always this timid. It was undoubtedly correct for me to leave you. A man like you does not deserve me. What does your double S-level talent amount to? It's truly laughable. You spineless wretch, prepare to be scorned for a lifetime. As Lin Han heard this, he merely regarded it as a foul intrusion of his ears. Dismissing it entirely, he had long seen through this woman and was not in the least affected by her so-called verbal assaults. He was simply biding his time, aiming to make Meng Xiao appear foolish. With Lin Han not taking the stage, others remained inactive as well, plunging the entire arena into an awkward silence. At this moment, Du Yuan Tian also felt somewhat awkward. If no one stepped up, it would lead to a stalemate, and that couldn't go on forever. If no classmates have yet taken the stage, let us prepare for the next duel. But at that moment, Lin Han stepped forward. I shall take my turn. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Lin Han. Is the double S-grade talent finally ready to make a move? Most of them were still unaware of what Lin Han's beast was. Yet some merely saw it as Lin Han trying to save face and risking embarrassment. After all, not everyone can endure such humiliation from a woman, especially not in front of the entire city. Lin Han approached the illusory realm experience pod and, at the request of the staff, lay down. In an instant, he felt as if his entire body were being connected to something, and his eyelids gradually grew heavy. Meanwhile, inside the illusory realm, Meng Xiao was in a state of anxious desperation. Over 10 minutes had passed, and still, no one had come to challenge her. What was most terrifying was the profound silence surrounding her. A silence that was eerily unsettling. Suddenly, a point of light began to coalesce before her. Finally, someone was arriving. No matter who it was, Meng Xiao's spirit swiftly returned to its original state at this moment. Simply seeing someone was the greatest joy she could wish for. Yet in her heart, she immediately excluded Lin Han. After being humiliated by her for so long, how could he possibly show up now? However, as the light point gradually solidified, that familiar figure made her frown deepen. Lin Han? Lin Han was all too familiar with Meng Xiao, and she was equally familiar with him. After all, they had spent so long together. It was impossible for them not to know each other well. To her surprise, he dared to come. Meng Ziyao's words turned sharp. What? Afraid outside, feeling so troubled inside, and still prepared to come here to seek death. Your mouth truly cannot rest for a moment. Lin Han sighed deeply. Ever since they parted ways, he felt increasingly alienated from the girl before him. The Meng Ziyao of the past, while sometimes quarrelsome, was generally very quiet. He never expected someone could hide themselves so profoundly. Since when did you become so audacious to judge me? Don't forget our bet. If I win, I hope you will honor our agreement. Meng Ziyao mocked. Rest assured, after all this time, have you ever seen me deceive you? Lin Han replied gloomily, then added, As for you, I now wonder if you'll uphold your end of the bargain if you lose. I am a student of Baitian Academy. Do you think I would go back on my word? Meng Ziyao retorted coldly, That's good. Lin Han replied with a smile. After all, with Du and the school's leaders present, you can't back out now. I just hope you will enjoy it. Enough with the idle chatter. I know you're trying to buy time, but this delay is utterly pointless. Our grievances will be settled today. Meng Ziyao shouted, I share the same sentiment. Everything between us, especially with someone like you, should come to an end. Lin Han stated calmly. Chapter 62. Isn't your beast the Xianfeng turtle? Lin Han, summon your beast. Upon seeing Lin Han's arrival, Meng Ziyao made no unnecessary movements. At this point in her eyes, her victory was merely a matter of time. Therefore, she felt no need to take advantage of him in this situation. In front of so many people, she intended to defeat Lin Han openly and let everyone know that it was he who had aspired to her, and the reason she had discarded him was simply that he was unworthy. For the sake of our past friendship, go ahead and make your move. I won't even need my beast to deal with you. Lin Han shrugged and said Meng Ziyao's face turned purple with anger. She never imagined that even at this point, Lin Han would still be putting on an act. Lin Han, are you embarrassed to summon your beast because it's merely a Xianfeng turtle? It's all right. Even if you and your beast are both turtles, I won't mock you. If I were to ridicule an idiot, that would indeed be my grave mistake. Don't worry, summon it out. It would be a great source of amusement for everyone. Meng Ziyao retorted with a twisted smile. Could it be that Lin Han's beast truly is a mere Xianfeng turtle, as rumored? Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? No way. Is this for real? This double S-grade talent is utterly ridiculous. Even if he closed his eyes, he couldn't possibly end up with a Xianfeng turtle. What a waste of his talent, with the first beast being a Xianfeng turtle. Doesn't that render this double S-grade talent useless? No wonder Meng Ziyao dared to humiliate Lin Han. Not just her. Even I would dare to compete with him. Meng Ziyao's words caused an uproar among the audience, and discussions about the star figure Lin Han in Sioux City began to emerge. Observing the two students from his school within the illusory realm, the principal of the first high school instantly darkened his expression. Initially, he had hoped Lin Han would help elevate the school's reputation. Now, they had truly disgraced their institution. To be honest, many teachers and principals from other high schools were present, praising the quality of education at their school. How could he not discern the underlying implications? This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Even now, he couldn't fathom why Lin Han had chosen the Xianfeng turtle. Such a fine, double S-grade talent squandered so recklessly was simply a crime against nature. Meanwhile, Lin Han inside the illusory realm remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. If you wish to see, then I shall show you, he said, looking at Meng Ziyao's arrogant demeanor, feeling helpless. As soon as he spoke, the Xuanwu emerged from the beast's space. Looking around, the Xuanwu appeared somewhat dazed. Lin Han was not surprised. Perhaps the Xuanwu had also realized that the surrounding space was somewhat different from the outside world. Although its consciousness was uploaded to the illusory realm, the subtle differences could still be detected. Moreover, being a royal-grade beast, the Xuanwu was naturally more sensitive. However, the Xuanwu quickly relaxed. With a roar, it raised its fierce dragon head, firmly gripping the ground with its towering limbs. And with a gentle flick of its serpent-like tail, it opened its mouth to emit a resounding roar. As soon as the Xuanwu made its entrance, the entire venue outside the illusory realm fell into a hushed silence. Countless question marks appeared in everyone's minds. Is this really the Xianfeng turtle? In their thoughts, everyone simultaneously pondered this question. Brother, doesn't the Xianfeng turtle seem a tad too imposing? It doesn't match my expectations at all. I have no idea. I remember the Xianfeng turtle in the textbooks didn't look like this. Look at that beast's tail. It resembles a snake. Who spread the rumor that Lin Han's beast was a Xianfeng turtle? Goodness, if that's a Xianfeng turtle, then my beast is nothing more than a strand of hair. Wait, compared to this beast, my beast is akin to a mere fluff. After a brief moment of silence, discussions erupted like boiling water. Everyone was astonished by the true nature of Lin Han's beast. Indeed, Lin Han is truly worthy of being my Shui Wuxuan's brother. In terms of momentum alone, his beast surpasses my holy light grass. Only the nearby fat cat observed with an expression of having seen through it all. He instantly felt a surge of superiority. This is definitely not a Xianfeng turtle. Seeing this scene, the head of Baitian Academy almost choked. With such presence and appearance, why does it give me the sensation of a Xuanwu bloodline? Not only Baiqian's elder, but several college representatives also recognize some clues. Although royal grade talents are high, they are not top tier. Therefore, while the Xuanwu is rare, it does not mean that no one knows of its existence. This is not a Xuanwu bloodline. This is the royal grade beast, Xuanwu. Just as numerous representatives were left in shock, the head of the military academy suddenly trembled. No matter how one looked at it, this does not resemble a Xianfeng turtle. Upon seeing the beast summoned by Lin Han, the principal of the first high school felt his previously suppressed emotions dissipate, replaced by an air of arrogance. Who just claimed our first high school's quality of education was outstanding. You truly possess discerning eyes. Our first high school's teaching quality is indeed remarkable. What's the problem? Although the principal of the first high school had no idea what sort of creature Lin Han had summoned, he could tell from the beast's stature that it was not ordinary. Moreover, the expressions of the various college representatives were filled with disbelief, which proved that Lin Han's beast was undoubtedly exceptional. Just as the principal of the first high school had surmised, the other college representatives, upon witnessing this scene, wished they could burrow into the ground. Initially, they had given up on recruitment due to the claims of the first high school's principal that Lin Han had contracted a Xianfeng turtle. They had even guaranteed to their respective colleges that Lin Han was finished. But now, this scene left them wondering how to explain themselves upon returning. Lin Han remains the formidable individual endowed with a dual S-level talent, while they have been reduced to mere jesters. Damn those northern Tengu scoundrels. They have falsified the military report. The heads of various academies wore expressions of resentment, their teeth clenched in frustration. If it weren't for the constraints of the law, they would have relished the opportunity to devour the head of the northern Tengu leader right then and there. Within the realm of illusion, witnessing Xuanwu standing majestically beside her, Meng Ziyao's countenance darkened. Wasn't it supposed to be the Xianfeng turtle? What is this abomination now? A dragon's head, a turtle's body, and a serpent's tail? A fusion of turtle and serpent. You stand back for a moment and watch how I repay this woman. Lin Han gestured dismissively to Xuanwu. Upon hearing this, Xuanwu wisely stepped back. Then aren't you summoning your beast? Meng Ziyao inquired, puzzled by his actions, that of course not of a gentleman's word is his bond, since I declared that I would not summon my beast to deal with you. Naturally, I have no need to do so, Lin Han replied with a gentle smile. Lin Han, do you truly underestimate me? Do you think that your innate talent alone can vanquish me? You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. Meng Ziyao was acutely aware of Lin Han's character. His words, however, held a weight of truth. Lin Han, oh Lin Han, you will ultimately pay for your disdainful demeanor. I shall not let you off lightly. No, I will ensure your defeat is utterly humiliating. With a cold smirk, Meng Ziyao unleashed a wave of frost that radiated from her being. Chapter 63, An Unimaginable Disparity, a Magical Ensemble. Is this it? Lin Han chuckled softly to this moment. Fragments of Meng Ziyao's information appeared in his eyes of creation. Level 19. He couldn't help but marvel at her prowess. Truly, she was worthy of an A-level talent. Achieving level 19 in just 7 days. She was but a step away from the golden tier. To be honest, he had thought that the fat cat with the holy light grass had an impressively rapid leveling speed. Yet compared to Meng Ziyao, it was an entirely different league. Nevertheless, the stark gap in their summoning capabilities remained unbridgeable. To confront Meng Ziyao, he found that he truly did not require his summoned beasts. After all, he had dealt with the golden tier Starfire Bear King with ease. Thus, Lin Han felt no need to put undue pressure on himself against Meng Ziyao. Could she possibly be stronger than the Golden Tier Starfire Bear King? That was simply inconceivable. Therefore, when faced with Meng Xiao's assault, Lin Han did not flinch in the slightest. He allowed her attacks to land upon him without resistance. With his S-level talent, Steel Body, Lin Han's innate ability was already formidable. And combined with his robust base attributes, his defenses were more than sufficient. Meng Xiao's ice strikes against him felt akin to a gentle caress. Meng Xiao, why does your attack feel like a mere tickle? Could you possibly apply a bit more strength? If necessary, I can let you have another go. Lin Han scoffed that he even felt that with his current defensive values, he could endure Meng Xiao's strikes for quite some time. After all, tens of thousands in value were no trivial matter. Moreover, having diligently trained for several days, he had already reached level 26, with only 4 levels remaining until the 30th milestone. At this moment, Lin Han's statistics had reached a terrifying level. Although he could not discern Meng Xiao's precise values, he sensed that they were at most just over 1,000. Perhaps nearing 2,000. Lin Han's physical prowess alone was already several dozen times that of Meng Xiao. Thus, even if he stood there without activating his steel body, it was unlikely she could defeat him, especially when her magical energy was nearly depleted. This exemplified the current disparity between them. Meng Xiao had always intended to use Lin Han as a stepping stone to the masses, while Lin Han had never regarded her as a worthy opponent. This was the chasm between them, a vast gulf that separated them like clouds from mud. You. Meng Xiao's face flushed crimson with indignation at Lin Han's nonchalance. She had just exerted 60% of her strength, only to discover that she could not even breach Lin Han's defenses. How could this be? It wasn't mere boastfulness. With her current talent, she should have been invincible against Lin Han, especially with her golden tier summoned beast, something not to be taken lightly. Countless newcomers had to struggle fiercely for their first golden tier summon, yet she had attained hers effortlessly due to her innate abilities. Lin Han, Meng Xiao roared, Fiery Wolf, Swift Strike. Upon receiving her command, the fiery wolf's body radiated a faint glow as it charged towards Lin Han with remarkable speed. Lin Han maintained an air of calm. Had this been in the past, he might have harbored some reservations, but times had changed. The speed of the fiery wolf paled in comparison to his own. Fixing his gaze intently on the fiery wolf, he extended his arms forward just as it was about to collide with him. Bang! A resounding impact echoed throughout the realm of illusion, sparks flying in all directions. What? Meng Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he have seized the fiery wolf's head so effortlessly? Lin Han easily held the fiery wolf's head in place. Despite its attempts to push forward, it made no progress whatsoever. The absolute disparity in strength was evident. The fiery wolf struggled in vain, but even as it pressed on, it could not overcome Lin Han's might, let alone a level 12 fiery wolf. Even if it reached the pinnacle of the golden tier, it would still be no match for him. Lin Han scoffed, and with a gradual surge of power in his right hand, the fiery wolf's limbs lifted off the ground. With a powerful swing of his arm, he sent the fiery wolf soaring through the air, and Meng Xiao hastily conjured an ice wall to intercept it. How could he be this strong? Meng Xiao's heart raced, since Lin Han had entered the realm of illusion. Each event had shattered her worldview. She found herself increasingly baffled by Lin Han. She could not comprehend how someone sentenced to death by various academies could suddenly reverse their fate. Not only that, but why did he possess such formidable strength? Why? Why do you possess such immense power? Have you been hiding your true abilities all along? Were you merely waiting for this day, intending to humiliate me? Lin Han, you are truly ruthless. We have known each other for several years. Why must you be so cruel? Meng Xiao seethed as she shouted at him. At this moment, Lin Han wore a peculiar expression and retorted with irritation. Do you think I orchestrated this to toy with you? I'm not that bored. It's merely that you all assumed my summoned beast to be the Xianfeng turtle. That was never my assertion. You can't genuinely believe that your value in my eyes is particularly high, can you? Don't be foolish. I had forgotten you long ago that if you hadn't come here to provoke me this morning, I wouldn't have even wanted to acknowledge your existence. Upon hearing these words, Meng Xiao's fury reached a boiling point. Lin Han, those are your words. From now on, I shall get serious that I hope you won't be crying for mercy afterward. You have no chance left, Meng Xiao declared in a rage. She stepped forward, and various pieces of equipment began to materialize around her. It seems that the Northern Tengu Academy has indeed prepared quite the bounty for you. Though not complete, it still constitutes a fairly cohesive magical ensemble. Lin Han observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. Did I ask this from the Northern Tengu Academy? Or perhaps from Zhou Tong? At that moment, Meng Ziyao was adorned with 4 or 5 pieces of magical gear, each of which was of silver quality, collectively worth a staggering amount. That it was worth noting that he had previously sold a single ice claw for over 100,000. Now, with Meng Ziyao's equipment, the total value easily exceeded 500,000. Furthermore, as a set, its worth was even greater. Truly, they are quite affluent. Lin Han was well aware of Meng Ziyao's family background. They could hardly afford such equipment. Thus, he could easily deduce the connections involved. So, are you beginning to feel fear now? Not to worry. I will now demonstrate the gap between us. Meng Ziyao remarked with a chilling smile. Chapter 64. Your magical ensemble. Indeed, it is a privilege to lean against a great tree for shade. Lin Han shook his head in resignation, while others could join the Northern Tengu Academy and receive such generous rewards. He had to toil diligently to acquire his own rewards from dungeons, all while strategizing how to sell them at a high price to enhance his own strength. The disparity between people can be quite disheartening. After internally lamenting, Lin Han smiled and said, "Shall we wager again? For instance, if I were to defeat you without employing my beast, what would you say to me taking this magical set as a reward?" Upon hearing this, Meng Ziyao felt an intense surge of anger. This time, she did not hastily agree. In a certain sense, the magical set did not truly belong to her. This equipment was, in fact, lent to her by the Northern Sky Academy, intended to ensure her victory in this contest. Although the value of the magical set was considerable, the first prize in Sioux City was a staggering 30 million Tianlong coins, not to mention silver-grade equipment. Even a golden-grade set would suffice for her needs. Thus, the reason Northern Sky Academy could lend her this equipment was not merely to allow her to humiliate Lin Han and claim first place, but more importantly, to secure that 30 million Tianlong coins. While it is true that the vast Northern Sky Academy would not be lacking in such funds, who would ever complain about having too little money? Rather than calling it a loan, it would be more reasonable to refer to it as a rental. Therefore, Meng Ziyao found herself in a quandary. What? That old man from Northern Sky is so eager for you to join. Yet you do not possess the authority over this equipment. Now, I truly question whether Northern Sky Academy genuinely wishes for your inclusion. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Han stoked the flames further, adding, "Is it possible that you lack the confidence to defeat me? Winning against you is hardly a challenge." These words struck a nerve with Meng Ziyao, who roared in response, "Fine, I accept this wager. But if you lose, what will you offer me? While I may not have much of value, this should suffice, right?" As Lin Han spoke, a suit of armor appeared upon his person. It was the Starfire Bear King's Starfire armor, a golden-grade piece of equipment. Of course, if you find that insufficient, I can add more. This golden-grade, bloodthirsty ring. These 2 pieces of equipment are roughly equivalent to your magical set, are they not? In an instant, Meng Ziyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had not anticipated Lin Han possessing such high-grade equipment. However, her internal hesitation only grew. Lin Han discerned her state and quickly reassured her. "Rest assured, I will not fight you while wearing this equipment. After all, it would not be fair, would it?" Ultimately, Meng Ziyao agreed with a sense of eagerness. Although Lin Han's talents were formidable, her own A-grade talent was not to be underestimated. No matter how one looked at it, defeat was inconceivable. Could it be that with her full set of equipment and the augmentation from her beasts, she could not overpower a single individual? If that were the case, it would be a grave injustice. "Lin Han, prepare to meet your end." As her words fell, Meng Ziyao waved her hands, unleashing a torrent of frost that surged relentlessly toward Lin Han. Indeed, bolstered by the magical set, her attack was sharper this time, yet it was regrettable that her beast was not of the ice element. Otherwise, her power would have seen a significant increase. Lin Han murmured to himself. Entirely unperturbed by the encroaching ice, in the blink of an eye, the frost enveloped him, encasing him like a statue of ice. At that moment, the onlookers could not help but feel a surge of anxiety for Lin Han. The twists and turns of this battle had exceeded all expectations. It all began with Lin Han's sudden summoning of a fearsome beast, leading to the current spectacle of him being encased in ice by Meng Ziyao. Even Lin Han's close friend, Fat Cat, found himself sweating for him. Lindsay, what are you doing? Meanwhile, among the spectators, although Lin Han's talents were impressive, his lack of practical experience rendered him vulnerable, leading to his swift encasement. In the eyes of the Elder, the outcome of this battle seemed inevitable. The Northern Sky Academy's representative chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Indeed, this lad is ultimately still too inexperienced. A chorus of derision arose from the academy leaders directed at Lin Han. At this moment, the principal of No. 1 High School wore a troubled expression. Despite both being students of their academy, he preferred to see Lin Han claim victory. After all, Lin Han possessed a rare double S-grade talent. A once-in-a-millennium occurrence. Just as the principal was fervently expressing his views, an out-of-place voice interrupted the proceedings. Are you all blind? Did you not see the values Lin Han exhibited earlier? Can you truly deny that? It was futile to argue with such a man who held authority in the military academy. Who would dare? Even the Elder from Northern Sky could only roll his eyes in silent frustration. Following the outburst from the military academy representative, the crowd fell silent, their gaze returning to Lin Han and Meng Xiao. Lin Han, prepare to meet your demise. Meng Xiao was wholly unwilling to grant Lin Han an opportunity. Unbeknownst to her, she began to feel an inner fear towards the man before her, gradually losing her sense of familiarity with him. It was imperative to conclude this swiftly. Suddenly, Lin Han smacked his lips. Grinning, I shall accept this magical set. In the next moment, the ice surrounding him shattered instantly. He launched a punch forward, and in the face of Lin Han's power, Meng Xiao's ice was as fragile as mere paper. Incapable of restraining him. Previously, he had merely sought to expose her position, providing himself with an opportunity to strike decisively. What? At this moment, Meng Xiao found herself suspended in midair, utterly unable to retreat, in desperation. She called out, Blazing Wolf. At her command, the Blazing Wolf, previously at her side, sprang forth. Lin Han remained unfazed. Facing the ferocious Blazing Wolf, he delivered a singular, unremarkable punch. Instantly, the Blazing Wolf was grievously wounded, hurtling several meters away. Yield now. Lin Han turned, grasping Meng Xiao by her collar. Damn you, Meng Xiao cursed, her body radiating a faint chill. She was prepared to fight Lin Han to the death. Lin Han sighed, his gaze resolute. Then he forcefully slammed her downwards. Chapter 65. Is No. 2 High School composed entirely of worthless individuals? Meng Xiao had not anticipated that Lin Han's methods would be so ruthless in that moment. She felt as if her body had shattered like fragile crystal, scattering across the ground. Lin Han's eyes were filled with indifference. He had never intended to show her mercy, yet he was taken aback by her audacity to provoke him. Thus, she could hardly blame him for being unyielding that moment. Meng Xiao lay limp upon the ground, her expression one of profound agony, her body occasionally convulsing. Lin Han even questioned whether his actions had been too severe, potentially leaving her gravely wounded. However, considering this was the illusory realm, he felt no guilt. Punishing this woman was well within reason. Subsequently, Meng Xiao's form transformed in a faint starlight, vanishing without a trace. Lin Han emerged victorious. Wow, impressive. Although Fat Cat had anticipated Lin Han's strength, he was astonished by how decisively he had won. This surpassed his expectations. One swift blow had taken down the magic user. Meng Xiao, was this not a tad too domineering? Is this what it means to possess a double S-grade talent? Such power was indeed remarkable. Goodness, this is extraordinary. Lin Han, my darling, refrain from such exclamations. He still has a reputation to uphold. Look at yourself, clearly. He is my husband. Meng Xiao, in a moment of confusion, abandoned Lin Han, her mind seemingly unhinged. If such a man were to be mine, I would undoubtedly follow him daily, fearing the allure of other temptresses. In an instant, the atmosphere grew chaotic. This battle had surpassed everyone's imagination. Initially condemned to defeat, Lin Han had managed to triumph without relying on equipment or beasts, solely through his innate talents, decisively overpowering Meng Xiao. The term violence hardly seemed fitting in this context. That moment, the next challenger was called forth. Seeing the tumult below, Du Yuantian spoke up repeatedly. However, having witnessed Lin Han's formidable prowess, no one dared to challenge him at that moment. Who would be foolish enough to step forward? The man had effortlessly defeated Meng Xiao without even invoking his beasts. This was utterly outrageous. Who would volunteer to hand over points? I certainly will not go. Whoever wishes to, may do so. If you won't, then I shall also refrain. That it is not that I fear losing to Lin Han, but I simply do not need these points. Do you understand? At this moment, Lin Han grew anxious in the illusory realm. Considerable time had passed, yet no one had come forth to challenge him. This was peculiar. Could it be that his previous actions had frightened them? If no one entered the arena, would his points be relegated to a mere one? This simply would not do. After much contemplation, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with realization. Outside the illusory realm, Du Yuantian pondered whether to declare the match concluded. Just then, Lin Han's voice echoed within the illusory realm. Are you all worthless fools from number 2 high school? Behold my prowess. Are you trembling in fear? You from the second school dare only to bark at the weak. I have single-handedly dispatched an A-class talent on your behalf. Is there no one among you brave enough to challenge me? Had I known the denizens of your second school were so cowardly, I would have thought it beneath me to participate in this contest. Competing amongst a throng of weaklings would only serve to diminish my own strength. How lamentable it is that so many self-proclaimed geniuses now shrink back like turtles. I wonder what thoughts will cross your principal's mind upon witnessing this spectacle. You do not even dare to compete in the illusory realm. If it were a matter of reality, facing me one-on-one would surely send you into a state of utter panic. If no one dares to step forward, then let the contest be concluded that I, Lin Han, refuse to lower myself to the level of the timid. Upon hearing this, those who had previously given up were suddenly incensed. How dare he humiliate us from the second school? I had just lavished praise upon Lin Han, yet here he stands, audaciously insulting us. We cannot let this affront go unpunished. He must pay dearly for his insolence. Nearby, Fei Mao realized this was the initial plan Lin Han had discussed with him, albeit he had not anticipated Lin Han's ferocity. It was evident that Lin Han's words had ignited the fury of the second school's champions, who eagerly stepped forward to confront him. Soon, someone plunged into the illusory realm, yet Lin Han still refrained from summoning his beast. With just a few moves, he sent his opponent sprawling. That is there no one left among the second school's weaklings? Lin Han taunted, shaking his shoulders provocatively. Next. Unbeknownst to him, he had already vanquished over 10 challengers, most of whom fell with a single blow. Hardly anyone able to endure beyond the first round. Lin Han's score surged to 78 points, a staggering lead. Nonetheless, the students of the second school were infuriated, with some who had already completed their matches attempting to re-enter, only to be halted by the staff point 136 points. Is there truly no one capable of besting Lin Han? 136 points. Good heavens, the second place has only 10 points. This score is utterly outrageous. Is he some sort of perpetual motion machine, devoid of physical limits? Suddenly, a voice pierced through the commotion. What is the panic? Watch me. Who is that? You don't know. That's our second school genius, Xue Wushuang, with B-class talent and frenzy. Although he seems untroubled by Lin Han, I sense that Xue Wushuang truly has a chance. Is that so? Let us wait and see. At that moment, Fei Mao stepped forward, guided by the staff into the illusory realm. Lin Han, how dare you insult the second school? Do you think we have no one to stand against you? TSK, I thought you were someone important. Instead of staying down there, you wish to come up and embarrass yourself. Today I am here to teach you a lesson. In an instant, the two began an intense verbal exchange. The next moment, Lin Han leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch, while Fei Mao stood his ground defiantly. Bang! The crowd instinctively shut their eyes, praying for Fei Mao, for the outcomes of the previous 10 challengers had been nearly identical. Look! Xue Wushuang has won. Xue Wushuang has defeated Lin Han. What? Good heavens, Xue Wushuang has knocked down Lin Han. Lin Han is lost. I never realized this hefty fellow was so formidable. He actually brought down Lin Han. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Han was sent reeling backward. Chapter 66. United we stand, conquer the rankings. Could it be that Xue Wushuang is truly this powerful? What beast has he contracted? It seems to have significantly enhanced his abilities. I have no idea. They didn't engage their beasts in battle. It was purely a clash of physical might. Xue Wushuang's strength is utterly incomprehensible. In an instant, the arena buzzed with excitement following Lin Han's unexpected defeat. Shortly thereafter, Lin Han emerged from the illusory realm, appearing dejected, yet upon rejoining the crowd, he resumed his previously nonchalant demeanor. The recent events were merely part of the ultimate strategy he had devised with Xue Wushuang, a plan to dominate the rankings together. Now, all the B-class talent had been eliminated by him, leaving Xue Wushuang as the sole B-class contender on the field, thus ensuring his continuous victories at this juncture. Lin Han had no further concerns about scoring. After defeating Meng Xiao, no one could disrupt Fei Mao's combat prowess. Now it was time for Fei Mao to take the next step in the following moment. He bellowed within the illusory realm. What's the matter? Is this all the talent from the first school can muster? I dare say, even a dual S-class talent pales in comparison. I thought you were formidable, but it seems the first school is merely mediocre. Just a moment ago, you were shouting loudly. Keep it up. I want to see if any of you can take me down. I propose that from now on, whenever you from the first school cross paths with us from the second school, you'd best tread lightly. This barrage of taunts instantly ignited the fury of the first school, compounded by the exhilarating victory of Xue Wushuang, which further elevated the spirits of the second school students and made it even harder for the first school to accept. Moments later, challengers began to step forward one after another to confront Xue Wushuang. Given the absence of strong opponents and bolstered by his auxiliary legendary beast, along with his B-class frenzy talent, Xue Wushuang's combat prowess was indeed explosive. With two amplifying factors, few could withstand his onslaught. Is it possible that no one can best this guy? What are we to do? Our Lin Han and Meng Xiao have both fallen, and we lack B-class talents. This guy is too domineering. And what kind of healing power does his beast have? The morale of the first school, once high, began to falter. Observing this, Lin Han suddenly shouted, "Fellow students, do not cower in fear. He is but one person. Are we from the first school truly to be daunted? If we cannot defeat one, then let us come at him with two. Or three. Even if we must employ a wheel battle strategy, we will drag him down from the illusory realm and show them that we from the first school will never concede defeat. Indeed, we from the first school will not yield. Damn it, is he merely a B-class talent? What is so impressive about that? Brothers, let us take him down and show him that we from the first school are not to be trifled with." With renewed fervor ignited by Lin Han, the students of the first school surged forward, launching an attack on Xue Wushuang. Meanwhile, the principal of the second school, witnessing Xue Wushuang's prowess akin to that of a war god, felt a surge of pride. Although he had always believed in Xue Wushuang, he had never anticipated such remarkable performance at this moment. Xue Wushuang's score had climbed to the second position. Faced with the enraged students of the first school, he fought valiantly, growing stronger with each encounter until, upon reaching the seventh challenger, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. However, rather than sorrow, his face bore a look of exhilaration. Had it not been for Lin Han's strategy, he would have only managed to defeat 3 opponents at most. Any further encounters with B-class talents would have posed a significant challenge. Yet, with Lin Han's elimination of all B-class contenders, the field was now ripe for his harvest. Beyond the wheel battle, he faced no rival. As the students of the first school took the stage, they began to provoke the students of the second school relentlessly. However, the remaining students were of comparable strength, and none could withstand even 3 rounds. As time passed, no one else dared to enter the fray. Lin Han and Xue Wushuang's plan had succeeded and united. They claimed the top 2 spots on the leaderboard. Students, this contest is now concluded, and your scores have been tallied. Next, we will prepare for the Secret Realm Trial. The rules for the Secret Realm Trial are quite simple. This time, the Secret Realm is a golden level training zone, with bronze level Fierce Beasts granting 5 points, silver level Fierce Beasts yielding 25 points, and golden level Fierce Beasts awarding 50 points. Lastly, by combining the points from the first competition, the one who ranks first will be rewarded. Upon hearing the rules, Lin Han devised a plan in his mind. Currently, his score is overwhelmingly ahead of the first place, while Xue Wushuang holds the second position. Although there is still a significant gap between him and Lin Han, he is also distinctly leading over the third place. The scores from 3rd to 10th are relatively close, and all these individuals are formidable talents with B-level potential. They are not here merely for academic advancement. They are genuinely eager to see if they can claim the top spot. However, Meng Xiao, who is highly regarded by Baitian Academy, finds herself at the bottom of the rankings with only 1 point. Hanzi, do we have any plans for this round? Shui Wushuang inquired that don't worry, just follow my lead, and I assure you, you won't suffer any losses. Lin Han smiled. All right then, I shall stick with you. Fei Mao also chuckled. Lin Han then approached Meng Xiao, whose mood visibly soured upon his arrival. Meng Xiao, it seems it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Huh. What nonsense are you spouting? The entire competition isn't over yet. Do you have no shame? Look at how my Han Zi has utterly defeated you, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Many witnessed your wager back then. Are you attempting to back out? Fei Mao scolded. What do you know? We set a wager before this round, not just for this one. There's still another match, so why the rush? Meng Xiao retorted. Now you're stalling. Lin Han expressed his irritation. However, upon reflection, this woman indeed seemed the type to deny her defeat. Even if he were to claim victory, that he needed to devise a strategy. What do you mean by stalling? I am merely adhering to the rules. What? If you disagree, we can cancel this wager. What do you say? All right, let's go with your suggestion then. Lin Han chuckled softly, that he then turned to the platform. Meng Xiao was taken aback, wondering what he was about to do. Suddenly, Lin Han shouted, since Meng Xiao is from your academy, how about you serve as our witness? Meng Xiao watched as Lin Han cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, what? Not only the head of Baitian Academy, but also the other students were bewildered. What was happening? Previously, the head of Baitian had full confidence that Meng Xiao could handle Lin Han, but Lin Han's displayed strength had shaken him. Currently, Lin Han's score was still overwhelmingly ahead, meaning that during the next competition, Meng Xiao would need to eliminate as many fierce beasts as possible to catch up with Lin Han. Although he had already arranged for Meng Xiao to score in the second round, he found himself conflicted that if he supported Lin Han in this capacity, and Meng Xiao lost, it would not only tarnish a reputation, but also that of Baitian Academy, that he had previously assured the Academy that Lin Han had become a waste, which led to their leniency regarding past events. However, given Lin Han's demonstrated prowess, it would be difficult to explain this to the Academy, especially if this wager brought them disgrace. Just as he pondered, the military department head beside him stood up and declared, classmate, how about I serve as your notary? The military department head's authority was well established. Hey, these students are gambling at such a young age. We cannot enable their misdeeds. The Baitian head hurriedly protested, genuinely worried that Lin Han would secure the first place in this competition, which would create trouble for him. What is there to worry about? They are not going to a casino. Moreover, we, the people of the Xinglong Empire, are bound by our word. Since they have wagered, they must uphold it. Otherwise, what about your teaching philosophy? The military department head proclaimed resolutely. In truth, his intervention was not solely for this reason. He was also quite displeased with Meng Xiao. During the awakening ceremony, he had defended Lin Han, but had refrained from meddling in personal matters. Now, being able to assist Lin Han was indeed a welcome opportunity. The head of Baitian was left speechless, unable to counter the military department head's words, while he could have argued against others. He had no authority to challenge someone of such a high rank. The military academy was directly affiliated with the Xinglong Empire's military, and those who held positions there were distinguished individuals with military achievements. Thus, even if Baitian Academy was formidable, they dared not provoke the military academy. Thank you, senior. Lin Han recognized the man, recalling that during the awakening ceremony, all the teachers from various academies had spoken ill of him, except for this military department head who had supported him. Lin Han held him in high regard. Classmate, state the terms of your wager. Everyone present is now your witnesses. Moreover, Su Shi is also here, so rest assured. She will not back out. The military department head urged again. The onlookers were also momentarily taken aback, but, respecting the authority of the military department head, merely nodded in agreement. Speak up. We are your witnesses. Lin Han then articulated the terms of the wager between him and Meng Xiao. How ruthless. This is going to be entertaining. The military head burst into laughter, already envisioning the scene of Meng Xiao on her knees, barking like a dog. This woman had been exceedingly arrogant. Had it not been for his position, he would have wanted to slap her twice. Now, with Lin Han's capabilities, he genuinely believed he could win this duel, promising a delightful spectacle. Meng Xiao, now everyone knows our wager, and if I am not mistaken, that individual is the head of the military academy. If you back out, I can only imagine the consequences. Lin Han remarked with a subtle smile. Lin Han, do not go too far. Meng Xiao gritted her teeth, her face paling. Who is being excessive? I wonder who is being unreasonable. If it weren't for Han Zi holding me back, I would have gone up and slapped you, you witch. Fei Mao expressed indignantly on Lin Han's behalf. What are you? Meng Ziao regained her composure and replied, since things have developed to this point. Lin Han, I can only say you are reaping what you sow. You have sealed your own fate, and should you lose, do not blame me for being unkind. I will absolutely strip you of all dignity. We shall see. With that, Meng Ziao turned and walked in a particular direction. Lin Han looked over and soon saw her moving into a crowd of individuals, all of whom were B-level talents from Class 1 and Class 2. When did Meng Ziao get acquainted with them? Fei Mao was puzzled, as she had never interacted with them before. Lin Han shook his head. Never. How could they be conversing together? Is it not obvious? He then explained, these individuals are all B-level talents already accepted by various academies. What difference does that make? What difference? Fei Mao was momentarily confused, as he detested having to think. Lin Han continued, these people have managed to gather together. It must have something to do with the head of Baitian Academy. I fear that in the upcoming competition, Meng Ziao's points will increase significantly. Are you implying that even Fei Mao, despite his dullness, could discern the implications? Yes, these individuals will likely return to deal with the fierce beasts, allowing Meng Ziao to reap the rewards. These academies are clearly in collusion. It seems the head of Baitian Academy promised these students something. That explains why Meng Ziao's expression changed so quickly earlier. I didn't expect her to have such a trump card. It seems we need to act quickly. Lin Han furrowed his brow slightly. But it soon relaxed. Chapter 68. Illegal teaming? Can we still win? Fat Cat inwardly berated Meng Ziao, and then continued, why don't we go now and clarify this matter? This is clearly an illegal team-up. It is utterly unfair. Lin Han shook his head, stating that during the competition, there was no rule against seizing others' ferocious beasts. They insisted it was Meng Ziao who stole them, but what could one do? The tactics employed by these individuals were certainly more cunning than we could imagine. Since they were so shamelessly reckless, we must double our efforts to make them realize that some things cannot be achieved through deceit. At this moment, Fat Cat, inspired by Lin Han's fervor, exclaimed, all right, I'll follow you wherever you go. Soon after, the teleportation array activated once more, and the group ventured towards a leveling area with a time limit of 2 hours. The instant the word begin was uttered, all participants charged forward like madmen. Lin Han and Fat Cat included, in comparison to others. They felt an immense pressure as they were not facing a single opponent. But meanwhile, a group sat outside, observing a large screen divided into smaller displays, allowing them to monitor dozens of individuals simultaneously. The career panels of all the trainees were connected to the most advanced equipment, recording every beast they had slain. Hanzi, doesn't our direction seem off? I just checked the map outside. This shouldn't be the bronze level leveling area. Fat Cat cautioned. Who said we were heading to the bronze level area? Lin Han replied. If we're not going to the bronze level area, where else could we go? Fat Cat was momentarily bewildered, a bad premonition rising within him. With a smile, Lin Han said, we're going to linger in the silver level area for a while. Are we really going to confront silver level ferocious beasts directly? Fat Cat was not incapable of dealing with the beasts in the silver level area, but he viewed it as a tremendous waste of time and not very cost-effective. If they were to face bronze-level beasts, it would not only require less effort, but would also accumulate points more efficiently than dealing with silver-level ones. Indeed, we will first linger in the silver-level area, and then swiftly transition to the gold-level area, Lin Han stated. That is a relief, but we can't stay too long in the silver-level area. Suddenly, Fat Cat halted, shouting, Hanzi, don't scare me like that. Are you truly planning to go to the gold-level area? Why not? Lin Han explained. Meng Ziao's team will undoubtedly wreak havoc in the bronze-level area before heading to the silver-level area, if we want our points to surpass theirs. We must go to the gold-level area. Lin Han firmly grasped Fat Cat's clothing and moved forward. Despite Fat Cat's weight, Lin Han found it no challenge to lift him with his current strength. Hanzi, I still want to live, Fat Cat lamented. Outside, the old principal gazed at Lin Han's position on the screen, momentarily bewildered, exclaiming, is Lin Han truly intending to head directly to the silver-level area? He was soon met with ridicule from the Northern Sky Academy's representative. What a fool. I reckon he is completely dazed by the recent wager. No, perhaps this individual is simply a dimwit. While it's true that the silver-level area offers higher points, It is utterly unsuitable for newcomers like them. The difficulty in slaying beasts there is exceedingly high, and they could easily sustain injuries. Slaying 5 bronze-level beasts would undoubtedly conserve more stamina than taking down a single silver-level beast. Youthful recklessness, indeed. The old principal found merit in this statement, acknowledging that Lin Han appeared somewhat impulsive, which was not ideal for accumulating points. Meanwhile, Meng Xiao, a commendable student, was now poised to enter the top 3 in points. The elder from Northern Sky Academy chuckled. So soon? The others were equally astonished. Meng Xiao had started with a mere single point, yet she had managed to increase her score at such an astonishing rate. They observed on the screen as a group of individuals hunted beasts around Meng Xiao, ensuring that the final blow was always delivered to her. However, the representatives from other academies remained silent, as they had agreed to this arrangement. After all, due to Lin Han's situation, the deans of various academies had communicated with one another, and they all assuredly stated that Lin Han had been rendered incapable. If by some chance Lin Han were to secure first place, their return to the academy would not be pleasant. Thus, they could only conspire together. How embarrassing to orchestrate such a grand affair solely to deal with Lin Han. I truly wonder where you all find the audacity to sit here, remarked the representative from the military academy with a cold laugh. The atmosphere, which had previously been relatively harmonious, turned icy at this remark. However, facing this individual, the others felt helpless. The Northern Sky Academy representative interjected. While this is a competition, what is so wrong with their cooperation? In a dungeon, when facing those formidable beasts, how can one ensure survival without such collaboration? The Military Academy representative scoffed. To say, you can really spin a tale. Don't speak to me about dungeons. Have you ever experienced a beast tide ravaging a city? Have you ever been on a true battlefield? Cooperation, in the face of overwhelming strength. Everything else is worthless. This is merely a competition. Instead of seeking to hone your skills, you're scheming in the shadows that I can't decide if you're clever or pitiable. The Northern Sky Academy representative wanted to retort, but ultimately swallowed his words that he hadn't witnessed a beast tide or been on a battlefield. Yet that didn't mean he would accept the opposing viewpoint. In his eyes, if it weren't for their status, he wouldn't fear them at all. That this moment, the various high school principals remained silent, merely observing this conflict. The Military Academy and Northern Sky Academy representatives were not individuals they could provoke. So maintaining silence was the wisest course of action. Wait, Meng Xiao's speed is aiming for first place. No, Lin Han has also entered the silver level area. Suddenly, the principal of First High School stared intently at the screen, too shocked to respond. Chapter 69. Shock and the Slaughter of Silver-Level Beasts. I believe this lad has lost his mind, daring to directly enter the silver-level trial area. The Northern Sky representative laughed heartily at this scene, while the principal of First High School felt his heart leap to his throat. Lin Han was their school's hope. Although Meng Xiao was also from their academy, reputation was not easily restored. If Meng Xiao could shine alone, it would be acceptable, but she was now firmly overshadowed by Lin Han, who was unaware of Meng Xiao's past actions. Moreover, Lin Han possessed a dual S-class talent, the only one in the entire Xinglong Empire. Naturally, he hoped for Lin Han's victory. That if Lin Han remained in the bronze-level trial area, I might have had some concerns, but this fellow dares to directly enter the silver-level trial area. In that case, I have no worries whatsoever. I can confidently assert that Lin Han will absolutely not prevail. It seems that the first place this time belongs to a student from our Northern Sky Academy. The Northern Sky representative sneered, stroking his beard. At this moment, another voice chimed in. Let us not be too hasty, Northern Sky Academy. The competition is not yet over, and you're already making conclusions, but then again, it's no surprise that your Northern Sky Academy loves to engage in such tactics. Truly the foremost academy of the Dragon Empire, a mix of fish and dragons. The Military Academy representative chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, the Northern Sky Academy representative's expression darkened. He was no fool and could easily discern the insinuation behind those words. Shall we make a bet then? Let us not act like these children. Let us wager something real, say, an arm? I bet Lin Han will win. The head of the Military Academy, observing the silence from the opposing party, continued to stoke the flames of confrontation. The others present remained mute, merely watching the scene unfold in silence. The leader of Baitian Academy also refrained from speaking. He had no desire to engage in such a mad gamble, that he was acutely aware of the character of his opponent. Understanding that whatever was proposed would inevitably be executed, in other words, should Lin Han truly face defeat, this man would unhesitatingly sever his own arm, in his eyes. The individuals from the military academy were nothing short of lunatics, entirely deranged. Consequently, the Baitian leader was disinclined to continue sparring with the military head. Both held positions of considerable stature, and prolonging their quarrel would only lead to mutual embarrassment. Meanwhile, noticing the silence of his counterpart, the military academy leader ceased his provocations, and the attention of the crowd shifted back to the large screen in the bronze-level trial zone. Most of the B-level talents were assisting Meng Xiao in gathering monsters for her to finish off. At present, Meng Xiao's score had surpassed 70 points, and the gap between her score and Lin Han's was narrowing rapidly. It seemed only a matter of time before she would catch up. In fact, nearly all participants in the grand competition had seen fluctuations in their scores, with the exception of Lin Han and Fat Cat, whose scores remained stagnant. Simultaneously, Lin Han and Fat Cat had entered the silver-level trial zone. Hanzi, are we being a bit too impulsive by jumping straight into the silver-level training area? Shouldn't we reconsider? I feel that a gradual approach would be quite beneficial. Fat Cat swallowed nervously. Are you scared? Lin Han chuckled, forging ahead that if you're not afraid, why should I be? Fat Cat straightened his back, resolutely stating that his apprehension was not merely fear. He also felt that such a course of action lacked cost-effectiveness. After all, he was already at the silver level and had indeed slain some silver-level ferocious beasts. Thus he held a modicum of confidence in himself that if you're not afraid, then come with me. Besides, we're merely passing through here. We can't possibly leave you here. This isn't our destination. Where else could it be? Fat Cat felt a bit perplexed, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, though he was uncertain of its source. You'll find out soon enough. Now, you go that way, and I'll go this way, gathering all the monsters here, and then we can slaughter them together. Lin Han declared his objective, and before Fat Cat could respond, he dashed off. Hanzi, wait. Fat Cat attempted to call him back, but Lin Han offered no opportunity for that, leaving Fat Cat with no choice but to comply to that moment. The onlookers outside were left bewildered by Lin Han's audacious maneuvers. They failed to comprehend the reasoning behind his actions. Gathering monsters, accumulating silver-level creatures, wasn't that tantamount to courting death for these newcomers? Even the head of the military academy felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Throughout the years, he had never encountered someone so recklessly daring. Today, however, he was witnessing an unprecedented level of insanity. What on earth was this young man attempting? Before anyone could ponder further, they saw Lin Han and Fat Cat converge, amassing a significant number of silver-level monsters, an estimated 25 or more. Was this not courting peril? At this moment, an elderly principal felt a wave of dizziness. Each of Lin Han's actions left him utterly confounded. The anxiety of uncertainty gnawed at him. Yet the next scene left everyone astounded that on the large screen, Lin Han and Xue Wushuang had gathered all the silver-level beasts together, while Xue Wushuang retreated a few meters, leaving Lin Han to confront the silver-level ferocious beasts alone. Simultaneously, Xuan Wu appeared by his side, in an instant, the pair, one man and one turtle, seemed akin to two deities of war, plunging into the throng of silver-level beasts. In a heartbeat, blood and entrails flew as numerous ferocious beasts met their demise. What in the world is happening? Even the battle-hardened head of the military academy was momentarily stunned. Goodness, this is outrageous. How on earth is he accomplishing this? The leader of Baitian Academy, equally astonished, could not refrain from expressing his incredulity. If it were their old cohort tasked with battling silver-level beasts, instant kills would be a matter of course. However, Lin Han was merely a newly awakened novice. The ability to eliminate silver-level beasts with such ease was nothing short of extraordinary. Upon reflection, even they, in their youth, could not have performed such feats. In that moment, Lin Han's score soared, and within mere minutes, Meng Xiao, who had been closing in on him, found herself distanced once again. This time, the gap was staggering. Observing this scene, the heads of other academies privately berated the leader of Baitian Academy. Had it not been for this old fool, they would never have had to suppress Lin Han, and now, it was no longer a matter of whether they wanted Lin Han, but rather whether he would be willing to join them. Chapter 70. The Golden Level Trial Zone. Hanzi, are you even human? At this moment, Shui Wushuang, who had been standing behind Lin Han, could no longer contain himself. Initially, he had considered seizing the opportunity to assist Lin Han. But upon witnessing Lin Han's sheer brutality in dispatching all the ferocious beasts, he felt utterly numb. Although he had always known Lin Han to be exceptional, this level of excellence had far exceeded his expectations. I am not human. What else would I be? Lin Han retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone after eliminating the last beast. And I meant to say, you're too abnormal. If you told me you were transformed from a ferocious beast, I would believe you. While Fat Cat understood that Lin Han was formidable, he had not anticipated him to be this extraordinary. Now he even doubted whether Lin Han could, if he wished, eliminate dozens of beasts in one go. After all, it was truly astonishing for someone who had just awakened 7 days ago to navigate effortlessly among a pack of silver-level beasts. Originally, Shui Wushuang thought his own prowess was remarkable, given his high starting point due to Lin Han. However, witnessing Lin Han's true capabilities left him completely in awe. Hanzi, tell me honestly, did you sign a contract with some kind of devil? This is a bit much, don't you think? Get lost. Lin Han shot him a glare, then added, if you know where to find a devil, let me know. I'm genuinely curious about that. Upon hearing this, Fat Cat felt increasingly bewildered by Lin Han's nature. Let us go. We have another place to visit. Lin Han chuckled, not replying further. Wait, we actually have another place to go? Fat Cat paused, momentarily at a loss. Previously unaware of Lin Han's strength, he now felt a sense of certainty. Suddenly, he realized that harvesting points in the silver-level trial zone might not be impossible. It could even be achieved with relative ease. Our goal is certainly not here. The golden-level trial zone is our ultimate destination, Lin Han said with a light laugh. Upon hearing this, Fat Cat was utterly taken aback. Hanzi, wait, could you repeat that? Where are we going? Didn't you hear? The golden-level trial zone. The two exchanged glances, falling into a moment of silence, until finally, it was Shui Wushuang who erupted. Hanzi, I'm not one to scare easily, but I feel the silver-level trial zone is already quite perilous. The golden-level trial zone is entirely unnecessary. I'm still young. I don't want to gamble with my life. Fat Cat protested vehemently. His willingness to enter the silver-level trial zone stemmed from having hunted silver-level beasts before, yet he had never laid eyes on a golden-level beast, let alone attempted to hunt one, that the two levels were worlds apart. Don't worry. With me around, it'll all be fine, Lin Han said dismissively. Hanzi, shouldn't we reconsider? This seems a bit excessive. I believe in a gradual approach. One cannot expect to eat a whole pig in one bite. You make a fair point, Lin Han nodded thoughtfully, then continued. Isn't this precisely what you're suggesting? I distinctly recall that you were not this portly in your youth. Must you always shift the focus onto me? Shui Wushuang retorted, somewhat exasperated. Rest assured, I know my limits. I would never allow you to come to harm. Lin Han continued, disregarding the other's attempts at explanation. It's not that I fear danger, but rather that I find this situation rather precarious. Before Fei Mao could finish his sentence, Lin Han grasped his arm and strode forward, leaving no opportunity for further discussion. Meanwhile, outside the grand screen, the middle-aged principal was rendered speechless by the unfolding spectacle. What on earth is happening? The principal suddenly perceived that Lin Han's actions, bizarre as they may seem, appeared somehow justified. After all, the most outrageous aspect was that no matter the circumstances, he always managed to navigate them with remarkable finesse, often resorting to unexpected maneuvers that at this moment, given the distance and speed, could it be that this lad intends to enter the Golden Tier Trial Zone? Murmured the head of the military academy. The Golden Tier Trial Zone? At this juncture, everyone was still immersed in the memory of Lin Han's recent rampage in the Silver Tier Trial Zone. And the sudden mention of this new zone prompted a flurry of analysis. Among them, the individual paling the most was undoubtedly the head of Baitian Academy. They had never anticipated that Lin Han would be so audacious. This was hardly the demeanor of a mere freshman, but rather that of a battle-hardened veteran, that he found himself increasingly perplexed by Lin Han, who had opposed him from the very start, each time leaving him astounded. Goodness, is it possible that this fellow truly intends to venture into the Golden Tier Trial Zone? What if he meets his demise there? At that moment, all eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Han, each spectator eager to understand why he would abandon his successful spree in the Silver Tier to pursue another arena. Now, Meng Xiao found it considerably challenging to close the gap, and as a result of Lin Han's audacious actions. Many had already internally ranked him at the top. Moreover, based on previous year's data, Lin Han's current achievements had eclipsed those of numerous champions. Few could compare to him. Within the trial zone, Hanzi, no, Han Ge, perhaps you should reconsider. Is it not too perilous to enter the Golden Tier trial zone? Fei Mao implored earnestly from the sidelines. Although he was willing to trust Lin Han's abilities, he still felt a sense of trepidation. This was undeniably a bold move. Enough of your prattling. If you continue, I shall toss you in there for your own trial. Lin Han chuckled lightly. Handi, do not jest. Enough of the banter. Once we arrive in the Golden Tier, you shall assist me in drawing aggro, and I'll ensure you receive a share of the spoils. How does second place sound? Hanzi, if you wish for me to draw aggro. Are you not worried I might perish in the process? Nonsense. One must always attempt that which has never been tried before. Hanzi, I suspect you are leading me into a trap, though I lack evidence. We are lifelong brothers. How could I ever think of betraying you? I do not believe you, Fei Mao retorted, vexed in the next moment. Both stepped boldly into the Golden Tier trial zone. Look, Lin Han and his companion have entered. Good heavens, they truly have ventured into the Golden Tier trial zone. This is rather excessive. ISNT it. Chapter 71. Golden Tier Beast, Bloodthirsty Mad Wolf. Who does he think he is, believing he can take on a Golden Tier Beast? At this point, the head of Baitian could no longer contain himself. He deemed Lin Han's ability to vanquish a Silver Tier Beast as merely fortunate. To hunt a Golden Tier Beast was an entirely different level of absurdity. In his own time, he had not even managed to enter the Golden Tier trial zone. This lad dares to attempt it. The head of the military academy could not help but blink in disbelief at the scene. Is this truly something a mere mortal could accomplish? Even if he wished to believe in Lin Han, this moment felt beyond incredulous. Meanwhile, Shui Wushuang was nearly paralyzed with fear. What sort of script is this? Hanzi, no. Han Ge, I beg you, spare me. At this moment, Fei Mao's legs trembled. Confronting a Golden Tier Beast recklessly could prove fatal. Hanzi, our points are undoubtedly sufficient. There is no need to court danger in the Golden Tier trial zone. Fei Mao earnestly argued. For a moment, Lin Han hesitated. Indeed, as Fei Mao pointed out, they had just eliminated a wave of Silver Tier beasts, and theoretically, their points were certainly adequate, and no matter how fast Meng Xiao chased after them, she could not possibly catch up to their current score. Perhaps we should retrace our steps and hunt a few more beasts in the Silver Tier to replenish our points. What do you think? Fei Mao, sensing he had made an impact, quickly added, That's a fair point. Lin Han was about to agree when suddenly a system random mission was triggered. Hunt the Golden Tier Bloodthirsty Mad Wolf. Mission reward. Lifeguard necklace can withstand 3 fatal injuries. No way. Ah. At this proclamation, Fei Mao was momentarily stunned. Had they not just discussed retreating? What is happening? This is not the script we agreed upon. What? Are you afraid of encountering a Golden Tier Beast now? If you happen upon one in the future, what then? Thus, in order to ensure your swift acclimatization to such scenarios, we must proceed, Lin Han declared with utmost conviction. Hanzi, if I have offended you in any way, please tell me, and I shall amend my ways. This time, Lin Han did not afford him any further time for discussion, seizing him and marching deeper into the zone. Had he been swayed previously, this time, however, the Lifeguardian was indispensable. The ability to withstand 3 fatal injuries was of paramount importance. This essentially meant he had 3 additional lives. Such power could not be purchased. And even if he encountered a Platinum Tier beast ahead, he yearned to test its prowess, as long as he could secure the Lifeguardian. Future ventures into perilous dungeons would be considerably more manageable. Without further ado, it was settled. Lin Han, with great urgency, pulled Fei Mao further into the depths of the Golden Tier trial zone. Moving with remarkable speed, soon, they encountered a group of beasts, but their strength lingered merely at the edge of the Golden Tier. Posing no threat to him, Xuanwu swiftly dispatched them all. Fei Mao merely hid behind Lin Han, occasionally stepping forward to deliver the final blow. Before long, Fei Mao's experience climbed to the limits of the Silver Tier, and he found himself emboldened. Lin Han surveyed the surroundings, seeking the telltale signs of the bloodthirsty Mad Wolf, for that was his true target. Hanzi, what is that? Should we not refrain from attacking and simply flee? What is it? Lin Han blinked in surprise, turning to look, and his eyes lit up at the sight. The LV-27 bloodthirsty mad wolf. Hiss, Fei Mao, you truly are my good brother. Let us take it down. Lin Han erupted into laughter. Meanwhile, Fei Mao stood in shock. Take it down? Even if given 2 more lives, he would not dare. A level 27 boss beast. How could they possibly contend with it? Is this not tantamount to courting death? Hanzi, I'm feeling a bit faint. Never mind, you rest here for a moment. I shall handle this. Lin Han never pressured Fei Mao to engage, recognizing that his battle experience was still lacking and that he was far too weak compared to the golden tier beast. Should anything happen to Fei Mao, he would be plagued by guilt for a lifetime that a level 27 bloodthirsty mad wolf. The head of the military academy could not help but bang the table in exasperation. At this moment, the middle-aged principal was also somewhat numb, trembling as he remarked, how could 2 newcomers, having only awakened for 7 days, possibly contend with such a formidable creature? Principal, we must find a way to rescue them at once. This is a genius with double S-level talent. If he perishes here, we cannot bear the consequences. At that moment, several teachers, including Lin Han as homeroom teacher, began to urge for action. Meanwhile, the head of Baitian scoffed. Rescue? Setting aside whether it would disrupt the rules, who among you possesses the capability to reach them in time? Moreover, I observe that Lin Han appears intent on directly confronting the beast. In my estimation, it would be prudent for you all to prepare to notify his family and arrange a memorial ceremony for this double S-level talent. The heads of the other academies showed little inclination to offer assistance. Some had contemplated the possibility, thinking that perhaps they could leverage Lin Han into their own academy by owing him a favor. However, after careful consideration, they realized that the distance was insurmountable, and thus it was prudent not to offend the Northern Sky Academy. Conversely, the head of the military academy did not overthink the matter. He merely believed that the distance would not permit a rescue, and chose to remain inactive, that he understood that Lin Han was a spirited young man. Yet he could not fathom why this lad was so impulsive. It was a matter of life and death. All eyes were fixed on the scene, and in their hearts, they believed Lin Han and Xue Wushuang were destined to perish. Suddenly, someone noticed a fearsome creature emerging behind Lin Han, its entire body a fiery red, as if a divine flame had descended upon them. Could this be Lin Han's second beast? Everyone gasped, astonished that Lin Han possessed not just one, but 2 beasts within a mere 7 days of forming contracts. What level was Lin Han, truly? The head of the Northern Sky Academy furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Upon witnessing this beast, he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. It was not uncommon for students present, many of whom had already advanced to the 2nd tier, to have 2 beasts. Yet, one of the academy heads whispered, this beast does not appear to be simple. One wonders what level his 2 beasts truly are. Chapter 72. Chasing the golden level bloodthirsty mad wolf. Lin Han is truly extraordinary. At this moment, all the academy heads silently cursed the head of the Northern Sky Academy. Had it not been for this old man, they would not have treated Lin Han with such disdain, and the current atmosphere would not be so tense. Moreover, they had come to realize Lin Han's character. He was not one to easily submit that it was increasingly apparent that Lin Han would not be joining their academies, which elicited a collective sigh from them. However, they believed that facing a bloodthirsty mad wolf of golden level, Lin Han would not succeed. They merely thought that if Lin Han wished to retreat, it would not pose too much difficulty. As Lin Han summoned the Chilin, Fat Cat stood by in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Lin Han possessed a second beast. While it was not particularly shocking for the millions of new students in the Star Dragon Empire to have 2 beasts in the grand competition, Fat Cat could tell that Lin Han's second beast was undoubtedly exceptional, certainly of a high tier. That moment, Lin Han faced the bloodthirsty mad wolf, with Xuanwu and Chilin flanking him, and the combat stances were instantly assumed. The bloodthirsty mad wolf, having reached golden level, had developed some intelligence and sensed the danger emanating from Lin Han, particularly given that both Xuanwu and Chilin far surpassed it in tier. Furthermore, both of Lin Han's beasts had also attained golden level, making them formidable opponents. In this context, the disparity in bloodlines was abundantly clear. Xuanwu, Chilin, engage! Lin Han declared, unwilling to squander time with the bloodthirsty mad wolf. His motivation for taking action was solely to complete the task and secure the Lifeguardian. Better to resolve matters swiftly. Against an opponent like the bloodthirsty mad wolf, Xuanwu and Chilin would not even need to employ skills. Mere biting would suffice to vanquish it. The moment Lin Han uttered these words, Chilin and Xuanwu sprang into action, both eager not to let the other claim the kill. Witnessing this, the bloodthirsty mad wolf turned tail and fled, leaving Lin Han momentarily stunned. How could it be fleeing? This was the target for the Lifeguardian task, and he could not let it escape. Chase! Lin Han shouted, pulling Xue Wushuang along as he pursued. Fat Cat stood by, dumbfounded. He had never seen such a scene before. A novice beast master, who had only recently awakened his talent, was actually chasing down a golden-level beast. Such a notion had been utterly unimaginable in the past. Yet here he was, witnessing it firsthand. And he was now the pursuer. How audacious! At this moment, not only Xue Wushuang, but even the spectators outside were bewildered. Can someone explain this? Surely this scene isn't fabricated? Nonsense, who would dare to stage such a scene? Good heavens, is Lin Han truly pursuing a bloodthirsty mad wolf with two beasts? It seemed so. Had such events ever occurred before? Unheard of. Even the head of the Northern Sky Academy fell silent, unable to comprehend how Lin Han could be chasing and battling a golden-level beast in the competition arena, especially as a new student who had merely awakened 7 days prior. Yet, despite his reluctance to believe, the reality before him left him no choice but to accept it. Initially, he had harbored some hopes, but now he was on the verge of collapse, having long since dismissed thoughts of betting. What truly troubled him was how he would explain this to the dean upon returning to the Northern Sky Academy at that moment. The head of the military academy chuckled. I must say, you truly have an eye for talent. Such a gem would have been wasted in your Northern Sky Academy. Look at how perceptive you are. The head of the Northern Sky Academy could hardly miss the underlying sarcasm in those words. Simultaneously, the heads of the other academies exchanged glances, realizing that had it not been for this old man's words, they would not find themselves in this predicament. Now, all were contemplating how to explain the situation upon their return to their academies. Meanwhile, the old principal of the first academy, witnessing this scene, could hardly contain his glee. Prior to learning of Lin Han's true beasts, he had been quite distressed, lamenting the waste of such a remarkable talent. However, seeing Lin Han chase down a golden-level beast filled him with immense satisfaction. This was the caliber of student they should produce in their academy. Moreover, the disparity in points was becoming increasingly evident. Lin Han had amassed over 400 points. Xue Wushuang had over 300, while Meng Ziyao trailed behind with just over 100. This was despite the collective efforts of several B-tier talents, with the fourth place barely breaking 50 points. With less than an hour remaining until the competition concluded, Meng Ziyao, having slain a beast, wiped the sweat from her brow and gazed at her rising points, feeling quite pleased. Almost there. You should be nearing 150 points now. The individuals beside Meng Ziyao were panting heavily. Had the head of the Northern Sky Academy not promised them, they would not have exerted themselves so vigorously that it's almost time. The competition is drawing to a close. Even if Lin Han sprouts 3 heads and 6 arms, he cannot possibly surpass me now. Meng Ziyao was brimming with confidence, eagerly anticipating Lin Han's expression when they next met. It would surely be spectacular. After helping you, our points have lagged behind. Just remember our promise. Rest assured, since the director has made a promise, he will not go back on his word. Meng Ziyao replied dismissively, her interest in their promise is minimal. Moreover, it was not her commitment, so it bore no relevance to her. Whether or not it was fulfilled was a matter for the head of the Northern Sky Academy. She was solely focused on how to outdo Lin Han. All right, let us depart. The competition is nearly over. With that, the group departed in a grand procession towards the exit. Not just this group. Many others had recognized that there was scarcely enough time left to slay more beasts and began to leave as well. In the depths of the testing ground, Lin Han stood atop the corpse of the bloodthirsty mad wolf, panting heavily. You can run quite well. I'm exhausted. What is next? Stand up and keep running. He cursed. Ding task of hunting the bloodthirsty mad wolf completed. Task reward, Lifeguardian. Please check your inventory at your convenience. Chapter 73. The grand competition concludes. Following this, Lin Han promptly checked his inventory. Indeed, the system reward, the accessory Lifeguardian, had arrived in his storage. Without hesitation, Lin Han donned it. This is indeed equipment capable of withstanding 3 lethal assaults. The moment it is donned, he feels an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Even in the future, should he encounter formidable foes in pursuit, he could remain unscathed. At this juncture, Han Zi remarked, I believe the time is nearly upon us. We must take our leave. Very well. Lin Han nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two hastened their return along the same path. At this moment, the teleportation array had already been activated, and students were gradually making their way back. Along the way, they encountered numerous disheartened students. Shortly thereafter, Lin Han and Fat Cat utilized the teleportation array to return to their original location. By the time they arrived, the Grand Square was already filled with people. Lin Han, are you prepared to fulfill your promise? Upon seeing Lin Han, Meng Xiao approached him directly, her face adorned with mockery. Of course, I am always prepared. I initially thought you might have forgotten, but it appears you have not, which puts my mind at ease. Lin Han replied with a beaming smile. How amusing that you still retain your bravado, even when faced with imminent demise. This time, I shall ensure you are utterly humiliated. Meng Xiao laughed lightly. Her confidence now at an all-time high, certain of her victory in this encounter. Her score had already reached 176 points. She could hardly believe Lin Han could accumulate points surpassing her own. Have I not already lost all face? The moment you ended our relationship, I felt my dignity slip away, did I not? Lin Han feigned a pained expression. Instantly, upon hearing this, the once arrogant Meng Xiao appeared deflated. She never anticipated that Lin Han would brazenly bring this matter to light in front of such a crowd. Was this not a tad too indifferent? What? Feeling embarrassed now. How come I never noticed your discomfort back then? Lin Han scoffed. This moment, a considerable number of classmates had gathered around, engaging in renewed discussions about this incident. The urge to spectate had become ingrained in their very beings. Enough, Meng Xiao, feeling the heat of embarrassment from the throng, exclaimed in anger. The surrounding crowd fell silent, and she seethed. Lin Han, you have thoroughly infuriated me, that I shall not conceal it from you. My score has reached 173. Initially, I had no intention of being too harsh on you, but you have compelled me to this extent. Consequently, do not blame me. You shall pay dearly for your actions. It is too late for you to have second thoughts now. I must extend my gratitude to you. As the head of the military academy will be our witness, prepare yourself to face utter humiliation in this tournament. Oh, how terrifying. Lin Han replied with a smirk, then turned to Fat Cat with a grin. Is 173 points truly impressive? 173. Is it not simply a matter of having hands to score? Fat Cat seized the opportunity to ridicule Meng Xiao. I truly wonder what some people are thinking. Flaunting a score over 100. If I were you, I would never dare to speak a word. Lin Han shook his head in resignation. However, despite his outward derision, he felt a tinge of shock within. 173 points. That was indeed a commendable score. What did you say? 173 is low. Then enlighten me. What is your score so I may broaden my horizons? Meng Xiao retorted, biting her lip in anger. Not much, perhaps just a few hundred points more than yours.